Chapter 142. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 142. Besides, Steven doesn't care much about legendary Pokémon, right? Will gave his own opinion. Having been with Steven for so long, he had noticed that Steven didn't have much interest in legendary Pokémon. If nothing else, if Steven had wanted one, he wouldn't have let Mew go so easily back in Pallet Town. None of your business. After confirming that Will was of no help, Karen lost interest in talking to him. Will shrugged and left, riding on the Galarian Articuno. The three had been working together for several years. Due to their genders, whenever they went on missions, Steven and Will always shared a room, while Karen had her own. Will had long been used to this arrangement, but recently, every morning when he woke up, he noticed that Steven's blanket was always tented rather high. Rather than legendary Pokémon, I think Steven has other things he wants more, Will muttered under his breath. Steven sat to the right of Mustard, discussing Pokémon training methods with him. Steven, I found something really interesting. Will, who had been scrolling through his phone while eating, suddenly leaned toward Steven. Steven glanced over and saw that Will's phone displayed a group chat named Joker Fan Club. Will chuckled. Although the hype around the Viridian incident has been suppressed, Joker, has been getting much better public opinion lately. Some of the fan groups that were previously shut down by the officials have even come back. So what? Did you leak insider info in exchange for some spicy pics? Steven asked with amusement. As if I wanted to see those, I could just wear my battle suit and sneak into the women's bath, ow. Before Will could finish, Karen kicked him hard under the table. After coughing awkwardly, Will composed himself and said, "Do you know what the group admin's username is?" Seeing how smug Will looked, not only did Steven get a bad feeling, but even Karen had a vague guess. "Don't tell me." Will clicked on the group chat and showed them. The admin's profile picture was a close-up of Joker giving a rebellious smirk to the camera. And the username. Joker's one fan. Just a coincidence, right? Karen suddenly remembered the alias Mary had used back at Professor Oak's lab. Nope, it's Mary-chan. Ayano suddenly squeezed in, pointing at one of the group admins named Ayano's Chronicles. She grinned, and I'm an admin too. Big brother Steven, are you also a fan of Joker? Want me to add you to the group? Mary-chan posts news updates and analysis of Joker-related events in the chat every day. Ayano offered. Will had joined the group earlier after hearing about it from Ayano, and found it amusing. Hearing this, Steven was intrigued and joined the group with Karen. When Ayano accepted their requests, she suddenly remembered something and seriously warned Steven. Big brother Steven, whatever you do, don't reveal your identity. Mary-chan hates you. If she finds out who you are, she'll kick you out. Ayano then explained why. Mary believed that because of Steven, Joker's heroic deeds during the Viridian incident didn't receive as much attention as they deserved. Though she suspected the League had a hand in suppressing the news, she still blamed Steven for it as well. To her, both the League and Steven were just two sides of the same corrupt coin. Steven. Karen and Will exchanged glances. Mary's admiration for Joker was obvious to anyone who wasn't blind. But somehow, she managed to both adore Joker and hate Steven at the same time. What kind of logic was that? As soon as Steven and Karen joined the group, the chat was flooded with enthusiastic messages. Welcome, newcomers. Your IP says Galar. Has Joker's name spread that far? Speaking of Galar, that new Pokédex everyone's been talking about is about to launch in both Galar and Alola, right? Rose is such a scumbag. He'll do anything to attract attention to his region, and Dr. Steven is no better for going along with it. He's from Johto but keeps working abroad. What a traitor to our region. Enough about that, look at this screenshot, Joker is so handsome. Isn't this from when Joker saved Ayano-chan? That first-person angle is amazing. It's like I'm the one in his arms. The conversation quickly derailed. What started as a welcome for newcomers turned into a rant against Steven and Rose, and then into a Joker appreciation thread. Steven was honestly impressed by how long these girls could obsess over just a few pictures. Seeing them gush over his photos, Steven couldn't help but type. Honestly, he's just all right. The next second, his phone displayed, "You have been removed from the group by the admin." Steven. Yano then received a private message from Mary. "Stop adding random people to the group." Yano scratched her head and turned to Steven. "Big brother Steven, wanna make a new account?" "No need." Seeing Karen, and while struggling to hold back their laughter, Steven felt utterly exasperated. What the hell was this situation? As Steven prepared to head to the pot-bottom desert, he came across Bee sparring with her machoke. Yes, she was fighting her machoke, fist to fist, leg to leg, rather than just standing on the sidelines like most trainers. Machoke formed a knife hand with its right hand and launched a brick break at Bee. Steven was stunned. That thing could kill her. Huh? However, Bee suddenly let out a Bruce Lee-style battle cry and struck upward with a powerful kick, landing a solid hit on Machoke's wrist. Machoke winced in pain and stumbled back a couple of steps. Steven was speechless. If Bee had fought Karen herself back then, maybe she wouldn't have lost so quickly. Dr. Steven. Noticing him watching, Bee greeted him. "Bee-chan, I have a special training regimen. Want to give it a try?" Really? Is it a Pokémon training method you created yourself?" Bee's eyes lit up with excitement. "No, it's not for Pokémon. It's for training you." Bee. After setting up a personalized training plan for Bee, Steven received a call from Lusamine. She informed him that Rose had scheduled the Pokédex launch event to coincide with the Galar Star tournament in a month, and that she would be attending as a guest partner. After discussing the Pokédex and some personal matters, Steven ended the call with a simple, "I'll be waiting for you." That night, Chairman Goodshow and Lorelei arrived on the Isle of Armor to bid farewell to Steven. They are preparing to return to Kanto. The publishing rights for the Pokédex are probably a bust. Seeing Goodshow's livid expression, Will couldn't help but lean close to Steven and whisper his thoughts. Steven shrugged. Ever since he heard Lusamine say over the phone this morning that she was coming to Galar, he had already guessed the outcome. Lorelei joined the conversation, saying, "Rose insisted that the Indigo League transfer 2 Elite 4-level trainers to Galar, but after extensive negotiations, they still couldn't reach an agreement. Initially, Rose wanted Giovanni and Bruno. From Rose's perspective, these two were strong and had good temperaments, perfect candidates for the Elite Four. But Goodshow refused. Because Giovanni and Bruno weren't just Elite Four level, they were champion level. How could they give them to Galar, that rebellious upstart? Goodshow hesitated for a long time before eventually proposing a counteroffer, trading Blaine and Sabrina for Rose's request. Because these two were genuinely Elite Four level. That's right, the strength of the Indigo League was just that overwhelming. Blaine was a veteran trainer, while Sabrina, the youngest gym leader in Kanto, had already stepped into Elite 4-tier strength. Initially, Rose considered it and thought it was acceptable, because he could tell that this was Goodshow's final offer. But unfortunately, Blaine and Sabrina themselves refused. With that, negotiations completely broke down. After hearing Lorelai's explanation, Steven didn't know what to say. Blaine was currently busy with the Mutwo project, so of course, he couldn't leave. And Sabrina, well, there was no need to elaborate. Did Chairman Goodshow come up with any countermeasures? Steven asked. The Pokédex was extremely important to trainers, especially new trainers. Yet, as the headquarters of the Pokémon League, the Indigo League, which governed Kanto and Johto, didn't even have publishing rights. While this wouldn't shake its dominance as the leading league, it would certainly allow Alola and Galar, especially Galar, the rebellious upstart, to close the gap. The chairman plans to push Lance to the top at this year's Indigo Conference. Lorelei adjusted her red-framed glasses. Same strategy as before, divert attention. During the Viridian City disaster, Goodshow had used this trick before, shifting public attention to Steven to divert focus from Joker. This time, he planned to shift public attention to Dragon Master Lance so people would stop focusing on the Pokédex issue. But to be honest, this time, Goodshow probably wouldn't be able to replicate his previous success. For one, the public had already anticipated Lance replacing Agatha as the new champion of the Indigo League. it wouldn't generate nearly as much hype as Steven's lecture, where he revealed groundbreaking information about legendary Pokémon and the fairy-type Pokémon. Besides, if Goodshow knew how to market things, did he think Rose didn't? Dr. Steven. After exchanging pleasantries with Mustard, Goodshow quickly stepped up to Steven, grabbing his hand before Steven could react. 5 years from now, make sure you don't renew Rose's contract. What Goodshow meant by renewing the contract was the publishing agreement Steven had signed with Rose for the Pokédex. Rose had compensated Steven by assisting him in capturing Galar's Articuno and Moltres, 2 legendary Pokémon. In return, Steven granted Rose the publishing rights, but only for 5 years, not permanently. After all, for a revolutionary invention like the Pokédex, giving away permanent publishing rights in exchange for just 2 legendary Pokémon. That would be wishful thinking. But 5 years was more than enough time for Galar to strengthen itself. Of course. Steven had always planned to make the Pokédex available across all regions anyway. As it happened, 5 years from now would also be the time Ash Ketchum started his journey. By then, the Pokédex might have already been upgraded to Rotom Pokédex. Hearing Steven's confirmation, Goodshow finally felt relieved. Even though Rose had taken advantage of him, 5 years was too short a time to close the massive gap between Galar and Indigo. Galar didn't even have a full Elite Four lineup, while Kanto's current champion and all 4 Elite Four members were at champion level. Or at least had champion potential. On top of that, the strongest gym leader, Giovanni, was also champion level. Bruno was a veteran Elite Four, Psychic Prodigy Sabrina, and Ninja Koga had also stepped into Elite 4-tier strength. Forget 5 years. Even in 10 years, Galar wouldn't be able to surpass Indigo, let alone if you included Johto. After comforting himself, Goodshow felt much better. We're heading back to Kanto. What about you, Dr. Steven? What are your plans? Goodshow asked. Chairman Rose is still helping me track down Galar's Moltres, and I also have to attend the upcoming launch event. As for after that. At this point, Steven hesitated briefly. Steven, I want to participate in this year's Indigo Conference. Suddenly, Karen interjected. Steven and Will's expressions changed slightly. They then noticed the piquet ball on Karen's waist, where Houndoom's eyes burned with fierce determination. Will smacked his forehead and muttered, I almost forgot, this matter. Finding Aldous, or rather, seeking revenge against his Kingdra. That was the reason Karen had joined the team in the first place. It had been so long that even he had forgot. Oh, Morgan-chan, you're interested in the Indigo Conference. Goodshow's eyes lit up. How many badges do you have? None. Karen's answer left Goodshow in stunned silence. The tournament was only 2 months away, and she had 0 badges. Wasn't this ridiculous? Not to mention, as the tournament approached, the number of challengers at each gym would skyrocket. Even if she reached the gyms, she'd likely have to wait in line for a battle. At this point, with no badges, there was no way she'd make it in time. You can, but your team composition. Steven wasn't concerned about her collecting badges in time. He was more worried about her roster depth. Even if she included the Kubfu she just received, her team would only have 4 Pokémon at best. And with less than 3 months, it was unlikely Kubfu would evolve into Urshifu in time. Raising a legendary from its base form to its final evolution took years. For a legendary like Kubfu, the process would take even longer. No problem. I want to travel alone for a while and catch more strong partners to strengthen my team. Steven was curious. Alone, you don't need me and Will with you. Karen chuckled. Sometimes, a girl just wants some time alone. This was a lie. Her real plan was to secretly go out and see if she could find a powerful Pokémon to capture as a birthday gift for Steven. That's right, Steven himself had forgotten, but in 2 months, it would be his birthday. To a man who had lived 3 lifetimes, birthdays meant nothing except another year of aging. But Karen remembered clearly. Everyone else looked at her strangely. Little lady, you have 0 badges, and you want to gather a full team and qualify for the Indigo Conference in 2 months. A Pokémon Special Forces training arc, huh? Seeing Karen determined to go, Steven didn't insist, nodding. All right, I'll contact you when we find Galler's molters. You'll need to catch it yourself. Thanks. Karen smiled, even more determined to bring back an amazing birthday gift. Lorelei, why don't you stay here instead of going back to Kanto? Hearing that Karen was leaving, Goodshow had an idea and whispered to Lorelei. Let's take advantage of the situation. The publishing rights to a Pokédex alone aren't enough to put Galler on equal footing with Kanto, but if you add Stephen into the mix, the situation changes entirely. Lorelei, Chairman, my relationship with Stephen is purely professional. Dr. Stephen, could you tell me more about the training method you mentioned before? B seized the opportunity to join the conversation. Chairman Goodshow pointed at B and said in exasperation, "See, if you don't take the initiative, you'll lose not only to Morgan, who's always by Stephen's side, but even to this little girl." Chairman, I'm not your tool to win over Stephen. Ever since coming to Galler from Kanto, Lorelei hadn't spoken a single word to Nessa. Yet their situations were strikingly similar. Their respective chairmen kept pushing them toward Stephen. This annoyed Lorelei greatly. In Lorelei's eyes, Nessa had only secured her position as a gym leader because of her looks, and now she was being used by Rose as a bargaining chip to win Stephen over. How pathetic. As someone destined to reach champion-level strength in the future, Lorelei would never stoop to such disgraceful tactics. Sigh, if you like someone, go for it, otherwise you'll regret it. Goodshow let out a sigh. It was true, Nessa was just a pawn in Rose's plan to recruit Stephen. Similarly, Goodshow was using Lorelei in the same way. However, while Rose saw Nessa as nothing more than a tool, Goodshow genuinely hoped to facilitate a happy relationship. Although Lorelei wasn't as extreme as Lance, she wasn't far off. Goodshow sincerely wished for someone to help share Lorelei's burdens. Just like Peony, the former Galler champion and Rose's younger brother, Peony had once been a fierce and wild fighter. But after getting married and having a daughter, he had mellowed out and became more approachable. Goodshow hoped that Stephen could play a similar role in Lorelei's life. However, things weren't as simple as he had imagined. How could someone as outstanding as Stephen possibly lack female attention? Didn't Nessa resist Stephen at first too? And now she was calling him Dr. Stephen with enthusiasm. If Lorelei didn't take the initiative, was she expecting Stephen to chase after her instead? On what grounds? Goodshow suddenly noticed how Lorelei's blouse seemed ready to burst at the chest. Then he glanced at the younger girls, like Morgan and Nessa. Okay, maybe Lorelei did have an advantage of her own. Silently, Goodshow prayed that Stephen would never be surrounded by busty women in the future. Otherwise, even Lorelei's only advantage would be gone. Chapter 143. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 143. The next day, at Winden Airport, Stephen and the others came to bid farewell to Karen, as well as Goodshow and Lorelei. Take this. When no one else was paying attention, Stephen secretly handed Zorua to Karen. In front of Goodshow and other high-ranking officials of the Pokémon League who knew the true identity of the masked girl, she had always used Zorua's abilities to disguise herself. Now that she was going to act alone, she naturally needed this little guy. I'll have a surprise for you when I come back. Karen flashed a mysterious smile at Stephen. Stephen smiled in return. Although he had no idea what kind of scheme Karen was planning, he trusted that she wouldn't harm him. You can take Chairman Goodshow's private jet since you're all heading back to Kanto anyway. Oh, and since you're collecting badges, you should drop by Viridian City and find Uncle Giovanni. I've already sent him a message. Stephen whispered. Karen nodded. Yeah, if I go to him, I can get the Earth badge and the Volcano badge right away, I know that. Back when she went to Viridian City to negotiate with Price, Karen had already learned that Blaine was affiliated with Team Rocket. She had always planned to seek out Giovanni when she returned to Kanto. Without even having to battle, she could directly obtain the badges of the two strongest gym leaders in Kanto. However, what Stephen didn't know was that Karen had another reason for seeking out Giovanni. It probably won't just be 2 badges. Hearing Karen's words, Stephen muttered to himself. Dr. Stephen, the plane is ready for takeoff. Is your companion ready? Goodshow called out. Coming. Stephen led Karen to the boarding gate of the private jet. As Karen waved at Stephen while walking with Goodshow and the others into the boarding corridor, she didn't forget to glance out of the corner of her eye at Lorelei, who was on Goodshow's other side. Karen hadn't agreed to take Goodshow's private jet just for convenience. She was preventing the shameless old man, Goodshow, from leaving Lorelei behind while she was away. After all, anyone who wasn't blind could see that during this time, Rose and Goodshow, those two old schemers, had been persistently pushing the beautiful gym leaders and elite four members of their regions toward Stephen. Nessa wasn't even worth worrying about. She was just a weakling who became a gym leader based solely on her looks. After spending just a few days together, Karen noticed that Nessa felt quite inferior when talking to Stephen, to the point where she hardly dared to initiate conversation with him. But her bestie Sonia had called that one right. Lorelei was someone who required extra vigilance. Not to mention anything else, just that pair of mischievous bombs. Damn, why are they so big? Even though Lorelei verbally claimed that her feelings for Stephen were nothing more than the camaraderie sure, she could fool other women, but she shouldn't fool herself. Once Karen confirmed that Lorelei was also heading back to Kanto, she felt relieved. After Karen, Goodshow, and Lorelei had left, Rose approached Stephen and invited him to attend the upcoming press conference for the Pokédex. Stephen didn't refuse. Since he was already here, he might as well take care of everything at once. That evening, Rose booked the most luxurious rows of the Rondellans on the west side of Winden City and held a grand banquet to welcome Stephen. At the event, Stephen met many heavyweight NPCs he had encountered in his past life while playing the game. Veteran gym leaders like Opal and Kabu were easy for Stephen to recognize at a glance. Younger gym leaders like Rayhan and Nessa, however, only got to know through Rose's introductions. Dr. Stephen, let me introduce you. These two gentlemen are the descendants of the two heroes who saved Galar from the calamity known as the Darkest Day 3,000 years ago. Rose introduced two individuals to Stephen. Looking at the two men in front of him, dressed in custom blue and red suits with bizarre hairstyles, and then hearing Rose's introduction, Stephen was momentarily stunned. Hi. Hello, Dr. Stephen, I am Swordward. I am Shielbert. The two men politely performed a noble bow toward Stephen, though their eyes still carried an innate arrogance. After all, they were the descendants of heroes. If you round things up, that made them heroes themselves. Seeing their sword and shield hairstyles, Stephen was even more dumbfounded. Zacian and Zamazenta had sons. Finally finding a moment to break away, Stephen stood in a corner of the banquet hall, popped a crispy biscuit into his mouth, and glanced again at the two clowns flaunting their heroic lineage in the crowd. It was only then that he remembered. These two were the post-game characters from Pokémon Sword and Shield, which was why he hadn't recalled them at first. Just like Olana's assistant, Clara, these two were nothing but joke characters, so it was no wonder he hadn't thought of them immediately. Stephen Wyatalkin, Bout. Will approached, carrying a plate piled high with grilled meat and desserts. His chubby face was stuffed like a hamster, making his words nearly unintelligible. As the banquet neared its end, Rose signaled for Olana to let the media in. In an instant, the banquet hall transformed into a press conference. Rose straightened his tie, stepped onto the podium, and announced, "The first-generation Pokédex will be officially released on the first day of the Galar Star Tournament next month. Any children attending the tournament with a Galar ID will receive a free Pokédex. Starting next month, all new trainers in Galar who are at least 10 years old will also be able to receive a Pokédex free of charge. Additionally, trainers who transfer their registration to Galar will receive the same benefits." Although the media already knew that the Pokédex would only be available in Galar and Alola, they hadn't expected Rose to be so generous, just giving them away for free. And that last sentence, it was a blatant attempt to poach trainers from other regions. Stephen felt like Rose was just one step away from saying, "Do you want a Pokédex? If you do, I can give you all of them. Come to Galar, I've put all the Pokédexes there." Roger's execution speech reference. Well, maybe not completely realistic, since Alola had them too. Now, let's welcome the creator of the Pokédex, the greatest scientist in the Pokémon League, Dr. Steven, to the stage for a speech. Just as Steven was lost in thought, Rose suddenly gestured toward him with a go-ahead, start your performance motion. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Steven. Fortunately, Steven was already used to such occasions. He walked onto the stage and shook hands with Rose. Before he even let go, reporters eagerly fired off questions. Dr. Steven, why did you grant the publishing rights for the Pokédex to Macro Cosmos Group? I believe the two Galarian legendary Pokémon, Galarian Articuno and Galarian Moltres, are a perfect fit for my two companions, so I reached a partnership with Chairman Rose. Steven responded without hesitation. Are you sure it's not because of gym leader Melanie? A reporter asked. Suddenly, more than half the people in the room turned to look at Melanie, who was still holding her youngest son's hand while leading her second son. Melanie. At the beginning of the year, Melanie had just lost her husband, and now she was utterly speechless. She had no idea how it happened. Suddenly, she was rumored to be romantically involved with a young man more than 10 years her junior. And to make things even stranger, this young man hadn't even spoken a single word to her. The gym leader Melanie is an exceptional woman, and I deeply admire her skills as a Galar trainer. However, there is no such relationship between us. I hope the media will stop spreading these false rumors. Steven said this solemnly. Hearing Steven's righteous and firm response, Melanie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she wouldn't have to deal with people constantly asking if she was planning to remarry. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but the way her 3 sons and 1 daughter looked at her seemed a bit odd. Old hag. At that moment, her eldest son, Gordy, approached. Oh, the sun must be rising from the west today. Melanie teased in surprise. Ever since Gordy ran away from home, he had never taken the initiative to contact her. But today, he was coming to talk to her. Maybe you should go for it. Gordy hesitated for a while before finally lowering his voice and saying this. What are you talking about? I'm saying maybe you should consider remarrying. I think Dr. Steven is quite suitable. Gordy shot a glance at Steven on the stage. Steven had gone to great lengths to obtain 2 legendary Pokémon, all just for the sake of his 2 companions. Such loyalty and dedication deeply moved Gordy. All right, to be honest, he was just envious. He wanted a legendary Pokémon too. If Steven became his stepfather, then as his adopted son, surely he would get something out of it, right? Melanie's eyes widened in shock. She almost fainted from sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, reporters continued to ask questions. So, do you also not have any special relationship with President Lucamine? Steven remained expressionless. Sorry, today I will only answer questions related to the Pokédex. Damn it, would they ever stop? He's truly dazzling. On the other side of the banquet hall, Nessa watched Steven speaking confidently on stage, voicing her thoughts. Beside her stood a girl who was just as beautiful as Nessa, but had a completely different aura. She had long orange hair tied into a side ponytail, and unlike Nessa's tall supermodel figure, she had a more curvy build. The girl teased, I heard Chairman Rose is trying to set you up with him. Cut it out. Nessa rolled her eyes at her best friend. This girl in front of her was Sonia, her closest friend, and also Leon's childhood friend. Currently, Sonia is traveling around Galar, collecting gym badges. I get how you feel, Sonia sighed. Her relationship with Leon had also grown distant for the same reason. He was simply too dazzling, so bright that she felt he was unreachable. Now, he was the champion of the Galar League, while she had participated in the Galar Star Tournament multiple times without ever achieving a good ranking. The press conference dominated the news everywhere. But for Red and Blue, who were still 2 years away from reaching the minimum age requirement to become rookie trainers, it didn't matter much. After all, they had already received their Pokédexes from Steven. However, those who hadn't been given a Pokédex, especially the young trainers nearing the minimum age requirement but who weren't from Galar or Alola, were furious at Rose's actions. But there was nothing they could do. They had 2 choices. Either risk their lives and embark on their journey without a Pokédex, or join the system. With that in mind, in the Sinnoh region, a boy named Ray who had just turned 10, the minimum age to become a rookie trainer, decided to move with his 5-year-old younger brother and register as a Galar citizen. Shortly after, in the Hone region, another 10-year-old boy named Brendan, who had just received his starter Pokémon, a Torchic, made a similar decision. Meanwhile, in the Johto region, a 12-year-old girl named Marina, who had already traveled around Johto once, began to hesitate between moving to Galar or Kalos after reading the news. Originally, Marina had planned to move to Kalos. Even though the Kalos League was notoriously weak, Kalos was still a world-famous center of romance and fashion. As someone who aspired to become a Pokémon coordinator, Marina had always longed to go there. She had even planned out her move to Kalos. But now, with the Pokédex available, she was reconsidering. Maybe she should go to Galar first. And Marina wasn't the only one. Many rookie trainers were now changing their plans and relocating just for the Pokédex. After all, anyone with common sense could see how vital the Pokédex was for a trainer's journey. It was truly a life-saving tool. However, not all of these trainers or their parents chose Galar. Let's not forget that there was still Alola. Of course, Alola was a newly established league. They hadn't even gathered all 8 gym leaders, let alone an Elite Four. Its only real selling point was Dr. Steven himself, so its appeal wasn't as strong as Galar's. Even so, at least one mother was drawn to Alola's beautiful environment and warm culture. She decided to move from Kanto to Alola with her daughter. Meanwhile, in Kanto, in Viridian City, at the Viridian Gym, deep inside the Team Rocket base hidden behind the gym's secret door, Giovanni sat as usual in his boss chair, stroking his beloved Persian. With his left hand, he opened a drawer and placed something on his desk. Stephen already spoke to me in advance. Here, take it. Standing in front of him, Karen looked down at what he had placed, and her eyes widened in shock. She had expected to see the Earth badge from the Viridian Gym and the Volcano badge from the Cinnabar Gym. But what was this? The Thunder badge from Vermilion Gym, the Soul badge from Fuchsia Gym, the Marsh badge from Saffron Gym. A total of 5 badges. Even someone as experienced as Karen was momentarily stunned. She could understand why Giovanni, the Viridian Gym leader, and Blaine, the Cinnabar Gym leader, had their badges here. They were both affiliated with Team Rocket. But these other 3. Are you surprised? These 3 badges are actually. Seeing Karen's expression, Giovanni was about to explain, but she interrupted him. No need. I'm not interested in anything that doesn't involve Stephen. Hearing this, Giovanni didn't say much. He just shrugged and smiled. I have another favor to ask of you, or rather of Team Rocket. Karen then revealed another main reason for her visit. After listening, Giovanni stroked his chin and said, something legendary worthy for Stephen. That won't be easy to find. Even Rose from the League found 2. Are you telling me Team Rocket can't? Karen taunted him. Heh, Tilda, you've got a sharp tongue, little girl. Go collect the remaining 3 badges first. In the meantime, I'll look into it. Stepping out of the Viridian Gym, Karen couldn't help but glance again at her badge case, now half filled with 5 badges, and mercilessly ridiculed. The Indigo League is doomed. If it were just some weakling gyms, that would be one thing. But now, looking closely, Karen realized that these were some of Kanto's strongest gyms. Not to mention champion-level Giovanni of the Earth badge and the veteran league member, Blaine, the hot-blooded riddle master. Both Sabrina and Koga were already stepping into Elite 4-level territory, practically guaranteed to become future elites. Even the weakest among them, LT, Surge, was still an elite among gym leaders. And yet, all 5 of them were. Karen genuinely felt that the Indigo League was finished. At the very least, Kanto's future was bound to be turbulent. Maybe Johto would be a bit better. Oh wait, no, let's not forget about price. Whatever, it's none of my business anyway. With that, Karen walked away without looking back. The priority now was to collect the remaining 3 badges. The closest gym from here should be Pewter City, right? The gym leader there specializes in rock-type Pokémon. Chapter 144, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 144. The next day, Stephen woke up in the large hotel bed in rows of the rondellons. Time to get going. Stephen rubbed his eyes and patted Will, who was sprawled out on the bed next to him. For now, Karen had temporarily left the team, and Will had also managed to fully tame the Galarian Articuno. Stephen had no intention of staying on the Isle of Armor any longer. Before coming to Winden City, he had already bid farewell to Master Mustard, planning to take this time to travel around Galar. Hi. Will groggily opened his eyes, stretched, and said, just the two of us traveling together again. Feels like it's been ages. Looks like we're finally getting a long overdue guys' trip. Originally, Giano, their little tag-along, had planned to come along. But after the banquet, she received a phone call, and her expression immediately changed. She simply left behind a quick, "Big brother Stephen, I have to leave first. See you later," and that very night she flew off. No one knew where she went, or what she was up to. You call yourself a man, you can't even get up. Will was 2 years younger than Stephen and Karen. While he was going through puberty, the only thing that had developed so far was his height. Nothing else had caught up yet. "You bastard, I'll kill you." Will, who had still been half asleep, roared awake, grabbed a pillow, and swung it at Stephen. Stephen easily dodged and sidestepped behind him. With a swift grappling move, he locked Will's arms and placed a foot against his back. "Bastard, let me go." Right now, Will was squirming like a girlfriend on her period, worse than a pig struggling on a butcher's block. Stephen wasn't great at handling pigs, but when it came to people, he knew a trick or two. "Calm down, brother." Stephen smirked mischievously and slightly adjusted his grip, pressing his thumb against the sensitive joint between Will's arm and elbow. Many readers could probably relate. Getting hit in that spot, like against the corner of a table, would leave your whole arm numb for a while. "Allah, stop, I give up, I surrender, TT." Stephen released Will, who clutched his arm, grimacing in pain. At the doorway, Bee was just about to knock when she hesitated, her expression wavering. What was going on in there, that much noise? She recalled a certain video where Will had bitten Stephen. Maybe it was best not to disturb them right now. After washing up for over half an hour, Stephen and Will opened the door to find Bee standing outside. Dr. Stephen, are you not returning to the Isle of Armor?" Bee swallowed nervously, looking a little tense. "No, I was only staying there because Morgan wanted to train under Master Mustard to raise her cubfu. Now that she's returned to Kanto, we're taking the opportunity to explore Galar." Stephen nodded. "Then, could I join you? I'd like to train under you, Dr. Stephen." Bee's words instantly reminded Stephen of a certain Doujin line from his past life. "Oh, so you also want me to mess up your composure? Train under Stephen. Wouldn't Master Mustard be a better fit for you?" Will eyed the younger girl suspiciously. Did she have that kind of interest in Stephen too? While Stephen was skilled in Pokémon breeding, Bee was a fighting-type specialist. For someone like her, the best mentor should be Master Mustard, the strongest fighting-type trainer of this era. So why go out of her way to ask Stephen instead? Dr. Stephen's battle style suits me better, so. "All right, I'm looking forward to seeing you shock everyone at next month's Galar Star Tournament." Stephen smiled and agreed. "I thought with Morgan back in Kanto and Ayano-chan, that little internet addict gone, we'd finally get a proper guys trip. But now we have another tag-along." Will sighed. During breakfast at the hotel restaurant, Stephen and the others ran into other Galar gym leaders like Melanie and Kabu. Bee asked Gordy to pass a message to Master Mustard, letting him know she wouldn't return to the Isle of Armor for the next month since she would be training under Stephen. Gordy, who had gotten a scolding from his mother the night before, his face still slightly red from it, secretly sighed. Why didn't I think of that excuse? But it was fine. He still had a chance. His mother was a trump card he could use any time. See, if you hesitate, someone else gets ahead. At the next table, Sonia nudged her best friend, Nessa. "Want to go too? I'm sure he wouldn't mind adding another beautiful teammate." Even though Nessa was already the gym leader, if it involved traveling with Stephen, Sonia figured Chairman Rose wouldn't mind giving her some time off. "Cut it out." Nessa rolled her eyes and went back to eating. "If you like him, why not go for it? It's the modern age." Sonia grinned, enjoying the drama. Then why have you and Leon been in that weird on-and-off situation for years? Nessa's comeback killed the conversation. Chairman Rose officially announced that the release date of the Pokédex was set for the same day as the Galar Star Tournament's opening ceremony. Shortly after, many 10-year-old beginner trainers started moving to Galar from other regions. Unlike Steven's past life, where housing prices were outrageous, the Pokémon world's housing market was reasonable, no 3 generations working just to afford a single home. Although no famous trainers had joined yet, Rose was already delighted. Who knew, maybe one of them would turn out to be a jackpot. And things progressed even better than Rose expected. A week later, his secretary, Olana, informed him of a promising young trainer, Reggie from Sinnoh. For talented trainers, Rose never hesitated to invest his time. He visited Reggie, leaving the young man both shocked and honored. However, after their conversation, Rose realized that Reggie's younger brother, Paul, might have even greater potential. Rose was even more pleased, an unexpected bonus. Another week passed, and Olana reported another promising candidate, a girl from Steven's hometown, Johto, named Marina. Rose's eyes lit up. Things were progressing even faster than expected. Talent was arriving in waves. By the way, Chairman, there's another report from Freezington. Villagers have spotted a mysterious, extremely fast bird Pokémon. It might be. As always, Olana spoke in her half-asleep tone, barely keeping her eyes open. Immediately notify Dr. Steven. Rose didn't hesitate. Understood, one more thing to report. B, the second-generation gym leader, has recently begun training under Dr. Steven. Oh. Rose raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The next day, in the southern Galar town of Circhester. Steven, Will, and Bee arrived in this southern town, their destination being the Crown Tundra, the southernmost region of Galar. Yesterday, Steven received a call from Chairman Rose. Villagers in Freezington had recently spotted a mysterious bird Pokémon flying at incredible speeds, too fast to be seen clearly. It was highly likely to be a legendary Pokémon. Can't come. Will looked at Steven, who had just hung up the phone, and asked. Yeah, Karen said she's busy with something else. Having discovered traces of the Galarian molters, Steven had originally planned to have Karen return and capture it herself. Not sure what she's so busy with. Will, who knew that Karen was busy finding a birthday gift for Steven, thought for a moment and decided to pretend he didn't know. Otherwise, that crazy woman would target him again. Will figured that since she already had 2 legendary Pokémon, putting in some extra effort to prepare a grand gift for Steven was only fair. As for what Will planned to give as a gift, the psychic fatty simply thought, come on, do I need a gift to prove my bond with Steven? I'll just grab some berries while passing by, that'll do. The Galar Star Tournament is in 2 weeks, right? You'll have to attend the event then. How about I stay here and wait for Karen? Will suggested. Forget it, let's capture molters first, and then hand it over to Karen for training. Steven didn't want to be like the Straw Hat crew, where the team was rarely fully assembled. After all, Galarian Articuno didn't submit to Will at first, but now it behaved obediently, didn't it? He would capture Galarian molters himself first, and then pass it to Karen, letting them develop their bond gradually. Steven planned to subdue it by force, avoiding the mistakes he made with Zorua. Just then, a graceful silhouette ran towards Steven and Will under the setting sun. It was Bee. Huff and huff and huff. Bee, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, yet maintaining a steady rhythm, jogged up to Steven, stood at attention and declared, Doctor, I've completed today's basic training. After half a month together, Bee had gone from calling him Dr. Steven to simply Doctor, a sign of growing familiarity. All right, then you can start practicing techniques. Steven nodded. Bee's basic training regimen, designed by Steven, consisted of 2,000 push-ups, 100 rope climbs, and a 100-kilometer endurance run every day. Then there would be combat practice until she couldn't stand anymore. Yes. Bee's eyes shone with respect as she nodded, then hesitated before saying, But Machamp and Pangoro are no longer a challenge for me. Could I spar with one of your Pokémon instead? Oh, and doing just 2,000 push-ups and running 100 kilometers a day doesn't make me feel too exhausted anymore. I want to increase my training intensity, but there just isn't enough time. Bea looked troubled as she complained to Steven. Will turned his head and stared at the path Bea had just run down. Behind her, Machamp, Machoke, Graplocked, Holocha, and the rest of her fighting-type Pokémon were all drenched in sweat, stumbling toward them, looking utterly exhausted. Like their trainer, these Pokémon had also run from Stow-on's side. But compared to their still energetic trainer, these fighting types, known for their endurance, looked like they were on their last legs. Even though he had only traveled with Bea for half a month, Will felt like his worldview was being shattered daily. Not only did she have a training regimen rivaling that of Pokémon, but she could also fight Machamp, Pangoro, and Holocha in hand-to-hand combat. And now, even her own Pokémon couldn't defeat her anymore. She had to spar with Steven's Pokémon. My Pokémon, you don't mean? Steven had just spoken halfway when Bea eagerly interrupted. Yes, I want to spar with Beware. Will smacked his forehead, wondering what was going on in this girl's mind. Did she not fear that Beware might punch her to death? In the end, Steven does not agree to let Beware spar with Bea. Instead, he customized Rock Lee-style, weighted training gear for her to suppress her power and speed, while continuing to use her own Pokémon for sparring. At the same time, Beware would be her instructor in the 6 powers. Although Beware itself had largely stopped using the 6 powers due to its growing strength, it could still teach others. After dinner, at a public battlefield in Balenlia, Bea, now wearing Rock Lee-style ankle weights, was restricted in movement. When she attempted a sidekick, her Machamp easily blocked it. Beware sat in the referee's seat, observing Bea's movements and offering feedback after training. On another battlefield, Will was sparring with his newly caught Galarian Slowpoke from the Isle of Armor against Steven's Fairy Swablu. Unable to resist, he kept glancing at Bea from the corner of his eye, once again wondering, is this girl even human? Aerial Ace. Hearing Steven's command, Will snapped back to reality. He turned in time to see Fairy Swablu, engulfed in a stream of air, slamming Galarian Slowpoke into the ground. Hey, that doesn't count, I was distracted. Will loudly protested. If you want to watch, then watch. If you want to battle, then battle. Steven tossed him a hyper potion. Admitting his mistake, Will didn't argue further. After tending to Galarian Slowpoke's wounds, he resumed watching Bea's training. I can't help it, this girl's talent is just ridiculous. Will sat on the sidelines and muttered, if she were a Pokémon, she'd already be among gym leader level elites. That's nothing. Have you ever seen someone physically withstand Arceus' judgment? Steven replied nonchalantly. Will, All right, that's enough training for today. Let's eat dinner. Steven clapped his hands, calling everyone over. Bea, exhausted from battling Machamp and Pangoro, barely managed to get up. Will also gathered his Galarian Slowpoke, Galarian Articuno, and a Lakazam to join the meal. Ying Tilda. Just then, a strange whimpering sound echoed. Steven and Bea looked around in confusion, only to discover it was Beware making the noise. It turned out that Beware had tried to feed Fairy Swablu as usual, only to be firmly rejected by the little bird, which insisted. Mom, I've grown up, stop feeding me. The bear mom looked heartbroken. Don't worry, you can take care of Steven's kids in the future. Will smirked mischievously. He was looking forward to Karen having kids. Maybe it would soften her violent personality. Knock it off. Steven shot Will a glare and kicked him. That's maybe in the future. He was still a kid. But it seemed Beware took it seriously, as its eyes suddenly lit up, staring at Steven with newfound determination. Don't be ridiculous. If you want kids, you can just have your own, Steven said, patting Beware's big furry head. Bang Tilda. Upon hearing this topic, a piquet ball at Steven's waist suddenly opened on its own, and a Pokémon jumped out. Will was startled and thought, which of Steven's Pokémon is this? How could it be so reckless? Doesn't it know there are outsiders here? Whether it was himself, Steven, or Karen, they all had 2 different teams. just like how Giovanni used a ground-type team when acting as a gym leader, but when operating as the rocket boss, he relied on Beedrill. In a couple of years, maybe Mutwo would show up too. The same applied to Steven's trio. When Steven operated under his Joker identity, he used Umbreon and a trio of Houndoms. But when he appeared in public as himself, he used Beware. Yes, Beware was now to Steven what Dragonite was to Lance, and what Garchomp was to Cynthia. It had become his signature Pokémon. And now, the Fairy-type Swablu had also become a part of Dr. Steven's team. However, due to be temporarily joining the group recently, Steven's Umbreon, the 3 Houndoms, as well as Will's Slowbro and Xatu, could only come out to eat when B was asleep or distracted during training. If someone noticed that both Dr. Steven and Joker had used the same Pokémon, even if it didn't immediately expose him, it would still be a huge flaw in his disguise. As the white light faded, Will and B looked closely and were surprised to find that the Pokémon that had jumped out was a Beartic. Steven, this. Will, who had just taken a bite of a sandwich, was confused. When did Steven capture this new Pokémon? I don't remember at all. B blinked, studied it for a moment, and then said in shock, "Wait, isn't this Elite Four Loreley's Beartic?" As soon as B finished speaking, the Beartic took out an entire jar of Camille honey from its arms, and, like a devoted admirer, eagerly offered it to Beware. What? Will was even more dumbfounded, and B had a similar expression. Steven explained, "Yes, this is Loreley's Beartic. When we escorted them to Winden City, Loreley entrusted it to me. Chairman Goodshow said that Beartic seems to have a strong fondness for Beware, so he wanted to see if, well. Actually, at the time, Goodshow had hoped to use this as an excuse to make Loreley stay. However, Loreley seemed determined to prove that her feelings for Steven were purely those of comrades in arms, especially since Karen was watching closely from the side. With no other choice, Goodshow had to settle for letting Loreley temporarily entrust Beartic to Steven. Even if Steven and Loreley couldn't become a couple, at least their Pokémon could, forming a sort of family connection. So that's why this guy got so excited when we were talking about having kids just now. Will commented helplessly. Steven looked at the Beartic, eagerly trying to get close to Beware, and suddenly remembered that, in the original Pokémon anime, there was indeed a child during Ash's era that belonged to a Beware. But no one ever knew who the other parent was. In the Pokémon Let's Go Pikachu/Eevee games, Loreley did have a Galarian Sandslash, suggesting that she might have traveled to Alola before. Could it be that Loreley's Beartic did, with Beware? But Beware doesn't seem interested in Beartic at all. B noticed Beware's increasingly impatient expression. Maybe Beartic just isn't Beware's type. Steven speculated. Pokémon romance has been depicted many times in the original series. Ash's team alone had quite a few Pokémon who fell in love, and some even left the team for it, like Butterfree. At the time, Steven never understood why Butterfree had to leave just because it found a mate. Why not just have both Pokémon join the team? One of the most memorable love stories was that of Sceptile, the Hone King. His love life was one of the rare humiliations in his otherwise badass history. He completely lost his cool over it. Steven was still surprised that Sunflora rejected Sceptile and instead chose to be with Tropius. Pokémon had different preferences in choosing mates compared to humans. Thud. As Beartic continued to fawn over Beware, Beware finally lost its patience. With a powerful slap, it knocked the carefully prepared jar of Camille honey straight to the ground. Smash! Beartic's eyes instantly turned red. B couldn't help but tug on Steven's sleeve and whispered, "Doctor, isn't Beware being too harsh?" Steven patted B's silver hair and explained in a serious tone. "B-chan, you have to remember, when dealing with a man you don't like, especially one who is persistent and won't take no for an answer, you must reject him in the firmest way possible. Not just for his sake, but for your own." Back in his past life, he had read too many novels featuring pathetic, lovesick male protagonists. Steven had no respect for those kinds of useless men. He could somewhat understand if a guy had to grovel because of poor circumstances in real life. But in a novel, where you could be anyone, why would you still act like a spineless simp? He couldn't even imagine what kind of people those authors must have been in reality. Bee nodded with a vague understanding, but after a moment, she suddenly realized something and blushed. Doctor, what are you even saying? I am not the kind of girl that anyone would like anyway. But I think you're really cute, though. Stephen replied honestly. Dark skin, white hair, abs, a tough attitude, athletic girl vibes. Honestly, Bee had a lot of appealing traits. The moment Stephen said this, Bee's face turned even redder. Will, watching from the side, blinked and decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. At that moment, ignoring the flustered Bee and the heartbroken Beardick, Beware suddenly lifted its head. Before anyone could react, Beware stood up, raised its right arm, and clenched it into a hook punch position. It was Mega Punch. The powerful force of the punch sent a gust of wind roaring forward, as strong as a high-level flying type, attack like a hurricane. The punch tore through everything in its path, reducing obstacles to dust, before vanishing into the depths of the forest behind the battlefield. Boom! The explosion from deep within the forest finally snapped Will out of his daze. He stared at Beware in shock. What the heck? Why did it suddenly? Beware must have sensed something with its heightened awareness. As a trainer, Stephen immediately understood his partner's motive. Beware looked toward the deep trench its punch had created and waved its hand toward the far end of the forest, letting out a boom-boom sound. Anyone familiar with Beware knew that this was a warning. And the meaning behind Beware's roar was clear. Come out. Stephen was right. Beware had sensed someone spying on them. Chapter 145. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 145. Zamazenta, the hero Pokémon that saved Galar 3,000 years ago. But now, it has almost been forgotten in the annals of history. Along with its sibling, Zacian, it resides in seclusion deep within the slumbering Weald, south of Postwick. However, unlike its sibling, who cares for nothing but sleep and remains oblivious to the outside world, Zamazenta occasionally finds lying around in the forest all day quite boring. So, from time to time, it takes a stroll around the outskirts of the forest for a bit of idle amusement. Even so, it rarely ever appears before humans. This time, however, during one of its casual strolls, Zamazenta happened to spot a human girl training with several fighting-type Pokémon. Though their skill level was insignificant in its own eyes, what it witnessed still shattered the worldview of Zamazenta. What the? In just a few years of sleeping in the slumbering Weald, had humans already evolved to this level? Not only were they running faster than Pokémon, not only did they have endurance surpassing Pokémon, but they were even able to fight Pokémon directly. And the techniques that the girl was using. Zamazenta had never seen them before. Just as Zamazenta was about to take a closer look, it suddenly noticed a Beware sitting at the edge of the battlefield stand up and lift its arms. Zamazenta's expression shifted slightly as it instinctively sensed danger. Just as it was about to move. Boom! With a swing of Beware's massive arm, a colossal, overwhelming force materialized into a devastating storm, roaring towards Zamazenta like a raging tornado. Wangwu, what the heck? Having left its shield behind, Zamazenta had no choice but to brace itself for impact. The immense white shockwave stormed through the forest, uprooting trees and violently lashing against Zamazenta's body. Doom-o, show yourself. After blocking the attack, Zamazenta heard the Beware's warning growl. It hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to turn back toward the slumbering Weald. After all, both it and its sister had avoided human contact for thousands of years. However, just as Zamazenta took a step to leave, whoosh! A sharp sound of something slicing through the air erupted from behind. Before it could react, a massive force clamped down on its shoulder. Turning its head, Zamazenta was met with a rapidly enlarging bare face in its vision. Its pupils shrank. This guy's speed. In an instant, Beware's other hand reached out, gripping Zamazenta's front shoulders on both sides. Doom-o! With a mighty roar, Beware lifted Zamazenta high into the air and tossed it toward where Stephen and the others were standing. A perfect throw to reveal the identity of this lurking observer. Wangwu, this bear. Zamazenta's expression changed once more midair. Not only was this bear incredibly fast, but its strength was just as monstrous. Despite its shock, Zamazenta's reaction speed remained swift. Its front left paw gleamed with golden light. Metal claw. With a fierce swipe, it latched onto Beware's shoulder, preventing itself from being thrown away. At the same time, Zamazenta opened its mouth, gathering a glowing, light brown energy sphere. Focus blast. Boom! The powerful energy blast struck Beware directly, sending a shockwave through the area. The ground trembled from the explosion, causing Steven and the others at the battlefield's edge to stagger. Some of B's lower-leveled Pokémon, like Machop and Holocha, even stumbled and fell. As the dust settled, Zamazenta glanced back toward the forest outskirts. Damn, that was too loud. There would likely be a crowd of humans gathering soon. It had to leave. With that thought, Zamazenta turned once again to retreat deeper into the slumbering Weald. At the same time, it silently muttered an apology to Beware in its heart. Sorry, I might have overdone it just now. Step. Whoosh. However, just as it took another step, the fierce sound of something slicing through the wind rang out once again. A violent gust howled past Zamazenta's ears. This time, it didn't even need to see. It instinctively gathered power in its head and lunged in the direction of the incoming danger. Iron head. Clang. The next second, a deafening metallic clash echoed through the air. Zamazenta felt its forehead collide with something unbelievably solid. Lifting its gaze, it was that bare face again. From the other side, Steven and his companions only saw another fierce gust tear through the battlefield. The trees before them were completely uprooted by the wind pressure and then came crashing back down. With all obstacles cleared, the scene before them was finally revealed in its entirety. A massive Pokémon showdown. A wolf and a bear, their foreheads glowing with brilliant silver light, locked in a head-to-head collision. The impact of Iron Head versus Iron Head erupted with unimaginable force. The grassland within tens of meters of their clash was completely flattened, leaving behind a barren, concave patch of land. That Pokémon. B gasped in disbelief. Oh my god, there's a Pokémon that can match Beware in strength. Even Will was utterly shocked. It was his first time seeing any Pokémon go head-to-head, with Beware without being completely overpowered. Meanwhile, in the luxury ball on Will's waist, the Galarian Articuno silently muttered to itself. No, the real question is, that bear can match the strength of the Shield King. 3,000 years had passed, and the people of Galar had forgotten the true hero who once saved them. But legendary Pokémon like Articuno still recognized their old acquaintance. Yet what truly astonished Galarian Articuno wasn't Zamazenta, but the fact that Beware could rival Zamazenta's strength. At the same time, Beardick on the sidelines looked on with admiration. So strong, as expected of my goddess. Stand down, Beware. Steven finally called back his Pokémon. At his command, Beware withdrew its strength and silently returned to his side. However, it couldn't help but take another long look at Zamazenta. This was the first time it had encountered a Pokémon that could effortlessly withstand its attacks. Pardon me, I didn't expect to meet Galar's true hero. Steven nodded slightly towards Zamazenta as a gesture of respect. The true hero. Hearing these words from Steven, both Will and Bee couldn't help but look at him with curiosity. Ahem. A hint of surprise flashed in Zamazenta's eyes. After all these years, was there still a human who knew about its past? Hey, what's going on? What was that commotion just now? Is there a wild Pokémon causing trouble? One by one, the lights in the village houses behind them lit up. The earlier loud noises had drawn attention. Not wanting to be discovered by humans, Zamazenta finally made its escape this time, swiftly turning around and dashing back into the slumbering Weald. Seeing the villagers gathering, Will blinked and said, "This could be a bit troublesome. How are we supposed to explain this if they ask Steven? Let's head inside too. I just remembered there's something I need to get," Steven decided after a brief moment of thought. 10 minutes later, deep within the slumbering weald. The sanctuary where Zacian and Zamazenta, the sibling duo, had resided for the past 3,000 years. By the lakeside. Sis, listen, just now I saw a human girl battling a Pokémon outside. She even had a bear with her. She was incredibly strong, she could fight me evenly. Of course, if we had continued, I would have won for sure, and I wasn't even using my shield if I had. Excitedly, Zamazenta rambled on about its recent experience with its sister, Zacian. Shut up. Lying on the ground with all four limbs sprawled out, Zacian, who had been resting, couldn't help but snap at her chatterbox of a little brother, cutting him off mid-sentence. That just means you're not strong enough. Zacian closed her eyes again, continuing her rest. A bear managed to fight her little brother to a draw. If it had been any other Pokémon saying that, Zacian would have thought it was a joke. But since it was Zamazenta himself recounting the battle, that only meant this foolish little brother had been slacking off recently. Suddenly, Zacian lifted her head and muttered to herself, "A human has entered." With that, she prepared to summon a thick mist to drive the intruding human away. Over the past 3,000 years, countless human trainers had wandered into the slumbering weald. If they only roamed the outskirts, it was fine. But if they ventured too deep, Zacian would create a dense fog, causing these humans to unknowingly find their way back to the entrance. Over time, fewer and fewer humans dared to enter this mysterious forest. Sorry to intrude. However, just as Zacian released her mist and expected the human to be sent back as usual, a slightly teasing voice echoed from the only entrance to this sacred place. Hi. A flash of astonishment crossed Zacian's eyes for the first time in 1,000 years. Had someone broken through her mist maze? Sis, that's the bear. Zamazenta excitedly shook his head toward Beware, who was following behind Stephen, and whispered loudly into Zacian's ear. Shut up. Zacian shot Zamazenta a fierce glare. How did you break through my mist? Zacian's voice, dignified and commanding like that of a warrior queen, resonated in the minds of all three humans through telepathy. Telepathy. Will's heart skipped a beat. Having encountered several legendary Pokémon before, he had learned one thing: any Pokémon capable of telepathy was never ordinary. These two before them were, without a doubt, legends. I didn't rely on my eyes, I used my senses. Stephen gently stroked the fur on Beware's back. Is this also an ability of observation hacky? Bea wondered to herself. Leave immediately. Zacian didn't probe further. Don't be so hostile, Galar's true hero. Stephen took a few steps forward with his companions, speaking in a friendly tone. You've stayed here for thousands of years, never interacting with the outside world. Wouldn't it be nice to occasionally talk to humans for a change of pace? I have no such interest. Zacian remained unmoved. Stephen chuckled and pointed at the other legendary Pokémon beside him. Doctor, what do you mean by true hero? Bea asked curiously. Sit down, this is a long story. Stephen patted the empty spot by the lake. Without hesitation, Will plopped down while Bea hesitated, still wary of the two imposing legendary Pokémon. Seeing that the red and blue, single ponytailed giant dog seemed intrigued, she finally felt at ease and sat down as well. Zacian cast a cold glance at Zamazenta. What an embarrassment. 3,000 years ago, a Pokémon called Eternatus went on a rampage, absorbing Galar's energy to sustain itself, triggering a catastrophe known as the Darkest Day. Have you heard of this? Stephen sat down as he spoke. At the mention of Eternatus, the once stoic and expressionless Zacian, who carried herself like a refined, long-haired noblewoman, suddenly showed a flicker of disgust. As a steel fairy-type Pokémon, she had an instinctual aversion to the poison dragon-type Eternatus. Bea nodded. Of course. The legend says that two heroes, wielding a sword and a shield, stepped forward and sealed Eternatus away, saving Galar. Statues of them are still standing all over Galar today. They're now known as the Galarian royalty. Oh, I remember now, Will chimed in. At that banquet, those two guys with the weird hairstyles, didn't Rose say they were part of Galar's royal lineage? Then take a look at this. Stephen pointed toward the ground near Zacian and Zamazenta's feet. Following his gesture, B and Will looked over. There, lying on the ground, was a pair of rusted, battered artifacts, a sword and a shield. Covered in rust, worn and broken. The sword's blade was even snapped in half. They looked like discarded junk that no one would bother picking up from the trash. Will complained, "What kind of junk is this?" But B reacted first, exclaiming, "Wait, are you saying that the ones who saved Galar 3,000 years ago were actually?" "That's right, the ones who defeated Eternatus and saved Galar back then were those two." Stephen pointed to the two large dogs, one near and one farther away. Zamazenta lifted its head proudly, while Zacian remained as aloof as ever, not even sparing a glance in this direction. "This doesn't seem right, Stephen." Will recalled something. The statues we saw in Galar were human, weren't they? To commemorate the two heroes, statues of them had been erected all over Galar, depicting humans holding a sword and shield. There were even such statues in the rows of the Rondellan's Hotel in Winden City, where Stephen and the others had stayed before. Those two statues were human, not dogs. And if these two dogs were the real heroes, then what about the Galar royal family, who claimed to be the descendants of the heroes? Who knows? By the time Eternatus was defeated, these two were also seriously injured and had retreated to the slumbering Weald to recover. Neither Eternatus nor these two siblings could speak, so if there were humans nearby who witnessed the battle and then stepped forward to claim they had defeated Eternatus, there would be no evidence to refute it, right? Stephen offered his reasoning. As he spoke, he couldn't help but complain again. Wasn't this just a repeat of the battle between Kakarot and Cell, where Mr. Satan stole all the credit in the end? That's way too despicable. B bit her lip hard. If what Stephen said was true, it completely overturned the story she had believed since childhood. Even Will couldn't help but curse. "I thought I was shameless, but they're even worse." Well, that's just how absurd this world can be. Stephen shrugged. Then he suddenly recalled something. The experience of the young widow in Pallet Town was quite similar to that of the sword and shield siblings. The victim, yet rumors twisted her into the perpetrator. Oh no, on closer comparison, the young widow seemed even more pitiful. Don't you two feel indignant about this? B couldn't help but ask the two large dogs. You were the true heroes who saved Galar, but others stole your glory. For 3,000 years, they've been enjoying the benefits of your achievements. Doesn't that bother you? B, who had a straightforward personality, was already annoyed by the fact that Swordward and Shielbert lived in luxury despite having no real accomplishments, simply because they were born into privilege. But she had tolerated it, because their ancestors had supposedly saved Galar and endured hardships. Now, however, she learned that their ancestors weren't even the real heroes. If Zacian and Zamazenta weren't angry, she certainly was. What the hell was this? Zacian remained as aloof as ever, while Zamazenta blinked twice. But in the end, they did nothing. Just like how, later on, even Majin Buu's achievements were credited to Mr. Satan. Zacian and Zamazenta were the same. They truly didn't care about these things. Just like the Super Saiyans, who, after learning that Mr. Satan had stolen credit for defeating Cell, didn't react much either. "Doctor, do you also think this doesn't matter?" Seeing that the two big dogs did not react, B had no choice but to turn to Stephen. Stephen shrugged. If they don't care, why should we meddle like nosy busybodies? Indeed, back in his past life, when watching anime, Stephen had hated Mr. Satan. He had thought that if he ever got transported into the Dragon Ball world, the first thing he'd do was kill Mr. Satan. But as he grew older and gained more life experience, his mindset became much calmer. After all, people stealing credit wasn't uncommon. For example, in One Punch Man, King took credit for Saitama's achievements. In One Piece, Momonosuke took credit for Luffy's victory. Not to mention the classic case, Mr. Satan taking credit for the Z Fighters' work. More importantly, since Zacian and Zamazenta didn't care about their stolen credit, why should he, an outsider, get worked up over it? It was just like how Goku and Gohan didn't care that Mr. Satan took all the glory, so why should he interfere? Besides, they were family. This. B, who was boiling with anger, felt like her brain's CPU was about to overheat. She was only 10 years old this year, the same age when Steven in his past life had started watching Dragon Ball, an age prone to getting overly invested. She couldn't stay as calm as Steven. Will thought about it and realized Steven had a point. Even though he also felt the Galar royal family was utterly shameless, the real heroes themselves didn't care, so why should they be angry on their behalf? And so, among everyone present, only B was still fuming. If nobody else cares, then I'll expose the truth myself. B angrily ran out of the forest. Kids sure are impulsive. Steven shrugged and smiled. Chapter 146. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 146. Steven, shouldn't we do something about that girl? Looking at the distant figure of B running off, Will turned his head and asked Steven. The Galar royal family still has some influence locally, right? If they find out that girl is trying to expose their secrets. Steven thought for a moment, then turned to Zamazenta with a mischievous smile. Shield King, are you just going to watch? Woo. Zamazenta tilted its big head, full of question marks. Wait, what does this have to do with me? That child is doing this for you. If something happens to her, can you live with your conscience? Steven pointed at the spot where B had disappeared and smirked. Zamazenta's eyes widened in shock. Even Zacian, who had been sitting at a distance with a cold and aloof demeanor, showed slight hesitation. After a moment, Zamazenta silently got up and ran after B. Steven's grin widened, and even Will couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Using moral coercion against righteous legendary Pokémon like this was always effective. Humans truly silver-tongued. Zacian snorted through telepathy, expressing its opinion. Steven turned his attention to the Sword King. Sword King, can I ask you for a favor? Zacian glanced sideways at him. I want a little of your blood. Steven raised his hand and made a dramatic gesture of loss. Zacian silently got up, leaped onto a rock in the middle of the lake, and sat down. Its attitude was clear. To be honest, Zacian's first impression of Steven was not great. As the Sword King, who valued righteousness and upright actions, Zacian had no fondness for Steven's earlier moral coercion tactics against its younger brother. Tilde. Seeing Zacian's reaction, Umbreon jumped out of her piquet ball, glaring at it with hostility. What kind of attitude is that, you mutt? However, before anything escalated, Steven raised his hand, stopping Umbreon. Steven, are you just going to leave it be? Will asked. It's fine, I won't force it. Steven shook his head. Ignoring Arceus, who had the fairy-type plate, Zacian was the strongest fairy-type Pokémon. For his plan, Steven wanted a little of its blood. But if Zacian refused, he wouldn't push the matter. For Pokémon like Ho-Oh and Zacian, who were righteous and selfless, Steven knew he wasn't their ideal trainer type, but he wouldn't force them to do anything. Let's go see what B-chan plans to do. Steven smiled, recalled Beware and Umbreon, and left slumbering Wheeled with Will. From the rock in the middle of the lake, Zacian half opened its eyes and glanced at Steven's retreating figure. A little surprising, he didn't try to take it by force. Meanwhile, B had left the forest and returned to Ballenlia before heading to the nearby town, Wedgehurst. By then, it was nighttime. After running here on impulse, she had calmed down somewhat. A crucial question popped into her mind. How exactly should she expose the truth about the Galar royal family? Posting online, contacting the media, or telling Leon? After thinking it over, none of these options seemed reliable. She had no evidence. Zacian and Zamazenta weren't willing to testify for her. She was just a mere second-tier gym leader trying to expose the descendants of Galar's heroes. Would anyone believe her without proof? B, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a familiar female voice reached her ears. Turning her head, she saw Sonia, the woman she had briefly met at the banquet in rows of the Rondellan's hotel. Miss Sonia, what are you doing here? B, startled, asked the same question back. Sonia rolled her eyes. This is my home, where else would I be? Only then did B remember. Wedgehurst was home to the research lab of Professor Magnolia, Galar's famous Pokémon professor. And Sonia was Professor Magnolia's granddaughter. Sonia repeated her question. You still haven't answered me, B. Why are you here? Weren't you training with Dr. Steven? Where is he? She looked around, but didn't see Steven anywhere. Just as B was about to answer, her stomach let out a loud grumble. A blush immediately spread across her face. She suddenly realized she hadn't eaten dinner since training and entering Slumbering Weald. Sonia chuckled. Well, I was just about to have dinner. Want to join me? Professor Magnolia's research lab. Sonia, weren't you collecting gym badges to enter next month's Champion Cup? Why are you back? Professor Magnolia was surprised at her granddaughter's sudden return. Sonia forced a bitter smile. Grandma, I gave up. B looked at her in shock. Professor Magnolia didn't immediately respond but instead asked, Not entering this year. Will you try again next year? No, I don't want to be a trainer anymore. It looked like Sonia was on the verge of tears. Hearing this, Professor Magnolia didn't press further. She simply patted her granddaughter's back in comfort. Come inside and eat first. B-chan, you join us too. Okay. Still processing the conversation, B nodded stiffly. Half an hour later. As Sonia ate her dinner mechanically, she began sharing her thoughts. After the banquet at Rose of the Rondellan's Hotel, she continued her journey to collect gym badges and challenge the Galar League. Just like every other year. But when they reached the Ballinlia gym, Sonia couldn't hold on any longer. Although she barely managed to obtain the badge in the end, Sonia knew that it was only because the gym leader, Opal, had gone easy on her. After all, 40 years ago, Opal had once been on par with Mustard. Although the gap between them grew over time, the strength of this old gym leader was not to be underestimated. However, after receiving the badge, Opal's offhand remark, compared to last year, your growth has been limited, became the final straw that broke Sonia's resolve. This scene references the manga, where Sonia, after challenging the Ballinlia gym, gives up on becoming a trainer. Yes, after competing in the league for so many years, she had made little progress. Meanwhile, her childhood friend had won the championship in their very first year, on their very first attempt. The gap between them. Sonia couldn't take it anymore. If you don't want to do it, then don't. It's okay. Hearing her granddaughter's tearful complaints, Professor Magnolia patted Sonia's shoulder to comfort her. Yeah, Sonia, it's okay. B also consoled her. Sorry for whining to you guys. Sniff. Sonia sniffled, wiped away the small pearls of tears at the corners of her eyes, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, B, weren't you training with Dr. Steven? Why are you in Postwick Town? Where is Dr. Steven? And that chubby kid who always follows him. Being reminded of this, B suddenly realized. She had almost forgotten. Actually, B quickly recounted to Professor Magnolia and Sonia what had just happened in the Slumbering Weald. As the grandmother and granddaughter listened, their eyes widened more and more. This was undoubtedly the most explosive news in Galar's history. If it were true, it would shake not just Galar, but the entire Pokémon world. I'm really troubled about what to do now. Zacian and Zamazenta don't seem to care about this, but how should I reveal the truth to everyone? B looked distressed. Professor Magnolia narrowed her eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, then said, Without solid evidence, overturning 3,000 years of Galar's history is no simple task. If Dr. Steven were willing to help, it would be easier. After all, he recently popularized the fairy type and legendary Pokémon and even invented the Pokédex. Right now, he is the leading authority in Pokémon research. He might even surpass Professor Oak. Although Zacian and Zamazenta refused to testify, in the Pokémon academic world, anything Steven said was considered evidence. However, according to B, Steven wasn't interested in getting involved in this matter. That guy is so stingy, he won't even help with this. Sonia said angrily. B quietly retorted, Miss Sonia, don't say that. Doctor does have a point. After all, even Zacian and Zamazenta don't seem to care. A scholar should be dedicated to uncovering the truth. HMPH, and to think I thought he and Nessa would make a great couple. I was even considering setting them up. Sonia pouted and complained. At that moment, Professor Magnolia made a decision. I'll head to Wyndon tomorrow and talk to Chairman Rose about this. Isn't he working with Dr. Steven? Maybe we can persuade him. After considering all the options, Professor Magnolia believed that if Zacian and Zamazenta refused to come forward, then Stephen was their best bet. She then added, "It's already very late, you two should get some rest." Meanwhile, upstairs, Professor Magnolia's assistant, who had been organizing documents, had overheard everything. While Sonia, B, and Professor Magnolia were deep in conversation, the assistant quietly slipped into the records room and dialed a number. Deep into the night, Professor Magnolia, Sonia, and B had all fallen asleep. At that moment, the Research Institute's front door was gently opened from the inside. Outside stood a group of mysterious intruders, their faces barely visible in the darkness. "They already know." The leader of the group asked in a low voice. "Yes," the person who had opened the door replied, then asked, "What should we do?" Another person growled viciously, "What do you think? Everyone who knows about this must die. Burn them all." As he spoke, he made a sharp cutting motion with his right hand. "Use fire lash." With the command given, two of the intruders released their centiscorch, unique to the Galar region, and prepared to set the Research Institute ablaze, intending to burn the three women alive along with it. 2 minutes later, the fire had completely engulfed Magnolia's Research Institute. Even the walls couldn't withstand the flames, collapsing one after another with loud crashes. The firelight illuminated the faces of the arsonists, revealing none other than the Galarian royal brothers, Swordward and Shielbert, whom Stephen had previously encountered at a banquet. And the person who had let them in was none other than Professor Magnolia's assistant, who had just been eavesdropping on Sonia and B. Yes, his true identity was that of a spy planted by the royal brothers to monitor Professor Magnolia. For 3,000 years, the Galarian royal family had worked tirelessly to bury the truth of the past. Scholars like Professor Magnolia, who studied Pokémon and history, were their primary targets for surveillance. Their goal was to ensure that no researcher ever uncovered any clues that could lead to the truth. In the games, after Sonia takes over as professor, the royal brothers have a spy among her assistants. Bathed in the glow of the flames, Shielbert, the younger of the two brothers, asked. But according to B, Dr. Stephen and his chubby sidekick also know the truth. What should we do about them? At these words, Swordward and the other intruders exchanged uneasy glances. Dr. Stephen was not someone to be trifled with. He was a globally renowned Pokémon researcher, with deep ties to Chairman Rose. Furthermore, a recent video had shown him using Beware to assist an Alakazam in capturing a Galarian Articuno, proving that he was formidable in battle as well. Whether in the light or the shadows, taking him on would not be easy. After a brief silence, Swordward said, "Based on the intel, Dr. Stephen doesn't seem too interested in this matter. Let's deal with these three women first. As long as we leave no evidence, even if Dr. Stephen suspects us, as long as we deny everything, he won't be able to do anything." The group of arsonists nodded in agreement. "Did you get that on camera?" Just as Swordward and Shielbert were about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out behind them, making them jump in shock. A dozen pairs of eyes turned in disbelief. Standing there completely unharmed were Sonia, B, and Professor Magnolia. And in Sonia's hand was a camcorder, its lens pointed directly at them. The person who had just spoken was none other than Stephen. Beside him stood his chubby assistant and an unfamiliar large dog Pokémon. How did you?" Shielbert staggered back in terror, nearly tripping over himself. His brother and their subordinates looked just as horrified. "I've been sick of seeing spies since my past life." Stephen turned his head and asked Sonia again, "Is the recording done?" "Yes." Sonia nodded excitedly, baring her teeth in a grin. "This video will expose the true faces of these fake royals." "Give me that." Shielbert could no longer maintain the noble demeanor he displayed at the banquet earlier. His face twisted as he threw a bronze bell, unleashing divine power toward the group opposite him. "I originally thought Mamanasuk was already the worst, but I didn't expect someone even more despicable than him." Stephen scoffed. As he had said before, he was no stranger to people stealing credit. Not only had he seen it countless times in manga during his past life, But even in his previous life, he had witnessed the rabid Kazuki Oden fans in Wano stealing Luffy's credit for defeating Kaido and giving it to Momonosuke. He thought Momonosuke was already despicable enough, but the two in front of him were even worse. At least Momonosuke never planned to silence Luffy's crew after taking the credit. "Who are you calling a fat sidekick, you two punk wannabes?" Will countered by throwing a precious ball, releasing a Galarian Articuno. Under the firelight, the Galarian Articuno spread its wings, and its sharp eyes emitted two deep purple laser beams. Freezing glare. Zap! The psychic lasers effortlessly pierced through the divine power waves and struck the ground in front of a dozen people. Crack, crack, crack. A powerful frost rapidly spread, and within seconds, it had frozen more than 10 people into ice statues. Galarian Articuno's signature move, Freezing Glare, came with an additional freezing effect. "Sorry about that, Dr. Steven. I thought you weren't going to do anything earlier." Sonya stuck out her tongue at Steven. "Don't worry about it. But to be honest, if these guys weren't so disgusting, I really wouldn't have bothered." After saying that, Steven turned to the side. "How long are you planning to watch, King of Swords?" Everyone followed Stepin's gaze. At the far end of a small path, a swift shadow appeared and in the blink of an eye, landed in front of them. Zacian. So these are the two legendary heroes who truly saved Galar 3,000 years ago that be mentioned. Sonya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly stared at the two majestic canines. "May I record you too? With your testimony, the video will be even more convincing." Sonya held up her DV camera toward the sword and shield siblings. Zacian remained as aloof as ever, expressionless, while Zamazenta slightly raised its head, making its stance clear. Now we can finally reveal the truth to Galar and ensure that Zacian and Zamazenta receive the recognition they deserve. B said excitedly, "Thank you, Doctor." "It's nothing. The main reason is that these guys are just too disgusting. I really couldn't stand it." Even Momonosuke stealing credit wasn't as bad as backstabbing the real heroes. Satan even gave his daughter to Kakarot's son to sleep with. But these idiots, not only did they steal credit, but they also wanted to eliminate the real heroes afterward. Even Steven, who had seen his fair share of scumbags, found their actions utterly repulsive. "Hey Tilda." At that moment, Zacian's elegant yet commanding voice echoed in Steven's mind. Ahem. Steven glanced at the sword-wielding canine. This was probably the first time she had initiated a conversation with him. "What do you want my blood for?" Zacian's voice rang out again. "I want to create a Pokémon." Steven didn't hide his intentions and stated them outright. "You want to create a powerful Pokémon to use for yourself." Zacian narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Steven. "No, I just want to try creating my own Pokémon, just like a dog chasing a car. Even if it catches up, it doesn't know what to do with it. I just want to do it for the sake of it." Steven smiled faintly. Just like Giovanni's Mutuo project, or the Kalos genius scientist Nicola, who created Majourna 500 years ago. Steven simply wanted to create a powerful Pokémon. As for what he would do with it afterward, whether he'd use it to fulfill ambitions like Giovanni or protect a kingdom like Nicola, he hadn't thought that far ahead. He just wanted to try. For that reason, he hoped to obtain DNA from the strongest fairy type, Zacian. Hearing this answer, Zacian was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Even though she had lived for centuries as a legendary Pokémon, in terms of understanding human society, she was no match for Steven, who had lived 3 lifetimes combined, even if they only added up to a century. Zacian glanced at the frozen fake royals. Though she didn't care about her reputation, as Steven had said, these people were truly despicable. Leaving them unchecked would surely lead to disaster. Even if she didn't particularly like this human, she had to admit that he had done the right thing. "If you ever use my power for evil, I will seal you away in darkness forever, just like that toxic dragon." Finally, Zacian gave her answer. Steven chuckled, "Deal." Chapter 147, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 147. Zacian and Zamazenta left one after another, and Professor Magnolia also called in the local officer Jenny police force. Before long, a team of 5 officers, led by one officer Jenny, arrived at the scene in a police vehicle. Seeing more than a dozen ice sculptures at the scene and learning the details from Professor Magnolia, the 3 officers removed their hats and bowed to Stephen. "Thank you for preventing a disaster, Dr. Stephen." Stephen waved his hand, signaling that it was nothing. Wedgehurst Town was just a small town, and given the sudden incident in the middle of the night, the local police force could only send a limited number of officers. The police released their Pokémon, including a Furfrou and a Watchog, and worked together with their Pokémon to transport the ice sculptures. "Stephen, what will happen to these guys afterward?" Will leaned in and asked Stephen. "They'll probably be sentenced to life in prison." Stephen replied, "Hi." Will looked incredulous. "They caused such a huge incident, and that's all the punishment they get. The League's law doesn't have the death penalty. You didn't know that?" "That's right, there was no death penalty in the League's law." And thinking about it carefully, the criminal laws in the Pokémon world were indeed quite lenient. In the original story, those 2 idiots caused massive trouble, yet their punishment was merely to do community service. Even Team Galactic's actions were far more extreme. If they had succeeded, the entire Sinnoh region might have been wiped out. Yet they still weren't sentenced to death. Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter were caught by Cynthia and imprisoned, but they later reappeared in journeys. Whether they were released after serving their sentence or escaped, one thing was certain: they were not given the death penalty. "Damn, that's way too easy on them." Will exaggerated his expression. If no one were here, he would have ordered Galarian Articuno to twist their family jewels into a pretzel. But with the police around, he couldn't even think about harming them, let alone doing it. Stephen stroked his chin, then suddenly walked forward and said, "I'll help out too." "Oh, thank you, Doctor. We are a bit short on manpower." The bespectacled officer apologized. Stephen and an officer each took hold of Swordward's head and feet, lifting him toward the police car. Ouch! Just as they were about to load him in, Stephen's hands slipped, and Swordward's frozen head crashed onto the ground, shattering into pieces. Looking at the now stone-like, shattered Swordward, Stephen's face was covered in tears. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Through the gaps between his fingers, tears could be seen running down his face. The bespectacled officer quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Doctor, this isn't your fault. It's so late, it's understandable that you couldn't see clearly." Officer Jennings also looked sympathetic. The doctor was so kind, he even cried for these scumbags. Bee stepped forward, grasped Stephen's hand, and pressed it to her chest. Even so, she could still feel Stephen trembling. Sonia pursed her lips tightly, wanting to slap herself. Just earlier at dinner, she had spoken rudely to such a kind-hearted Dr. Stephen. She felt awful about it. "Oops, I tripped." At that moment, Will stumbled and fell, right onto Shielbert. But that wasn't the end of it. As he fell, he tumbled like Namor, rolling into the remaining frozen sculptures like a bowling ball, shattering them all into pieces. Stephen peeked through his fingers and almost couldn't hold back from cursing. "Idiot, you overacted." Professor Magnolia and Sonia went to Winden City and handed the video over to Rose. One day later, the entire Pokémon world was flooded with news about the truth regarding the Galarian royal family. Galar's Winden TV reported Sonia's video and interviewed Professor Magnolia. It was a great yet terrible night. The great part is that we traveled through 3,000 years of history and discovered who our true saviors were. The terrible part is that 2 criminals left an indelible psychological scar on possibly the greatest Pokémon professor since the founding of the League. I hope this outstanding young man can recover soon. Pokémon research cannot afford to lose Dr. Stephen. Alola's Manalo Daily. Once again, Dr. Stephen has made an irreplaceable contribution to the coexistence of humans and Pokémon. Through the video, the whole world has seen the ugly actions of the Galarian royal family. Dr. Stephen has no reason to blame himself. Perhaps this was Arceus' way of punishing them. Kanto's Saffron TV. Indigo Elite 4 member Lance, in a rare interview, condemned the Galarian royal family's arson and violence, calling their actions despicable. He also criticized their historical revisionism, stealing the credit from Zacian and Zamazenta. Lance and Lorelei both strongly supported Dr. Stephen, stating that he should bear no responsibility whatsoever. Even if Swordward and Shielbert were caught and imprisoned again, it would just be a waste of taxpayers' money. However, as we all know, the League has no death penalty, a fact that Lance publicly expressed extreme frustration over. Kalos Lumios TV. Based on our investigation, Dr. Stephen's only female companion, Morgan, has mysteriously left the team. Currently, only his chubby sidekick, Mr. Will, remains. According to our relationship experts, this suggests a possible emotional conflict between the three. Their analysis speculates that while Dr. Stephen is bisexual, he seems to lean more toward men. Otherwise, there is no explanation for why the female companion left. The next day, Stephen glanced at the news reports from various regions. The controversy surrounding Zacian and Zamazenta was just as intense as the revelation of the Pokédex. After all, for 3,000 years, people in Galar, and across the world, believed that the two Galarian royals had defeated Eternatus. Now, the truth had completely overturned their beliefs. Especially for the people of Galar, the shock was unimaginable. But what shocked Stephen even more was that his little prank had become just as sensational as the 3,000-year historical revelation. If he hadn't done it himself, he might have thought he was the true victim here. Originally, he had planned to put on an act of depression, but now it seemed unnecessary. Meanwhile, in Winden City. Outside Rose Tower, the Galar League headquarters, protesters gathered once again. Swordward and Shielbert only lost their lives, but Dr. Stephen lost his kindness. The brothers themselves had no complaints, so what right does the League have to punish the doctor? The doctor was so heartbroken, and you still want to hurt him. League President Rose and Champion Leon both announced that Stephen would face no legal consequences and reaffirmed that he would always be a friend of Galar. Frankly, whether Rose knew the truth or not, even Stephen, as a transmigrator, wasn't sure. After all, during the original games events, Rose was already in jail when those two idiots started causing trouble. With the Zacian and Zamazenta issue settled, the Galar Star Tournament was approaching fast. Stephen decided to head to the Crown Tundra to help Karen capture Galarian molters. Just as he got up at the Pokémon Center in Wedgehurst Town, his phone rang. "Stephen Kun, you don't need to feel guilty." Lucamine's voice on the other end was uncharacteristically gentle. "I don't feel guilty, I did it on purpose." With Lucamine, Stephen didn't bother hiding anything. After all, they were practically in the same boat. "You don't have to hide your true self from me. I know you're kind, but the Galarian royal family brought this upon themselves." Stephen. He wondered if Lucamine's wife's filter on him was a bit too thick. And it didn't stop there. When he checked his inbox, he found comfort emails from Lily, Gladian, Ayano, Serena, and many others. After finally finishing his reply and arriving at the lobby, Stephen unexpectedly spotted two familiar faces, Nessa and Sonia. He had to admit, these two were truly stunning. Just standing there, they attracted the attention of many trainers in the Pokémon Center. Some men with girlfriends even had their ears tugged by their jealous partners. "Doctor, you don't need to feel so guilty." Nessa had been repeating this like a broken record from the start. "By the way, Miss Sonia, why are you back?" Stephen had no choice but to change the topic. "Didn't you say you were quitting as a trainer and traveling around to relax?" Although Sonia had more or less decided not to continue down the path of a trainer, she hadn't immediately chosen the researcher route like in Ash's time. According to what she said before, she wanted to travel around and unwind before making a decision. "Hee, so we came to bother you." Sonia giggled, linking arms with Nessa. "Dr. Stephen, you're heading to the Crown Tundra, right? The two of us locals would be happy to be your guides. You don't mind having 2 extra companions, do you?" The Zamazenta and Zacian incident had given Sonia a new perspective on Stephen. She thought he'd be a great match for her best friend, Nessa. Plus, since Dr. Stephen had gone through something heartbreaking just a few days ago, Sonia felt it was necessary to have her beautiful bestie comfort him. Compared to Sonia, who was eager to play matchmaker, Nessa seemed a bit embarrassed. It would be an honor. Let's have breakfast together first. Stephen nodded. Meanwhile, Will complained internally, I've taken out quite a few people too. Why doesn't anyone come to comfort me? Stephen and the others headed to the dining area and released their respective Pokémon. Oh, so this is the Beardick that belongs to Elite Four Lorelei. How's his romantic battle going? As soon as she saw Stephen release Beardick, Sonia's gossip-loving nature kicked in. She had previously heard from B that Lorelei's Beardick was pursuing Stephen's Beware, which had piqued Sonia's curiosity ever since. It seemed that gossip was truly an instinct for every girl. Not great, Stephen answered honestly. To be honest, Beardick's level of simping had exceeded Stephen's expectations. Previously, after the honey jar incident, Stephen thought that would be enough to make Beardick wake up from his delusions. Yet he still kept simping. That's not right. After hearing Stephen's description and seeing Beardick actively offering sweet syrup to Beware, Nessa and Sonia both furrowed their brows. With their looks, they had never been short of simps since childhood, so they could understand how Beware felt. But someone as persistently devoted as Beardick, this was a first. Just find a way to send him back. You can't exactly beat him to death, right? Will dipped his bread into milk before stuffing it into his mouth. Hey, Nessa, I remember that Walrein and Beware belong to the same egg group, right? Sonia suddenly leaned in and whispered into her best friend's ear. Ahem. Nessa was momentarily confused, but then she saw Sonia blinking her big sparkling eyes, glancing back and forth between Stephen's Beware and her own Dreadnought. Nessa immediately understood what her best friend was suggesting. You sure have a lot of sneaky ideas. Nessa rolled her eyes. Didn't Chairman Rose have the same thought? Sonia pouted slightly. She didn't believe for a second that, when Rose entrusted Lorelei's Beardick to Stephen, he didn't have that kind of intention. Honestly, it was a pretty clever strategy. If the two trainers couldn't become in-laws, then at least their Pokémon could. And if their Pokémon bonded, there was a good chance the trainers would too. Across the Pokémon world, it wasn't uncommon for couples, where the man raised a Nidoking and the woman raised a Nidoqueen, or the man had a Gallade while the woman had a Gardevoir. Conveniently, Nessa had a Dreadnought that could match with Stephen's Beware. What are you waiting for? Send in your Dreadnought. Sonia playfully waved her fists, eager to stir up some drama. Although her relationship with Leon was going nowhere, that didn't stop her from acting as a strategist for her best friend's love life. Nessa pursed her lips but remained unmoved. Sonia whispered, Why are you hesitating? It's just your Pokémon, not you. Nessa was speechless. You're one to talk. You haven't spoken to Leon in years and you're calling me a coward. Seeing this, or perhaps just wanting to stir up trouble, Sonia crouched beside Nessa's Dreadnought. Pretending to feed him, she secretly pointed at Stephen's Beware and whispered, Hey, Snowball, do you want to sleep with her? Snowball was Sonia's nickname for Dreadnought. She had known both him and Nessa since he was just a little choodle. Dreadnought blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? 5 minutes later, under Sonia's persuasion, Dreadnought waddled over to Beware. Under the gazes of their trainers, Nessa, Stephen, Sonia, and the other Pokémon in the area, Dreadnought hesitantly placed something in front of Beware. Nessa looked down and saw that it was a large pearl, glowing with a silvery sheen. It was something Dreadnought had found during an ocean swim and had treasured ever since, never letting anyone else touch it. Even when Nessa, his trainer, wanted to take a look, she had to ask for permission first. At that moment, Nessa recalled a line from a TV drama she had watched before, You went all out to impress a girl. Beardick's eyes widened in fury, and he immediately lunged at Dreadnought, starting a brawl. How dare you set your sights on my goddess? Beardick was, after all, Lorelei's Pokémon, and his strength was naturally beyond what Nessa's Dreadnought could handle. However, since he was a new team member and not yet at an Elite Four level, plus with his trainer absent, he couldn't take down Dreadnought right away. Seeing enough, or perhaps just fed up, Beware grabbed both of them, one in each hand, like they were little chicks, and tossed them into the corner of the dining area. What an embarrassment, Sonia muttered, covering her eyes. While Nessa comforted Dreadnought, she couldn't help but rub her temples. She had a rough idea of why Beware wasn't interested in either of these two. Beware sat back down next to Stephen, letting out a deep dawn. Unfortunately, without Zorua around to translate, Stephen had no idea what his ace Pokémon was saying. She said, "Two useless idiots who can't even break a rice cake. Oh my Tilda." A familiar childish voice echoed in Stephen's mind. Startled, Stephen quickly looked around. He suddenly noticed a Mew that had somehow appeared in his team, sitting beside his fairy-type Swablu, stuffing its face with Pokéblocks. When Stephen locked eyes with Mew, it even raised an eyebrow at him as if saying, surprised, happy. But that wasn't the end of it. Just as Beardick and Dreadnought were about to start the second round, a single-tailed big dog suddenly jumped into the Pokémon Center's restaurant through the window, holding a rose in its mouth, and placed it in front of Beware. Beware. Stephen. Today sure is lively, huh? Meanwhile, far away in Kanto, Karen also saw the related news reports. She had to admit, she understood Stephen better than Lusamine, Lorelei, or the others. If something happened to his Pokémon or hers, Stephen would cry. But cry over killing a scum. Karen would never believe that in a million years. As for whether Stephen would cry if Will got into trouble, that, she wasn't sure. But one thing she was sure of, if that did happen, she'd set off fireworks to celebrate. Regardless, the reports from various regions were overwhelmingly positive towards Stephen. After all, Stephen was essentially an ultra-enhanced version of Professor Oak from the original series. And with all the real contributions he had made recently, even those who disliked him had to acknowledge his achievements. However, when Karen saw the report from the Kalos region, her face turned completely dark. If I ever get the chance to go to Kalos, I swear I'll burn that TV station to the ground. After leaving the Celadon gym, Karen found a public bench in the park and placed the freshly obtained rainbow badge into her case. Inside, 8 neatly arranged badges gleamed. That's right, despite leaving the team only half a month ago, Karen had already collected all 8 badges required for the Indigo League tournament. The Kanto region is doomed. Karen let out the same sigh she had when Giovanni handed her 5 badges. Getting 3 badges in half a month, her speed was terrifying. Thinking back on the process, even she found it laughable. At Pewter Gym, the gym leader's strength was mediocre at best, good enough to let her Cubfu get some training in. But once she sent out Incineroar, the battle ended in just a few moves. Cerulean Gym was even more ridiculous. Even using just Cubfu, she ended the match in 2 moves. Right after losing, those sensational sisters started whining and refused to battle anymore, handing over the badge immediately. Only the 7 or 8-year-old orange-haired girl sitting nearby had any backbone. She kept scolding her 3 older sisters. If it were Ash, he would have returned the badge under such circumstances. Too bad Karen wasn't Ash. She was on a tight schedule. If they were giving it to her, why wouldn't she take it? As for the 3rd gym, Celadon Gym. Finally, a normal gym battle. Gym leader Erica was young, but had both potential and strength, ranking above average among Kanto gym leaders. This was the only normal gym challenge Karen had in Kanto. 8 main gym leaders, 5 traitors, 1 incompetent fool, 1 flower vase, and only 1 normal person. And this is supposed to be the strongest league. Karen muttered as she enjoyed her lunch at a cafe, gulping down papaya milk while roasting the entire Kanto League. Speaking of which, it's been so long and still no news from Giovanni. Is Team Rocket's intelligence network this garbage? Compared to Rose's, it's a joke. She complained. She had gathered all the badges, but the birthday gift for Stephen had still shown no progress. Heh, tilde Miss Karen, oh no, I should say Miss Morgan, don't forget, you're also a Team Rocket member. At the very least, you should be calling him Mr. Giovanni, right? A long unheard eunuch-like voice rang in her ears, sending a chill down her spine. She turned around, and sure enough it was Serd, that androgynous freak. Dressed in casual clothes, Serd greeted her with a smug smile. Besides, comparing Team Rocket's intelligence network to Rose's is unfair. Don't forget, Rose has complete control over Galar, while we're not quite there yet. Serd took a seat beside her. I'm not in a good mood right now. You better have something important. Karen said coldly. Did you find the legendary Pokémon? Miss Morgan, sometimes we don't need to find legendary Pokémon. All we need to do is find the people who own them. Sir's smirk grew even wider. Huh? Karen didn't get it. The Battle Frontier was a special battle facility that existed only in Kanto and Sinnoh. Unlike gym leaders, who adjusted their teams based on a challenger's strength, Frontier Brains had no such restrictions. They always went all out in battles. Unlike the traditional gym challenge, where collecting 8 badges granted entry to a Pokémon League conference, the Battle Frontier had no such structured tournaments. As a result, while gym challenges were widely popular, the Battle Frontier remained more niche. However, the trainers who did challenge the Battle Frontier were often at a much higher level overall. And today, at Sinnoh's Battle Castle, a high-level battle was unfolding. At least for ordinary trainers, it was high-level. 2 Pokémon clashed on the battlefield. One was a fighting psychic type, Gallade, the counterpart to the fan-favorite Gardevoir. The other resembled a horror novel ghost, its gray hair flowing despite the lack of wind as if it had stepped right out of a nightmare. Darkrai. Standing in the Gallade's trainer box was a 13 or 14-year-old girl dressed in a pure white princess dress. Her waist length, slightly wavy platinum blonde hair made her look like a fairy tale princess. But more striking than her appearance was the fact that she was floating midair. Psychic powers. That's right, just like Sabrina from Kanto. Her name was Caitlin. Chapter 148, Pokémon, I Transmigrated twice 148. Gallade's Sacred Sword. At Caitlin's command, the Gallade before her gripped its hand tightly. From thin air, it conjured a blade of pure energy and slashed through the air with considerable force, striking toward the opposing Darkrai. Standing across from Caitlin was a boy who appeared about 2 years older than her, with a hairstyle eerily similar to Darkrai's. Besides Leon and Swampert, one of the most frustrating plotlines from the anime back in the day was thanks to this guy. Darkrai dodge. Tobias casually brushed aside the bangs, covering his forehead, and gave his command with an air of composure. Gallade swung its sword repeatedly, but each time, Darkrai managed to evade with minimal movement, showing complete ease. This scene strangely resembled the fighting-type move, Detect, or perhaps the observation Hacky Steven once demonstrated to Mustard. However, any trainer with a keen eye could tell. This was simply a difference in strength. Not to mention, Gallade's natural speed potential was far inferior to Darkrai's. Vacuum Wave. Seeing that Gallade's attacks were failing to land, Caitlin's gaze hardened as she changed tactics. At her command, Gallade immediately discarded its energy blade and slammed a hand onto the ground, sending a shockwave rippling outward. The attack struck Darkrai's body. The fighting-type Vacuum Wave, like Bullet Punch, was a priority move, meaning it was incredibly fast and had high accuracy. However, its drawback was its relatively low power. But since it had a type advantage, the attack still caused Darkrai to stumble briefly, losing balance. Now Sacred Sword. Caitlin shouted again. The energy blade Gallade had just spun through the air, before returning gracefully to its hand. It was undeniably stylish, like a swordsman straight out of a wuxia novel. However, style was one thing, effectiveness was another. Even as Gallade closed in at high speed, Tobias remained unfazed. He smirked and said, Dark Void. Darkrai pressed its palms together, instantly forming a pure black energy sphere before launching it forward. Darkrai's signature move, capable of dragging its opponent into a forced slumber, the dreaded Dark Void. Gallade's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, it swung its blade, attempting to cut the approaching black sphere in two. However, as the Sacred Sword struck, the Dark Void passed through the blade like an illusion, hitting Gallade directly. At the moment of impact, the dark energy rapidly expanded, engulfing Gallade. 2 seconds later, the darkness dissipated. Gallade stood in the center of the battlefield, eyes shut, unconscious. It had fallen asleep. Gallade, wake up. For a moment, Caitlin seemed possessed by Ash's spirit, trying to wake her partner through sheer willpower. But Ash's miracle tactics weren't something just anyone could replicate. Dream Eater. Tobias smiled as he uttered those two words. Dark Void plus Dream Eater, a tried-and-true combo. Darkrai raised its arms, and a faint green energy wave surrounded the sleeping Gallade before gradually flowing into Darkrai's body. Gallade's energy was being drained by Darkrai's Dream Eater. Despite Caitlin's desperate shouts for Gallade to wake up, not everyone had Ash's supernatural luck. In the end, Gallade's head tilted to the side. Any experienced referee would recognize. This wasn't just sleep anymore, it had completely lost the ability to battle. The judge, a bespectacled man in a butler's uniform, stepped forward and declared, Gallade is unable to battle, Darkrai wins, the victor is Tobias. As soon as those words fell, the small audience gathered around the castle murmured in awe. That was incredible, completely one-sided. No wonder it's a legendary Pokémon. Who is that Tobias? He looks so young, yet he owns such a rare legendary Pokémon. Hearing the praise around him, Tobias smiled faintly and held his head high. On the other hand, the defeated Caitlin lowered her head, still floating about half a meter above the ground. Her long, platinum blonde hair swayed unnaturally without wind, and in a voice filled with despair, she murmured, I lost, I actually lost. Her voice gradually rose in pitch, until she suddenly snapped her head up. Whoosh! A surge of psychic energy erupted from within Caitlin, unleashing a violent gust of wind that forced the spectators and even Tobias back. Darkrai reacted immediately, stepping in front of its trainer and raising one hand to summon a protect barrier. Some of the weaker spectators were blown off their feet entirely. I actually lost. Caitlin's eyes were unfocused as she continued her frenzied muttering. Oh no, it's happening again. In the referee's area, the bespectacled butler Derech turned pale and rushed toward her. Lady Caitlin, calm down, please calm down. His full name was Derech, the Battle Castle's caretaker. In reality, he was the true castle host, the facility's head, though he also served as Caitlin's personal butler. Occasionally, Caitlin would participate in battles. But every time she lost, or even got too emotional, her psychic powers would spiral out of control, causing massive destruction. Tojka's psycho shift. Suddenly, a strong, commanding voice rang out. A Tojka swooped down, hovering above Caitlin. A soft pink aura enveloped her as if extracting something dark from within her body and transferring it to a nearby Roserade. Then, a flash of red light, Roserade was recalled into its Piquet ball. Many people followed the source of the recall beam, only to see the one holding the Piquet ball was none other than Cynthia, the prodigy of Sinnoh. Whoa, it's Cynthia. So cool, she's amazing. I heard she's preparing to challenge the Lily of the Valley Conference. She might soon become Sinnoh's champion. Wait, what was up with that little girl just now? She seemed strange. After recalling Roserade, Cynthia turned to the crowd and said, Apologies, everyone. There was a slight incident at the Battle Castle today, so it will be closed for now. As compensation, I'll cover today's expenses for everyone. Although some spectators were still puzzled, since the future Sinnoh champion had spoken, they didn't argue. Some took the opportunity to ask Cynthia for autographs or photos before gradually dispersing. Phew, that was close. This almost turned into an uncontrollable disaster again. Derech sighed in relief as he helped the collapsed Caitlin to her feet, still visibly shaken. It seems Caitlin still hasn't fully mastered her psychic powers. She might need more time before she can battle properly. Cynthia walked over and remarked. Not long ago, Caitlin's parents had entrusted Cynthia with watching over her for a while. Besides simply being a companion, Cynthia's primary role was to step in whenever Caitlin's psychic abilities spiraled out of control. Just now, Cynthia had used Tojka's Psycho Shift to transfer Caitlin's rampaging emotions into her Roserade, neutralizing the situation before it got out of hand. Roserade's ability is Natural Cure, which allows it to recover from status conditions after resting for a while. I'm sorry. Caitlin half opened her eyes and spoke apologetically. She had always wanted to fix her problem of losing control over her psychic powers, but every time she lost a battle or got too emotional, she just couldn't keep them in check. Handing it over to Cynthia shouldn't be an issue, but that being said, do you still have the energy to participate in this year's Lily of the Valley conference? At this moment, Tobias also stepped forward and joined the conversation. Cynthia shot him a glance, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. Tobias, you rely too much on Darkrai's power. Having witnessed the entire battle between Caitlin and Tobias, Cynthia increasingly felt that Tobias was overly dependent on the legendary Pokémon Darkrai. Caitlin, though inexperienced, had already demonstrated her talent in battles through her fighting style. As long as she could stabilize her emotions and receive proper guidance, Cynthia believed that Caitlin had a real chance of advancing to the rank of an Elite Four in the future. As for Tobias, though his battle just now seemed overwhelmingly in his favor, Cynthia saw it differently. She believed he was merely relying on Darkrai's raw power as a legendary Pokémon to overpower his opponents through sheer level disparity. A trainer like that, in Cynthia's view, wouldn't go far. Tobias shrugged, seemingly not taking Cynthia's warning to heart. Having grown up in the Sinnoh region, he had known Cynthia for a long time. Their battles had been ongoing since childhood, with him winning more often than not. Only recently had the situation started to shift. However, with Darkrai's formidable strength, even Cynthia's Garchomp couldn't easily take him down. Because of this, Tobias didn't feel much pressure yet. Meanwhile, outside the battle castle, neither Cynthia nor Caitlin noticed that among the spectators who had just watched the battle, there were two particularly sharp pairs of eyes. "What do you think, Miss Karen?" Serd asked with a sly smile, turning to Karen. "A fool, he's wasted even a legendary Pokémon." Karen, who had witnessed the entire battle, didn't bother hiding her disdain for Tobias. In her eyes, a Darkrai, an official legendary Pokémon, under Tobias' command was performing worse than the Galarian Articuno in Will's hands, which wasn't even a full-fledged legendary. She even felt that Tobias' poor commanding and training skills were holding Darkrai back rather than maximizing its potential. "So, have we decided on him?" Serd asked with a grin. Indeed, the plan that Giovanni and Serd had proposed to Karen was simple: steal it. Steal Tobias' Darkrai. Not everyone was like Ash Ketchum, who just happened to stumble upon legendary Pokémon that willingly followed him. Even with Team Rocket's intelligence network, tracking down wild legendary Pokémon in the vast Pokémon world was no easy task. However, finding trainers who already owned legendary Pokémon was much simpler. After all, these trainers couldn't resist showing off their legendary Pokémon. Karen thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although she felt that Darkrai's looks weren't great and that Steven might not like it, time was running out. She needed to acquire something before the birthday deadline. No choice, Darkrai it was. However, Karen had one concern. Would she be able to successfully tame a stolen Pokémon in the future? Right now, that guy is surrounded by Sinnoh's champion-to-be Cynthia and the noble heiress Caitlin. It's not the best time to make a move. We'll wait until he's alone. Serd was explaining the robbery plan when her expression suddenly changed. She pressed a finger against the earpiece in her left ear. Seeing Karen's puzzled look, she explained. "I planted a tracker and listening device in his phone. He just received a call." Karen was about to ask what was so unusual about that. But then she noticed Serd's grin widening, as if she had just heard something particularly amusing. "Oho Tilda, what an unexpected bonus. If this information gets out, it might cause a commotion no less significant than the Zacian Zamazenta incident." "What the hell are you talking about?" Karen asked impatiently. "Let's tweak the plan a little, Miss Karen." Serd removed her earpiece, still wearing a mischievous smirk. "Let's head to Hone." Karen, huh. She furrowed her brows. What was this scheming bastard up to now? Crown Tundra, south of the small town of Freezington, Galar. In such an extremely cold region, even Nessa couldn't wear her usual form-fitting athletic swimsuit that showed off her figure. She had to put on a thick winter coat instead. After scaling the snowy mountains, the group finally arrived at the only inhabited place in the Crown Tundra, Freezington Village. The villagers here had previously reported sightings of a mysterious Pokémon that moved so fast they couldn't see it, only catching glimpses of a bird-like silhouette. "It's freezing." Will, also bundled up in a down jacket, shivered as he looked around. Then his eyes widened in shock. "Holy crap, Steven, that thing is still following us." Everyone turned to look in the direction he was staring. A large canine Pokémon had entered the village, braving the blizzard, causing the villagers to exclaim in surprise, wondering what kind of Pokémon it was. Who else could it be but Zamazenta? "Wow, this is so romantic." Sonia clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Nessa, on the other hand, was speechless. Her best friend, who had previously supported her dreadnought being with Steven's Beware, had now betrayed her. A few days ago, the Pokémon dog who ran into the Wedgehurst Pokémon Center with flowers for Beware was none other than Zamazenta. Perched on Steven's head, a Pikachu Mew also had its eyes wide open, watching Zamazenta with a popcorn-eating expression. Traveling from Kanto was so worth it. This human was always surrounded by interesting events. "I already said I don't agree with this." Steven made his stance clear once again. Back in Wedgehurst a few days ago, he had already stated his position. To borrow a phrase, "I do not approve of this marriage." Although Steven had previously mocked Ash for releasing his Butterfree to let it find love, thinking it was ridiculous. Now that something similar was happening to him, he realized it was a pain in the ass. At the time, he thought Ash was being dumb. Wouldn't it be easier to just catch both Pokémon and keep them together? But that strategy clearly wouldn't work with Zamazenta. Zamazenta was a guardian deity of Galar. Unlike the mischievous Mew on his head, it had actual responsibilities to uphold. In other words, it cannot leave its guardian land. This is just like how the Latias from the Pokémon movie Heroes. Latios and Latias liked Ash so much, but still didn't leave with him in the end. It had to protect Alto Mare. Of course, even if Latias ignored its duty and left, the outcome would probably be the same as Lunala. It would just end up being left with Professor Oak by Ash sooner or later. No one can compete with Pikachu for the position of Ash's main partner. And if Zamazenta and Beware ended up together, then Steven would have to leave Beware in Galar. That wouldn't do. If Beware was willing, Steven would reluctantly support them. But Beware had already expressed its stance. It disagreed. Ying Ying Tilda. Hearing the sound coming from Zamazenta's throat, Steven felt a bit numb. Was it appropriate for the dignified Shield King to make such a whimpering sound? Steven was curious. If Zacian saw its younger brother acting like this, how would it react? "Come on, don't be so heartless. Anyway, let's all go inside the inn and warm up first." Sonia stepped in to mediate. Steven didn't refuse either. Soon, the group found a guest house in Freezington and sat down. Inside the room, the sheer presence of Beware and Zamazenta, these two big figures, took up a significant amount of space. Now, let's begin the first-ever matchmaking event in the legendary Pokémon world. Let's welcome our first female contestant, Beware, to choose her ideal male partner. Sonia, always eager to stir up trouble, raised her hand and cheered. Pikachu Mew lay on her soft, plump thighs, raising its tiny paws and cheering along. "Sonia, Pikachu, you think so too?" "Pikachu, Pika Pika." The two of them high-fived, Chinese letter. They seemed to get along well. Meanwhile, Dreadnought and Beardick silently lowered their heads. Previously, they had both thought that the other was unworthy of their goddess. But once Zamazenta arrived, damn, the competition was instantly over. What frustrated them even more wasn't just the overwhelming difference in strength, but the fact that when they saw Beware and Zamazenta sitting on either side of Steven, they thought the scene looked fitting. It was like that feeling of a husband watching his wife play poker with another man from outside the door. "Cut it out." Steven, annoyed, lightly smacked Mew. "Beware, what do you think? Do you like him, if you like this dog?" Steven placed his hand gently on Beware's large paw and rubbed it while asking. Back in Wedgehurst town, when Beware found out that Zamazenta wouldn't leave Galar, she immediately rejected his pursuit. But Steven had never actually asked how she felt about him. Although Steven personally disliked the idea of abandoning one's Pokémon, if Beware truly loved Zamazenta to the point of obsession. Beware turned her head to look at Zamazenta, making the 1,000-year-old legendary dog feel so embarrassed that he turned away. After a brief pause, Beware moved her mouth and said something to Stephen in her usual dong o tilde sounds. Stephen glanced at Mew. The little guy, still sulking from being smacked on the head, initially didn't want to respond. But under Stephen's intense gaze, it eventually pouted and translated. She said, "I just want a child. I don't care who the father is." Stephen. But the best part was yet to come. Next, Beware hugged Stephen, rubbing against him just like how she did with Stufful in the original series. She let out a gentle dong o tilde in an affectionate tone. Dong o tilde. Hearing Beware's words, Mew let out a mischievous laugh, clearly enjoying the drama. However, Nessa, Bee, and Sonia, who was letting Pikachu Mew rest on her lap, looked puzzled. Was this really how Pikachu laughed? Then, a voice echoed in Stephen's mind through telepathy. She said, "It's a pity, Master Stephen, that you're not capable in that way. Otherwise, you'd be the best choice for the father of my child." Stephen. Chapter 149. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 149. 2 days later at the Crown Tundra, the area south of Freezington, also known as Frostpoint Field. According to the villagers' descriptions, the location where they twice spotted the mysterious bird Pokémon is right here. Stephen glanced around as he spoke. Will, Bee, and Nessa also looked around, eager to catch a glimpse of the Galarian molters. Hey, tilde doctor, what do you think about the situation with Beware and Zamazenta? Sonia was more interested in another topic, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Stephen. The Pikachu she was holding tightly in her arms had the same curious expression. At the mention of this topic, Stephen couldn't help but recall Beware's outrageous statement from the other day. Good grief. In his past and present lives, whether in certain novels or some special fan works, there had always been some incredibly bold grass-type Pokémon. But Stephen wanted to clarify, he genuinely had no such interests. Even for Pokémon like Gardevoir, Meowscarada, or HAREM, which bore an uncanny resemblance to humans and were undeniably attractive, his feelings toward them remained purely those of companionship, never romantic. However, the fact that Beware, a bear Pokémon, had those kinds of thoughts about him was completely unexpected. Though Beware's statement seemed to be made in jest, Stephen felt it would be best to play it safe. Perhaps he should find a boyfriend for Beware. I think I'll let them try being together and see how it goes. As he spoke, Stephen couldn't help but rub his temples. There weren't many things that gave him a headache, but this was one of them. So, Dr. Stephen, does this mean you're staying in Galar? Nessa, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation from the side, couldn't hide her excitement and eagerly joined the discussion. Even Bee, who had been focused on searching for molters, flashed a look of joy in her eyes. No, I'm just letting Beware have a quick fling before leaving. Stephen's response left the three women momentarily speechless. He continued, I'll let her be with Zamazenta for a few times and see if anything happens, but I don't think it's her ovulation period right now. In the original lore, there was no clear answer as to whether legendary Pokémon could reproduce. However, it was certain that many legendaries had their species or groups. The most famous example was the Rayquaza species. Additionally, there were Mustard's Urshifu couple and even a mother and child Lugia in the original works. So, at least some legendary Pokémon were capable of reproduction. As for whether Beware and Zamazenta had reproductive compatibility, well, only experimentation could determine that. Stephen thought it was possible. After all, Bear Dog had a dog in it, right? Dogs and bears had to be somewhat related. Doctor, isn't this a bit too cruel, letting them be together and then separating them? Bee couldn't help but ask. Beware's affection for Zamazenta is just slightly higher than her feelings toward Beardick and Dreadnought. She just wants a child. The father isn't that important. Once again, Stephen's answer left the three women speechless. Bee, but a child should have a father, right? Sonia scratched her head and asked. It's fine. If she does get pregnant, I'll find her a new boyfriend during the pregnancy. In the original works, Beware was a single mother and seemed to be doing just fine. But Stephen believed that children should have a father. He should at least find a stepfather for the future Stufful. And no, it was not to cut off Beware's delusions about him. Stephen was already considering potential candidates to be Stufful's stepfather. Since species compatibility was important, he should choose another bear Pokémon, right? Beardick and Dreadnought were out of the question. If Beware sat on them, they might just get crushed. He needed someone stronger. Perhaps Karen's Kubfu could grow into an Urshifu. Now that was a candidate. Though that would feel a bit like a younger brother dating an older sister situation. But aside from Urshifu, there weren't many legendary bears. There were tons of legendary dragon types, though. Tusk, if nothing else works, I could always extract and freeze some genetic material from Zamazenta. Stephen muttered to himself. Nessa and Sonya's faces flushed red. They turned away and secretly pouted at him. Meanwhile, the 10-year-old bee was utterly confused. "Doctor, what are you talking about? What do you mean by freezing?" "Bee, don't listen to this mad scientist." With a red face, Sonya pulled Bee aside. Bee didn't understand, but both she and the more mature Nessa immediately grasped what Stephen was implying. Stephen was speechless. He was only considering Zamazenta's health and safety. How did that make him a mad scientist? Da-da-da-da-da-da. At that moment, a rapid sequence of footsteps, like a machine gun firing, rang out. "Stephen!" Will called out in warning, tossing a piquet ball to summon Galarian Articuno. "Your kin is here." "Gu Tilda." Galarian Articuno narrowed its light blue eyes beneath its mask and gazed ahead. Everyone followed its gaze. A flash of movement streaked across the snowfield, kicking up a trail of white mist. So fast, incredibly fast. Their eyes couldn't even track its silhouette. But soon, they all noticed something odd. Even Sonya, who had long since given up being a trainer, found it strange. "W8, isn't that Moltres flying a little too low?" Indeed, from its posture, it looked less like it was flying and more like it was running on the ground. Could it be? A certain thought surfaced in Stephen's mind, making his expression grow increasingly peculiar. Anyone want to give it a try? Instead of acting immediately, Stephen turned to the others and asked. Sonya, who had given up the path of a Pokémon trainer, shook her head. Nessa, the water-type gym leader, reached for her belt but withdrew her hand after just touching a piquet ball. She could tell that none of her Pokémon could keep up with that opponent's speed. "I'll handle this." Will twisted his neck, brimming with excitement. Although helping that wicked woman capture a Pokémon is a bit frustrating, as the debut battle for me and my Galarian Articuno, facing its kind is just too fitting. The next second, Will raised his hand and pointed toward the swift figure darting across the snowy plains. "Go!" Whoosh! Galarian Articuno shot out like a purple afterimage, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Though it was slightly slower than the orange streak racing across the snow, at least it could keep up. Let's start with a little appetizer, air slash. Swish, swish. Following Will's command, Galarian Articuno swung both its wings in succession. 2 consecutive air blades formed an X shape, carving deep, bottomless gashes into the snow as they charged straight at the swift figure, kicking up a mist of white. The orange blur suddenly halted and leaped backward with a hooked movement. Sonya and Nessa saw it, a pair of sturdy, raptor-like talons. Immediately after, the hooked talons met the incoming air blades head-on. Low kick. Boom. It was like 2 heavy hammers smashing together, sending a deep, forceful echo reverberating across the snowy plains. The impact's shockwave rippled outward, dispersing the snow that had been kicked up by the orange blur's sprint, finally revealing its true form. That's Zapdos. Will instinctively blurted out the name of one of Kanto's legendary birds. A long, sharp beak, piercing eyes, and spiky plumage. It certainly resembled the most famous of legendary Pokémon, one of the 3 birds of Kanto. But its thicker legs, its orange feathers instead of golden yellow, and compared to its robust body, its seemingly undersized, almost underdeveloped wings made it look vastly different from the Zapdos in his memory. Boom! A second explosion erupted as the impact between them reignited. Both raptors were pushed back by the recoil. The first exchange ended in a draw. Steven, that's not Molter's, is it? The excitement on Will's face had turned into confusion. He pointed at the orange bird that looked like a Mega Dodrio and asked Steven. That's a Galarian Zapdos, a fighting flying type Pokémon known for its powerful legs. They say it can shatter an armored vehicle with a single kick. Steven nodded. Why didn't those villagers mention whether this bird could fly or not? I can see why you didn't want to keep it now, Steven. Will stroked his chin, inspecting the land-bound Zapdos again. When he first heard that Steven was planning to entrust Galarian Articuno and Moltres to him and Karen for training, he was a bit puzzled as to why Steven wouldn't complete the trio by keeping Galarian Zapdos for himself. But looking at it now, well, okay, that makes sense. Its role overlaps with Beware too much, Steven said, trying to save face. He didn't care much about a Pokémon's appearance when capturing them. It's just that Galarian Zapdos was a bit too much. So, what now? Do we still go for it? Will wasn't sure what to do anymore. That bastard Rose also provided unclear intel, leading to this mess. Ahem. Steven pondered for a moment, then turned to B. B, want to give it a try? Me. B looked surprised. Yeah. Steven nodded, then glanced at Sonia and Nessa. No objections, right? I don't mind, I'm not a trainer anymore. Sonia shrugged. Nessa also smiled bitterly and shook her head. Not only was she a water-type specialist, but her Pokémon stood no chance against this opponent. Yet, despite her limitations, Nessa couldn't help but feel curious. She knew she wasn't strong enough to capture this Zapdos, but B wasn't at that level either. As a secondary gym leader, B undoubtedly had greater potential than her. But B was 4 years younger, and at present, only slightly stronger than Nessa. No one's competing with you now. Get ready, B. This will be your final trial before the Galar Star Tournament. As Steven spoke, he tossed a piquet ball. Tilda. With a lively chirp, a fairy-type Swablu spread its soft pink cotton-like wings and gazed at Galarian Zapdos with bright, curious eyes. Can that big bird not fly? Galarian Zapdos, which had been locked in a stare-down with Galarian Articuno, shifted its gaze slightly. It had been planning to mock Articuno for choosing to follow humans. If the Johto legendary beasts were a united trio, and the Kanto legendary birds ignored each other, then the Galarian legendary birds were straight-up rivals. HMPH. Recognizing that the glasses-wearing human was challenging it, Galarian Zapdos leaped forward, launching a powerful kick. It had a short temper. Another low kick. Compared to it, Swablu was as small as a soccer ball. Cotton guard. Steven casually gave the command. Tilda. Swablu crossed its wings in front of itself, ready to take the hit. At the very moment before Galarian Zapdos' right foot delivered a powerful kick. Swablu's right wing, with its cotton-like feathers, rapidly swelled, expanding to the size of a basketball. Poof! Galarian Zapdos' kick landed, but it felt as if its right foot had sunk into a swamp. The more it pushed, the deeper it got, and when it tried to pull back, it couldn't. My Swablu loves dealing with physical attackers the most, Steven said with a smile. Dragon Pulse. Jilly. Suddenly, from the left side of the cotton mass, wrapped around Galarian Zapdos' right ankle, the innocent face of the fairy Swablu emerged. Its beak opened slightly. Galarian Zapdos' expression changed drastically. It struggled to pull its right leg free, but it was a moment too late. Boom! Dragon Pulse struck the center of Galarian Zapdos' chest. The intense pain caused Galarian Zapdos to lose balance in midair. However, since it wasn't a super effective hit, and there was a level difference between Swablu and Zapdos, at the last moment before hitting the ground, Galarian Zapdos flapped its short wings frantically, barely managing to stabilize itself and land safely. Looking at the fairy, Swablu's harmless little face, Galarian Zapdos inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Wasn't B supposed to capture it? Why is Doctor stepping in himself? Sonia asked, hugging Pikachu in confusion. Nessa analyzed. Could it be that Dr. Steven wants to weaken Zapdos first, and then let B take over? If Stephen were doing that, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, he had similarly helped Will on the Isle of Armor. Sonia nudged her best friend with her shoulder. See, this is what happens when you're late to the game. If you had listened to me back then and introduced yourself first, he'd be helping you catch a legendary right now. Nessa rolled her eyes gracefully. This best friend of hers loved playing the strategist. However, as she looked at the backs of Stephen and Bee, a fleeting sense of sourness flashed through Nessa's heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, Galarian Zapdos vanished from its spot, transforming into an orange streak racing across the snowy plains, faster and faster. Was it using agility to boost its speed? Suddenly, the sharp claws on Galarian Zapdos' feet glowed intensely with an orange light. In the next instant, it blinked behind Fairy Swablu's right rear side midair. Boom! This time, Fairy Swablu was truly sent flying like a soccer ball. And if one looked closely, they could see a massive claw mark imprinted on its fluffy cotton feathers. That move just now was Galarian Zapdos' signature attack, Thunderous Kick. Whoosh! The fallen Fairy Swablu slid across the snow for some distance before stopping. Yet Galarian Zapdos did not pursue it, merely looking down at its opponent from above. Its gaze conveyed, "You're no match for me." Chirp Tilda. Fairy Swablu got up and flew towards Stephen. Galarian Zapdos assumed the little brat was going to run to its dad for comfort. But unexpectedly, Fairy Swablu opened its beak and handed Stephen a tiny golden fragment about the size of a soybean. What is that? Galarian Zapdos furrowed its brows slightly. Stephen took the fragment, stroked Fairy Swablu's chin encouragingly, and then turned to look at Galarian Zapdos. That expression, "You still haven't realized what happened." Stephen arched his brow slightly. Following his gaze, Galarian Zapdos looked down. Right in the middle of its right foot's talon, there was a small, bean-sized crack. And in Stephen's hand, the golden fragment he was holding. At that moment, Galarian Zapdos understood everything. That little bird did it on purpose. Mission accomplished, you can leave now. Stephen's words left Nessa and Sonia completely baffled. Wasn't he supposed to be helping Bee capture Zapdos? Why was he now telling it to leave? Yelai! Galarian Zapdos let out a displeased cry. Its bristling feathers crackled with electricity. It was very annoyed. You still wanna fight? Stephen raised a brow slightly, exchanging a glance with Fairy Swablu. Both instantly understood each other's intentions. All right then, we're just about done anyway. Done? What does he mean by done? Sonia and Nessa felt like the past few days, traveling with Stephen, had raised more questions than an entire year combined. Fairy Swablu flew forward, while Galarian Zapdos took a step, then immediately entered its orange flash speed mode. In an instant, it appeared in front of Fairy Swablu. Boom's thud. A heavy, thunderous kick landed, Galarian Zapdos' powerful leg slamming hard into Fairy Swablu's fluffy feathers. The previously puffed-up cotton wings deflated like a wilted pichu. Whoosh! Galarian Zapdos vanished again. And in the blink of an eye, it reappeared on the other side of Fairy Swablu. Thud! Another explosive flying kick. Thunderous kick. Thud, thud, thud. A relentless barrage, as if the scene itself was stuck in an endless loop. The exclusive move Thunderous Kick lowers the opponent's defense with each hit. In less than 10 seconds, the spectators, including Bee, couldn't even count how many times Galarian Zapdos had kicked. Even though Fairy Swablu had excellent defense, it couldn't withstand such relentless attacks. After all, this wasn't a turn-based game where you hit me once, and I hit you back. Even if Fairy Swablu's Cotton Guard could greatly boost its defense. By the time it activated, Galarian Zapdos had already landed countless kicks, reducing its physical defense to rock bottom. Galarian Zapdos landed, its sharp gaze locking onto Fairy Swablu's now weak eyes in midair. Whoosh! Galarian Zapdos suddenly vanished, leaving behind deep three-clawed imprints on the ground as it charged at Fairy Swablu at lightning speed. This is the final move. Drill Peck. Doctor. Bee, Sonia, and Nessa all turned toward Stephen in concern. Fairy Swablu couldn't hold on any longer. However, Will remained calm. He didn't know what card Stephen was hiding. But since Stephen wasn't worried, then there was no problem. At the last moment, Fairy Swablu's body radiated a dazzling rainbow light. Nessa's eyes widened. Evolution. Sonia shook her head. No, this is different. Unlike the usual blue-white glow of Pokémon evolution, this light was a shimmering rainbow. If Zinnia or Aster were here, they would immediately recognize that this light was identical to the glow of Rayquaza's new evolution form. Lay. A more powerful, high-pitched cry echoed across the snowy plains from within the rainbow light. A fairy dragon enveloped in soft, fluffy feathers descended in a brand new form. Mega Altaria. No Fairy Altaria. Chapter 150. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 150. B. What's with that Altaria? Its feathers were more puffed up and beautiful than a typical Altaria's, making people want to dive in and take a deep breath. Sonia, could it be a new regional form of Altaria? As the granddaughter of a Pokémon professor, Sonia knew more than the average trainer. And since Galar also had regional forms of Pokémon, though not as many as Alola, it wasn't entirely impossible. Since Mega Evolution was still in its developmental stage, neither Sonia nor even her grandmother, Professor Magnolia, knew that this was a Mega Altaria. But even in the era when Mega Evolution would become widely recognized a few years later, the fairy-type Mega Altaria before them would still shock the world. Because this Swablu had directly evolved into Mega Altaria. Instead of the usual process, Swablu right arrow Altaria right arrow, Mega Altaria through a keystone and Mega Stone. Is this the power awakened by Ho-Oh? Will muttered under his breath. Lei Tilda. Mega Altaria let out a clear melodious song. Its fluffy white feathers shimmered with a faint glow, which was then continuously absorbed back into its body. That was Roost, restoring its stamina. The Galarian Zapdos narrowed its eyes, and in the next instant, it transformed into an orange lightning bolt, charging forward again. Whoosh! A deafening sonic boom echoed. This time, it flashed directly above Mega Altaria's head. Boom! With a powerful back kick, like Sasuke's lion combo, Galarian Zapdos struck Mega Altaria's spine with immense force. In an instant, the snowy ground beneath Mega Altaria caved in, forming a massive dent, with countless cracks spreading out like a spider web. Such overwhelming strength, as expected of a legendary Pokémon. Watching the cracks, which had spread to her feet despite being over 100 meters away, Nessa pursed her lips in awe. Lei Tilda. Lying on the ground, Mega Altaria slowly turned its head to look at Galarian Zapdos above it. Its expression seemed to say, "Did you just do something?" Galarian Zapdos's gaze turned sharp, and it exerted even more force, trying to completely suppress its opponent. However, the fluffy feathers beneath its talons expanded even further. Instead of pinning Altaria down, Zapdos found itself being pushed upward by the rapidly swelling feathers. Hyper voice. Stephen issued his first command after Swablu's evolution. Lay. Mega Altaria opened its beak. A bright and clear song transformed into sound waves, which then turned into a pink storm, surging toward Galarian Zapdos. Mega Altaria's ability, Pixelate. All normal-type moves automatically become fairy-type and receive a power boost. Whether facing physical or special attacks, Galarian Zapdos could usually rely on its incredible leg strength and speed to dodge. But this time, its leg was completely tangled in Altaria's feathers, as if trapped in a swamp, unable to escape. Damn it, even worse than when it was a Swablu. Boom! The next second, Galarian Zapdos felt a sharp wave of pain coursing through its body, its brows furrowing tightly. Then, under the stunned gazes of Bee, Sonia, and the other onlookers, it was sent flying in a massive arc across nearly 100 meters before crashing hard into the ground. Yes, Bee, you can go for it now. Even Sonia, who had given up on being a trainer, could tell that Galarian Zapdos was now hanging on by a thread. It was the perfect moment for Bee to capture it. Let's go back. However, Steven's words immediately froze Sonya's excited smile. What? On the way back to the inn. Holding Pikachu in her arms, Sonya couldn't hold back her curiosity. Doctor, why didn't you let Bee catch Zapdos in the end? Even if she caught it now, it wouldn't obey her commands. With only a little over a week left until the Galar Star tournament, there just isn't enough time. Steven smiled faintly. Besides, I have another use for it. Nessa glanced at the Galarian Zapdos still lying in the snow, looking a little worried. Is it going to be okay? Don't worry, I've already treated it. And don't underestimate the endurance of a legendary Pokémon. Except for a few rare exceptions, most legendary Pokémon were incredibly tough. Especially Galarian Zapdos, a fighting type known for its resilience. When they arrived at their lodging, Steven reached for the door handle to open the door. But suddenly, they all heard a series of owo tilde, dog-like cries from inside. Zamazenta is under attack. Bee's face changed drastically. Before they left today, Steven had specifically left Linlin, Beware, behind to stay with Zamazenta, saying it was for bonding time. But now, hearing these pained howls, Bee instinctively assumed that Zamazenta was being attacked. Wait, Zamazenta being attacked? Even though Zacian was the stronger of the two legendary siblings, Zamazenta was still a top-tier legendary Pokémon. Who could beat it up so badly that it was wailing like this? Carrying this doubt, Steven turned the handle and opened the door. The moment they stepped inside, they saw Zamazenta lying on its back, all four legs in the air, eyes lifeless, tongue hanging out, completely defeated. And sitting on top of the legendary shield Pokémon, Linlin was doing deep squats, rhythmically. Silence. The 5 people at the door were utterly speechless. Even Steven, who had lived through 3 lifetimes, didn't know how to react. And the 3 young women behind him, who had never seen anything like this, were even more lost for words. Noticing that Zamazenta wasn't responding, Linlin suddenly smacked it across the face with a loud paw, scolding it fiercely with a deep, guttural growl. DONGOH. At that moment, a childlike feminine voice echoed in Steven's mind. She's saying, put some effort into it, damn it, Mutilda. Steven fell silent for a long moment before muttering. No need to translate this time. Just then, Linlin finally noticed Steven and the others standing at the door. Danguo. Oh no, I forgot to activate observation Haki. Sorry, we came at a bad time. Steven awkwardly closed the door. Everyone returned to the first-floor lobby of the inn, silently praying that the Shield King would survive. The atmosphere became rather awkward. After holding back for a while, Nessa couldn't help but find a topic to talk about. Sonya, are you not participating in this year's tournament? Yeah, I don't want to do it anymore. Bringing up this topic, Sonya, who usually played the role of the mood maker in this temporary team, rarely showed a hint of sadness. She rested her chin on the top of Pikachu, her pretty face shadowed with gloom. After failing to achieve good rankings in the tournament for several consecutive years, and especially after her challenge at the Balinlia gym, where Opal bluntly told her, "You haven't improved much compared to last year," Sonya was completely crushed. But what hit her the hardest was watching her childhood friend, who had once been on the same level as her, pull further and further ahead. When she went to show Rose a video earlier, she happened to overhear that Mustard had learned a new move from Steven. Once Mustard mastered the move and passed it on to his disciple, Leon's strength would soar even higher. That realization was like salt in Sonya's emotional wounds. Leon rising to the top in just a year had a lot to do with luck. You don't need to dwell on it too much. Steven, who was busy mixing pulp, looked up slightly and said, at the time, Rose and his champion brother had significant disagreements, and Peony essentially stepped down voluntarily. Currently, in the Galar League, the only trainers at the Elite Four level in Leon's generation were Rayhan and Melanie. Back then, neither of them was a match for Leon. As for the older generation, aside from the previous champion, Rose's younger brother, Peony, not a single one of them even reached Elite Four level, let alone champion level. Leon truly emerged in a fortunate era. After Peony's brother, Rose, took over as chairman, the conflict between the two brothers intensified. And with a daughter to care for, Peony became even less interested in holding onto the champion title. It just so happened that Leon, a promising young trainer with both talent and strength, came along. Peony practically handed the championship title to him on a silver platter. "Thanks for trying to comfort me, but honestly, I just can't catch up to Leon." Sonia smiled bitterly. Sure, luck played a part in Leon becoming champion in just 1 year. But the bigger factor was still his sheer strength. Otherwise, even if Peony had stepped down, the championship wouldn't have simply fallen into Leon's hands. "By the way, Doctor, are you making paper?" Sonia noticed that Steven had mixed a nail from the Galarian Zapdos into the pulp. He then had a fairy-type Altaria release a weak warm breeze to dry it, turning the pulp into a palm-sized sheet of paper. "Yeah." Steven placed the paper on the table. The three girls were surprised to see that, without any external force, the paper was slowly moving south on its own. A Vivre card, its effect is. Will took on the role of an explainer, giving the three girls a rundown of what the Vivre card does. "What an incredible invention!" Sonia exclaimed in amazement. As long as you obtained someone's nail and crafted a Vivre card from it, you could track their location and even monitor their life status. That was incredibly convenient. In other words, once a Vivre card was made, no matter where someone tried to hide, even at the ends of the earth, they could still be found. If this could be applied to capturing Pokémon. "All right, B, the Vivre card for Zapdos is yours." Steven handed the Vivre card to B and said, "Catching it is up to you now." B immediately understood Steven's intention. "I'm on it." She grabbed the Vivre card and leaped up from her seat, dashing out at full speed. There were less than 10 days left until this year's Galar All-Star Tournament. She had to push herself to the limit in this final stretch. Through the window, Sonia and Nessa watched as two figures chased each other across the frozen tundra to the south. Faintly, they could hear B's determined shouts. "I will catch you. I won't give up." Nessa, does B realize that in the All-Star Tournament, it's her Pokémon that are supposed to battle, not her personally? Sonia quipped. But then another thought crossed her mind. Wait a minute. Was there a rule in the Galar All-Star Tournament that explicitly forbade trainers from fighting themselves? If Rose heard Sonia's thoughts at that moment, he would be completely speechless. Who in the world would even think of making such a rule? It was like in the new Prince of Tennis, where someone played with a racket in each hand and people around them asked, "Isn't that against the rules?" To which the player replied, "The rules of tennis never said you couldn't use two rackets." If the inventor of tennis saw that, they would probably curse out loud. When I created tennis, I never imagined someone would try playing with two rackets. Steven glanced at the ceiling. "It's gone quiet, I guess it's over now." Hearing that, Sonia and Nessa recalled the scene they had just witnessed. Their faces blushed slightly. Chapter 151. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 151. A week had passed, and there was only 1 day left until the Galar Star Tournament. In the southern part of Galar, the Crown Tundra. Bee was soaring through the air, each step she took in midair producing a crackling pop, pop sound like firecrackers. Even so, her speed couldn't match that of Galarian Zapdos. But if she couldn't compete in speed, she could compete in willpower. After a week, Galarian Zapdos was already thoroughly annoyed by Bee. Even though its body still had energy to spare, its mental exhaustion had reached its limit. As Galarian Zapdos ran all the way from the icy snowfields south of Freezington to the slippery slope in the north, thinking it had finally shaken off that crazy girl and stopped to catch its breath. "Hey!" Bee, covered in snow and mud, suddenly jumped down from a nearby tree, landing right on Galarian Zapdos's back and tightly wrapping her arms around its neck. Yeek! Galarian Zapdos let out a sharp cry like a duck being strangled and struggled desperately to shake Bee off. But Bee clung onto it just like Naruto refusing to get off Gamabunta. Whether Zapdos soared dozens of meters into the sky or plunged into the icy glaciers, she simply refused to let go. When Galarian Zapdos finally jumped back onto the snowy plains from the frozen river, looking utterly dejected, the drenched Bee flashed a bright smile. "How about that? I caught you," Heh, heh, heh. Just as she grinned, a wave of intense exhaustion flooded her brain. Her arms weakened, and she was about to fall off Zapdos's back. At that critical moment, Galarian Zapdos extended its wing like a cushion and caught her. Clap tilde clap tilde. A round of applause sounded as Stephen walked over with Sonia, Nessa, and Will, all of them looking dumbfounded. Altaria, the fairy-type Pokémon, wrapped Bee in its fluffy feathers, absorbing the icy water from her body and warming her up. Amazing girl. Stephen patted Bee's forehead as she lay unconscious from exhaustion. Then he turned to Galarian Zapdos and said, "But what surprises me even more is that you caught her just now." Zapdos huffed and turned its head away in disdain. Cow tilde tilde. A Corviknight's cry echoed as one of Galar's signature flying taxis, carried by a Corviknight's sturdy talons, hovered in the sky above Stephen and the others. A middle-aged man sitting on Corviknight's back called out, "Excuse me, is the passenger with the online username Widowed Summoner here? Your Corviknight flying taxi has arrived. Driver ID 114,514, ready to serve." Stephen turned to Galarian Zapdos and said, "Looks like you actually like this girl quite a bit. What do you think? Want to come watch her match tomorrow? You won't be disappointed." Galarian Zapdos let out a snort and left without looking back. Stephen didn't mind. As the flying taxi landed, he and his companions boarded it. And as the flying taxi disappeared into the clouds, on the ground, Galarian Zapdos lifted its gaze, watching the Corviknight fly away. After a long silence, it too dashed northward. Each region's annual Pokémon League tournament is scheduled in rotation. For example, this month is the Galar Star Tournament, next month is Hoenn's Evergrande Conference, and the month after that is Kanto's Indigo League. It's as if the league officials have a tacit agreement. Each competition takes turns, so they don't compete for attention. This way, fans who love watching battles can enjoy the Galar Star Tournament this month, the Evergrande Conference next month, and so on without any conflicts. This year, perhaps because league presidents, like Chairman Rose, felt the need to shift attention away from the controversy surrounding the new Pokédex release, or maybe just by coincidence, many regions were undergoing a changing of the guard. According to the latest online intel, Lance of the Indigo League was preparing to challenge Agatha for the champion's seat. The Sinnoh League wanted to push their prodigious talent, Cynthia, into the spotlight. The Hoenn League was considering having their richest heir, Stephen Stone, ascend to champion status. Over in Kalos, child star Diantha was also a rising genius of this generation. Though she was still a bit behind the others, she wasn't aiming for the champion title just yet. Her first goal was to become an Elite Four member. And as for this month's highly anticipated Galar Star Tournament, although there didn't seem to be a dark horse capable of threatening Leon's champion title, people shouldn't forget that Chairman Rose still held the Pokédex card in his hands. As a result, the tournament received a lot of attention. The day before the opening ceremony, Macrocosmos Group hosted a grand festival in Winden. All visitors could enjoy free food from Macrocosmos-owned restaurants and access various entertainment facilities, showcasing pure extravagance. At subway stations, bus stops, street lamps, and electronic billboards in the plazas, posters of popular Galar gym leaders were everywhere. Rose placed great emphasis on the image and commercial potential of his gym leaders. In Galar, gym leaders weren't just Pokémon trainers, they also had a celebrity-like aura. Among them, Raihan and Piers, who were of the same generation as Leon and had near Elite Four strength, were the most popular after him. Next were the female gym leaders Melanie and Nessa. However, whether it was Galar locals or visiting fans coming to Winden for the tournament, they were all shocked to see. The largest poster outside Winden Stadium did not feature Galar's most famous star, Leon. Instead, Dr. Stephen, holding a Pokédex and exuding an inexplicable confidence, occupied the center stage. His pose almost looked like he was about to transform. The Galar chairman sure is giving him a lot of face. Gladion tilted his head up, looking at the massive stadium poster. Beside him stood his mother, Lucamine, and his sister Lily. For the past 2 years, the siblings had been studying at Naranja Academy in Paldea. Now that they were on break, and knowing their mother would be attending the Pokédex launch event with Steven, they decided to come along. Chairwoman Lusamine, long time no see. Chairman Rose approached with his secretary, Olana, and greeted her with a smile. Chairman Rose, it has been a while, Lusamine replied politely with a smile, though I'm still not a chairwoman yet. In the past, people generally referred to Lusamine as President Lusamine, because she was the president of the ETHA Foundation. After the establishment of Rainbow Corporation, she also gained titles like President and Madam. Now, with the formation of the Alola League, another title has been added, Chairperson. Everyone believes that Lusamine will take on the role of chairperson of the Alola League. However, she hasn't officially assumed the position yet. At that moment, a loud commotion erupted from the plaza directly opposite the Royal Gate Stadium. Lusamine and her 2 children turned their heads to look. They saw Galar League champion Leon in the crowd, striking his signature pose with one finger pointing to the sky. The local Galar fans showed their enthusiasm, continuously chanting Leon's and Charizard's names. He's popular. Gladion sighed in admiration. Lily was momentarily dazed before curiously asking, I wonder who's more popular, Champion Leon or Elite Four Lance? I think it's still Leon. Gladion replied. It was hard to say who was stronger between Leon and Dragon Master Lance. But when it came to popularity, Gladion believed Leon had the edge. After all, Lance rarely made public appearances, while Leon frequently attended promotional events. His cape, covered with sponsor logos, was proof of that. Moreover, Lance's personality wasn't exactly the kind that attracted fans. Setting aside his strength, his temperament didn't make him particularly likable. Dr. Steven. Dr. Steven. Dr. Steven. Just as the siblings were marveling at Leon's incredible popularity, a cheer just as loud, perhaps even louder, erupted from the crowd. Hearing the familiar name, which felt slightly unfamiliar due to how long it had been, the siblings stretched their necks to look toward the plaza. Wow, the last time I saw a reception this grand was when Rainbow Corporation was first established. Will exaggeratedly spoke, a lollipop in his mouth. This is a bit surprising. Steven remarked. Even though she had recovered, Bee still looked a little pale as she said sincerely, Doctor, you fully deserve this kind of welcome. The popularization of fairy types and legendary Pokémon, the research on the Pokédex that made traveling safer for trainers, and even helping Zacian and Zamazenta clear their names. Each of these achievements is enough to go down in history. The reporters who had been focused on Leon were now frantically taking pictures of Steven. Even those walking behind Steven, like Nessa, were not spared. The rumors about Rose trying to set up Nessa and Steven had already leaked. Meanwhile, Bee and Sonia were completely ignored. Bee was dismissed due to her young age. How could a respected doctor like Steven possibly do something like that? Sonia, on the other hand, was simply seen as Leon's childhood friend, so no one thought much of it. Leon, who had been posing for photos with fans, took the initiative to step forward and extended his hand. We meet again, Dr. Steven. The time they spent on the Isle of Armor, training under Mustard, had left a deep impression on him. Unfortunately, he had been busy preparing for the upcoming Galar Star Tournament and sending invitations to promising trainers. Otherwise, he would have loved to battle Steven. Still confident about defending your title this year? Steven asked, though he already knew the answer. Leon was at the very top tier among champions. He might even have one foot in the master class, just like Giovanni. Although he hadn't reached his peak yet, unless someone like Red, the main protagonist, showed up, no one could shake his position. In the official mobile game, Leon had even defeated Blue. But standing next to him now, there was someone who might give him a small surprise. I look forward to seeing new challengers surpass me. Leon replied with a smile. Be Nessa, do your best. Leon turned to encourage the 2 newbie gym leaders. When he looked at Sonia, she hesitated to speak, but Leon beat her to it. I heard you're not a trainer anymore, Sonia. That's a shame. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Sonia's expression dimmed slightly. Don't let it get to you. There are plenty of people in the world who can't be trainers. You're not the only one. Leon comforted her. Bea and Nessa rolled their eyes hard at his attempt at reassurance. That was not comforting at all. Stephen also found it amusing. Leon's fate seemed to be blessed by the goddess of luck. He had extraordinary talent, powerful mentors, and even a childhood friend who was the perfect match. But his emotional intelligence was a bit lacking. It was a miracle that Sonia hadn't cut ties with him, thanks to her naturally kind personality. Big brother. Lily ran toward him excitedly, but almost tripped in her haste. Lily-chan, how's life in Paldea? Stephen quickly stepped forward to steady her. Lily smiled gently. It's been good. The teachers are all very nice, but there are some issues between students that the teachers struggle to deal with. Stephen thought for a moment. Weren't the antagonists in Paldea just a bunch of school bullies? Are you okay? Do you want to come back to Alola? Back when he played the game, Stephen thought Team Star felt pretty minor compared to the villains from other regions. But for kids, school bullying was no small matter. At that moment, Gladion stepped forward and confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, Brother Stephen, I'll protect Lily. Lily's personality did make her an easy target, but he was different. Stephen Kun, it's been so long since you last returned to Alola. Lusamine approached him. Why does this sound like a wife scolding her husband for not coming home? Sorry, I'm busy, Tilda. Stephen smiled. Lusamine looked at Sonia and Nessa behind Stephen, biting her lip in frustration. Tesk so young. Dr. Stephen, I hope you can say a few words at the upcoming opening ceremony, Rose approached and said. Stephen shook his head. I've already said everything I needed to at the previous press conference. This is Galler's tournament, so I won't steal the spotlight. Stephen, Rose, Lusamine, Leon. Many major figures appeared one after another. Finally, reporters couldn't hold back their questions any longer. Dr. Stephen, is it true that Chairman Rose is matchmaking you with gym leader Nessa? Netizens are very concerned about your mental health. Have you recovered from the trauma of the former Royal Duo incident? Kanto's Elite Four Lance has publicly stated that the death penalty should be added to the league's laws. What are your thoughts on this? How do you plan to handle the relationship between your Beware and Zamazenta? Stephen was already used to the reporter's bizarre and outlandish questions. Just as he was about to ignore them like before and walk away, the last question made him lose his composure completely. Lusamine's family, Rose, Olana, Leon, the Galler locals present, the visiting tourists, and even the four brothers from Pallet Town watching on Galler TV at home. All nearly choked on their spit. What? The relationship between Beware and Zamazenta. Beware, is that the one who almost smashed that annoying guy's skull and threw Grandpa's Dragonite away in one hit? At the Oak residence, Gary blankly recalled the scene from a month ago. Next to him, Blue's expression was no better. And Zamazenta, is that the legendary Pokémon in the news recently, the one who truly saved Galler? Professor Oak's eyes gleamed. Do legendary Pokémon have breeding capabilities? Stephen turned to look at the reporter who asked the question. She was a tall beauty with chestnut-colored hair tied up, leaving a single lock of bangs over her forehead. Holding a microphone, she introduced herself as soon as she saw Stephen looking at her. Hello, Dr. Stephen. I'm Alexa, a reporter from Kalos' Lumios TV station. Stephen turned to Will. Will shook his head frantically. I didn't say anything. The next second, he suddenly reacted and pointed at Bea, Nessa, and Sonia. They know about it too. Why don't you suspect them? Because you have a big mouth. Gladion thought to himself. Although he hadn't spent much time with Will, he knew well how unreliable he was. How did you find out? Stephen finally remembered who this reporter was. She was the older sister of Viola, the gym leader of Santaloon City in Kalos. In the future, she even briefly traveled with Ash. We heard that you stayed in Galler's Crown Tundra for a while. There's only one village there, Freezington, and only one inn. So we interviewed the innkeeper, and he told us that your Beware and Zamazenta broke 7 beds, and you had to compensate for them. At that moment, silence fell across the entire world. Meanwhile, Zamazenta, left behind in the rows of the Rondellan's hotel room by Stephen, proudly lifted its head. Alexa continued, "Even though you've tied the knot with Beware, Zamazenta is Galar's guardian deity, so it can't leave Galar, right? Does that mean you're going to release Beware, or will you stay in Galar?" As soon as she said this, the venue, no, the whole world, erupted in an uproar. The reporters in Winden City were about to smash their camera shutters from excitement. As Stephen gradually solidified his position as the top figure in Pokémon research, some of his past achievements were being dug up. Not just his own, but also those of his companions. Will and Morgan were being thoroughly investigated by the media. Will's strength was unknown, but because his psychic fatty lineup had already been exposed, he rarely fought in public. However, recently, after consecutively capturing Galarian Articuno, Galarian Slowpoke, and Alakazam, Will started battling in public again. Regardless, Will was widely recognized as a legendary Pokémon trainer for owning an Articuno. At the very least, he should be at an Elite Four level, right? As for Karen, when she followed Stephen under the alias Morgan, she had only used Incineroar, but that alone was enough to showcase her potential. Champion-level potential. In other words, whichever region won over Stephen wouldn't just gain a top-tier scientific genius, but also two trainers with Elite Four and champion potential. Who wouldn't be tempted? Instantly, Lucamine and her family felt alarm bells ringing in their hearts. Chapter 152, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 152. In the end, Stephen still did not answer the question from Alexa, and, along with Lucamine, Rose, and the others, quickly entered the VIP lounge of the Palace Gate Arena to prepare for the opening ceremony the next day. Feeling the vibration from his phone in his pocket, he thought it was a good time to check. Stephen excused himself from the others and went to the restroom. As he unbuckled his belt, he opened his phone. Stephen found his screen filled with emails and missed calls. He first replied to an email from Karen. Karen's message was brief but conveyed her feelings clearly. "Just let me know when you've decided." As for the rest, Rosa, 3 messages. Hilda, 2 messages. Yano, 6 messages. Serena, 4 messages. QQE, 25 messages. Giovanni, 37 messages. Stephen replied to the group chat of the younger trainers with a simple, "Still considering." After thinking for a moment, he decided to call QQE first. QQE, sounding anxious, assured him that he would find a way to handle the Beware situation, and pleaded with Stephen not to agree to anything with Rose. Stephen chuckled, "Professor QQE, no need to panic. Worst case, you can just hold the champion title for 2 years and appoint the island kahunas and captains as gym leaders. For a league to be established, the basic requirement is 1 champion and 8 gym leaders." While QQE barely met the threshold for a champion, he was still of champion-level strength. As for the 8 gym leaders, although Alola wasn't large, they could make it work. QQE remained silent for a while before sighing with a bitter smile, "I could have endured the darkness, but you let me see the light." Indeed, QQE's dream of establishing the Alola Pokémon League had already come true. But as the famous philosopher once said, "A person never thinks they have too much food. A person never thinks their house is too big. When someone has a small house, they want a bigger one. When they have a big house, they want an estate." And right now, that was exactly how QQE felt. Stephen had helped him achieve his dream of establishing the Alola League nearly 10 years ahead of schedule. But over time, QQE realized that he not only wanted Alola to have a league, he wanted Alola to become one of the top leagues. And his greatest trump card was Stephen. "Sorry, I should already be grateful that you helped Alola join the league, but here I am, being greedy." QQE sincerely apologized. Stephen smiled and said, "I never said I was leaving, did I? And you don't need to feel guilty about this. It's human nature. Desire is an essential factor in human evolution. There is no shame in it." Besides, QQE was already selfless enough. After all, he was doing this for Alola, not for himself. Just as Stephen hung up on QQE, he immediately received a call from Giovanni. "Stephen, do you need a branch in Galar? Should I send a squad for you to command?" Giovanni's efficiency was as high as ever. Not for now, I'm still thinking about how to handle this, Stephen replied honestly. His initial plan was for Beware to make a big impact and then leave. Worst case, he could find a new mate later. But relationships are unpredictable. What if they truly developed feelings over time? Do as you see fit. In the end, it's just moving the branch from Alola to Galar. After a brief pause, Giovanni continued. Actually, Galar isn't bad. That old fox Rose is willing to do whatever it takes to make Galar stronger. The benefits he can offer you far outweigh what Lucamine can, who, let's be honest, is only good for spreading her legs. Giovanni analyzed the situation objectively. And he wasn't wrong. Even if Rose knew Stephen's true identity, he wouldn't care. As long as Stephen was willing to work in Galar, Rose wouldn't mind if he was from Team Rocket or even Rainbow Rocket. Moreover, Rose was willing to invest all resources necessary to cultivate talent. His decision to unleash a Hiatus and have Leon capture it in the anime was proof of that. In comparison, what could Lucamine offer? At best, just some pleasure, but there were plenty of women in Galar who could provide that. All right, that's enough. Hanging up now. Stephen quickly ended the call. If he let Giovanni continue, the topic would go straight into mature territory. Stephen returned to the VIP lounge and resumed discussions with Rose and Lucamine about the opening ceremony. But the atmosphere was hard to describe. And in just the 10 minutes that Stephen had been on the phone, as Zamazenta had hoped, his situation with Beware had already shocked the world. International reactions. Anova's flying cloud daily. It is clear that Dr. Stephen is hesitant about Beware and Zamazenta's relationship, but we believe he will choose to stay in Galar. If he does, there is a 99% chance he will become Zamazenta's trainer. The allure of having a top-tier legendary is something even Dr. Stephen may struggle to resist. Johto's Goldenrod TV. We must admit, the Galar League's tactics are highly effective. Sending Zamazenta as a prospective son-in-law to emotionally tie down Dr. Stephen is an even more sophisticated strategy than traditional seduction. Galar's Palace Gate TV. Chairman Rose has yet to comment on Dr. Stephen's decision, but we interviewed several Galar gym leaders preparing to compete in the Galar Star Tournament. They all expressed their strong support for Dr. Stephen staying. If he does, his two companions, Mr. Will and Miss Morgan, are also likely to join. Alongside current champion Leon and elite 4-level trainers Rayhan and Melanie, Galar would form the most powerful lineup in league history. Kalos' Lumios TV. Our investigation shows that during their nearly 10-day stay in Freezington, Beware and Zamazenta broke 7 double beds. However, local villagers reported seeing Zamazenta on the hotel balcony late at night, looking troubled and unwilling to return to the bedroom. The next morning at 10 a.m., at the Palace Gate Arena in Galar, fireworks exploded in the sky above the stadium with loud boom-boom sounds. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Galar region. In the center of the stadium, the rising platform activated, and Chairman Rose emerged, waving as he introduced. Our Galar region boasts breathtaking natural landscapes and prosperous towns. Many Pokémon and people live here in harmony, enjoying life together. And today, I, Rose, will be distributing the Pokédex, a device capable of identifying Pokémon invented by the world's greatest scientist, Dr. Stephen, to the trainers of Galar. As he spoke, Rose pulled out an early model Pokédex from the pocket of his suit with his left hand and waved toward the VIP section with his right. Following the direction of Rose's gesture, the stadium's spotlight shone upon the central seat in the VIP section, illuminating Dr. Stephen. Oh. Stephen raised his hand and gave a small wave, and the audience immediately responded with a deafening cheer. Meanwhile, in the female competitors' lounge, watching the broadcast on the wall-mounted TV, Bee's eyes sparkled with admiration as she remarked, "This level of reception is on par with Mr. Leon." Nessa nodded. Well, if Doctor stays in Galar, our region could rival Kanto in strength. The spotlight did not linger on Stephen for too long. Rose put away the Pokédex and gestured toward the rising platform once again. And now, let's welcome the pride of Galar, our champion, Leon, to ignite the sacred flame. The platform activated once more, and Leon appeared alongside his Charizard. He struck his signature pose, further electrifying the atmosphere. Charizard, Gigantamax. With a sweeping gesture, Leon's voice rang out, pushing the excitement in the stadium to a fever pitch. In sync with the energy of Leon's Dynamax band, Charizard visibly expanded in size, swelling to a Godzilla-like scale. Its flaming wings blazed intensely, transforming into wings of fire. Gigantamax Charizard. Roar! Gigantamax Charizard spewed a torrent of flames, soaring through the air and taking the shape of a phoenix before landing on the altar at the center of the stadium. The sacred flame was lit. "They're going all out with this," Steven quipped, crossing his legs as he watched the spectacle. In the original Indigo League, the sacred flame was taken from Moltres. The Silver Conference used Ho-Oh's flame. As for the other regional leagues, Steven couldn't recall which legendary Pokémon their flames came from. But Galar was using Charizard's fire. That was quite the honor. Then again, Gigantamax battles were highly entertaining, and having a Gigantamax Charizard ignite the flame did create a more dramatic effect than a simple torch runner. It was a matter of perspective. "Big Brother Steven, are you leaving Alola?" Despite the grand opening ceremony, Lily was not captivated by the spectacle. She pursed her lips, looking at Steven with reluctance. "Don't worry, I probably won't," Steven reassured the young girl. When leaving the hotel that morning, Steven had originally planned to let Beware stay behind with Zamazenta. But Beware had insisted on following him, leaving Zamazenta sulking for quite a while. If Beware had no particular attachment to Zamazenta, Steven wouldn't have stayed. Zamazenta didn't hold enough personal significance for him. Still, Steven hadn't made any promises. That morning, Zamazenta had mentioned planning a trip back to Slumbering Weald to retrieve its shield. Once it assumed its crowned shield form, Beware would no longer find it unworthy. Upon hearing the word, probably, Lucamine and her family lost interest in watching the tournament. And now, let's welcome the contenders of this year's Galar Star Tournament. With the sacred flame lit, Rose made another grand gesture. Dozens of competitors, dressed in battle uniforms, entered the stadium in unison. Among them were Melanie, Rayhan, and other current gym leaders of Galar, as well as Bee and Gordy, their second-string counterparts. The audience's loudest cheers were reserved for Melanie, whose physique remained stunning even under a thick winter coat, Rayhan, with his striking good looks, and Nessa, who had the grace of a mermaid. The Galar Star Tournament was different from the league championships of other regions. In other Pokémon leagues, there were usually hundreds of participants. These trainers would battle in preliminary rounds, often in 1v1 or 3v3 matchups, at smaller arenas surrounding the main stadium. Only after the numbers were whittled down to a few dozen would the full 6v6 battles take place in the grand stadium. The Galar Star Tournament, however, was different. Rose had limited the number of participants from the very beginning. Right from the start, full 6v6 battles were the standard format. Another key difference from other Pokémon leagues was that gym leaders competed as regular participants from round 1. Unlike other leagues where a champion was first determined before challenging the Elite Four and gym leaders, here, gym leaders had to battle from the beginning just like everyone else. Steven's eyes suddenly caught a few familiar figures in the lineup of competitors. Noticing his gaze, Sonia, who was holding a Pikachu in her arms, explained, "Doctor, are you interested in those newcomers? I heard they just transferred their residency to Galar from other regions this month. Because of their potential, Chairman Rose gave them special invitations to participate in this tournament." Just as Sonia finished speaking, the giant screen displayed a list of all the competitors' faces. Below their portraits, their names were written. Reggie, Valerie. When Steven saw these two names, his expression turned a little strange. Was this a butterfly effect caused by his actions? Well, this could make things more interesting. BZZZ. Feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket, Steven took it out to check. It was a message from Giovanni. The message contained a location, Slateport City in the Hone region, and a single line of text. Karen attacked. Stephen's eyebrows furrowed deeply. What the hell happened? Stephen, this. Beside him, Will had also seen the message. Looks like we won't be able to enjoy the show. Stephen put away his phone, ready to make a run for it. Leaving now, there are tens of thousands of eyes on us. Will glanced around and whispered. Although the contestants were entering one after another, among the 100,000 spectators, many were still sneaking glances at the VIP section. Not to mention, the cameras were occasionally focusing on Stephen. Anyone unaware of the situation might think he was the main character. If Stephen left now, the whole world would be curious about where he was going. Moreover, if he wanted to travel to Hone, just the round trip would take nearly 10 hours. He couldn't just say he was going to the restroom, right? Of all times, Zoruk isn't around. Stephen suddenly noticed the Pikachu sitting on Sonia's lap. At that moment, it was comfortably seated on Sonia's denim-clad thighs, its head resting against her soft, D-cup pillow, watching the match while enjoying being fed. I'm going to the restroom. Stephen grabbed Pikachu, Mew, by the scruff of its neck and walked out. Will quickly followed. Mew. Sonia was also baffled. Why take Pikachu to the restroom? 5 minutes later, in the men's restroom of Winden Arena. That's the situation. I need to take a trip, so until I get back, you'll have to transform into me and act as usual. Stephen placed Mew on the sink and quickly explained the current situation. Mewtilda. Even though it still looked like a yellow rat, since there were no outsiders around, Mew didn't bother to disguise its real voice. After hearing Stephen's request, Mew leaned against the mirror, squinting mischievously. Why should I help you? TCH tilde. This was exactly why Stephen never liked cats in his past life, too difficult to deal with. What do you want? Not knowing what the situation with Karen was, Stephen didn't want to waste time and directly asked what this fake yellow rodent wanted in exchange. Mewtilda, I don't think I lack anything tilde. Mew scratched its chin in thought. For food, it could just teleport to a human store and grab some. For entertainment, the exciting drama between Beware and Zamazenta wasn't over yet. After thinking for a moment, it realized it truly lacked nothing. Speaking of which, you seem to have another identity to keep hidden. I think it'd be more fun if I didn't help you. Your cover getting blown would make things much more interesting, Mewtilda. Mew smirked mischievously, as if imagining something amusing. Stephen's eyes widened. If he didn't need this thieving cat's help right now, he'd have given it a good smack. After thinking for a moment, Stephen asked, have you ever played video games? Mew blinked in confusion. Mew. 5 minutes later. Hearing footsteps behind her, Sonia turned around and saw Stephen returning. Pikes. Sonia was about to ask where Pikachu had gone. But in the next second, Stephen plopped right onto her lap. Aza. Sonia screamed and pushed Stephen off her face turning as red as a monkey's butt. What the hell is wrong with you? Lucamine and her 2 children, along with Rose, who had just announced the start of the tournament and returned to the VIP section to try recruiting Stephen, were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Mew, now sitting on the ground with a sore butt, looked aggrieved. Why did she hit me? Doesn't she like having me sit on her lap? A second later, Mew realized something. Oh, right, I almost forgot I'm that guy now. Mew casually sat back on the sofa and continued watching the match. At the same time, he kept stuffing snacks from the table into his mouth. Though he acted as if nothing had happened, everyone in the VIP section could no longer remain calm. Feeling the lingering warmth on her thighs, Sonia, her face now redder than ever, couldn't help but sneak glances at Stephen as he stuffed his face. What does he mean by this? Lucamine, looking pitiful, thought to herself, as expected, I'm too old now. Lily, why? Why did Big Brother Stephen suddenly become like this? Gladian, if Brother Stephen leaves, how are we supposed to deal with Team Rocket? Olana, Chairman, this situation is getting out of control. Rose, I was too careless. I thought Dr. Stephen only went after widowed women, but it turns out anyone with a romantic connection is a potential target. Meanwhile, Stephen and Will were riding on Galarian Articuno, flying toward the Hone region across the sea. "Steven, is it really okay for me to leave? That Mew can only transform into one person, with both of us gone." Will realized something and asked, "Steven, you don't need to worry about that. No one cares where you go." Will. Chapter 153. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice, 153. Time rewinds approximately half a day. On a remote southern island in the seas of the Hone region. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A helicopter bearing the Pokémon League logo descends onto this uninhabited island. The powerful gust from the rotor blades startles the local Pokémon, such as Wurmple and Zigzagoon, causing them to flee in the opposite direction. The helicopter door opens. Stepping out is none other than Tobias. "Is it here?" Tobias asks as he disembarks. "Yes, Master Tobias." The pilot, who had been flying the helicopter, also steps down and replies. According to the intelligence received by the chairman, a pair of Ian Pokémon siblings reside on this island. Ian Pokémon. Any experienced Pokémon trainer would immediately recognize that this refers to Latios and Latias. They are known as the Ian Pokémon. The most famous legend about these siblings is naturally the one about Altomare, the water capital in the Johto region. It is said that Latios and Latias are the guardians of that city. However, like the legendary beasts, Latios and Latias are part of a species rather than unique individuals. And according to intelligence reports, 2 of them reside on this island. If they're psychic and dragon-type Ian Pokémon, then my Darkrai will have a great advantage. A confident smile appears on Tobias's face as he strides toward the depths of the island, surrounded by his team of guards. However, what they fail to notice is that 2 figures are quietly following them from behind. At the heart of this remote southern island lies a small waterfall. When Tobias and his group arrive, they spot a pair of blue and red Pokémon playing joyfully under the waterfall with a group of water-type Pokémon. As expected, it's Latios and Latias. Tobias's eyes gleam with excitement beneath his bangs. Without hesitation, he pulls out a Pokéball. "Go, Darkrai." The ominous aura of the Dark-type Pokémon immediately makes the psychic dragon siblings uncomfortable, especially since this nightmare Pokémon, Darkrai, is feared for inducing endless nightmares. The moment Tobias releases Darkrai, both Latios and Latias snap their heads toward him in alarm. The wild Pokémon that had been playing with them scattered in fright. Meanwhile, Tobias's guards waste no time. As soon as Darkrai is deployed, they surround the area, sending out Pokémon such as Crawdaunt, Mightyena, and Frostless, forming an impenetrable blockade to prevent the siblings from escaping. All of these Pokémon counter the Ian Duke's typing. This mission was meticulously planned. "Latios, Latias, let me capture you." Tobias smirks as he steps forward, standing behind his Darkrai. "Sha." Latios furrows his brows, clearly displeased. He and his sister had grown accustomed to living in seclusion here. However, if they encountered a human they liked, he wouldn't necessarily mind traveling with them. After all, unlike the Latios and Latias of Altomare, they had no duty to protect a city. But this human before them, Latios's first impression was not good. "If you want to battle me one-on-one to capture me, fine. But bringing a whole team of Pokémon to gang up on us." To Latios, who values honor and fairness, this felt unacceptable. "Sha." With a sharp cry, Latios spreads his jet-like arms, clearly entering battle mode. Looking at the situation, it was clear there was no avoiding a fight. "Darkrai, Dark Void." Tobias smirks and waves his hand, issuing the command. If Cynthia, who had known Tobias since childhood, were here, she would roll her eyes and say, "Dark Void again? Seriously?" Ever since Tobias obtained Darkrai, his signature strategy had been Dark Void, Dark Void, Dark Void, putting his opponent to sleep and finishing them off with Dream Eater. A one-trick pony, but an effective one. Against any trainer below Elite 4 level, his tactic was nearly unbreakable. Since this was a wild Latios, unlike the one in Altomare, it meant that this Latios could be captured through a normal battle. But at the same time, It also meant that his strength was likely inferior to the one in Alto Mare. Without the responsibility of defending a city, his training was probably less rigorous. Moreover, Tobias's guards had completely blocked off any escape routes. Even if Latios wanted to grab his sister and flee, he couldn't. However, both Latios and Darkrai were mythical Pokémon, meaning they were extremely powerful. Even with the type disadvantage, a quick victory was unlikely. And as Cynthia had once mentioned, Tobias doesn't even use Darkrai to its full potential. Thus, even with multiple trainers assisting him, Darkrai was struggling to take Latios down quickly. Splash! Suddenly, Latios dives into the waterfall, making it difficult for Darkrai to track his position. Tobias hesitates for a brief moment before adjusting his command. Darkrai used Thunderbolt. But that moment of hesitation was all Latios needed. Latios burst out of the waterfall, unleashing a deep purple dragon flame. Dragon Pulse. Mr. Mime Misty Terrain. At that exact moment, Latios launched Dragon Pulse, and one of Tobias's guards, who had a Cantonian Mr. Mime, issued a countercommand. Mr. Mime pressed its hands against the ground, releasing a soft pink mist that coated the battlefield, forming a protective aura over all Pokémon on their side, including Darkrai. Boom! The Dragon Pulse hit its mark. However, despite the powerful attack, the Nightmare Pokémon only staggered back a few steps. It didn't cause much damage. Latios' expression changed slightly. The trainer of Mr. Mime chuckled. As expected, Fairy-type power can greatly neutralize Dragon-type moves. Dr. Steven truly deserves to be called the League's finest scientist. He has completely altered the balance of Pokémon battles. Originally, Psychic types already had little effect on Darkrai, and now Dragon-type moves had their power halved. Latios was now truly backed into a corner. Dark Void. Finally, Darkrai unleashed its signature move. The Dark Void hit Latios directly. Latios struck head-on and felt its eyelids grow heavier and heavier, only vaguely seeing a human throw a Pokéball toward it. Damn it, whatever, the loser shouldn't make excuses. I've captured Latios. Tobias, who threw the Pokéball, shouted excitedly. However, at that moment, whoosh! A sinister pulse of darkness shot through the air. The Pokéball Tobias had thrown was shattered in midair. Tobias, his guards, and even Latios, who was anxiously watching from the waterfall's edge, unsure of what to do, were all stunned. What just happened? Immediately after, an Ultra Ball flew out. It struck the now sleeping Latios. The Ultra Ball automatically opened, emitting a red light that pulled Latios inside. Before the ball could even signal a successful capture, a Honchkrow had already swooped in, clutching the ball in its talons and flying toward the right side of the waterfall. Everyone turned their heads. They saw the Honchkrow land in front of a masked woman, presenting the Ultra Ball to her. I've captured Latios. The masked woman smirked playfully, her voice dripping with mockery as she repeated Tobias's own words. You. For once, Tobias displayed an expression of genuine anger. After doing all that work, had he just handed over the victory to someone else? Young Master Tobias, be careful. One of the guards immediately recognized the intruder and shouted while stepping protectively in front of Tobias. That woman is one of Joker's associates, masked girl Karen. Oh my, Miss Karen, they've seen through your identity. Serd stepped out from behind Karen, smiling. HMPH tilde the League already knew my true identity from the beginning. Karen scoffed. From the very start, the League's top officials, headed by Goodshow and Lance, were aware of Karen's true identity. The only reason her wanted poster still only showed her masked face was because her father, Ritsuki, held considerable influence. Out of respect for him, the League had refrained from publicly revealing her true appearance. Now, what about that one? Serd glanced toward the still-stunned wild Latios by the waterfall, who was frozen in fear, unsure how to react. Having more options isn't necessarily a bad thing. Karen pondered for a moment before setting her sights on the frightened dragon. She wasn't sure whether Ao, the blue one, or Akka, the red one, was the one Steven preferred, so she figured she might as well grab both. Oh tilde then my target shall be him. Serd smiled slyly, turning her focus toward Tobias. More precisely, toward Tobias's Darkrai. Are you sure that Pokémon already has a trainer? Karen raised an eyebrow slightly. Serd grinned even wider. Don't worry, Miss Karen. Training Pokémon that already have owners, that's my specialty. 10 minutes later. Stop crying, I'll be entrusting you and your brother to the world's best trainer. You'll be thanking me later. Karen spoke impatiently, looking through the translucent piquet ball lit at the teary-eyed dragon inside. Battling this Lache's, who had been sheltered under Latios's protection her entire life, reminded Karen of her past challenge at the Olivine gym. She had barely started the battle when her opponent started whimpering, making her hesitate to strike. Lache's bit her lip tightly, trying hard to hold back her tears. She was mostly just terrified of Karen. Karen turned to look at the grassy field. The guards lay scattered like toppled dominoes, their Pokémon sprawled beside them. Tobias wasn't faring much better. At that moment, he was kneeling on the ground, his expression eerily similar to Sasuke's when he was paralyzed by Orochimaru's killing intent in the Forest of Death. Die or hand over Darkrai. Serd, standing beside a Persian, licked her lips and sneered menacingly. With her androgynous voice and chilling demeanor, she truly gave off Orochimaru vibes. Feeling the oppressive killing intent emanating from Serd, Tobias had only one thought. She's serious, she'll actually kill me. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His mind on the verge of breaking, Tobias, just like Sasuke during the Chunin exams, tremblingly pulled Darkrai's piquet ball from his coat. Inside the ball, Darkrai could only watch. Just like Naruto witnessing Sasuke hand over the heaven scroll to Orochimaru, his heart filled with disappointment. Unlike Naruto, however, Darkrai wouldn't be giving Tobias a punch to the face. Serd's grin grew even wider. Excellent. A crack had already formed in their bond. Now, all she had to do was widen that crack further. Pathetic. Karen stepped forward and scoffed coldly. Miss Karen, you specialize in dark types, don't you? How about I give you this Darkrai? Serd waved the piquet ball teasingly in front of Karen, though it was unclear if she was serious or just messing with her. No need, you stole it so it's yours. Karen replied indifferently. As a dark-type expert, it would be a lie to say she didn't want Darkrai. But she recalled something Steven had once said, credit belongs to those who earn it. Stealing someone else's achievements is disgusting. Watching the two figures walk away without looking back, Tobias, only after they had completely disappeared, finally swallowed dryly. Forcing himself to suppress his fear, he shakily pulled out his phone and sent a message in a group chat. Help me, League members. The camera zoomed in on the chat window, revealing the group name. A loving League family. Almost immediately, replies came flooding in. Group owner Pokémon League United, what's wrong, child? Member loves ice cream. Why did you leave the battle castle without saying goodbye? Caitlin still wanted a rematch with you. Member selling stones for Devon. My dad insists I become the hone champion, but I just want to hurry to Kalos. I heard they've discovered a ton of new stones there. Member Lisa doesn't fight. Did something happen? I'm watching this year's Galar Star tournament. Wish we could get Leon's Charizard to promote Charizard Valley. Member Lance, not a Doduo. Claire, are you watching too? By the way, the camera keeps focusing on Dr. Steven. Huh, his movements seem a bit odd. A few hours later, West Sea route of Kaina City. This was the closest city to the southern island. Miss Karen, are you heading back to Galar next? In that case, I'll return to Kanto first and report back to Mr. Giovanni. In the waiting hall of Kaina Airport, Serd said this to Karen. At least before Steven's birthday. Before Karen could finish her sentence, a sudden announcement from a flight attendant echoed through the broadcast. Attention all passengers, attention all passengers. Due to weather conditions, all flights from this city will be suspended starting today. I repeat, all flights from this city will be suspended starting today. Serd frowned as he looked up at the night sky. Though darkness had fallen, the weather was perfectly calm. All flights suspended, that's way too strange. Karen half closed her eyes, pulled up her hood to hide the upper half of her face, and quickly walked out of the airport. Somehow, she had a bad feeling. They needed to leave quickly. Since they couldn't fly out of Kaina City, the only option was to take a detour to another major city up north, Lilikove City. However, after some effort, Karen and Serd managed to find a car and head toward the northern outskirts of Kaina City, planning to take Route 111 to Lilikove City. But what they saw shocked them. In the middle of the night, a large number of security personnel, led by Officer Jenny, were stationed at the highway exits with Arcanine, Granbull, and other canine Pokémon, stopping and inspecting every vehicle. What's going on? Why such strict inspections? Even the driver couldn't help but complain. Sitting in the backseat, Karen and Serd frowned. Had they been discovered? Satcha analyzed in a low voice. Kaina City is the closest city to that isolated island. It makes sense that someone would predict we'd come here after leaving. But would that coward have the power to lock down an entire city in the middle of the night? Karen furrowed her brows. She herself came from a wealthy family, but shutting down an entire city for personal reasons, that was beyond anything she could imagine. Unless it was someone like Stephen Stone, a true elite among the wealthy. Or maybe it's not aimed at us. Maybe Team Magma or Team Aqua is causing trouble, Serd speculated. In recent years, the Hone region had seen the rise of Team Magma and Team Aqua, two organizations that, while not as powerful as Kanto's Team Rocket or Johto's Team Shadow, still caused enough chaos to be a headache for the Hone League. At that moment, the two cars ahead of them finished their security check, and their vehicle moved forward slightly. They noticed that the officers were checking passengers' belongings, especially their piquet balls. Karen and Serd's expressions changed slightly. Without a word, they both got out of the car and walked in the opposite direction. Hey, you two. The driver was confused for a moment, but by the time he realized what was happening and tried to call out to them, the two had already disappeared into the night. Captain, over there. A sharp-eyed officer at the checkpoint noticed the movement and alerted Officer Jenny. Jenny looked up just in time to see two figures getting out of a car and heading the other way. Stop right there. The Kaina City police captain shouted and led her team in pursuit. Honchgro. Starmie. Hearing the commotion behind them, Karen and Serd didn't hesitate any longer. They each pulled out their flying mounts, leaped off the overpass, and took off. We've found the suspects. Officer Jenny urgently reported through her radio. Meanwhile, over on the western waterways of Kaina City, a group of elite Hone League trainers, led by Sutopoly's gym leader Wallace, had blocked off the piers to prevent the suspects from escaping via boat. Standing beside Wallace was Phoebe, one of the current Hone Elite Four. Yawning, Phoebe rubbed her eyes and muttered, "So, we all got called out here, just to help some rich kid find his lost toy." Wallace, whose androgynous features could probably rival Grusha from Paldea, frowned and warned her. Phoebe, don't say things like that. He is, after all, the grandson of the Pokémon League president. Yeah, whatever, Phoebe responded dismissively. Damn, she hated dealing with these privileged rich kids. Just then, Wallace's phone rang. It was his girlfriend, Winona. Wallace, we found the targets. Winona, stationed at the southern exit, reported while sending her Altaria into action. Standing beside her was none other than Tobias. As he watched the Hone League's top trainers being gathered, Tobias couldn't help but smirk. This was his ultimate revenge. So what if you're strong? Raw power means nothing without influence. Who do you think you are? Chapter 154. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 154. In just a single day, the entire Slateport city plunged into chaos. The commotion was mainly concentrated in the northern region, where the iconic structure, the Grand Festival Arena, stood. Under the strategic command of the large-scale police force led by Officer Jenny, the city's residents were being evacuated to the southern part. However, the exact nature of the incident remained undisclosed, as both Officer Jenny's police force and the gym leaders who had arrived for reinforcements avoided discussing the matter. Slateport Beach in southern Slateport City. This beach was not only the largest in Slateport City, but also the biggest in the entire Hone region. Though its scenery couldn't compare to Alola's, its sheer vastness attracted an enormous number of tourists daily. Because of the dense crowd and prying eyes, Stephen and Will chose this location to land. As they prepared to enter the city, a police officer stationed at the city's entrance announced through a loudspeaker, "Attention all citizens and visitors. The northern part of the city is currently under attack by Team Rocket. Please refrain from approaching the northern district. I repeat, the northern part of the city is under attack." Blending into the crowd, Will muttered in disbelief. What the hell? Didn't Karen just snatch a weakling's legendary Pokémon? Why is this causing such a huge commotion? At the moment, neither Stephen nor Will has received any response from Karen. Giovanni had also not yet received a report from Surd. However, during their urgent journey from Galar, Giovanni had contacted them and explained. Some time ago, Team Rocket had discovered a weak trainer in Sinnoh whose starter Pokémon was Darkrai. Giovanni had sent Surd as a guide to help Karen steal the Pokémon. But just as the two were about to take action, Surd, using a wiretap installed on the target's phone, learned that the trainer had also obtained information about the legendary Pokémon Latios and Latias. Seeing an opportunity for an even bigger heist, they followed the target all the way to Hone, a starter Pokémon that was Darkrai. And now they had intel on Latios and Latias. On top of that, they were from the Sinnoh region. With all these factors combined, an image immediately surfaced in Stephen's mind of a certain trainer from his previous life who had crushed Ash's decade-long championship dream. Yet, even as a time traveler, Stephen found this strange. Could Tobias' Pokémon trigger such a massive uproar? Speaking of which, that guy's background was always a mystery. But for now, the most pressing concern was Karen's safety. Blending into the crowd alongside Will, Stephen entered the city, discreetly glancing at the Vivre card in his palm. There were no changes yet. This allowed him to proceed step by step without rushing. If this Vivre card started burning up, like Ace's did in Impel Down, Stephen wouldn't hesitate to charge in directly. Meanwhile, in northern Slateport City, in the Grand Plaza before the contest hall, the venue for the annual Hone Grand Festival, Surd found herself under immense pressure, facing two of Hone's most powerful trainers, Stephen and Wallace. Being a known fugitive, Surd didn't bother wearing a mask. Clicking her tongue, she glanced past them at the person they were protecting, Tobias. Raising an eyebrow, she scoffed. Team Rocket has stolen plenty of trainers' Pokémon in Kanto, and the league never made this big a fuss. Care to explain what makes this guy so special? Wallace furrowed his brows slightly, but before he could speak, Stephen had already stepped forward. Sorry, but you don't need to know that. The only thing you should be concerned about is your imminent future in a league prison. Elsewhere, Karen panted heavily. Her Houndoom and Honchkrow stood protectively in front of her, one at the front and one at the rear. But both of her Dark-type partners were in bad shape. Honchkrow's left wing had burn marks near the middle, an injury caused by Typhlosion, the Pokémon belonging to Hone's Fire-type Elite Four member Moore. Meanwhile, Houndoom's left foreleg had a deep, gaping wound, courtesy of Sydney's Mightyena, the Dark-type Elite Four member. Impressive. Moore genuinely admired Karen's endurance. Holding your ground for this long against two of Hone's Elite Four members simultaneously. Quite remarkable. Now's not the time for admiration. From above, Winona called out while sitting atop Altaria. Take her down quickly, before the situation escalates any further. The league chairman had mobilized Hone's top trainers overnight for this operation, and the true reason was something that couldn't be openly discussed. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk. Her Pokémon are nearly exhausted, but striking down a woman like this doesn't align with my sense of evil beauty. Sydney flicked his mohawk-like hair and turned to Winona. How about you take care of it? Moore remained silent but also hesitated. After all, Karen was just a young girl, not much older than his granddaughter. Winona frowned. If it were a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't stand a chance against the masked girl. But after being worn down by two Elite Four members, if she still couldn't take down Karen, she might as well resign. Unlike Sydney and Moore, who were burdened by personal sentiments, Winona had no such hesitation. Her position as the head of Hone's gym leaders wasn't just because of her strength. It was also due to her impartial nature and keen judgment. Much like Erica, the gym leader chairperson of Kanto, the person occupying this role wasn't necessarily the strongest gym leader, but they were always the most capable manager. Ulterior peck attack. Even so, Winona wasn't aiming to kill. Otherwise, she would have gone straight for a Draco meteor, like Lance would have. Seeing Ulterior charge forward, Honchkrow and Houndoom immediately moved to intercept from both sides. Disarming voice. Winona calmly commanded. Lee tilde tilde tilde. Ulterior opened its beak and let out a melodic cry, releasing a wave of soft pink sound waves. Honchkrow and Houndoom winced in pain, their balance faltering midair before they crashed to the ground in distress. After the fairy type was officially introduced, trainers worldwide began studying whether their Pokémon had fairy-type potential or could learn fairy-type moves. This was because dragon types were simply too dominant. Winona was one of those trainers. She discovered that although her Altaria was a dragon type, it was highly proficient in fairy-type moves. As she watched Honchkrow and Houndoom fall one after another, the 3 remaining Piquet balls on Karen's belt began to tremble involuntarily. Don't act rashly. Karen pressed down on her Piquet balls. Altaria, carrying Winona, sped toward her, attempting to restrain Karen. Karen instinctively took a step back. Altaria's sharp claw accidentally hooked onto Karen's mask. With a clang, the mask fell to the ground. The entire crowd of Hone trainers witnessed Karen's true face. A beautiful young lady, unexpected, but alas, a beauty wasted on a thief. Sydney observed the situation with a sidelong glance and sighed. You better not let Winona hear that. More silently retorted in his mind. Before Karen could react any further, Altaria's fluffy feathers pressed firmly against her neck from behind. Don't move. As long as you stay still, I won't do anything. Winona, sitting atop Altaria, warned her in a low voice. Though her tone was not overtly threatening, it carried an undeniable warning. All right, return my Darkrai to me, and Latios and Latias as well. Tobias approached with a bright smile. Karen scoffed disdainfully. Having those legendary Pokémon follow you is like using gemstones as toilet paper. Such a waste. Shut up. Being ridiculed in front of so many people, Tobias couldn't help but become angry. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Cynthia, who had been observing the battle from start to finish, thought to herself. Though her words are crude, she does have a point. After all, Darkrai was Tobias's first partner Pokémon. Yet after all these years, his skill level was still only this high, barely enough to battle an Elite Four member. If it were Cynthia herself using Darkrai, she could probably pummel a champion into the ground. Karen gritted her teeth. Losing Latios and Latias was already bad enough, and now her true identity had been exposed. But in truth, that wasn't even the biggest issue. After all, the higher-ups, headed by Goodshow and Lance, already knew her real identity. The real problem was, if the League members saw Kubfu she had with her, that would be disastrous. As Tobias continued approaching her, Karen instinctively struggled, but Altaria's soft, white wings held her down firmly. Sensing her movement, Winona's tone grew sharper, carrying a hint of threat this time. I said don't move. But suddenly, a new voice interrupted. That's a line I should be saying to you. Winona's heart skipped a beat. Before she could turn around, both she and her Altaria felt an enormous shadow looming over their backs. The expressions of the Hone elites present, along with the reinforcements from other regions, changed drastically. They turned to look. A massive canine Pokémon stood behind Winona and her Altaria, letting out a low growl reminiscent of a lion. And atop the lion-like Pokémon's back was Joker. Do you understand, Gym Leader Winona? Joker! Countless people in the crowd shouted the name in shock. He showed up. Cynthia's face darkened. Hone and Sinnoh were geographically close, so her trip here didn't take too long. Initially, when she saw so many Hone experts gathering in Slateport City, she thought she wouldn't need to intervene. But upon hearing that one of the suspects was the masked girl, one of Joker's known companions, Cynthia recalled the battle in the Lostlorn Forest in Unova half a year ago. She decided she couldn't take any chances. At first, seeing only the masked girl and Serd resisting, she assumed Joker himself wasn't involved in this operation. But now, he'd shown up after all. Is that Entei? Moore's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the lion-like beast Joker was riding. The three legendary beasts of Johto were widely known. Reiku and Entei, often protecting their fellow electric and fire-type Pokémon, were especially famous among trainers specializing in those types. Meanwhile, Suicune not only helped Pokémon, but occasionally even rescued humans in distress, making it even more renowned than its two companions. After the infamous Viridian incident confirmed them as Ho-Oh's personal guardians, their reputations skyrocketed even further. But what truly unsettled Moore and the others wasn't Entei supposed to be a guardian of justice? As Ho-Oh's subordinate and a frequent protector of fire-type Pokémon, that should have been obvious. So why was it following Joker, a high-ranking officer of an evil organization? Winona turned her head. Her pale face was now mere inches away from Entei's gaping maw. She could even smell the scent from its breath. Her face grew even paler. Joker said nothing. He simply extended a hand toward Karen. Sorry. Seated behind him on Entei, Karen lowered her head. Joker gently knocked her on the head. Idiot, what are you apologizing for? Noticing the leftmost piquet ball on Karen's belt, Steven's eyes flickered with surprise behind his mask. It evolved. Inside the ball was a Zoroark, waving at him enthusiastically. Yeah, it evolved 2 days ago while sparring with Kubfu. Karen whispered. Why not use it? Steven scolded. Not to mention anything else, as long as you use Zoroark's illusion to escape from here, it shouldn't be a problem. This is one of your biggest trump cards. There are so many people here. If you use illusions in front of such a large crowd, the chances of exposure are very high. If your trump card gets revealed, wouldn't that be disastrous? Karen replied matter-of-factly. Steven was momentarily at a loss for words. GRR. At that moment, the Entei beneath Joker let out a low growl, and with a slap as effortless as swatting a mosquito, sent Winona and her Altaria flying to the side. Winona. Seeing his girlfriend being knocked away, Wallace panicked instantly. Rather than worrying about your girlfriend, you'd better focus on yourself. Another figure emerged from the crowd, blocking Wallace's path. The psychic fatty is here too. Steven's expression changed drastically. Motherfer, you're dead. The previously amused Will instantly flew into a rage upon noticing Steven. Because he had investigated it, back when someone first called him that nickname, and when the media picked it up and spread it, the one who started it all was none other than Steven Stone. Slowbro, Executor. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with fury. Will immediately sent out 2 of the main Pokémon from his Psychic Fatty lineup. Slowbro, utilizing its parental bond ability, unleashed a double surf attack. Meanwhile, Executor used Psychic to manipulate the surging waves, shaping them like Gaara's sand, allowing for precise control. So, in the end, it has come to this, but I've already figured out your battle style. Steven waved his right hand. Metagross. His ace Pokémon soared from behind him. Its right forearm gathered a dazzling silver-white light, with faint starlight glimmering within. Meteor Mash. A high-power stab, same-type attack bonus, punch, a single strike punched a hole right through the twin waves. But in mere moments, that hole was visibly closing up again. It's not over yet. Steven growled softly. Immediately after, Metagross began to spin wildly like a top. The sharp claws on its 3 remaining arms erupted with crackling electricity, dark energy, and freezing cold. That was Thunder Punch, Shadow Claw, Ice Punch. Although not executed simultaneously, the interval was incredibly short. Through continuous bombardment, it shattered the Surf plus Psychic combo attack. Metagross has 4 brains that can operate simultaneously. After our battle in the Lostlorn Forest, I've been developing this ability. Steven raised one hand, exuding the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Although it can't attack simultaneously like your Slowbro, it's more than enough to deal with you. In the original story, Bruno's Hitmonchan could use both fists independently, executing Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, and Fire Punch interchangeably. And Steven's potential surpassed Bruno's. Although Will, with Steven's help, had reached a near Elite Four level at just 12 years old, rivaling his future self as the youngest member of the Indigo League's Elite Four. This world has never been short of geniuses. Wallace seized the opportunity his best friend created, shouting toward the center of the waves. Milotic Ice Beam. In an instant, a freezing laser shot through the opening, targeting its mark. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding ground rapidly froze, forcing the Hone police officers nearby to step back to avoid getting their feet frozen. As expected of young Master Steven, next month's Evergrande Conference, he will undoubtedly claim the Hone champion title. One police officer looked at Steven with admiration. No, I support Gym Leader Wallace more. A female officer retorted. Now isn't the time for idle chatter. The enemy is someone who has troubled the League headquarters for years. The leading officer, Jenny, sternly reminded them. Relax, Captain. Milotic is Gym Leader Wallace's ace. That last attack, Psychic Fatty's executor will either be knocked out or barely hanging on like a flickering candle. The female officer spoke confidently. She was a diehard fan of Wallace. Wait, what is that? As the icy mist gradually dissipated, a sharp purple spike was revealed. When the mist fully cleared, the entire squad was shocked to see a massive spiked shell. That's a cloister. As a water-type specialist, Wallace instantly recognized the Pokémon. The cloister's shell automatically opened, revealing Will, Executor, and a Slowpoke inside. Then, just as quickly, the cloister snapped its shell shut, biting onto the Slowpoke's tail. And in the next moment, it evolved into Slowbro. How about it? This is the new power Joker has granted my comrades and me. Will smirked wickedly. Sure, Steven's potential was higher than his, but so what? He had a powerful backer. This just got troublesome. Steven lowered his head, speaking in a heavy tone. Chairman Goodshow had warned him and the others before. Whenever they fought Joker, he would always pull out some new trick, making him incredibly difficult to deal with. And if Psychic Fatty was already this troublesome, even as just Joker's subordinate, then what about him? Steven couldn't help but glance sideways toward the other side of the battlefield. Shirna, what are you trying to do? Watching Cynthia walk up with her Garchomp, Joker, who was sitting cross-legged on Entei's back, rested his chin on one hand and smiled. Don't call me that. Cynthia frowned under her bangs. Your actions are truly despicable. Last time it was the Jewel of Life, and this time it's someone else's Pokémon. To prevent you from causing trouble again in the future, I will stop you right now. Reminded by Cynthia, Joker also recalled that all of this had started because Karen and Surd had taken the mythical trainer's Darkrai. But just now, when Joker checked the Piquet balls on Karen's belt, there was no Darkrai. Darkrai is with Surd. Karen, having guessed Joker's thoughts, explained. Hi. Oh, right. If I remember correctly in the manga, Surd does have a Darkrai, so this is how it happened. In other words, right now, Latios is with Karen and Darkrai is with Surd. Steven suddenly felt that the mythical trainer was truly a living saint. I won't make fun of you anymore. Flannery's grandfather, Moore, according to the anime, he was a former gym leader, while in the manga, he was the former, deceased, Elite Four member. Chapter 155. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 155. I'm a little curious, just who are you to be able to cause such a big commotion? Joker raised an eyebrow and looked at Tobias, who was already scared stiff. This guy had only appeared once in the original anime. It felt like he was specifically introduced as a deus ex machina to prevent Ash from winning the championship. Later, when the Masters 8 tournament started, he was nowhere to be seen. As a result, his background remained a complete mystery. During the Lily of the Valley conference, it was mentioned that he was from Sinnoh. But as a Sinnoh trainer, he somehow made the Hone League go to such great lengths for him. Compared to Steven, the son of Hone's richest man, his background was probably even more powerful. At the very least, if something happened to Steven in Sinnoh, the Sinnoh League wouldn't mobilize such a large force for him. Aye. Having Darkrai as his starter Pokémon, Tobias, who had grown up in a sheltered environment, had never experienced such a scene before. Just yesterday, on the southern island, Cert had almost scared him to the point of wetting himself. And Joker was even worse. There's no need to answer a criminal's questions. Officer Jenny of Slateport City, overflowing with a sense of justice, gave a stern shout. Beside her, Arcanine had already used extreme speed, dashing to Entei's right rear flank. Being the police captain of a major city like Slateport, she had considerable strength. But that also depended on who she was up against. Grrr tilde. Entei slightly narrowed its eyes and opened its mouth. The golden-red flames, resembling a fire dragon, swept out, similar to Ho-Oh. Arcanine, which had been charging in with extreme speed, initially tried to push through the flames. But after just 2 steps, it suddenly let out a miserable howl and collapsed in the scorching fire, which had even charred the ground, losing its ability to fight. If a fire-type Pokémon like Arcanine was in such a state, there was no need to mention the other police Pokémon present. Even those merely touched by the embers, like Watchog and Granbull, reacted as if they had been electrocuted, continuously retreating. Those directly caught in the flames were rolling on the ground, wailing in agony. How is this possible? My Arcanine's ability is Flash Fire. Officer Jenny of Slateport exclaimed in disbelief. Flash Fire is an ability that allows a Pokémon to absorb fire-type moves and boost its firepower. That only works when the difference in strength isn't too overwhelming, Steven kindly reminded her. Abilities like Flash Fire, which grants immunity to fire-type moves, and Water Absorb, which grants immunity to water-type moves, as well as type immunities like ground types being immune to electric moves or fairy types being immune to dragon moves, all rely on the premise that there isn't an enormous gap in level. After all, this isn't a game. Otherwise, even if the move itself doesn't work, the sheer impact of the attack would be enough to crush the opponent. For example, if Rayquaza used Dragon Ascent against a Clefairy. In the game, Clefairy would indeed take no damage. But in reality, would Rayquaza even have any dignity left? Of course, even so, in the future Masters 8 tournament, Lance using Dragon-type moves against Diantha's Gardevoir was still incredibly dumb. Sure, he's stronger than Diantha, but not to such an absurd degree. Roar! Entei let out a deep growl. The flames raging across the plaza spread outward as if they were its pets. Anyone below Elite 4 level, fall back. Cynthia made a decisive call, waving her hand and shouting. At the same time, her Garchomp didn't hesitate. Its sharp dragon claw hooked onto Tobias, who had collapsed to the ground in fear and flung him backward. As Tobias screamed, an Infernape emerged from the crowd behind and caught him in midair. Looks like things are serious. A man stepped out from behind the Infernape. Dressed in hiking gear with a single-strap backpack, covered in mud, and even with a few leaves stuck to his shoulder. This was Norman, the reserve gym leader of the Hone League. Mr. Norman, you're here too. Sydney asked in surprise. Originally from Johto, but having transferred to Hone, Norman had been held accountable for the Salamence attack on Johto's Pokémon Research Center some time ago. As a result, he was banned from taking the gym leader exam for 5 years. Just happened to be passing by, didn't expect to run into an S-rank criminal wanted by the league. Norman frowned. Ever since the attack on Johto's Pokémon Research Center, he hadn't returned home. He had been tracking Rayquaza's whereabouts across Johto and Hone. That was the real punishment the league had given him. But he hadn't expected to stumble upon such a major incident. Mr. Norman, Miss Cynthia, let's join forces and take down Joker. Winona had already mounted her Altaria and rushed over to propose. No, gym leader Winona, take Tobias and retreat to the back. Cynthia flatly rejected her proposal without hesitation. As she had said before, anyone below the Elite 4 level wasn't qualified to participate in this battle. And Joker had just proven this point himself. The level gap was too great. Even with abilities and type advantages, it was meaningless. Winona's Altaria might have decent resistance to fire-type moves, but it would only delay her defeat by a few seconds at best. All right, I understand. Winona nodded dejectedly. We don't have to fight, just let us leave. Joker's voice suddenly came from behind. Are you kidding me? You stole my Darkrai and Latios, and you think you can just walk away. Tobias roared in fury. Enough, Tobias, let's just go. Winona grabbed Tobias's arm and pulled him back. Darkrai was caught by Surd, and Latios, you just weren't paying enough attention. Don't make excuses. Joker smiled and said, I don't mind if you want to take revenge on me, but you can do it yourself. If Tobias had personally stepped forward, Joker might have even praised him for being genuine, but hiding behind other powerful trainers like an ostrich. To borrow Madura's words, weakness disgusts me. Milotic hydro pump. A Milotic leaped out, its elegant, serpentine body gliding gracefully across the ground, skillfully avoiding the rising flames. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance to Entei, stopping just 10 meters away. The next second, Milotic raised the upper half of its body and released a powerful jet of water. It perfectly avoided the burning flames and shot straight toward Entei's temple. That's Juan Wallace's mentor, isn't it? Joker's gaze shifted slightly, noticing the middle-aged man with a small mustache standing beside the Milotic. He remembered that this was Wallace's teacher, the former gym leader of Sotopolis City. After Wallace rose to prominence, Juan stepped down and passed the gym leader position to his disciple. If nothing unexpected happened in a few years, when Steven relinquished his champion title to Wallace, Juan would likely return as the gym leader. Entei turned its head and countered the hydro pump with a flamethrower. The two opposing elemental attacks collided, unleashing a powerful wave of heat and wind. Juan frowned slightly. He realized that the flamethrower was pushing back the hydro pump. Despite having the type advantage, should he say, as expected of a legendary Pokémon? If Juan had noticed it, then how could Entei, who was directly involved, not be aware? Entei increased its power output, and the flamethrower grew even stronger. As it completely overpowered the hydro pump and was about to engulf Milotic. Typhlosion. A powerful shout came from the veteran Elite Four member, Moore. Typhlosion suddenly lunged forward, jumping directly into Entei's fire to act as a shield against the flamethrower. My Typhlosion can flash fire. Moore shot Juan a reassuring glance. Sure enough, standing amidst the flames, the fire on Typhlosion's back burned even more fiercely. Earlier, Officer Jenny's Arcanine wasn't strong enough to absorb Entei's flames, but Moore's Typhlosion could handle it. Use Darkest Lariat. Even though his Typhlosion had boosted its firepower with flash fire, Moore didn't dare to use a fire-type move against Entei. That would be like showing off in front of a master swordsman. A dark aura enveloped Typhlosion's body, completely obscuring its original appearance. Then, with a long howl, the black mass started spinning wildly. Like a black whirlwind, it charged straight at Entei. Extreme speed. At Joker's command, Entei's body became engulfed in a fierce windstorm and collided head-on with the incoming black whirlwind. Through the dark-type energy, Typhlosion could feel the immense impact force from Entei. Moore's main Pokémon, his strongest Typhlosion, felt like its internal organs were being shaken out of place. But it wasn't over yet. The next second, just as Typhlosion was enduring the pain inside its dark energy shield, it suddenly realized something shocking. A massive lion's paw had already broken through its dark barrier and was pressing against its chest. And at the tip of the giant paw, razor-sharp claws like daggers were extending out. Typhlosion's expression changed drastically. What is this? Dragon Rush. At that moment, Cynthia's commanding voice rang out. A blue-purple dragon flame erupted from her Garchomp, who was soaring high in the sky. The flames completely enveloped Garchomp, forming a massive azure dragon that roared as it charged at Entei. Almost instantly, a freezing beam of ice shot out from the chaotic extreme speed turbulence. Typhlosion seized the opportunity to retreat, landing back on the ground. Feeling the residual warmth on its chest, it remained deeply shaken. It still couldn't comprehend what just happened. But right now, aside from its trainer Moore, no one had time to pay attention to Typhlosion. Because everyone had just witnessed something unbelievable. A beam of ice beam pierced through the dragon rush, splitting the fiery dragon in two. Cynthia's ace Pokémon, Garchomp, stumbled and fell from the sky. Slaking. Norman immediately threw a Pokéball. A huge Slaking swung its hammer-like arms, delivering a powerful punch at Entei, who was still surrounded by the extreme speed vortex. The attack disrupted the trajectory of the ice beam. Garchomp, who hadn't taken the full force of the attack, managed to regain control at the last moment. Flipping midair, it crashed heavily onto the ground. Narrowly avoiding disaster, Cynthia had minimized the damage. Entei used Ice Beam. The gathered League elites all stared in shock. Even for a legendary Pokémon, this is too ridiculous, isn't it? At that moment, the high-speed windstorm around Entei dissipated. Flowing purple hair fluttered in the air. Compared to Entei's previous majestic form, the Pokémon before them now looked more graceful. Suicune. Cynthia, Juan, and the others on the battlefield. Stephen and Wallace, who were fighting against Will and Surd in the distance. Even Tobias, and the others who had retreated hundreds of meters away. Everyone exchanged glances, all thinking the same thing. Am I dreaming? Joker had been riding Entei just a moment ago. So why had it suddenly become Suicune? Did he recall Entei at the exact moment Cynthia's Garchomp attacked, and switch it for Suicune? Wallace hesitated as he spoke. That's impossible. If that were true, Joker would have been completely exposed for a brief moment. Typhlosion's darkest lariat would have torn him to pieces. Sheer cold. Sitting atop Suicune, Joker's expression remained unchanged as he gave the command. A silver-white glow began to radiate from Suicune's body. The next second, he suddenly raised his head. Everyone pay attention. As a water-type expert, Juan naturally had some knowledge of ice types as well. In an instant, the ground beneath Suicune, which had been scorched by Entei's flames, was quickly covered in a layer of silver-white frost, spreading visibly fast. Garchomp Earthquake. At Cynthia's command, Garchomp stomped its foot hard on the ground. Boom! The tiles of the entire plaza cracked apart. The uneven terrain slowed the spread of absolute zero. Beautiful, the future champion of Sinnoh is quite good at dealing with ice types too, Juan praised, twirling his small mustache. After all, my Garchomp doesn't like ice, Cynthia responded. Zzzt. Almost as soon as Cynthia finished speaking, everyone vaguely heard a crackling thunder sound. Boom! Before Cynthia and the others could turn their heads to locate the source of the sound, a golden lightning bolt streaked across the battlefield, slamming hard into Juan's Milotic. The most beautiful Pokémon was sent flying. With a crash, it shattered the display window of a shop across the street. Its red and blue tail drooped outside the window, obscuring the view of the inside. It all happened too suddenly. Until Milotic was struck and sent flying, Cynthia, Juan, and the others hadn't even reacted. About 2 seconds later, Juan and the others finally processed what had happened. That was Bolt Strike. Looking back at where Milotic had been standing just moments ago, they saw dazzling electricity crackling along Sharpfur. Noticing Cynthia and the others staring, the Thunder Beast wore a playful smirk. This time it's Reiku, Cynthia was stunned. First it was Entei, then Suicune, now Reiku had appeared as well. Had all 3 legendary beasts been captured by Joker? But something felt off. Gah! At that moment, Milotic, which had been thrown against the building across the street, let out a groan and struggled to rise. Milotic, are you okay? Juan called out in concern. Gah! Milotic looked back at its trainer with a reassuring gaze, but its expression didn't seem like it was okay at all. It really can take a hit, Joker commented leisurely as he walked forward. Beside him, Karen stood, accompanied by her Houndoom and Honchkrow. They've been healed. Indeed, from the start, Joker had bet that using a move like Sheer Cold, powerful but with a notoriously low accuracy, wouldn't be enough to seriously threaten these elite trainers. His real goal was simply to divert their attention, creating an opportunity for Karen and her Pokémon to recover. What exactly did you do? For perhaps the first time in her life, Cynthia showed a look of utter disbelief. Even when facing Cyrus, who controlled the deities of time and space, she had likely never displayed such an expression. Cynthia was never afraid of opponents stronger than herself. But this strange sensation she felt while battling Joker unsettled her deeply. The unknown was even more terrifying than sheer power. Tilde perfect timing. Let's try that, Joker murmured to himself, seemingly lost in thought. Everyone stay calm. At the critical moment, Norman stepped forward and shouted. At the end of the day, he's just one person. Even if he holds legendary Pokémon, there's no way he can perfectly counter all of us at once. He's bound to make a mistake. Norman's words made sense. In Pokémon battles, especially battles between trained Pokémon, a trainer's focus and reflexes are limited. Even in double battles, trainers often struggle to keep up, sometimes making errors in judgment. And now, Joker was facing multiple elite trainers at once, all at champion level or higher. Mr. Norman, is your child a boy or a girl? Joker suddenly asked with a grin. In the anime, Norman had both a daughter and a son, May and Max. In the manga, he had a son named Ruby. And in the games, it depended on the player's choice. So Joker was genuinely curious, in this real world, who was Norman's child? Norman was momentarily thrown off. They were about to fight to the death, and this guy was making small talk. Never mind, I'll find out eventually. Now, let's begin. Joker smiled once more and glanced down at his belt, where he had just retrieved a piquet ball from Karen. Inside the ball, Zorak grinned. Its pupils suddenly shrank, unleashing an eerie energy. If someone had whispered, shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu, it would have been the perfect match for the scene. Then, before Cynthia, Norman, and the others' disbelieving eyes, two beastly silhouettes emerged from Reiku's body, as if their souls were leaving its form. They landed on the ground and rapidly solidified. Entei Suikyun. Together with Reiku, all three legendary beasts were now assembled. They came out of Reiku's body. What the hell? Sydney was so shocked that he slapped his own thigh hard, just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. If Joker had just released the two legendary Pokémon from their piquet balls, he wouldn't have been this surprised. But for them to split apart from Reiku as if they had cloned themselves, he had never seen anything like it before. But Joker didn't answer him either. Entei, Suikyun, and Reiku charged forward one after another. They unleashed sacred flames, released freezing cold winds, and summoned lightning and thunder. For a moment, the surrounding League elites were in complete chaos. The scene was as chaotic as the Luffy messing around at the tea party of Big Mom. However, from a distance of more than a mile away, watching from afar, Winona, Tobias, and Officer Jenny's police force all looked utterly confused. Because in their eyes, aside from Juan, everyone else, like Cynthia, Norman, and the others, appeared to be fighting thin air. That's right, from the perspective of Winona, Tobias, and the others in the distance. Joker was commanding Reiku, forcing the water-type expert Juan to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Cynthia, Norman, Moore, and the others were wildly attacking nothing, as if they were possessed. Even Sydney, inexplicably, started cursing and shouting. What are you all just standing there watching for? Why aren't you helping me? Hearing Sydney's outburst, Winona and the others were even more bewildered. Wait, aren't you just fighting thin air? Why are you asking for help? But in the next second, Winona and the others realized that Sydney wasn't the only one acting strangely. Norman, the three legendary beasts' attacks are too fierce. Everyone, give me a hand. More sorry I can't hold on. Damn it, Typhlosion, dodge quickly. Cynthia, Garchomp, dig underground to evade. Everyone attack together now. Hurry, can't you hear me? Winona's. Tobias. Officer Jenny's police force. Wait, what are you all even talking about? Joker is only fighting Juan. He's not even paying attention to you guys. So what kind of one-man show are you all putting on? Chapter 156. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 156. In the eyes of Cynthia, Norman, Moore, and Sydney, they were currently fighting Joker one-on-one. For some reason, the others were standing still, as if they had been paralyzed, merely watching from the sidelines. One by one, they started heating up with frustration. In reality, Juan, the only one fighting Joker, noticed the bizarre situation of the four flailing in thin air. His pupils shrank sharply, and he questioned Joker opposite him in a deep voice. "What did you do?" "Thunderbolt." Joker didn't answer his question. Instead, he raised his hand and called out the move's name. Reiku suddenly lifted its head, and dazzling lightning surged from its sharp golden fur, striking Milotic, who had just used Recover twice in a row to barely catch its breath. "Whiskash," Juan called out in a low voice. A whiskash splashed mud onto the ground, leaping in front of Milotic like a character from One Piece using the swim fruit. It took the full force of the lightning attack. As a ground-type Pokémon, it was the perfect shield against electric-type moves in Juan's team. Many rookie trainers think that if they assemble a team that counters an opponent's type, they can easily win against specialized trainers. What they don't realize is that, aside from the massive level gap that can completely negate type advantages, experienced trainers have plenty of ways to compensate for their type disadvantages. Juan used Whiskash as a tank, while Wallace relied on Swampert. Walrein used Aurora Beam. The moment Whiskash blocked Thunderbolt, a Walrein charged forward from behind. A multicolored icy beam sliced through the air, striking Reiku, whose body was still crackling with electricity. Crack, crack, crack. Reiku's body rapidly froze, turning into a small ice mountain. Through the transparent ice, the frozen legendary beast could be seen inside. Ahem. Even though he had landed a hit, Juan's face showed no joy. Against a criminal like Joker, who even the League headquarters found troublesome and who possessed legendary Pokémon, this victory seemed far too easy. Still, it was a rare opportunity. Even if something felt off, Juan decided to press the attack. Whiskash used high horsepower, Milotic Hyper Beam. Whiskash's entire body became coated in mud, swelling up in size. It charged with ground-type energy, slamming into the frozen Reiku. Cracks spread across the ice, and the impact inside further damaged Reiku. Meanwhile, behind them, Milotic gathered dark purple destructive energy in its mouth. Boom! Whiskash moved aside, and the hyper beam narrowly grazed its belly as it shot forward. The already crumbling ice mountain, along with Reiku trapped inside, was blasted open with a massive hole. Yes, Milotic's hyper beam had blown a hole in Reiku's body. Through that hole, Juan could even see Joker standing behind it. Juan was stunned. No, wait, was a legendary Pokémon's defenses really this fragile? Crack, crack. Suddenly, Reiku's body cracked like glass. The next second shatter, it fragmented into countless pieces. What the? Juan's heart lurched. Suicune can create ice that reflects its image. Joker, standing behind the scene, calmly explained. Zzzt. The familiar sound of crackling electricity echoed from behind. Juan's heart clenched. He turned, but just as he did, he was met with a Reiku bursting with golden electricity lunging at him. Wild charge. Milotic was sent flying again. Walrein's expression shifted drastically. It opened its mouth, attempting to fire another Aurora Beam in retaliation. Without even turning its head, Reiku unleashed multiple thunderbolts. Thunderbolt! Walrein let out a pained cry before collapsing with a thud. Milotic Walreined. Everything happened too fast. Juan had no time to react. Then suddenly, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. He staggered forward, his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Behind him, Joker stood with his hand raised in a striking gesture. Juan has been defeated. Watching Whiskash also fall to Reiku's extrasensory attack, Winona clasped her hands tightly over her mouth. Juan being defeated wasn't even the most despairing part. What horrified Winona and the others the most was that, after taking down Juan, Joker proceeded towards Sydney, Moore, and Norman. Yet, just like before, they seemed completely unaware of Joker's presence. Reiku, walking beside Joker, first transformed into Suicune and took down Sydney's Mightyena with an aura sphere. Then, still in Suicune form, it blasted Moore's Typhlosion with a hydro pump. Finally, it transformed back into Raikou and bombarded Norman's, slaking with repeated aura spheres. To be honest, the fact that Steven's Raikou could transform was no longer the most shocking thing to Winona and the others. What was even more terrifying was that, while Joker was systematically hunting down the Elite Four's ace Pokémon, these so-called top trainers acted as if they didn't even see it happening. They continued fighting thin air while their strongest Pokémon were eliminated right in front of their eyes, one, by Joker's legendary beast. Finally, Winona and the others saw Joker walking toward Cynthia. "Miss Cynthia, he's coming, wake up," Winona shouted anxiously. Meanwhile, Cynthia was completely focused on her illusion battle with Joker. How could she possibly hear Winona's cries? Buzz! The energy surrounding Joker's Raikou flared up again. It transformed into Suicune, gathering icy energy in its mouth. And just like before, with Sydney, Moore, and Norman, Cynthia and her Garchomp were still standing with their backs to Joker, seemingly attacking thin air. Suicune unleashed an ice beam, aiming directly at the back of Garchomp's neck. At this critical moment, a piquet ball on Cynthia's waist suddenly popped open on its own. Lucario. Gawu. Still midair upon release, Lucario let out a fierce roar. It brought its hands together in a Kamehameha-like stance, quickly gathering a large, light brown energy sphere in its palms. Aura Sphere. Boom! The aura sphere flew forward and clashed with the incoming ice beam, causing a powerful shockwave. The force of the explosion made Cynthia and Garchomp, who were still facing away from Joker, stumble. However, despite the aura sphere reducing the ice beam's power, the attack continued toward Lucario. This was the difference in level. Realizing the danger, Lucario had no choice but to cross its arms in front of its body for defense. Even though the ice beam had been weakened, it still hit head-on, sending Lucario flying like a baseball and smashing into Garchomp's back. Luckily, thanks to its steel typing's excellent resistance, Lucario wasn't knocked out immediately. Gawu. Lucario quickly propped itself up with one hand, shaking off the impact. Then, it placed both of its paws, one on Cynthia's back, the other on Garchomp's. Gawu. Lucario let out a low cry. At that moment, from Cynthia and Garchomp's perspective, Joker and Suicune suddenly vanished into thin air. What's going on? What happened? Cynthia shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. Sensing movement behind her, she turned around. Joker, and Suicune, why are you behind me? Looking around, she noticed something even more shocking. Juan, Moore, Sydney, and Norman were all unconscious. They had all been spectating just moments ago. How had they all collapsed in the blink of an eye? Cynthia's mind was flooded with questions. Gawu. Lucario flailed its arms and barked at its trainer, trying desperately to communicate. Unfortunately, Cynthia didn't have a Meowth or a Mew, something capable of translating Pokémon speech, so she couldn't understand what Lucario was saying. I see now. At that moment, Joker's expression turned intrigued. By channeling aura into others, you can dispel illusions. But when did you realize it was an illusion? Faced with the enemy's question, Lucario furrowed its brows, then simply let out a Gawu tilde in response. From Joker's mind, a voice emerged, this time more mature and refined, no longer the lowly-like tone it once had. It was Zoroark, now evolved, translating. Master, he said, I didn't sense any aura from you or Suicune standing in front of my trainer just now. Joker's eyes lit up. I see, not only can aura dispel genjutsu, but it can also function like observation haki to detect opponents. What a convenient ability. Then a thought struck him. Come to think of it, Zoroark, you and Lucario have quite a history together, huh? In a past life, both Lucario and Zoroark had been Pokémon movie protagonists. They weren't even legendary Pokémon, just rare ones, but they had earned protagonist status nonetheless. What an honor. And interestingly enough, their abilities almost made them feel like natural rivals. If Zoroark was all about illusions, then Lucario had the power to see through them. That damn mutt is such a nuisance. A cold voice muttered behind Joker. It was Karen. Back in Michna town, when she had used an invisibility cloak to track that woman named Sheena, it was this damn Lucario that had detected her. What exactly did you do? Cynthia was still confused. Nothing much, don't worry about it, Joker said with a grin. In any case, it's just you now. Let's settle this fair and square. Joker had used Zorark's illusions not only to witness how much stronger his illusion master had become after evolving, but also to divide and conquer his opponents. After all, he wasn't Madara Uchiha. Taking on 5 elite 4-level trainers at once was a bit too much, even for him. But now that only Cynthia was left. To quote Frieza, "Even if I let you use both hands, you wouldn't be able to win." It doesn't matter what you've done, Cynthia declared boldly. As long as I'm still standing, I won't back down. She raised her hand once more. Lucario used Meteor Mash, Garchomp Dragon Claw. Joker smirked. Suicune used Liquidation, Zorark Shadow Claw. The Piquet ball at Joker's waist popped open, and Zorark leaped out, standing side by side with Suicune, ready to face Cynthia's strongest duo. Suicune bared its fangs, forming a blade of water between them. At that moment, it almost looked like a water-type Zacian, charging forward to clash against Garchomp, whose dragon claws glowed with a sharp blue light, looking like a warrior wielding dual-bladed greatswords. Water met dragon. It was like a duel between 2 master swordsmen. The shockwaves from their attacks left countless deep slashes on the already battle-scarred ground. For a few tense seconds, the two were evenly matched. But then, Suicune overpowered Garchomp. Liquidation broke through Dragon Claw, and like Mihawk cutting down Zoro, the water blade sliced directly into Garchomp's chest. Meanwhile, Joker's Zorark wasn't having as easy a time. Her role in Joker's team was support, and she had just evolved. To be honest, her overall strength wasn't on par with Cynthia's Lucario. And what puzzled Cynthia the most was, why was Joker using a ghost-type move against her fighting-type Lucario? Lucario, be careful, it might be a trap. Cynthia shouted a reminder. A flash of confidence appeared in Lucario's eyes. No problem, he had been sensing with aura the whole time. The opponent in front of him was a solid entity, no doubt about it. Finally, Zorark unleashed Shadow Claw, while Lucario struck with Meteor Mash. These 2 rare Pokémon, both of whom had starred in movies, collided like Naruto and Sasuke clashing Rasengan and Chidori. However, the outcome was completely different. When Lucario swung Meteor Mash at Zorark, although Zorark took the hit head-on, its body remained suspended in midair, showing no signs of falling. "Burn up," Joker said with a smile. Hearing this, Cynthia and Lucario, who had just landed a punch on Zorark, both had a drastic change in expression. What's burn up? Could Zorark even use burn up? The next second, Zorark opened its mouth. A deep crimson, magma-like, ultra-high-temperature flame spewed forth. At this range, Lucario had no chance to dodge. High in the sky, Lucario let out a miserable cry as its fur was scorched black, and it plummeted heavily to the ground. Onlookers, Cynthia, Winona in the distance, Tobias, and the others were stunned. What just happened? Zorark used burn up. At that moment, Zorark also landed in midair. Then it nuzzled against Joker's leg, asking for a head pat. Woof tilde. Huh? Cynthia's expression changed. That didn't sound like a Zorark's cry. Boom! From Joker's belt, another Piquet ball popped open on its own. Another Zorark. 2 of them. Just as Cynthia and Winona had this thought, the Zorark that had just used Burn Up and defeated Lucario began to shimmer and transform, revealing its true form. It was a Houndoom. Hee tilde. The newly emerged Zorark walked over to Lucario sprawled on the ground, smirking mischievously as it patted Lucario's face. Its expression perfectly mimicked the meme. Are you even trying, little mutt? Lucario was furious. He could feel his rage building up to the point where he might turn into Super Saiyan Dog. Damn fox. I can't believe this. Cynthia felt as if her 14 years of battle experience had just crumbled. This fight had completely shattered her understanding of Pokémon battles. Better luck next time, Miss Shirna. Joker patted Cynthia's shoulder as he walked past her. Then he turned to a trainer locked in battle with Will and the Hone twins and shouted, "Hey Pishik Fatty, time to go." "Damn it, stop calling me that name." Will snapped back angrily. "Damn it, I still haven't taken down this bastard who gave me that nickname." Meanwhile, Stephen Stone, who had been focusing on Will's battle, finally noticed the situation on the other side of the battlefield. Seeing the Hone elites collapsed on the ground, their ace Pokémon unconscious, and a shaken Cynthia, Stephen and Wallace felt their worldview crumbling. 5 against 1, and they still lost. No, wait. Even if Joker had the 3 legendary beasts, this shouldn't have been so overwhelming. And the battle didn't even last that long. How could this happen? As Stephen was contemplating their next move, his best friend Wallace put a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Don't escalate this further, Hone has already done enough." Stephen exchanged glances with Wallace and immediately understood his meaning. This whole conflict had originated from Kanto. The Kanto League chairman's grandson had come to Hone to capture a legendary Pokémon, only to have it stolen from him. At the end of the day, it was his incompetence that led to this outcome. Hone had already helped track down the culprit and even fought on his behalf. That was more than enough. If they kept pushing this fight, Hone would just be throwing away more of its top trainers. That would be idiotic. Without hesitation, Stephen recalled his Metagross, signaling his withdrawal from the battle. "This isn't over." Will shouted at Stephen angrily. He would get revenge for that damn nickname someday. Clap clap tilde. Joker clapped his hands twice and smirked. As expected from the son of the richest man, your ability to read the situation is top-notch. But before you leave, I have one question. Joker pointed toward Tobias, who stood next to Winona, his face as pale as Piccolo's. Who exactly is that guy? A Sinnoh native who can make Hone pull out all the stops for him. His background must be even bigger than yours, right? Stephen lowered his head in silence for a couple of seconds. He figured that if he didn't answer, Joker might make things even worse. Besides, they had already sacrificed too much for this battle. Goodshow couldn't possibly blame Hone for backing out now. After some thought, Stephen decided to answer. He is the grandson of Chairman Goodshow. The moment Stephen said this, Joker, Will, and the others all looked shocked. I see, the grandson of the Pokémon League chairman himself. No wonder he was able to stir up such a storm. Serd, who had been eavesdropping on Tobias's calls, had only heard his subordinates call him Young Master Tobias. She had assumed he was just the heir of some wealthy Sinnoh family. But this was on a whole different level. I never expected him to be the grandson of the league chairman. He's practically a rich kid. Joker also gave the most fitting evaluation of Tobias. No wonder this kid has so many legendary Pokémon in the anime. If his grandfather is Goodshow, then everything makes sense. And it's also understandable why Goodshow never revealed the boy's background. It's the same reason why Giovanni never publicly acknowledged having a son, to prevent enemies from targeting their family. But still, having 2 second-tier legendary Pokémon, yet in the Sinnoh League tournament in the anime, he couldn't even beat Aaron, a Bug-type Elite Four member. Isn't that just too humiliating? Young Master Tobias, make sure to catch more legendary Pokémon in the future. We, Team Rocket, are looking forward to doing business with you. Serd also smirked at Tobias. Just like Joker, Serd also thought this kid was too loaded. His strength wasn't great, but his team was full of legendary Pokémon. Isn't that just like a beautiful woman walking alone at night in a dangerous area? If people don't take advantage of that, then who would they target? Chapter 157, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 157. Upon hearing Serd's teasing, Tobias's face immediately turned pig liver-colored. He felt that a second-tier Pokémon was no longer enough to match his ambition. After returning this time, he would ask his grandfather to get him a first-tier Pokémon. If Cynthia, who had known Tobias since childhood, knew what he was thinking, Cynthia would probably beat him up. Even Joker, only uses a third-tier Pokémon. Ridiculous. Let's go. Joker waved his hand lightly. Bringing Karen, Will, and Surd, they quickly left. The large group stationed on the outskirts, including Winona and Officer Jenny, didn't dare to stop them at all. Joker swiftly arrived at the central area of Slateport City. A large number of citizens were still gathered here. After all, Slateport City was a big city, and the incident had happened so suddenly. The police didn't have time to evacuate all the citizens and could only instruct them to stay away from the northern battle zone. But when the Slateport City residents saw Joker and his group, they were shocked. That's Joker. Absolutely. My daughter even has his figurine in her room. I recognize that chubby guy next to him. Who's that gray-haired little beauty? Wait, could she be the mask girl? The surrounding citizens were just starting to discuss when Joker suddenly took out 2 ping-pong ball-sized spheres and smashed them on the ground. Smoke and dust billowed up. Smoke bombs. When they looked again, the group was already gone. If you want to hide water, throw it into the ocean. If you want to hide people, naturally, you should blend into the crowd. The citizens who had witnessed the entire scene were in heated discussions, all speculating about what had happened in the northern part of the city and why Joker was there. No one noticed a small group of teenagers, averaging around 13 to 14 years old, quietly leaving in the opposite direction of the city center. Originally, the Hone League had wanted to keep this matter under wraps. After all, sending so many top-tier trainers just to find the Pokémon for a super-rich second generation heir was hardly something to be proud of. Especially since they hadn't even retrieved it. But unfortunately, too many Slateport City residents had seen Joker when he left. After the incident, they discovered that the Grand Contest Plaza in the northern part of Slateport City had been severely damaged. It was evident that a fierce battle had taken place. As a result, the citizens demanded an explanation from the League leaders. The public had the right to know the truth. In response, the Hone League urgently convened a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Revealing the full truth was out of the question. After all, it was too humiliating. However, the problem was that many citizens had seen Joker and also witnessed the Hone League deploying numerous elite trainers. Yet they still failed to capture Joker. In other words, the Hone League was bound to lose reputation. Whether it was a little or a lot was the only difference. For a time, the ongoing Galar Star Tournament and Joker's escape from the Hone League's elite trainers became the 2 hottest topics on the Pokémon continent. Steven, what do we do next? Are we heading back to Galar? After parting ways with Surd, as they walked along a countryside path west of Slateport City, Will asked Steven. Steven thought for a moment before saying, Will, haven't you always wanted a Gardevoir? Stay here for a while and see if you can catch one. We're not going together. Will widened his eyes in surprise. He had always stayed with Steven, so suddenly acting alone felt a bit unfamiliar. To be honest, I don't think that little guy is very reliable. Not to mention, when it was impersonating me, it couldn't even speak. Steven recalled Mew as his substitute currently in Galar. That sneaky cat could only communicate telepathically, and certainly couldn't speak fluently like Team Rocket's Meowth. Before Steven left, he had told it to make up an excuse like losing its voice if the situation became desperate. But even so, given that sneaky cat's personality, Steven felt that if he didn't return soon, something would go wrong. My desire for a Gardevoir isn't that strong anymore. Will was about to say that he no longer felt an urgent need for a Gardevoir. After all, he already had the legendary Pokémon he obtained from the Galar, and both his Alakazam and Galarian Articuno still needed training. There was no rush to strengthen his team. But just as he was speaking, he noticed Karen giving him a death glare. Will swallowed the rest of his words and forced a smile. Ahaha tilde t that's great. Since that's the case, I'll stay here for now. You guys should head back soon. Karen. Finally, that annoying guy is gone. If only he could get eaten by a Mightyena, that'd be even better. Feeling like he had narrowly escaped a disaster, Will secretly breathed a sigh of relief and remembered something. Oh right, you probably can't take a plane, can you? Do you need me to lend you Articuno? After all, to the outside world, Dr. Stephen was still in Galar. If he suddenly flew from Hone to Galar on a commercial flight, it would expose his identity. No need, we have 2 small planes right here, don't we? Stephen held up the piquet balls he had just received from Karen. But before that, we should ask for their opinions. Stephen tossed the piquet balls lightly. Latios and Laches emerged from them. I know the process of Karen capturing you was a bit complicated. Whether you want to follow us or not is entirely up to you. Stephen said gently. Stephen had already heard about how Karen managed to capture this pair of dragon siblings. Laches was caught through a proper battle, while the way Latios was captured leaned more toward an NTR steal. It was unclear whether Latios had accepted this situation. Stephen. Seeing the situation, Karen panicked, but Stephen had already held her hand, signaling her not to worry. Karen, I'm grateful for all the effort you've put in for me, but in cases like this, it's important to respect the Pokémon's will. Aside from the somewhat questionable method Karen had used to capture Latios, there was another concern. Latios was a just and righteous Pokémon, much like Zacian. But Stephen knew well that neither he nor his group could be considered good people. So it was better to be upfront about everything from the start, like a blind date. You lay out your conditions clearly, whether it's about dowries or having kids, and be straightforward from the beginning. If it works out, great. If not, move on to the next candidate. Don't waste my time, only to have things fall apart in the end. To be clear, I don't think I'm the type of trainer you'd like. Stephen preemptively gave Latios a heads up. Latios looked down, silently contemplating. To be honest, neither Darkrai's trainer nor Karen had left a very good first impression on him. But back when he was about to be captured by Darkrai's trainer, Latios had resigned himself to the idea of accepting defeat. Whether it was a one-on-one or a team battle, he had lost, so he was prepared to accept the outcome for the time being and figure things out later. What Latios didn't expect, however, was that when he woke up, he had been intercepted by a human woman. And that woman planned to give him to a human man. This turn of events completely fried Latios's CPU. What kind of situation is this? Seeing Latios lost in thought, Stephen didn't rush him. Instead, he turned to the dragon sister, Laches. And you, Laches. Karen had captured Laches through a legitimate battle, so she probably wouldn't be as conflicted as her brother. Hoo-woo. Laches also fell into brief contemplation. From birth until now, she had been like a princess in an ivory tower, protected by her brother on that southern island. But after witnessing her brother's battle against Darkrai, being captured by Karen, and then seeing the full-scale showdown in Slateport City, Laches's worldview had been completely reshaped. It turned out there were so many powerful beings outside that little island. After thinking for a moment, Laches raised her head. Hoo-woo Tilda, she softly cooed to Stephen. Master, she says, I want to become stronger first. Laches had realized that back on the island, her brother initially hadn't wanted to be captured by that human with Darkrai. But for various reasons, he eventually lost. The strength displayed by those humans and their Pokémon had broadened Laches's horizons. Laches cooed again, hoo-woo. She says, I want to become stronger first. Zarark, who had recently rejoined the team, resumed its role as the group's translator. If that's the case, you can stick with me for now. I'm fairly confident when it comes to training, Stephen said with a smile. In his previous life, he had been captivated by the Laches from the movie about the water capital. Unfortunately, that Laches had the responsibility of guarding the city, so she couldn't join Ash's team. But even if she didn't have that duty, joining Ash's team probably wouldn't have worked out anyway. Ash had a habit of swapping out his team whenever he entered a new region. And what about the elder brother? Have you made up your mind? Stephen turned his gaze back to Latios. SSSHH, I'd like to observe what kind of person you are first. Latios finally responded after a long moment of contemplation. Too many things had happened in just one day, leaving Latios's mind in a tangled mess. Suit yourself. Stephen didn't like releasing potential teammates, but he wouldn't force anyone to join either. If they wanted to join, great. If not, he wouldn't insist. But before that, could you two give us a lift? As he spoke, Stephen was already preparing to mount Latios. Given their respective sizes, it made more sense for Stephen to ride Latios and for Karen to ride Latias. Stephen assured everyone that he had no strange fetishes involving grass-type Pokémon or anything like that. I think this Latias is a bit too weak. Riding her might not be safe, Karen suddenly remarked. The dragon sister, who had just lowered herself to let Karen mount, looked visibly deflated. It seemed that becoming stronger was a necessity. Stephen and Will fell into a brief silence. After all, Latias was still a legendary Pokémon. Surely she could handle this much, right? Will almost blurted out, "Why don't you just ride Honchkrow instead?" But his rational mind told him that if he dared to say that, he wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sunrise. Fair point, then sorry to trouble you, Latios. After helping Karen onto Latios' back, Stephen patted Latias on the head and returned her to her piquet ball. Don't worry, you'll grow stronger in the future. Watching as Latios flew off, with Karen snuggling into Stephen's arms the moment they were airborne, Will suddenly wondered if he was being ostracized by the team. After parting ways with his two teammates, Will checked the map. The nearest city from here was called Webnovel City. Just then, a news notification popped up on the screen. Officially dating or two women sharing a man. Dr. Stephen seen cozying up with Nessa, the Hulberry gym leader, and Sonia, granddaughter of Professor Magnolia, at the Galar Star Tournament. Will instantly made Enel's shocked expression. Evergrande City, Hone Region, Hone League Headquarters Building. Goodshow immediately boarded a private jet and flew over from the Indigo Plateau. Nearly 2 days had passed since the incident, and he had not closed his eyes even once. Even when news came from Galar that Stephen might join Galar due to the matter involving Beware and Zamazenta, Goodshow had no time to contact him because of the severity of the situation. Chairman, what do you think we should do about this? The Hone League president, sporting his signature afro, asked with a dark expression. They had gone to great lengths to help the chairman's grandson retrieve his Pokémon, and in the process, not only had they lost their grand, exclusive battle arena for the Hone Contest Festival, but the entire continent now knew that Joker had escaped their encirclement. With everything that happened, Hone had become the biggest laughingstock. This matter is indeed our responsibility, Goodshow said sincerely, not resorting to pulling rank. After apologizing earnestly, he continued, but the most important thing right now is to figure out what methods Joker used so that we don't fall into his traps again. If this were the village of Konoha, the group would already be at each other's throats. But the Hone League president, clearly someone who prioritized the bigger picture, saw the wisdom in Goodshow's words. He raised his hand, gesturing for Goodshow to enter the conference room. When the doors opened, Goodshow, along with Agatha, the champion of the Indigo League, and 3 Elite Four members he brought with him, found that everyone involved in the Slateport City battle was present. Grandpa, my Darkrai, and Latios were stolen. You. Tobias, the spoiled grandson, was about to complain tearfully when Lance, the Dragon Master, cut him off sharply. Shut up. Tobias's grievance, which had risen to his throat, was forcibly swallowed back down after Lance's stern rebuke. As expected of the legendary fearless Dragon Master, who doesn't even give the chairman's grandson any face, Wallace muttered under his breath. I think he's just eager to figure out Joker's capabilities, Stephen shrugged. After all, he had witnessed Lance undergo grueling, over-the-top training at the League headquarters after losing to Joker in the Lostlorn Forest. Cynthia let out a soft sigh, stepped onto the podium and began. We've confirmed that the method Joker used to defeat Dragon Master Lance in the Lostlorn Forest, as well as to take down me, Mr. Norman, and Mr. Juan one by one this time, is an illusion created by a Zoroark. An illusion, something like hypnosis or mind control. Agatha, who had just sat down, narrowed her eyes and asked. No, not quite. Winona stood up and explained. According to what the Elite Four members such as Mr. Moore said, the situation they faced was Joker sending out the 3 legendary beasts to surround them. Meanwhile, their companions nearby seemed completely indifferent to what was happening. Then, somehow, they were defeated. From our perspective as spectators, they appeared to be attacking at nothing, so we speculate that Joker's Zoroark can manipulate others' vision. Recalling the battle in the Lostlorn, Lance frowned deeply. Manipulating vision? If that's the case, this all makes sense. An ordinary Zoroark doesn't have such abilities. It seems Joker's Zoroark is exceptional, Agatha said gravely. However, after seeing a Delibird that could fight Ho-Oh on even terms, a Zoroark capable of casting illusions no longer seemed so shocking. Is there a way to counter it? Bruno couldn't help but ask. This kind of complex battle strategy was not something he could handle well, which was why he always lost miserably against Agatha. Don't worry, we already found one, thanks to Miss Cynthia. Winona looked at Cynthia with a hint of admiration. You flatter me. The flaw was discovered by Lucario. I was completely defeated. For once, Cynthia's beautiful face showed an expression of helplessness. The method is... Cynthia then proceeded to explain Lucario's method to everyone. Simply put, when locking onto Joker, one should not rely on sight but instead on other senses, such as perception. Even without aura, one could rely on smell or hearing. Although Joker was able to continuously defeat Elite Four members like Mr. Moore and Sydney, as well as Mr. Norman, primarily through Zoroark's illusions, his strength has indeed reached an extraordinary level, Cynthia said seriously. He does indeed possess a legendary Pokémon capable of switching forms between Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Another form-switching ability. Lorelei frowned. She remembered that Joker previously had an Umbreon capable of freely changing its elemental attributes, and now there was another form-switching legendary beast. Though I hate to admit it, he has indeed grown stronger, Winona said with a grim expression. While he used illusions to repeatedly defeat Elite Four members Moore, Sydney, and Mr. Norman, he did defeat Mr. Juan and Miss Cynthia purely through his strength. Cynthia glanced at Lance, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided not to spare the Dragon Master's pride, speaking bluntly. If Joker acts again, I believe at least 2 champion-level trainers should be deployed to take him on. No, to guard against Zoroark's troublesome illusions, we might even need an Elite Four member skilled in perception to assist. Cynthia's words implied that she no longer believed Lance could take on Joker one-on-one. Lance silently clenched his fists. In the end, at the request of the Hone League's chairman, Karen's wanted notice was updated. Her photo was changed from a masked version to her true face, and her wanted level was raised from A rank to S rank, placing her on the same level as Joker. After all, at its core, this entire debacle had been orchestrated by Karen. In the end, it's Hone that lost reputation the most. The Hone League chairman grumbled angrily. This probably won't have much of an impact, Chairman, Wallace said slyly, moving closer. Ahem. Wallace handed his phone to the chairman, smirking. The public's attention will likely be focused on this matter instead. The chairman looked at the screen. The video showed the current Galar Star tournament being held in Winden City. On the battlefield, Galar's 2 elite-level trainers, Rayhan and Melanie, were locked in fierce combat. However, the camera kept cutting to the audience stands. Immediately, the scene shifted to the VIP area. There, the current sensation and highly popular figure, Dr. Stephen, could be seen lying on the lap of Nessa, the gym leader of the Hulberry Gym, resting his head on her thighs. Her chest was pressed against the back of Stephen's head, and she was gently massaging his temples with both hands. Stephen, comfortably nestled in the embrace of the beautiful gym leader, had his eyes half closed, his face radiating pure bliss and satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sonia, the stunning granddaughter of Professor Magnolia, wore an expression of quiet resentment as she unwrapped a snack and fed Stephen pieces of chocolate one by one. But that wasn't all. As the camera shifted slightly downward, it revealed Bea, the secondary generation gym leader of the Galar League, using her small hands to gently massage Stephen's legs. Chapter 158, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 158. A new day has arrived. This year's Galar All-Star Tournament has reached the top 16. But when you open the official live stream, you'll find that none of the comments in the chat are discussing the matches. Man, I used to think Dr. Steven was a decent guy, but this is just so disappointing. I'm done being a fan. You're just upset because you don't like him having a harem, huh? Your profile is full of Nessa's modeling photos. It's already obvious. Hey, give the guy above a break. While Dr. Steven was enjoying Nessa's thighs, he was probably crying alone with her photos. B, didn't you promise your prison guard role was only for me? This one's even more outrageous. Yep, no one is talking about the matches at all. The video released yesterday was simply too shocking. Or rather, it made all the men across the Pokémon world green with envy. At this moment, the livestream camera cut to the VIP box. Nearly 10 million viewers were instantly dumbfounded. They saw several employees, dressed in uniforms bearing the Macro Cosmos Group logo, carrying a large bed onto the VIP box. And it didn't stop there. After placing the bed, more Macro Cosmos employees brought in bedside tables, which were filled with all kinds of exquisite desserts. Rose then walked out from backstage and made a one-handed gesture toward the bed, as if to say, please. Finally, under the gaze of the entire world, Dr. Steven walked out from backstage, sprawled out on the bed in a starfish pose, and lay down. Nessa followed close behind, her delicate hands resting on Steven's shoulders, gently massaging him with a look full of tenderness. Rose frantically signaled Sonia with his eyes. Sonia's eye twitched twice as she glanced over at the commentary booth, where Leon was sitting as a guest judge. Noticing Sonia's gaze, Leon smiled and waved at her. Sonia's face darkened further. Then, with an exasperated expression, Sonia sat on the other side of the bed, grabbed one of the fancy snacks Rose had prepared, unwrapped a piece of premium chocolate flown in overnight from the Kalos region, and offered it to Dr. Steven. But instead of taking the chocolate, Dr. Steven slowly opened his mouth. Sonia, no, seriously, do you not have hands? You're expecting me to feed you. What Sonia didn't know was that back in Freezington, a certain sneaky cat had already grown used to being fed by her. Now, seeing Sonia holding food, it instinctively opened its mouth, forgetting its current appearance. What are you waiting for? Don't you see that Dr. Steven is waiting? Rose urged from the side. Hearing Rose's words and looking at the lazy, pampered Dr. Steven, Sonia couldn't help but glance at Leon again in the commentary booth. The commentator next to Leon exclaimed, "Wow, Dr. Steven is back on the VIP stage, and this time he's getting super VIP treatment. Chairman Rose even brought him a bed, and it seems like gym leader Nessa has a close relationship with him. Huh, who's that orange-haired lady on the other side of the bed?" Compared to Lance and Lorelei, who are well-known childhood friends, Sonia, despite also being Leon's childhood friend, is far less famous. After Leon became Galar's champion, the two had little interaction, and Sonia hadn't achieved anything noteworthy in the annual Galar All-Star Tournament. Unless someone closely followed the research world, not many people knew that Professor Magnolia had such a beautiful granddaughter. Just like Alder in the original Unova Junior Cup arc of the anime, Leon, sitting beside the commentator, smiled and said, "Oh, that's Sonia, my childhood friend. She dropped out of this year's tournament after struggling with the pressure of challenging the gym, but it seems like she's on good terms with Dr. Steven and has recovered from her setback." Hearing Leon's laughter over the broadcast, Sonia's face darkened even more. "You had to bring up my dropout as a fun fact, huh?" As that thought crossed her mind, Sonia viciously snapped the expensive chocolate in her hand, as if imagining it was Leon, and shoved it into Dr. Steven's mouth. Dr. Steven chewed on the chocolate with a confused expression. Why so violent all of a sudden? Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded. What the heck, Rose is going all out for him. All right, I admit it, this guy Dr. Steven is infuriatingly lucky. Seriously though, if I had his skills, I'd already be making out with Nessa. Wait, that orange-haired beauty is Leon's childhood friend, first time hearing about her. Just looked her up. Her name's Sonia, granddaughter of Professor Magnolia. She's been in 3 all-star tournaments but never made it to the top 16. Does Leon not care? His childhood friend is getting cozy with another guy, and he's just laughing it off. What's the big deal? Lance and Lorelei are childhood friends too, and people used to think they'd end up together. But after all these years, Lance seems closer to Bruno than Lorelei. Sonia seems a bit reluctant, but Nessa is all in. Look at her eyes, they're practically sparkling. Wait, what? B showed up too, and now she's giving him a leg massage. The livestream audience, now exceeding 10 million viewers, watched as the top 16 contestants briefly appeared on the battlefield before heading back to the waiting rooms. But the director kept cutting back to the VIP box, where Dr. Stephen lay on the bed. Soon, viewers saw B, one of the top 16 competitors, arrive at the VIP box and start giving Dr. Stephen a foot massage. The whole world was stunned. Even after the referee announced the start of the match between Rayhan and Gordy, the director hesitated before reluctantly switching the camera back to the battlefield. On the field, both Rayhan and Gordy looked bewildered. Gordy thought to himself, "Mom, do you think you still have a chance?" Rayhan thought, "So that's the Dr. Stephen who invented the Pokédex. He's way too indulgent." Rayhan, now essentially a more refined version of Paul, looked down on such hedonistic behavior. But how did things end up like this? To explain, we have to go back to 2 days when Stephen left Galler due to the incident with Karen and allowed a certain sneaky cat to act as his stand-in. 2 days ago. Next, let us welcome the pride of Galler, the beautiful mermaid gym leader, Miss Nessa. Amid the deafening cheers of the live audience, especially the male spectators, Nessa stepped forward. Wearing a tight athletic uniform, her supermodel-like figure, slender and tall, though not particularly voluptuous, was on full display as she strode out with long, confident legs. Nessa is the best. I'm your biggest fan. Release the new magazine soon. Nessa waved graciously to her fans, but deep down, she hoped the public would pay more attention to her role as a gym leader rather than just her modeling career. The announcer then shouted, "And Nessa's opponent today is a rising star from the Johto region, soon to become part of Galler herself, Miss Valerie." The audience responded with applause that, while not as thunderous as Nessa's entrance, was still quite enthusiastic. Nessa looked up, her gaze fixed on the opponent walking out from the challenger's tunnel. A young girl, about 2 years younger than her, wearing a pink long-sleeved kimono. "Greetings, Miss Nessa," said Valerie politely. She crossed her hands over her lower abdomen and made a traditional bow. "Hello, are you from Johto?" Nessa asked. "Yes, my dream is to become a top-tier fashion designer. To achieve that, I am traveling the world. The Pokédex invented by Dr. Stephen will be a great help on my journey, so I decided to come here," Valerie replied with a smile. In truth, Valerie was more inclined toward the Kalos region, known as the City of Romance. However, Chairman Rose personally met with Valerie and promised her the opportunity to study in Kalos while also inviting her to settle in Galler. He even offered to hire top designers to mentor her. Valerie accepted Rose's invitation. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before the referee's reminder prompted them to return to their respective sides of the battlefield. Half an hour later, the giant screen above the arena displayed a split screen. On the left was Nessa, and on the right was Valerie. Outside their photos were 6 Piquet ball icons, used to show the status of their Pokémon. On Nessa's side, 5 Piquet ball icons were dimmed, indicating that 5 of her Pokémon had lost their ability to battle. Only one icon, corresponding to Dreadnought, remained lit. On Valerie's side, only 3 Piquet ball icons were dimmed, meaning she still had 3 active Pokémon. At this moment on the battlefield, Nessa's remaining Pokémon was Dreadnought, while Valerie's was Mawile. The two trainers' states were also visibly different. Nessa was slightly hunched, a drop of sweat sliding down her cheek as she panted softly, her lips slightly parted. In contrast, Valerie remained composed and elegant, calmly observing the battlefield. Dreadnought Earthquake. Glancing at the screen above, Nessa knew that if she didn't go on the offensive, the only path left was defeat. Dreadnought straightened its body and lifted its front legs off the ground, preparing to slam them down heavily. It's often said that water and ice types are closely related, as are rock and ground types. Sucker Punch. Valerie seized the moment when Dreadnought raised its legs and gave her order. Mawel suddenly accelerated, its massive ponytail-like jaws glowing faintly with a dark aura. In the blink of an eye, it struck Dreadnought squarely across the face with a vicious blow. The Dark-type move, Sucker Punch, which strikes before the opponent can act. "No matter, use Earthquake again," Nessa shouted. She guessed that Valerie's Mawel was likely newly captured, and thus not as strong as her Dreadnought, which had been raised from a young age. Moreover, Dark-type moves were not stab, same-type attack bonus moves for Mawel, so they wouldn't deal much damage to Dreadnought. Taking the blow, Dreadnought slammed its front legs into the ground, triggering a seismic shockwave. However, just as its feet hit the ground, Valerie issued another command. Use Dreadnought as a springboard and dodge it. Mawel bit down on the side of Dreadnought's shell with its massive jaws, using the force to vault itself into the air like a pole vaulter, avoiding the damage from Earthquake. "Oh no, that's Dreadnought's blind spot." From the audience, Sonya shouted in concern. For turtle-like Pokémon, their shells were natural shields, but they also created significant blind spots. In the original Silver Conference, Ash's Charizard exploited this weakness, making Gary's prideful Blastoise unable to fully utilize its Hydro Pump. "Play rough." Valerie seized the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. Mawel landed on Dreadnought's back. Dreadnought's expression twisted in panic as it tried to shake its opponent off. But it was too late. The massive jaws of Mawel, glowing faintly pink with fairy energy, clamped down on the back of Dreadnought's head. This time, it was a stab move. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of live spectators and millions of viewers online, Mawel bit down hard, seemingly swallowing Dreadnought's entire, well, not shell, but head. After about 3 seconds, Dreadnought's legs gave out, and it collapsed with a loud thud. Mawel released its grip and spat out Dreadnought's head. The result was clear. Dreadnought lay limp on the ground, its head drooping and its eyes rolled back. It had fainted. Dreadnought is unable to battle. Mawel wins. With all 6 of Nessa's Pokémon unable to battle, the winner advancing to the next round is Valerie. The Galar League's ace referee, Dan, announced the results. "Valerie. Valerie. Valerie." The arena erupted in cheers. Although Valerie was from Johto, the commentator had already mentioned that she would be joining Galar. How could the locals not be thrilled? And besides, it was clear she had the makings of a beauty. Sitting in the VIP box, Rose stroked his beard, his expression somewhat complicated. When he looked at Valerie, his gaze revealed satisfaction, but when he looked at Nessa, it was the complete opposite. When Nessa and Valerie shook hands on the field and returned to the players' lounge, Rose stood up and said to Dr. Steven, "Excuse me, Dr. Steven, I have a small matter to attend to." Then he left the VIP box with his secretary, Olana. According to the information we have, after Dr. Steven discovered the fairy type, Miss Valerie, who already had Mr. Mime and Granbull in her team, realized that both of her partners also had fairy typing. She then decided to become a trainer specializing in fairy types. Now, despite being at a level disadvantage, she has defeated Nessa. Let's give her a round of applause. From the commentary booth, Leon stood up and smiled as he applauded this new colleague. Meanwhile in the lounge, Rayhan shook his head quietly. "You can cheer for a new colleague, but you've got to give your old colleagues some respect too." Thinking back to the days when the 4 of them had briefly adventured together as a team, Rayhan felt it was necessary to have a chat with Leon. We will now enter a 15-minute intermission. The next round's competitors, Bea and Clara, please prepare to enter the arena. Now, let's have champion Leon analyze the previous battle between Nessa and Valerie. In the players' lounge, the TV broadcast showed Leon's analysis and the footage of Nessa's Pokémon being defeated by Valerie's. Sitting on the lounge bench, Nessa crushed the paper cup in her hand, showing just how unsettled her emotions were. At that moment, the sound of the door opening in the lounge caught her attention. Nessa instinctively looked up. She saw Rose walking in with Alana. "Your modeling career seems to be going well." Rose smiled and pulled out 3 fashion magazines from behind him, all featuring Nessa on the cover. Thank you." Although she didn't understand why Rose brought this up at such a time, Nessa still nodded politely. But being both a gym leader and a model must be very busy, right? Rose set the magazines down and brushed his bangs. Oh, what do you mean? A vague sense of unease crept into Nessa's heart. Oh, no. I just feel that it might be better to focus on one thing. Rose waved his hand with a smile and said, Since you have more talent in modeling, why not focus on that? What do you think? Before Nessa could respond, Rose turned and left with Olana. Chairman, is this okay? She's still quite popular. Following behind, Olana asked, Isn't there Valerie? Rose replied calmly. Today's battle had disappointed him too much. Facing an opponent whose Pokémon were of a lower average level, Nessa had lost by such a large margin. In the past, Rose might have given her 2 more years. But now that there was Valerie, a near-perfect alternative to Nessa, Rose's patience had worn thin. Just as Rose reached for the door handle, he noticed Sonia standing outside, apparently about to enter. At this moment, Sonia looked incredibly awkward. She felt like she had overheard something she wasn't supposed to. Rose's eyes stayed on her for a second before noticing Dr. Stephen standing behind her. Dr. Stephen, are you going in? Rose smiled and stepped aside. Without saying a word, Sonia rushed to her best friend's side. Dr. Stephen also nodded and quickly followed her in. He had noticed his meal ticket, Sonia, looking frantic earlier, and got curious, so he decided to check in. Well, unable to suppress her emotions any longer, Nessa buried her face in her hands and began sobbing. Rose's meaning just now was clear. He wanted her to stop being a gym leader and focus exclusively on being a model. How could she not understand? Sonia immediately stepped forward, hugging her best friend and gently patting her back to comfort her. At the same time, she kept giving Dr. Stepan meaningful looks. Say something already, Sonia whispered under her breath. Dr. Stephen looked conflicted. I can't talk. Stephen had strictly forbidden Mew from using telepathy, and it couldn't speak the human language. Sonia continued to frantically signal to him. She knew her best friend had a good impression of this man, so his comfort would be more effective than hers. Are your feet glued to the floor? Move already. Finally, Dr. Stephen rolled his eyes and walked up quickly. In one sweeping motion, he wrapped both Nessa and Sonia in his arms. Feeling the warmth of the embrace, Nessa cried even louder. As for Sonia, wait, why the heck are you hugging me too? Is Nessa okay? At that moment, Leon's voice came from outside the door. After hearing about Nessa's situation from Rayhan, Leon decided to come and comfort her. But what he saw through the doorway was Dr. Stephen hugged one of his childhood friends. Well, Nessa was a half-childhood friend. Sonia panicked and struggled, finally breaking free of the embrace. Now, Nessa was left alone in Dr. Stephen's arms, and her sobbing had quieted down significantly. Though she couldn't help but wonder why, there seemed to be a faint scent of cat in the air. Sonia, who had just barely escaped Dr. Stephen's embrace, was about to explain, but to her surprise, Leon smiled and nodded. Now I'm relieved. Just moments ago, he had heard Nessa crying. But now, after Dr. Stephen hugged her, everything seemed fine. As expected of someone who ushered in a new era of change, so outstanding in every way. Sonia. Wait, what exactly are you relieved about? Chapter 159. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 159. When seeing B leave the command zone and step into the arena, Melanie, currently ranked 4th in the Galar League, was utterly dumbfounded. What is she planning to do? The millions of spectators both in the arena and in front of their televisions had the same expression of disbelief. Then, under the curious gaze of countless viewers across the Pokémon world, B took a deep breath and raised her fist toward the Galarian Darmanitan in front of her. The entire arena erupted into an uproar. Melanie suddenly realized what B was up to. Her Galarian Darmanitan could tell as well, glancing at B before turning to the referee, Dan, and pointing at him with its imposing big finger. Dan recalled something Chairman Rose had told him before the match started and cleared his throat to explain. There's no rule in the tournament regulations stating that trainers can't personally enter the battle. Rose had brought this up to him before the match started, and Dan had been stunned at the time. Chat reactions flooded the live stream. Are you serious right now, girl? Did her mental state collapse? When the Pokémon can't win, she decides to fight herself. Actually, humans can be surprisingly strong. Yesterday, when I visited Professor Oak's lab, I saw a 5 or 6-year-old kid carrying a 40-pound Nidorina like it was nothing. I was floored. As someone from Kanto, let me tell you, Elite Four Bruno often spars with wild Pokémon. Human potential is far greater than you'd think. Come on, Bruno just spars with wild Pokémon. Melanie is near elite level. If her main Pokémon attacks head-on, forget about Bruno. Even Mustard, the Galarian ex-champion, wouldn't be able to take it. B-chan, are you serious? Even after receiving confirmation from the referee, Melanie still found the situation surreal. After B nodded seriously with a determined expression, Melanie took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "All right, let's do this. Darmanitan, use Ice Beam." Unlike the white ice-type Darmanitan from Unova, the Galarian Darmanitan opened its mouth, and a sharp beam of ice shot out, carving a frosty trail through the air as it sped toward B. "Melanie's holding back," commented Rayhan, the second strongest trainer in Galar, from the participants' rest area. Any trainer familiar with Galarian Darmanitan would know that its special attack stat was abysmal, even for ice-type moves. "Shave," B muttered softly. In an instant, she vanished from her original position. Everyone in the arena froze in shock, unable to process what had just happened. By the time they registered what was happening, B had already appeared behind the Galarian Darmanitan, sprinting toward it at high speed. "Behind you, Ice Punch." The sudden turn of events caused Melanie to momentarily panic and instinctively command her Darmanitan to use a physical attack. The Darmanitan quickly snapped out of its confusion, and a frost-covered fist formed as icy energy surged from its right arm, aiming at the rapidly approaching B. "Oh!" As the Darmanitan's icy fist closed in on B, Melanie suddenly regretted her decision. In her panic, she had reflexively told her Darmanitan to use a physical ice-type move. That punch could seriously injure a human. "Paper art," B muttered again. As the ice punch approached, her body moved like a feather caught in a cold breeze, drifting effortlessly to the side. The icy fist brushed past her waist, narrowly missing her. The nearly 100,000 spectators at the stadium collectively gasped. Truth be told, many had already imagined the horrifying scene of B coughing up blood after taking that punch. In the next instant, after dodging the blow, B leaned back, launching herself forward with a kick aimed squarely at the Darmanitan's abdomen. Thud! The Galarian Darmanitan, one of Melanie's strongest Pokémon, crossed its muscular arms in front of its body to block the attack, relying on its excellent reflexes. Even so, B's powerful kick sent it flying 7 to 8 meters into the air. "Shave!" B stomped on the ground, propelling herself forward like a blur. Almost simultaneously, as the Darmanitan reached the peak of its flight, B appeared right beside it. That move again, Melanie's face turned pale. "Yo!" B, now airborne, unleashed a whip-like roundhouse kick. The airborne Darmanitan raised its arms again to block the attack. Thud! The heavy impact reverberated across the arena. The Darmanitan wasn't sent flying this time, but it was knocked several meters across the air, clearly struggling to withstand the force of B's kick. Bangs, bangs, bang. B's feet seemed to defy gravity as she stomped repeatedly in midair, producing sharp, balloon-popping sounds. She closed the distance between herself and the Darmanitan once more. That move, isn't that what Dr. Stevens Beware used against the Galarian Articuno? Even Champion Leon and many other audience members recognized it. The technique B was using was unmistakably the same one Stevens Beware had used to fight the Galarian Articuno more than a month ago. While B's speed and precision were far from Beware's level, it was undoubtedly the same move. Iron defense. The confusion on Melanie's face finally gave way to seriousness. She needed to get serious now. If she ended up losing to a 10-year-old girl who had entered the battlefield herself, she'd become the laughingstock of the entire league. And it would be even worse if that girl won by fighting with her bare hands. The Galarian Darmanitan struck a muscle-flexing pose. Through the close-up captured by a drone, its taut muscles were visible. At the same time, Bee caught up using Moonwalk, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Bangs, bangs, bang. The attacks rained down on the Darmanitan like a storm. Huh. Finally, Bee let out a Bruce Lee-like battle cry. She performed a spinning aerial hook kick, delivering a clean strike that sent the Galarian Darmanitan crashing from midair to the ground. This entire combo, it was the Lion Barrage. Bee-chan. 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 The crowd of nearly 100,000 spectators erupted in an earth-shaking cheer. Even far away on the Indigo Plateau, Bruno clapped with a smile as he watched the screen. As the chat had previously mentioned, he too had a penchant for sparring with Pokémon. However, he admitted it was usually just casual sparring or picking on low-level wild Pokémon. Fighting a near-elite 4-level Pokémon in hand-to-hand combat, Bruno confessed he didn't have that kind of ability. Next to him, Lorelei, who was sitting cross-legged, was both shocked and quietly complaining internally about why the broadcasting director hadn't switched the camera to the VIP section yet. Impressive, Bee-chan, but it's still not enough to defeat my Darmanitan. Melanie suddenly spoke. As soon as her words fell, the Galarian Darmanitan, which had been buried in the ground, suddenly leaped up. Its previously snow-white body was now marked with fiery red patterns, and it grinned maliciously, baring its teeth. From its forehead, a flame burst out, burning fiercely like the tail of a Charizard. It's the Zen mode. Sonia shouted. Zen mode, an exclusive ability of Darmanitan. When its health drops below half, it transforms, gaining a significant boost to its physical attributes and a change in its typing. At this moment, the previously pure Ice-type Galarian Darmanitan transformed into a Fire-Ice type. Flame Wheel. Melanie commanded. The Darmanitan set its body ablaze, spinning like a fiery tire as it charged forward. Bee instinctively raised her arms to block, but the Zen mode Darmanitan had already collided with her. So fast. Bee's short silver-gray hair was blown upward by the heat wave from the impact of the flames. From the opposing trainer's box, Melanie called out with concern, "Don't push yourself too hard, Bee-chan. You need to know when to give up." After all, this was her first time encountering someone who fought her Pokémon with sheer human strength. Bee let out a muffled groan, barely withstanding the attack. She performed several backflips and quickly retreated to her original position in the trainer's box. "You've reached your limit, haven't you?" On the commentary desk, Leon glanced at Bee's slightly burned arm and remarked in a low voice. "At the end of the day, Bee's body is still human." Just then, Bee turned her head to look toward the VIP section. Finally, the camera cuts to the long-awaited VIP section. To everyone's surprise, Stephen wasn't lounging in his luxurious bed, enjoying the service of beautiful mermaid Nessa and Sonia like before. Instead, he was smiling as he nodded toward Bee. Seeing this, Bee removed her knee guards, which resembled football socks. Only then did everyone notice that there were weights hidden underneath. "Lady Melanie, from here on, I will fight with my full strength." As she spoke, Bee threw down the weights from both her arms as well. "It's just a little weight removal. That won't be enough to threaten Mel." From the players' lounge, Rayhan was mid-sentence when he was interrupted. Thud. The dull sound of the weights hitting the ground left him frozen in shock. "I'm coming," Bee said as she crouched slightly. "Be careful, Darmanitan," Melanie warned. The Galarian Darmanitan, whose speed and power had been significantly boosted, narrowed its eyes. In the next instant, Bee vanished from her original spot, leaving only a blur behind. The Darmanitan's expression shifted. Boom! A sharp cracking sound echoed in its ears. The next moment, pain radiated from the left side of its face. It only realized then that it was airborne. What happened? Did I just get hit? Meanwhile, in the eyes of Melanie and the countless spectators, all they saw was a blurry shadow flash past the Darmanitan's left side. Then, the Darmanitan was sent flying. Before it could hit the ground, the shadow appeared in its landing spot. At this moment, everyone could see it was Bee. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of fists landing on flesh echoed through the arena again. With her weights removed, Bee was like a character out of Devil May Cry, not giving her opponent any chance to touch the ground. Darmanitan, use Flare Blitz. Melanie made a decisive call, giving the order immediately. To be honest, using a high-power move like Flare Blitz, which causes recoil damage, was risky when her Darmanitan was already low on health. But Melanie had no choice. If she didn't act now, there wouldn't be another opportunity. The Darmanitan in midair was quickly engulfed in blazing flames. It was both an offensive attack and a defensive shield. Just like the Ice Titan that Price used in Viridian City before, it achieved a flawless, all-around defense. However, the temperature of these flames was so high that it even burned the Darmanitan itself. Whoosh! The Darmanitan clenched its teeth and endured the discomfort brought by the scorching flames. Then, swish! Locking into Bee's position, it shot through the air like a fiery meteor. Hoo! On the ground, Bee took a deep breath. Her left foot stepped forward, while her right foot shifted slightly back. Although she hadn't completely mastered it yet, she decided to give it a try. That girl, she couldn't possibly be thinking. Stephen vaguely guessed what Bee had in mind. Bee launched a high kick with her right leg. The resulting air pressure formed a crescent-shaped blade, shooting straight to meet the fiery charge that resembled a tiger descending from the mountain. It was the Tempest Kick, which Stephen had previously dismissed as a useless move. However, this useless move only applied to Pokémon. After all, Pokémon can directly learn more advanced skills, rendering the 6 styles attack techniques redundant for them. But for a human like Bee, it was a highly practical offensive method. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, the fiery charge eventually suppressed the blue and white crescent blade, completely dispersing it, but its speed had already decreased. Bee slightly shifted her body, and the meteor-like fireball landed 2 meters away from her. The fireball's impact created a 10-meter-wide crater. Cracks spread out in all directions, and the grass in the middle had been scorched, revealing uneven patches of soil. But she hadn't been hit. At the center of the crater, the Darmanitan lay powerlessly at the bottom. Darmanitan is unable to battle. Bee wins. Even Dan, who was announcing the result, stammered slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Galar Star Tournament live chat. User Ace, whoa, did she win? User B, this is insane. Is she a humanoid Pokémon or what? I feel like B-chan could stomp my Mankey to death with just one kick. User C, who would dare marry her? She might accidentally crush you with a slight squeeze. User D, where did this animal come from? She's only 10 years old. Someone calls the internet police. User E, this move looks a lot like Dr. Stephen's moves with Beware, doesn't it? Did Dr. Stephen teach her this too? User F, duh, are you blind? Half an hour ago, B-chan was still massaging Dr. Stephen's legs. User G, I feel like Galar is slowly becoming Dr. Stephen's harem. He's already got 3 girls who are ambiguously close to him. User H, honestly, if Dr. Stephen wanted, even Rose would serve him. The man might bring out his bed just to suck up to him. After Darmanitan's defeat, Melanie sent out her next main Pokémon, Mr. Rhyme. Compared to the straightforward battle style of Galarian Darmanitan, Mr. Rhyme had far more tricks up its sleeve. Fortunately, though Melanie was a seasoned fighter, this was her first time encountering Bee's unique fighting style. In the end, Bee narrowly defeated Mr. Rhyme. However, when Melanie sent out her Lapras, the outcome was decided. Even with Lapras missing 4 consecutive hydro pumps, it was impossible for Lapras to lose. As the chilling breath of Lapra's icy wind began to freeze Bee's legs, slowing her down, Bee knew she no longer stood a chance. Clap, clap, clap. Stephen stepped forward, applauding. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, cheering for Bee's performance. Say what you will, for a 10-year-old child to force someone as strong as Melanie, whose abilities were Elite 4 level, to use her final Pokémon was already an impressive feat. If only I could master Tempest Kick and Finger Gun more skillfully. Back in the VIP section, Bee couldn't hide her disappointment. When fighting Lapras, her stamina had already been completely drained. The main issue was that she had exhausted too much energy against the first two Pokémon, and the root cause was her lack of diverse attack methods. "Don't be silly, you've already improved so much," Steven said with a smile, comforting her. In Steven's eyes, Saida's rate of improvement was almost comparable to Kobe from his previous life. Speaking of which, that was a regret from his past life. Steven wanted to catch Kobe and study him, cutting him up if necessary. How could a short kid with no strength at all when he debuted, in less than 3 years, rise to become the Navy's next generation's strongest, even making the likes of Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, wary? Did he find the hyperbolic time chamber? After being comforted for a while, Bee perked up again and remembered something. "Oh, doctor, do you want me to massage your legs again?" Steven gave a dry laugh. No need for that." Then he shot a glance at a certain yellow-furred rodent. Rose scratched his chin thoughtfully as he observed this scene. So it was true, massages and bed-making were no longer enough to satisfy Dr. Steven. "Chairman, there's something." At that moment, Olana walked up to Rose and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, Rose raised an eyebrow and said to Steven, "Dr. Steven, we've located the molters." "Oh." Steven raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to Karen. "Perfect timing, let's go." The match of Nessa and Bee, 2 acquaintances, had already ended, and the other wasn't particularly interesting anymore. Chairman Rose didn't try to insist on making Steven stay, but instead warmly invited him to come to watch the finals, which were scheduled to take place 3 days later. Steven didn't refuse this invitation and left after agreeing. As for Nessa, Bee, and the Lucamine family of 3, they didn't stay either and left together. However, Sonia lingered for a moment, her gaze shifting between Steven's departing figure and Leon at the commentary booth, hesitating slightly. "Pika, Pika, Pika." The Pikachu in Sonia's arms kept waving its tiny hands, pointing at Steven, who had already walked far away. The meaning was obvious. Urged by the yellow electric mouse, and after confirming that Leon wasn't looking in her direction, Sonia eventually decided to leave as well. After Steven and his group left, Chairman Rose immediately summoned his staff to renovate and upgrade the VIP viewing box. Meanwhile, the Hone League had been ecstatic over the past 2 days. Initially, they were somewhat worried that the rumors and gossip surrounding Steven wouldn't be enough to distract the public across the Pokémon continent. But unexpectedly, within just a day, another wave of major news broke out. Galar's Palace Gate TV. Although the aspiring gym leader Bee was eliminated in the quarterfinals, let's not forget that she is only 10 years old. In today's match, she forced gym leader Melanie to send out her 6th Pokémon, proving that she will undoubtedly become a cornerstone of the Galar League in the future. Alola's Manalo Daily. Lucamine's daughter, Lily, has a very close relationship with Dr. Steven. Even Gladion addresses Dr. Steven as an older brother. It's clear that previous malicious media reports were attempting to sow discord between Dr. Steven and the Lucamine family. Unova's Flying Cloud Daily. Champion Alder's ace Pokémon, Volcarona, has passed away due to illness. Although the Unova League chairman gifted him a new Larvesta, it's unlikely that this little one could ever replace Volcarona's place in Alder's heart. Hone's Movil TV. The Hone chairman expressed his opinion on Dr. Steven during an interview, stating that Dr. Steven's relationships would not undermine his contributions to fostering harmony between humans and Pokémon. Furthermore, he suggested that the league laws should be amended for Dr. Steven, granting national heroes like him the privilege of polygamy. Wallace, during an interview with Hone's famous journalist duo, Gabby and Ty, openly supported the chairman's statement and shared his views. "I fully endorse the legalization of polygamy. A historic figure like Dr. Steven should leave behind more descendants and pass on his exceptional genes. This would contribute to the harmony between humans and Pokémon. If Alola or Galar refuses to implement such a law, Hone welcomes Dr. Steven with open arms. We're willing to make exceptions for him." 1 day later. Winona announced during an interview that she had unilaterally broken up with Wallace. The reason? She was extremely dissatisfied with Wallace's pro-polygamy comments the previous day and suspected him of infidelity. Chapter 160, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 160. 2 days later. Crown Tundra's southern coastal region, Dina Tree Hill. Unlike the blizzard conditions Stephen and his group encountered when they were last here, the temperature was relatively mild this time. The defining feature of Dina Tree Hill was the enormous red tree situated in the center of the peninsula. Kowe. At this moment, a sharp, piercing cry echoed beneath the giant tree. It was a large blackened red bird Pokémon. Black and red flames burned across its body, exuding a sinister and captivating aura. Karen revealed a satisfied smile. Stephen was right, this bird's appearance is captivating. All right, it's your turn, Incineroar. Karen tossed a piquet ball backward, and as Incineroar landed, she immediately gave a command. Flamethrower. Unlike her two friends, one who had encountered an Articuno that feared ice and another who faced a Zapdos that feared electricity, the Galarian Moltres had no such weaknesses to fire. Faced with the oncoming flames, Moltres' eyes darkened. Its wings folded in front of its body, forming a shield of black fire. The flamethrower burned against the wings for a good 5 or 6 seconds before extinguishing on its own. From within the flames, the Galarian Moltres burst out. Purple and black particles of energy gathered in its slender, open beak, condensing into a swirling beam of dark energy. Dark Pulse. So you're taking Incineroar's attack head-on? Interesting. Bring it on. As Karen observed the sinister flames emanating from Moltres' wings and dispersing into the air with each flap, her liking for the Pokémon grew even more. Like Stephen, Karen believed in forming bonds of fate with the Pokémon she captured. However, this Galarian Moltres perfectly hit her sweet spot. Meanwhile, Stephen, Lucamine's family of 3, and their companions, Bee, Nessa, and Sonia, were sitting on a picnic blanket laid out on the grass on the other side of the red tree. They watched the battle while enjoying lunch. Is this okay? Her opponent is a legendary Pokémon after all. Sonia couldn't help but voice her concern. She had seen the video where Stephen helped Fatty Guy catch the Galarian Articuno. The power of legendary Pokémon was not something an average trainer could withstand. Morgan isn't an average trainer, Stephen responded with a smile. Pikatilda. Pikachu took a small piece of cake from Lily's hand, squinted its eyes, and gave Stephen a playful wink. I know, I'll make some for you later, Stephen said, playfully ruffling the head of the knockoff yellow rodent. Big brother Stephen, after the Galar Stars tournament ends tomorrow, will you return to Alola with us? Lily asked a question she had been deeply concerned about. As soon as she spoke, Lucamine, Gladion, and the 3 Galarian women subtly perked up their ears. Morgan plans to challenge this year's Indigo League, so I'll be heading to Kanto after that, Stephen replied. Kanto, is that okay, Stephen Kun? Lucamine asked with concern. Although Bee and the others didn't understand the hidden implications, Lucamine's 2 children could hear the subtext in their mother's question. Kanto was the headquarters of Team Rocket. Don't worry, for something like this they won't interfere, Stephen said with a calm smile. Doctor, what about the situation with Beware and Zamazenta? Bee interrupted, unable to hold back her curiosity. Stephen still hadn't clarified the most pressing question: would he stay in Galar or return to Alola? That was what they cared about the most. I'll decide after the Indigo League. Zacian took Zamazenta back earlier today and told me to let them cool off separately for a while. Zamazenta's absence from slumbering Weald for over a week was unprecedented in the last 3,000 years. That morning, Zacian had tracked Zamazenta's, sent to the rows of the Rondellan's hotel, where Stephen's group was staying. When Zacian arrived, all it heard from the room was Beware shouting, "Useless creature," before Zamazenta was unceremoniously kicked out. The 2 siblings locked eyes awkwardly. Zamazenta immediately begged Zacian to fetch its rusted shield, claiming it would significantly boost its combat abilities. That way, Beware wouldn't call it useless anymore. Hearing this, Zacian nearly beat its foolish sibling on the spot. Later, Steven and Zacian, acting as representatives of both sides, had a discussion. They unanimously decided to temporarily separate the two Pokémon. When Zamazenta was taken away, it cried and screamed like a child being sent to summer camp. Beware, on the other hand, remained calm. It figured nothing had happened in the past few days, so Zamazenta must not have been up to the task. Hearing Steven's explanation, the women's unease only deepened. So, you still haven't decided? Brother Steven, and what about that? Gladian couldn't help but ask. He wasn't as concerned with the same complex emotions his mother and sister had. He was simply worried that if Steven left, there would be no one to keep the rocket agents, Giovanni's lackeys, stationed near his mother, in check. If it comes to that, I'll have them move to Galar. I have enough sway to make that happen, Steven said, casting a reassuring glance at Lucamine and her family. Speaking of which, he had nearly forgotten. The Etha Foundation was still riddled with spies Giovanni had planted. The reason Lucamine's personality hadn't taken a darker, even twisted turn, as it had in the original game, was largely due to this. After all, she was too busy dealing with these spies to have any time for the eccentric hobbies she was known for in the game. It could be said that Lucamine's strange habits in the game stemmed mostly from having too much free time. Is that so? That's a relief. Gladian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then, if I encounter any difficulties while raising Pokémon in the future, can I still ask you for help? Of course, it's no big deal. Steven chuckled. Compared to Gladian's relief, however, Lucamine and Lily's expressions didn't improve much. So, does this mean Steven still has the possibility of leaving? Doctor, what were you talking about just now, and who are they? Nessa couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Oh, everyone look, Morgan succeeded. Steven quickly changed the topic, pointing to the other side. Everyone followed Steven's gesture and looked over, only to see that Kubfu had used Incineroar's shoulder as a makeshift platform and leaped high into the air, landing right behind Galarian Moltres. With a thunder punch and an uppercut motion, it struck downwards. Splash! The Galarian Moltres, whose stamina had already been significantly reduced by Incineroar, fell straight into the lake, sending up a huge splash several meters high. The soaked Galarian Moltres struggled to rise, just managing to lift its wet head out of the water when a hyper ball flew through the air and hit it squarely on the forehead. The ball opened, and the Galarian Moltres was absorbed inside as a beam of red light. Before the hyper ball even had time to shake, Kubfu caught it midair. Its small feet tapped lightly on the surface of the lake, and with the agility of a martial arts master performing a water-walking technique, it leaped back into the air. It seemed that during this month of separation, Kubfu hadn't slacked off in its training. Thud! Landing back on the grassy field, Kubfu held up the hyperball triumphantly. Everyone heard a crisp click sound as the indicator light on the hyperball dimmed. Karen had successfully captured the Galarian Moltres. Unfortunately, Karen didn't copy Ash to say something like, "I caught Galarian Moltres." Well done. Steven walked over and gave Karen a pat on the shoulder. With this, your team for the Indigo League is complete. Karen smiled at Steven and released the newly captured Moltres. While Incineroar helped evaporate the water off Moltres' feathers, Karen pulled out a comb and began grooming it. Although the Galarian Moltres looked a bit displeased, it didn't show any rebellious behavior. After all, Karen had captured it through battle, fair and square. Most wild Pokémon, including legendary ones, accepted this rule by default. So this is Sister Morgan's team for the Indigo League? But it's only 3 Pokémon, Gladian commented curiously as everyone walked over, having overheard Karen's earlier words. There was Incineroar, Kubfu, and now Galarian Moltres, only 3 Pokémon in total. I just need to defeat 6 opponents with my 3, don't I? Karen replied. Everyone was momentarily speechless. That reasoning was certainly bold. Steven blinked. Come to think of it, during Ash's participation in the Lily of the Valley conference, didn't one of his opponents sweep through 8 Sinnoh gym leaders and every other competitor except Ash with just a single Darkrai? If that trainer could do it, why not Karen? Still, Kanto was the strongest region overall, and pulling off a 6 versus 3 sweep in every match at the Indigo League sounded a bit challenging. Unless it was during Ash's particular tournament year, when the overall competition level seemed oddly low. That Indigo League season was truly baffling. Ash, who didn't even have a solid grasp of type matchups, somehow made it into the top 16. Speaking of which, I wonder if Mr. Goodshow has found any new legendaries for his beloved grandson. Serd had mentioned before leaving that she planned to keep an eye on Tobias for a while, hoping to snag a few more legendaries from him. The next day, the finals of the current Galar Star tournament took place. Leon versus Rayhan. To be honest, rival battles between these two happened almost every year. Even the locals were getting tired of it, let alone fans from other regions. The hashtag Leon versus Rayhan had dropped to the 3rd spot on the trending list. As for the outcome, no one was particularly interested anymore. It was like comparing table tennis to soccer in Steven's previous life. One dominated to the point of predictability, and the other struggled to win at all. Watching a match where the outcome was already known just wasn't that exciting. The second trending topic was Indigo League opening soon. Next month, the Indigo League would be hosted in the Kanto region, and League had already started promoting it. And the top trending topic, Dr. Steven's decision, stay or leave. That's right, everyone knew that if Steven decided to stay in Galar, it would undoubtedly become the strongest league. Even for Galar locals, Steven's decision was a bigger deal than whether Leon could secure his 5th consecutive championship title. Meanwhile, in Olivine City in the Johto region. Mary, are you still unwilling to give up? Keanu hopped along beside Mary, speaking with a tone of resignation. For half a month now, every time a challenge was issued to the Olivine gym, Mary would rush over. According to her, Joker's reputation had taken a sharp nosedive after the Olivine gym incident. And to this day, the league had yet to provide a reason that convinced either the public or Mary herself. Mary firmly believed that something was wrong with the Olivine gym. She had watched every video related to Joker at least 20 times. Recently, while rewatching footage of Joker infiltrating the mansion of Johto's wealthy Ritsuki family, Mary noticed something peculiar. In the video, Joker had once said to the Olivine gym leader, Altair, "Gym leader Altair, as a villain, you're not quite qualified." This made Mary even more resolute in her beliefs. Absolutely, decided firm. Altair, or rather, his entire family, has something wrong with them. Yano, if you don't believe me, you can go back to Paldea first. I can handle this on my own. So far, Mary has only shared this matter with Yano. Because she had been saved by Joker before, Mary felt she could trust her. Mainly, Mary also knew that what she was doing was dangerous. If Altair truly had a problem, if something happened to her and someone knew about this, maybe it could serve as evidence to spread the truth. As for why Mary didn't bring her close friend, Whitney, along, it was because Whitney was preparing to take over her uncle's position as the gym leader of Goldenrod Gym. Mary felt Whitney wasn't suitable for this situation. It had to be said that Mary indeed had the talent to be a journalist, thinking everything through thoroughly. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I leave you behind?" This made Ayano a little angry. As for Mary's suspicions, Ayano was indeed skeptical. But how could she just ignore her friend, possibly falling into danger? Altair, after all, was a gym leader of Elite Four caliber. If things were as Mary suspected, and he truly had a problem, then wouldn't Mary, who had little combat ability, just be meat on a chopping block? "Thank you, Ayano." Mary sincerely thanked her. "Hee Tilda, all right, let's hurry and go watch the match." Ayano grabbed Mary's hand and ran into the gym. Inside the Olivine Gym Battle Arena. Next up is the Olivine Gym Challenge match between acting gym leader Vasil and challenger Jasmine from Olivine City. The unnamed referee, standing in the central judging area, announced the names of the trainers in the 2 command zones. On one side stood Jasmine, a silver-haired girl about the same age as Mary and Ayano, who were hidden among the audience. On the other side was a chubby, bespectacled middle-aged man. If Steven's trio were here, They would recognize this so-called acting gym leader as the man who, back when they infiltrated Olivine Gym, tried to capture them and hand them over to Cation. Altair isn't here. Mary, hidden among the audience, was visibly displeased. She had come to observe Altair. What use was some subordinate? Ah, don't rush, just watch and see, Ayano whispered to comfort her. It's a pity I don't have the opportunity to spar with Mr. Altair, but please take care of me. Jasmine politely bowed to her opponent, then, in the next moment, threw out a piquet ball with all her might. Please, Steelix. The onyx from before had evolved into Steelix. Go, Scissor. Vasil released his scissor with a flick of his hand and began battling Jasmine nonchalantly. For some reason, Vasil's expression was extremely unpleasant. It was because the commander's plan had already begun. Altair had been summoned to participate in the final preparations. Meanwhile, Vasil had been assigned to stay at Olivine Gym to avoid raising suspicion. This arrangement left Vasil, who was eager to climb the ranks, extremely dissatisfied. Why was I excluded? Thinking about this, and then seeing the little girl across from him, Vasil felt a surge of anger. The grand plan of the shadows was about to unfold, and here he was, playing house with a little girl. How annoying. Vasil muttered under his breath. His dissatisfaction grew increasingly intense until he finally erupted, shouting, "End this in one move." The moment Vasil spoke those words, Scissor's aura underwent a sudden transformation. Its two massive pincers emitted a pale green glow, tearing through the air and striking Steelix's joints with brutal force. That was the bug-type advanced move, X-Scissor. In an instant, Steelix's eyes widened. Maintaining that expression for 3 or 4 seconds, it let out a pained cry of wooah, before collapsing with a heavy thud onto the Olivine Gym battlefield. The sudden turn of events left Jasmine on the opposite side, as well as the entire audience, stunned. Doubly what happened, it got stronger, in an instant. Ayano's eyes widened in shock. As a future gym leader herself, Ayano had sharp observation skills. She could tell that Scissor's overall strength was superior to Steelix's. But it was only at the level of a regular gym leader's Pokémon, at best, barely touching elite gym leader standards. But the power it just displayed in that instant was comparable to the Elite Four. Doubly what was going on. It didn't use moves like Dragon Dance or Swords Dance to boost its stats. Wait, no. What kind of boosting move could instantly raise a gym leader-level Pokémon to an Elite Four level? That's absurd. These people have a problem. Mary narrowed her eyes and muttered quietly. HMPH. Vasil let out a disdainful snort. From his perspective behind his glasses, Scissor's body was now emanating ominous, dark energy, like the evil aura of Blackbeard's dark fruit. Dark power. A few days later, in the backstage residential area of the Olivine Gym. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed. You bastard, who told you to recklessly use the power of darkness? Do you realize that your impulsiveness almost ruined Shadow's important plans? Aldous furiously scolded Vasil after slapping him. I am sorry, Lord Aldous. Vasil, whose glasses had been slapped off, dared not show any anger. Unlike the good-tempered Altair, Aldous, one of the Indigo Elite Four, was someone who could truly kill without hesitation. Forget it, brother. The plan is progressing smoothly anyway. Altair stepped in to mediate. HMPH. Seeing Altair speak up, Aldous barely managed to suppress his inner fury. Suddenly, Aldous' Alakazam jumped out of its piquet ball on its own and launched a tri-attack toward a corner at the rear right. Watch out! A startled girl's voice called out from nowhere. Boom! In the next instant, the tri-attack exploded against the wall. Amid the smoke and dust, 2 girls and a Smeargle tumbled to the ground. Who are you? The Shadow Team members' expressions changed drastically. A Smeargle? Did they sneak in here using Smeargle to paint camouflage? As a top-tier Elite Four member, Aldous immediately saw through Mary and Ayano's trick and coldly commanded, Alakazam, finish them off. Wait, brother. Altair suddenly spoke up. You should hurry back to Kanto, so as not to arouse the League's suspicion. As he spoke, Altair turned his gaze toward the two girls who were struggling to get up, trying their best to suppress their fear. "I'll handle these two myself." However, what the Shadow team members didn't know was that, before the two girls had entered the Asagi dojo, Kishu had already left her Miss Magius outside as a precaution. Chapter 161. Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 161. The results of the finals between Leon and Raihan ended unsurprisingly. Leon defeated Raihan with just 4 Pokémon, while Raihan used all 6. The final clash between Leon's Gigantamax Charizard and Raihan's Gigantamax Duraludon was, if nothing else, visually spectacular. Normally, Steven would have made fun of the fact that Raihan is probably the only person in the world who uses a Gigantamax Duraludon. During the award ceremony, while the local Galar audience might have grown a little tired of watching Leon win, they still enthusiastically applauded him. After all, he is Galar's pride. In his post-match interview, Leon expressed his happiness at achieving his 5th consecutive championship. Raihan, on the other hand, once again boldly declared, "Next time, I'll be the winner." While this was supposed to be a celebratory occasion, the Kanto-based Goldenrod TV broadcast took the opportunity to throw shade. Another year of the Champions Tournament has ended, but it's a shame that the Galar League still hasn't managed to select its Elite Four. If Chairman Rose doesn't mind, Galar's trainers could come to Kanto for further training. We excel at producing trainers above Elite Four level. If the chairman of the Paldea League, Jita, still harbors her ambitions discreetly, Rose makes no effort to hide his desire to replace Kanto as the leader of the Pokémon League. Naturally, Kanto and Johto's media outlets wouldn't let this slide. The next day, Rose responded through his own media outlet, Winden TV, saying, "The Galar League is still in its growth phase. Trainers like Bee, Raihan, and Melanie all have great potential. Kanto is the birthplace of the Pokémon League, and I have immense respect for them. But I must say, even the most beautiful flowers eventually wither. It's best not to speak too soon." Rose's reply was humble, mainly because Steven had expressed his intention to visit Kanto after the finals. Without a definitive answer on whether Steven would stay in Galar or leave, Rose had to remain cautious. If Steven had committed to staying, Rose wouldn't have hesitated to openly call Kanto trash on live TV. Remember to be more confident when you're giving commands, especially in unexpected situations. Don't hesitate, it'll leave you open to being exploited. Before heading to Kanto, Steven rewatched the battle between Nessa and Valerie, giving Nessa plenty of advice. He realized that Nessa's overall strength wasn't that bad. Her main problem was her mentality. She would panic as soon as she fell into a disadvantage, and the more she panicked, the worse her performance became. "Got it," Nessa replied earnestly, trying hard to absorb Steven's advice. However, her eyes couldn't help but glance at his face now and then. "Steven, isn't it time to leave?" Karen called out from behind with a hint of annoyance. Previously, Mew's mischievous cat-like nature had made Steven close to Nessa, so Steven couldn't just distance himself from her abruptly. It would seem suspicious. Still, Karen found the whole situation frustrating. "Oh right, this is for you, good luck." Steven handed a notebook to Nessa, then quickly turned and ran toward Karen and Will, waving goodbye to Bee, Nessa, and the others who had come to see him off. Nessa clutched the notebook tightly to her chest. It wasn't until Steven and the others boarded the plane that she finally lowered her gaze to look at it. "What's that?" Sonia curiously leaned over to take a look. Bee and the others also turned their attention to Nessa, intrigued. On the notebook's cover were 5 bold characters: Fishman Karate Manual. Pika Tilda. Everyone's focus shifted to Nessa, so they didn't notice the yellow rodent in Sonia's arms emitting a sound that didn't sound anything like Pikachu. So conflicted, one side offered decadent indulgence and the other side promised endless entertainment. Which one to choose? "Steven, there's something I want to ask you." On the plane, while Karen was in the bathroom, Will finally found an opportunity to talk to Steven. Karen's goal in participating in the Indigo Conference is basically to have her Houndoom exact revenge on her parents' killer, right? But that Pokémon belongs to one of the Indigo Elite Four. If she kills it in front of so many people, won't that be a problem? Avenging her Houndoom's parents against Aldous', Kingdra had always been Houndoom's ultimate goal, and the reason Karen joined Steven's team in the first place. But regardless of whatever secrets Aldous might be hiding, he was still publicly recognized as one of the Elite Four. Killing his Pokémon in an official match would undoubtedly cause an uproar. "We'll just say it was an accident. If the worst happens, we'll figure out another solution," Steven replied nonchalantly. "That excuse won't fly. Houndoom killing Kingdra by accident? That would only happen if Kingdra just lay down and let it happen," Will muttered, unconvinced. Pokémon are famously durable, and barring an overwhelming power gap, it's exceedingly rare for one to die in a match. Such incidents haven't occurred in official battles for years. Oh, by the way, one more thing. As Will was about to return to his seat, he remembered something else. Mary and Ayano haven't been active in the group chat for a while. Will pulled out his phone and opened the Joker fan club group chat, the same group that had previously kicked Steven out. Steven raised an eyebrow and was about to ask further when Will noticed Karen returning and quickly slid back into his seat. Johto Region, Olivine City. A Miss Magius wandered the streets of Olivine City, looking anxious. A few days ago, her trainer Ayano had let her out, saying, "If I don't come back, go find reinforcements." Then, Ayano had gone to the Olivine gym with May. Ayano had learned to leave a backup plan in case of danger. But at the end of the day, she was just a 10-year-old kid. While she had some tricks up her sleeve, there weren't many. The first problem is, Ayano only said that she wasn't coming back and sent the Miss Magius to fetch reinforcements. But who are these reinforcements supposed to be? Little Miss Magius was spinning in circles, frantic. It's been days, and her trainer still hasn't returned. Something must have happened. Fetch reinforcements, but the problem is, where should she even go to fetch them? She's a Pokémon from Paldea, and in this unfamiliar place like Johto, she doesn't know anyone. Who could she possibly find for reinforcements? Besides, even if she were back in Paldea, Miss Magius wouldn't know who to turn to for help. Little Miss Magius was so anxious that she was about to cry. What to do? At that moment, an advertisement started playing on the giant screen in the square. This year's Indigo League tournament will officially commence on the 22nd of this month. Among the contestants widely regarded by the media as favorites to win the championship are the following individuals. As the narration continued, close-up photos of one contestant after another flashed across the screen. Faulkner, the son of Violet City Gym Leader. Claire, the daughter of Blackthorn City Gym Leader. Lily, a female trainer who has participated in the Indigo League twice before and made it to the top 32 both times. And Morgan, the companion of Dr. Steven. When little Miss Magius saw the photo of Morgan on the screen, her eyes lit up. She remembered this person. Back when her trainer went to that research lab for fun, this person was there too. Little Miss Magius also remembered that bespectacled human who was very close to her trainer. Yes, if it's him, he should be able to save her trainer. No. Aside from him, she had no other choice. With this thought, little Miss Magius dared not waste any more time and immediately flew toward Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town, Kanto. March 21st, Indigo Plateau. Usually, as the headquarters of the Indigo League, this place is not open to the public. But now is an exception, as it's the time of year for the annual Indigo League tournament. And today was the day before the tournament officially began. Wow, so many people. A boy wearing a hat exclaimed in amazement outside the Indigo Stadium, which stood tall and majestic, like a coliseum. He was holding a leash in his hand, but the leash wasn't tied to a dog-like Pokémon such as Growlithe or Granbull. Instead, it was tied to a Pikachu. Pikachu. The Pikachu, clearly displeased about being leashed, shot out an electric current, causing Ash to dance involuntarily in a jolting, electrified manner. You ran so fast earlier that you threw me, the great Pikachu, to the ground. Still haven't tamed that electric mouse, Ash? Gary walked over with a mocking grin. Even though we're not participating, could you at least try not to embarrass Pallet Town like this? Damn it. Ash gritted his teeth in frustration, but he couldn't argue back. What could he do if Pikachu just wouldn't listen? Red, who was accompanied by his mother Delia, silently pulled down the brim of his hat after witnessing the scene, choosing not to comment. What was Dr. Stephen even thinking? Was that Pikachu suitable for his younger brother? The era of ours truly will arrive in 2 years. By then, I'll be standing at the top of this peak. Blue, who was 2 years away from reaching the minimum age required to become a Pokémon trainer, walked up confidently from another side. Whoa, Tilda. Just then, a commotion erupted behind the 4 kids from Pallet Town. The 4 of them instinctively turned their heads to look. Even someone as proud as Blue couldn't help but have a change in expression when he saw what was behind them. It was the Indigo League's Elite Four. No, to be precise, it was the champion and 3 Elite Four members. Champion Agatha and Elite Four members Lance, Bruno, and Lorelei. Their imposing presence was as intimidating as ever. What was intriguing, however, was that although Agatha was the champion and Lance was only an Elite Four member, Lance was the one walking at the front. He's so cool, that's Lance of the Elite Four. Ash's eyes sparkled as he shouted. I heard he's going to challenge Grandma Agatha for the champion title this year. I specifically begged Grandpa to buy me tickets to see this match live. Gary sighed, then immediately turned to Ash with a look of disdain. And yet Grandpa bought you a ticket too. I have no idea why he's so good to an idiot like you. By the way, wasn't Dr. Steffa's companion supposed to participate in the tournament too? Where are they? Delia suddenly remembered something and asked. She was quite grateful to Dr. Stephen. Although she was just a housewife, she understood how important the Pokédex was for adventuring. And yet, that precious device was something Dr. Stephen had gifted to both her sons without hesitation. This made Delia deeply appreciative of Dr. Stephen. Miss Morgan, your registration has been completed. Best of luck in the tournament. Nurse Joyce smiled as she handed Karen her registration confirmation. Stephen waved, ready to head back to the dorms with Karen and Will to rest. But as they turned around, they found themselves face to face with the Indigo champion and the 3 Elite Four members standing behind them. Underneath, Karen instinctively frowned. Was that guy not around? Long time no see, everyone from the Indigo League. Stephen greeted them with a smile. The last time we met, wasn't it in Nimbasa City in Unova? Yes, a lot has happened since then, and things haven't been stable everywhere. Among the Elite Four of the Indigo League, the seemingly most normal one, Bruno, bared his teeth in a grin. I hope I can relax a bit during this Indigo conference. Is your companion participating in the conference? Are you not joining yourself? Lance noticed the competition certificate in Karen's hand, but Stephen's hands were empty. It was a pity. After watching the video of Stephen assisting Will in capturing Galler's Galarian Articuno, Lance wanted to exchange some thoughts with him. There might be a chance in the future. I heard that Elite Four Lance is aiming for Agatha's champion title. Good luck. Got it. Lance responded lightly. He had a good impression of Stephen, who had made remarkable contributions to the harmony between humans and Pokémon. It's been a while too, Lorelei. Stephen waved to Lorelei. Ahem. Lorelei's attitude seemed even colder than Lance's ice-like demeanor. At least Lance had replied with 2 words. It was clear that she still held some resentment toward Stephen for his actions in Galar. Lorelei internally scoffed repeatedly. Weren't we supposed to be comrades in arms? Then, what's with your attitude now? That evening, in the dining area for participants, Stephen finally reunited with the Pallet Town group. Long time no see, Professor Oak. Stephen proactively extended his hand to shake with Professor Oak. Oh, Dr. Stephen, you attract attention wherever you go. Professor Oak smiled and said, revealing the secret the Galarian royalty had hidden for 3,000 years. Honestly, I was always skeptical about that legend. While there are indeed individuals among humans with great power, defeating the mythical Eternatus seemed too exaggerated. As expected, the true heroes are the Pokémon. By the way, I've brought you the blueprints for the 2nd generation Pokédex. If you have time, you can take a look. Stephen handed a USB drive to Professor Oak. Huh, the first generation was just released a month ago, and you're already preparing for a second generation. Professor Oak was surprised. There was a bit of an issue. Could I trouble you with this? Leave it to me. Although he didn't know why Stephen was in such a rush, Professor Oak figured it must be for a very important reason. The next morning, 10 a.m. Unlike the modern, high-tech design of Gallerswinden Stadium, the Kanto Indigo Arena exuded an ancient, majestic charm. The surrounding spectator stands were already packed. After Professor Oak, serving as the torchbearer, arrived at the altar and lit the sacred flame, Chairman Goodshow appeared on a central platform that was raised into view. With his hands clasped behind his back, his warm, Santa Claus-like voice spread through the microphone, reaching every corner of the stadium and the entire world. The Pokémon League Conference is a sacred place where people who love Pokémon can compete and learn from one another. The sacred flame, the fire of Ho-Oh, watches over us. Trainers, give it your all and fight fair battles you won't regret. The chairman's declaration was deeply moving, and the emotions of the audience were fully stirred. The hundreds of participating trainers standing in formation on the field were all brimming with enthusiasm. Only Karen squinted her eyes slightly, sneaking a glance at the Elite Four's viewing platform. She wondered if that guy would show up. After the opening ceremony, Karen followed the instructions and arrived at the preliminary match venue outside the main arena. Unlike Galler's star-studded tournaments, where battles began with 6v6 full-team matches inside the main arena, many regional leagues, including the Indigo Conference, started with 1v1 or 2v2 preliminary matches in smaller venues. Only after narrowing it down to the top 32 or 16 competitors would the battles move to the central arena for 6v6 full-team matches. In the Indigo Conference, the rules were 3v3 for the first 5 rounds, switching to 6v6 starting in the quarterfinals. When Karen entered the field, all the spectators' attention shifted to Stephen, sitting in the corner of the stands. Stephen figured Karen would probably start with her Kubfu to give the inexperienced little bear some valuable battle experience. Screech. However, the wicked cry of a bird echoed across the Indigo Plateau, completely shattering Stephen's expectations. You're kidding, right? Even Will, seated beside him, looked dumbfounded. First match, first round, and she sends out Molters. The opposing trainer looked like his eyes were about to pop out. They didn't recognize the Pokémon, but just from its aura, they could tell this bird wasn't something to mess with. The result didn't even need to be said. Molters single-handedly annihilated the opponent's entire team, taking all 3 Pokémon down with just 1 move each. After the match, Karen walked up to the camera, looking down at it from above, and declared, "Bring Aldous here. The only reason I joined this low-level tournament is to take him down." Even the cameraman stumbled. No one expected Dr. Stephen's companion to be this bold. However, just as countless people were fervently discussing Karen's remarks, back in the laboratory of Pallet Town, where only Professor Oak's eldest daughter, Daisy Oak, was present. A Mismagius staggered as it flew into the back mountain of Pallet Town, which Professor Oak had recently acquired. Upon spotting the white research facility not far away, it finally collapsed, exhausted, onto the lawn. Having neither eaten nor drunk for several days, it had flown all the way from Olivine City in the Johto region to get here. It had reached its limit. Moments later, a Kangaskhan's child discovered the unconscious Mismagius on the ground and called out in alarm to its mother. "Kanga!" The startled mother Kangaskhan rushed over and, seeing the state of the Mismagius, hastily placed it into her pouch. Together with her child, she sprinted toward the research lab. Chapter 162. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 162. Regarding Miss Morgan's comments, I don't think Kanto needs to take it too seriously. It's normal for young people to be a bit hot-headed. On television, the chairwoman of the Paldea League expressed her thoughts kindly about Karen's earlier remarks that had sparked much controversy. But calling it controversial might be an overstatement. After all, hasn't every genius done something brash and childish at some point? To most people, Karen's remarks were nothing more than the arrogant ramblings of a slightly talented but untested child. Wow, Sister Morgan is this bold. Hearing about the incident, Ash's mouth formed a big O. Let her be smug for now. Someone will put her in her place soon enough, Gary said, clearly annoyed. For the people of Kanto, the Indigo League was the ultimate stage to showcase their skills as Pokémon trainers, no less revered than how football fans viewed the World Cup in Steven's previous life. Yet Karen had dismissed it as a low-level competition. Even though Gary appreciated Steven for gifting him a Pokédex, as a proud Kanto native, he couldn't help but feel irritated. What made it worse was that Gary wasn't even that familiar with Karen in the first place. Red and Blue stayed silent. The two of them had rewatched Karen's first-round battle several times, as well as those of a few championship favorites highlighted by the media. And they couldn't help but feel. It seemed like none of them could stop Karen. Over the next 4 days, 4 rounds of matches took place. Anyone standing in her way was swept aside by her Galarian Moltres, which was cloaked in black flames. After every match, Karen would walk up to the cameras and leave a bold message for Aldous, urging him to hurry to the Indigo Plateau so she could expose his disguise. This behavior piqued the curiosity of viewers, who initially dismissed Karen as just a loud-mouthed girl. Challenging the Elite Four was normal, but why was she so fixated on Aldous? According to the rankings, shouldn't she start with Lorelei, the weakest of the 4? Rumors spread like wildfire online. Some speculated that Karen had been hired by Aldous's father's business rival to target him. But such comments were quickly dismissed as overly far-fetched. Besides, Karen was Dr. Steven's companion, who could afford to hire her. Another theory, however, gained more traction. Karen was Aldous's illegitimate daughter, here to settle the score. Even Steven rolled his eyes when he came across this speculation. 4 rounds of qualifiers passed, leaving only the top 32 trainers to compete at the Indigo Stadium. The 32 to 16 matches would still use the 3v3 format, but from the round of 16 onward, it would switch to full team, 6v6 battles. The next day, a small Miss Magius stirred, struggling to wake from its slumber. "Oh, you're awake." Daisy quickly walked over and gently picked up the Miss Magius. "Don't move too much, you're still weak. Let's start with some soft food, I'll soak it for you." The Miss Magius looked around. This was it. This was the place where Ayano had listened to that human's lectures. Woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. The Miss Magius cried out anxiously and struggled in Daisy's arms. But her body was still frail, and no amount of struggling could change that. "In such a hurry, don't worry, it'll be ready soon." Daisy gently comforted the Miss Magius, assuming she was just hungry. The little Pokémon was so desperate it was nearly in tears. Unbelievable. Even against a championship favorite and a designated Johto gym leader in training, Faulkner, Morgan still demonstrated overwhelming power. Despite specializing in aerial combat, Faulkner's Pidgeot stood no chance against Morgan's Galarian Moltres. Wow! Although Pidgeot kept trying to dodge the attacks, it couldn't escape and was eventually struck down by Brave Bird. On TV, the Galarian Moltres knocked Pidgeot out of the sky with Brave Bird. The camera then cut to Karen, who, disguised with Zoroark's powers, stood with one hand on her hip, looking utterly unimpressed. Pidgeot is unable to battle. Galarian Moltres wins. Since all 3 of Faulkner's Pokémon are unable to battle, the winner is Morgan. As the referee announced the results, the Miss Magius frantically pushed toward the TV. Woo. Seeing the Miss Magius's excitement, Daisy sensed something unusual. She then noticed the camera lingering on Steven's face in the audience for 2 extra seconds. Woo. The Miss Magius cried even louder. "Do you know Dr. Steven?" Daisy asked tentatively. The Miss Magius nodded vigorously. "Then, you came here to see him." The Miss Magius nodded even more frantically. Daisy grew increasingly curious. What could this little Miss Magius possibly have to do with Dr. Steven? After a brief moment of thought, Daisy locked up the research lab and decided to head to the Indigo Plateau herself. Judging by how desperate the Miss Magius was, this had to be something important. After yet another dominant 3-0 victory, Karen once again found herself surrounded by reporters. A closer look revealed that most of the reporters were from Galar and Paldea, regions that always relished opportunities to report on the league headquarters' shortcomings. And as usual, Karen didn't disappoint. Today's opponent was a Johto gym leader in training. Right. If this is the level of future gym leaders here, I don't think the Indigo League's glory days will last much longer. The reporters' faces lit up with joy. This was exactly the kind of bold statement they wanted from her. What they didn't realize was that Karen wasn't trying to insult Faulkner. She had just suddenly remembered how, a month ago, she had challenged Giovanni and earned 5 Kanto badges in one go. Compared to those 5 gym leaders, Faulkner wasn't much. In the league headquarters, building adjacent to the stadium, Chairman Goodshow watched Karen's interview on TV and shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't overthink it. He simply regarded Karen as a young, exceptionally talented trainer who had yet to taste failure. Has Aldous arrived yet? Goodshow asked his assistant. In truth, Aldous' absence from the Elite Four Challenge was nothing new for the Indigo League. In recent years, most league winners had targeted Lorelei as the weakest of the 4 for their challenge. As such, there was usually no need for all 4 members to attend. This year, however, Goodshow wanted to promote Lance to replace Agatha, so he summoned the entire Elite Four. Aldous' response: "If Lance wants the position, he can have it. I don't see the need for me to be there." If it were in the past, considering how much tax his father paid to the league, Goodshow would have just turned a blind eye as usual. But this time, the person Karen repeatedly named and challenged was Aldous. If he didn't show up, wouldn't it make the Indigo League look like cowards? "Chairman, for some reason, we can't get in touch with Mr. Aldous, and there's no response from President Cation either," the assistant reported. Ahem. Goodshow raised his white eyebrow, sensing an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Players' Dining Hall. "Morgan, your opponent for tomorrow has been announced. It's someone named Lily. She's an elite trainer who's made it to the top 32 of the Indigo Conference twice in a row. But honestly, she's probably not as strong as Faulkner." Will stuffed a bite of stew into his mouth as he showed the basic profile of the female contestant on his phone. "Do I have to go through 3 more of these boring battles? It's getting repetitive," Karen said, poking her vegetable salad with a fork, looking uninterested. "That's because, Sister Morgan, you haven't encountered the other hot contender of this year's conference, Dragon Master Lance's cousin, Miss Claire," Gary interjected. "She's from the Dragon Clan of Blackthorn City. Rumor has it she has exceptional talent. After this tournament, the current gym leader of Blackthorn is planning to step down and pass the position on to his daughter." "Oh." Karen smirked. If Lance himself showed up, she might be a little cautious. But his cousin? What a joke. Just as Stephen was about to comment, his phone suddenly rang. "Stephen, that little girl named Mary has been missing for nearly half a month. Her parents have already filed a police report," came Giovanni's voice over the phone. Stephen's expression tightened. Ever since Will mentioned on the plane that Mary and Ayano hadn't been active in their group chat for a while, Stephen had asked Giovanni to investigate Mary's situation. That little girl had once said at Professor Oak's lab that she would help clear Joker's name. At the time, he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, she was just a 10-year-old kid. What could she possibly uncover? But now, it seemed he had underestimated her. She might have discovered something, and that's why she got caught up in trouble. Yet, he couldn't contact her either. He had been too careless. He should have made her a Vivre card. "Hey, sis, why are you here?" At this moment, Blue noticed a familiar figure entering the dining hall. It was none other than their eldest sister, Daisy. Before Daisy could respond, the Mismagius in her arms rushed up to Stephen, crying out anxiously, "Hoo-hoo. Dr. Stephen, this Pokémon is." Daisy was about to explain. But Stephen raised his hand, signaling her to wait, as Zorok had already used telepathy to translate Mismagius's message for him. "It seems her trainer is in danger, and she's here to ask for my help." Stephen turned to the others. "Doctor, you can understand her." Daisy was surprised. Back at the lab earlier, it had taken her a long time to barely guess the Miss Magius's intentions. Maybe I just have a knack for it. Stephen stood up and signaled Will with a glance. From Stephen's lip movements, Will immediately understood. Ayano's Pokémon. Stephen Karen was also about to get up. No, just focus on achieving your dream. Isn't this the moment you've been preparing for all this time? Don't worry, Will and I will handle this, Stephen said, giving Karen a reassuring look as he discreetly handed Zorark to her under the table. Later, above Johto's skies. On the starry night above Indigo Plateau, Stephen, riding Latios, spoke to Will, who was riding on Galarian Articuno nearby. Mary and Ayano snuck into the Olivine Gym's underground facility half a month ago. It seems they haven't come out since. What? Will was startled, recalling the most dangerous mission the three of them had ever undertaken together. Especially that Salamence of Altair, which had suddenly surged from an elite level to a champion level. For a long time after that, he would wake up in cold sweats from nightmares. They probably uncovered Shadow's secret, Stephen continued. Altair and his family had connections with Shadow. This was something Stephen had deduced during their battle in Ilex Forest. At that time, Shadow Executive Alina and another Shadow member with an ape-like appearance had Pokémon that experienced the same sudden surge in power as Altair's Salamence. If there was no connection between these two groups, no one would believe it. But Mary was incredibly bold to dare infiltrate their base. And Ayano, she was just as reckless to follow along. Half a month, can those two still be alive? Will looked incredulous. At the very least, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Recalling their narrow escape from the Olivine Gym, Stephen figured that if Mary and Ayano had been discovered by Altair himself, they might still have a sliver of hope. After all, that guy wasn't as ruthless as his brother. The reason the three of them had escaped back then was partly because Altair hadn't gone for the kill right away. That little girl really likes you, huh? To the point where she'd risk something this dangerous, Will said thoughtfully. Why don't you just tell her your true identity? I feel like she's just like Karen. She wouldn't betray you, even if it cost her life. Let's save her first, Stephen replied, patting Latios to signal it to speed up. Olivine Gym's underground laboratory, Johto region. In a corner cell, the door was slightly ajar. A steaming bowl of food was delivered inside. Yano quickly grabbed the bowl and placed it between herself and Mary. Mary-chan, hurry, eat. Yano scooped up a large spoonful and handed it to Mary. Joker-sama was framed because he found out about your secrets, wasn't he? Despite being locked up for more than half a month, Mary, with her once neat twin tails now messy and emitting a faint odor, stubbornly stared at the tall figure outside the door. It was Altair. Stop it, Mary-chan, he's not going to tell us anything, Yano said helplessly. Ever since they had been imprisoned, every time someone sent them food or water, Mary would ask similar questions. And Altair's response was always the same, silence. Exactly. Just as Ayano thought it would be the same as always, Altair suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. Startled, the spoon in Ayano's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He spoke. However, we didn't deliberately set him up. His past acts of being a noble thief already made many people in the League dislike him. Given the situation, it was only natural for some people at the top of the League to go all out to smear him, Altair said calmly. What is your real goal? Mary suddenly raised her voice. To conquer the world. After a brief silence, Altair finally said the most classic and pure goal of a two-dimensional villain. Well, at least it's better than those deranged villains who want to destroy the world for the sake of a woman. Hey, Ayano exclaimed, eyes wide like a startled chihuahua. You, why are you suddenly telling us this today? Don't tell me you just want us to die knowing the truth. See, could this be the so-called last meal before execution? Altair said nothing and simply opened the prison door wide. Mary and Ayano nervously held each other's small hands. But Altair's next words left the two girls even more stunned. Go. For a moment, Mary and Ayano even wondered if their ears were malfunctioning. Rumble. A sudden and violent tremor caused both Mary and Ayano to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Even Altair staggered, barely managing to grab the iron bars of the prison door to avoid falling. "What's going on?" Altair shouted upwards. "Lord Altair, it's Joker. Joker and the psychic fatty have broken in," came a panicked voice over the Shadow Organization's intercom. "Joker." Hearing this name, Mary and Ayana were momentarily stunned before their faces lit up with joy. "It's been almost 2 years since they last came knocking, huh?" Altair muttered as he summoned his pseudo-legendary Metagross and quickly rode it, flying off into the distance. In the cell, the two girls supported each other as they navigated the shaking floor, walking through the dark corridors until they reached the underground laboratory. It was already deserted. When they were escorted here a month ago, the place had been filled with shadow members in white lab coats. "Everyone's here," Ayano exclaimed in surprise when she spotted the piquet balls containing her Wattrel and Bellybolt in a corner of the lab. "I'm sorry, Smee, for putting you in danger," Mary said, releasing her Smeargle and hugging it tightly. "Rumble." The tremors continued. Ayano turned to Mary and said, "Mary-chan, this place might collapse. Let's get out of here quickly." Mary nodded firmly. "Joker-sama is waiting up there." Boom! At night, the Olivine City Gym. A massive explosion broke the silence for the first time in 2 years, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured the moonlight. Hearing the commotion, the citizens of Olivine City woke up from their dreams and looked out their windows toward the firelight in the gym at the city center. "Huh. This scene looks kind of familiar." Amid the rising smoke and dust, Vasil, a member of the Shadow Organization's Dark Division, yelled angrily, "Everyone, attack! Don't give them a chance to catch their breath." Golbat, Air Cutter. Claydol, Psychic. Magmortar, Flamethrower. Nearly 100 Pokémon surrounded the target in a circle, launching their attacks. The scene was utterly spectacular. Amid the booming explosions, the ground beneath half the city trembled incessantly. When the dust cleared, what appeared before the shadow members was a massive spherical barrier. Inside the barrier stood none other than Joker, Suicune, and Psychic Fatty. Chapter 163, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 163. Haha, this is exhilarating. Inside the protective barrier, Will laughed triumphantly. 2 years ago, we had to sneak in here like cowards. Now we can barge in openly. It feels so good. If given the choice, who would want to be an assassin when they could be a berserker? Don't get careless. They haven't shown their trump card yet. Also, catch someone so we can interrogate them. Stephen glanced at Will and said, "Tisk Tilda got it." Will snapped his fingers. From behind him, his executor emerged and used its psychic powers to control Vasil, as if an invisible hand was pulling him towards Stephen and Will. Damn it, use the power of darkness. Vasil, who was being dragged helplessly toward Joker as if caught by a gravitational pull, shouted in panic. In an instant, Joker, Will, and the glasses-wearing Vasil all saw the same thing. Around them, nearly 100 shadow Pokémon erupted with flame-like dark energy on their bodies. It appeared the power of darkness. Boom! The originally spectacular bombardment of attacks became even more devastating, their power increasing by multiple levels. The protective barrier created by Suicune began to crack like glass hit by a rock. "Scatter," Joker said coldly. Immediately, 2 piquet balls on Joker, and Will's waists opened by themselves. Latios and Xatu emerged, grabbing their respective trainers by the shoulders and flying upward in opposite directions. Almost in the next moment, the enhanced combination attack from the army of shadow Pokémon shattered the protective barrier. The resulting shockwave swept out with such force that the ground in the area couldn't withstand it and collapsed entirely. Whoa! Many shadow Pokémon and their trainers were caught off guard and fell along with the collapsing ground. Joker and Will, being carried by Latios and Xatu, looked down and noticed something unexpected. Beneath the gym was a massive research facility, strikingly similar to the secret base Giovanni had built beneath the Viridian Gym. Ahem. Joker's eyes narrowed. Latios seemed to understand Joker's thoughts. It opened its mouth and unleashed a dragon pulse, cutting through the debris from the collapse as it glided swiftly downward. Joker stretched out his arms and, with one in each hand, caught two young girls who were about to be crushed by the falling debris. He then flew back into the air. "Joker-sama!" The girl in Joker's left arm, Mary, exclaimed in shock and joy. "Frostless ice shard." Down below, the temporarily freed Vasil sent out a new Pokémon. The frostless that emerged from the Piquet ball unleashed a chill, creating numerous cone-shaped ice shards in midair. These ice shards, like a Gatling gun, were fired toward Joker and Will in the sky. One of the Piquet balls on Joker's waist opened by itself. Umbreon emerged. When Latios had carried Joker upward earlier, Umbreon had already returned to its ball. In Joker's team, knowing when to come out and when to retreat was a basic skill. Umbreon's muscles were taut like steel, and at close range, one could even see its veins. The ice shards struck its body, but it remained completely unfazed, immovable as a mountain. Skarmory, flash cannon. Crobat, air slash. Pelipper, hydro pumped. Taking advantage of the moment Umbreon was fending off the ice shards, other Shadow members ordered their flying Pokémon to ascend and launch a variety of colorful ranged attacks, completely covering the sky above Joker and Latios. "You lot, even with your enhancements, what can you do?" As Joker's words fell, Umbreon, having just blocked a wave of attacks, began to emit a dazzling electrical glow. To the disbelief of the 100 or so Shadow members present, Umbreon transformed into Raikou. "Thunder!" Joker uttered the command calmly. Raiku's roar merged into the clouds above. In the next instant, a hammer of lightning descended from the center of the night sky. Before the long-range attacks could even reach Joker and Latios, the lightning struck the Shadow members and their flying Pokémon from above with brutal precision. Oh, it became Raikou. Quick, record this. Oh wait, my phone was confiscated. Watching the scene with shining eyes, Ayano was itching to record it, her vlogger instincts kicking in. However, when she reached into her pocket, she realized her phone had been taken away when she was captured by the Shadows. She sulked in disappointment. "Sacred fire." Joker issued another command. Raiku's body ignited with flames as it transformed into Entei. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed a wave of orange-red flames, resembling the sacred fire of its master, Ho-Oh. The resulting inferno illuminated the night sky. The police squad, led by Officer Jenny, who had just arrived at the gym entrance, stared upward, dumbfounded. What kind of Pokémon attack could cover such a massive area? This one move alone would decimate at least 80% of the Shadow members below. At least that's what both Ayano and Mary, who were still novices, thought. But then, a faint light blue glow emerged below. A massive, dome-shaped protective barrier covered the entire backyard of the Alvin gym. It was the move Protect. The area outside the barrier is in ruins, but there's no way it can withstand Joker's and Entei's sacred fire, Will confidently declared. This wasn't some level 1 Caterpie trying to block a level 100 Rayquaza's dragon ascent in a game. While Protect was nearly perfect as a defensive move, if the power gap was too large, it could still be easily shattered. The sacred fire surged downward. In an instant, the backyard of the Olivine gym turned into a fiery mountain, with the gym itself catching fire as well. Even the police squad, who had just arrived in their vehicles, dared not approach. Seconds later, the sacred fire dissipated. The Olivine gym was almost entirely reduced to its structural supports. However, the light blue dome-shaped barrier in the backyard remained completely unaffected. Impossible. Will's eyes nearly popped out of his mask. Mary and Ayano, who were being held by Joker, looked equally shocked. Even Latios, who was holding Joker's shoulders and acting as a glider, had its pupils contract sharply. Because standing at the center of the barrier was a Pokémon identical to itself. Latios. That's right, it was another Latios. But unlike the one above Joker, this Latios was engulfed in dark energy. Even without a special mask or glasses, its dark aura was visible to the naked eye. Standing beside that Latios was none other than Altair. Haha. Joker couldn't help but laugh out loud. 2 years later, and the power of darkness has strengthened again, hasn't it? Joker could feel it emanating from that Latios. Unlike other dark Pokémon, this one was different. Not only could he see the dark aura on its body without needing specialized glasses, but its strength was also on an entirely different level than the previous dark Pokémon he'd encountered. But doesn't this also drain the Pokémon's vitality even more severely? Joker asked again. Altair avoided answering Joker's question, simply responding calmly. You're here to rescue those 2 girls, right? Since you've already succeeded, why not end it here? Joker's eyes narrowed slightly behind his mask as he carefully observed Altair. Just as he had anticipated, this guy hadn't killed Mary and Ayano. At that moment, a series of water jets doused the flames behind the group, which were consuming the gym. Several Blastoise and Feraligatr smashed through the remaining load-bearing walls of the gym, followed by a large group of police officers arriving on the scene. Is anyone injured? The leader of the Olivine City Police Force, Officer Jenny, shouted anxiously. Then she saw Altair and Joker confronting each other in the backyard. Officer Jenny was stunned. This was practically a reenactment of the attack on the Olivine gym 2 years ago. Joker, you're attacking a league gym for the 2nd time. Officer Jenny glared at Joker furiously. A nearby officer shouted, Mr. Altair, we're here to help you, huh? Mr. Altair, what's wrong with your Latios? Altair ignored the approaching police officers and simply raised his head to look at the night sky. It's about time, isn't it? About time. Everyone on the scene froze when they heard his words. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Suddenly, the deafening roar of engines echoed through the night sky over Olivine City. No, it was already the next morning. The first rays of sunlight had broken through the clouds. However, the sunlight lasted less than 2 seconds before it was blocked by a new shadow. Everyone looked up. What they saw was a massive flying object soaring in the sky, blotting out the sunlight. Is that a blimp? Officer Jenny's jaw dropped in shock. When the blimp hovered over the Olivine gym, the hatch at its bottom slowly opened. Its meaning was obvious. Elite Four Aldous. Many police officers below simultaneously shouted the name of the man standing at the hatch. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded a chilling, deadly aura. It was none other than Aldous, one of the Elite Four of the Indigo League. Elite Four Aldous, Joker has attacked Mr. Altair's gym again. You're here to help too, right? Though it was unclear why Aldous was flaunting such a conspicuous blimp, the police, who were also part of the league, instinctively turned to him for assistance. After all, not long ago, Joker had escaped a large-scale siege by many top trainers in the Hone region. The police and Altair alone were unlikely to be enough. However, Aldous, with his cold, expressionless face, completely ignored them. He merely nodded toward his younger brother, Altair. Altair mounted the Latios, its body now shrouded in dark flames, and flew toward the massive blimp in the sky. Vasil followed closely behind, riding his Jengar with Levitate. Other Shadow members disguised as gym staff also mounted their flying-type Pokémon and headed for the blimp. Officer Jenny and her team were left utterly confused, their faces blank. They had no idea what was happening. Joker had attacked the Olivine gym for the 2nd time, and as League police officers, their duty was naturally to apprehend him. But now Altair, the victim, had just left. And Aldous, one of the Elite Four, was completely ignoring the situation. At this moment, the entire police force felt like they had been possessed by a confused, clueless state of mind. We should leave too, Joker said. Aren't we going to stop them? Ayano pointed at the blimp, now a speck in the distance. To be honest, I'm curious to see what they'll do next, Joker replied. Though he knew the overall plot as a traveler, his knowledge was limited to events from Ash's era. The Shadow organization, which operated before Ash's time, was one he was genuinely curious about. How much chaos could they create? Then let's at least inform Officer Jenny and her team, Ayano suggested, pointing at the still stunned officers. The Shadow group definitely won't be up to anything good. We can use them to notify the League. No way. Before Joker could respond, Mary pouted and objected. They just said they wanted to catch Joker, didn't they? Let them suffer a bit. Mary was already annoyed with how the League had downplayed Joker's positive actions in the media. Seeing that officer, Jenny had immediately tried to arrest Joker without understanding the situation only made her angrier. Why should they give them any information? Let them figure it out themselves. If Officer Jenny knew what Mary was thinking, she would have been speechless. I'm a League police officer. On one side, we have a wanted criminal. On the other, we have a highly reputable gym trainer. If you were me, whose side would you take? Joker smiled slightly but said nothing. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. The police didn't try to stop them. They knew with certainty that they couldn't. Meanwhile, at the Indigo Stadium, the quarterfinals of the tournament were underway. Rip! A tearing sound, like fabric being ripped, echoed across the battlefield. Under the watchful eyes of millions of spectators in the stadium and watching on television, an Incineroar had clawed a massive mark across a Tyranider's chest. On the big screen, all 6 Pokéball icons next to the portrait of the eliminated trainer, Lily, dimmed. This meant all 6 of her Pokémon had been defeated. On the other side, next to the portrait of her opponent, Karen, only one Pokéball icon was lit, the one for Incineroar. This meant Karen had only used her Incineroar in the entire battle. The other 5 Pokémon on her team hadn't even been sent out. In the audience, Ash gulped, so scary, Miss Morgan. Gary, that Incineroar is incredibly well trained. It has almost no weaknesses. Blue, come on. Is there seriously no one in this tournament who can take down even one of her Pokémon? How are we supposed to save face for Kanto? Red, the Tyranider is unable to battle. Incineroar wins. Even the referee looked a little numb as he raised the flag to signal the result. Since all 6 of Lily's Pokémon have lost their ability to battle, the winner who advances to the next row. Enough! Before the referee could finish the announcement, the voice was abruptly interrupted by a harsh rebuke from Karen. If Stephen were here, she might have managed to rein in her temper. But Stephen wasn't, and he had gone out to rescue 2 young girls. Karen, already in a bad mood, now had even more fuel added to the fire. Do I seriously have to waste time fighting 2 more of these boring battles? As she spoke, Karen pointed toward the 2 competitors waiting in the contestant passageway, preparing to enter the quarterfinal match, Claire and another trainer named William. Both of you get in here, I'll take care of you all at once. After that, Aldous is next. The audience, both on-site and watching on TV, nearly lost it. Holy crap, is she for real? In the contestant passageway, William, who looked a bit timid, was momentarily stunned by Karen's overwhelming presence and didn't dare speak. But Claire wasn't afraid of her. As a descendant of the Dragon Clan master and the future leader of the Blackthorn Gym, how could a proud daughter of heaven like her be intimidated by mere words? You're unbelievably arrogant, Claire said, stepping forward with a frown. Not as arrogant as your cousin, Karen replied, crossing her arms and sneering. Honestly, I've always wondered what he's so full of himself about. Hasn't he never beaten Joker? What a pathetic loser. Holy crap. This time, it wasn't just the general audience who were stunned. Even the elites of various regions, like Bruno in the VIP section, Cynthia watching the match on TV, and Stephen, were utterly shocked. Everyone knew that constantly losing to Joker was Lance's greatest sore spot. Saying it in private or typing it online was one thing, but to say it in front of the entire world. You're asking for it. Claire, who had barely managed to maintain her composure, instantly snapped. Oh no, Claire's best friend Lisa, watching from Cherisific Valley in Johto, internally screamed. Sure enough, in the next second, Claire pulled out the whip she carried with her and lashed it toward Karen. Anyone who knew Claire knew one thing. She was an extreme brother complex. If you insulted her, she might tolerate it, but insult Lance, she'd go all out to kill you. Claire had entered this tournament to gain publicity and prepare for inheriting the position of gym leader. But honestly, the real reason she came was to witness her cousin Lance claim the championship. Wait, no, actually, For Claire, seeing Lance win the championship was the main reason. Promoting herself was just an afterthought. One of the piquet balls on Karen's waist suddenly popped open. Her cubfu jumped out, catching the incoming whip in its hand. "Oh, is that how it is? Do you want to fight, Incineroar?" Karen gestured with a hooked finger, eager to release her pent-up frustration. "Kingdra," Claire threw out her own piquet ball in response. When Karen saw that Claire had sent out a Kingdra, her expression grew even fiercer. Fire and water clashed, creating loud hissing sounds and generating thick clouds of steam. After 2 seconds of stalemate, it became clear to everyone that flamethrower was overpowering hydro pump. But Karen didn't have the patience to wait a few more seconds. Darkest Lariat. Incineroar took a step forward, its right arm slightly bent as dark energy erupted from it. In the blink of an eye, Incineroar shot forward like a missile. It grabbed Kingdra by the neck and slammed it into the ground with brutal force. Whoa, 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 Dr. Stevens' partner is ridiculously strong. Bruno, who had been lifting dumbbells while watching the match, slammed them down as he stood up. "Lance, control your cousin already." Lance, realizing things couldn't continue like this, walked to the balcony, preparing to step in and stop this farce. Meanwhile, Agatha muttered, "Quickly call Aldous. I don't know what happened between him and that girl, but without him, that girl won't stop." "People of the Pokémon League." At that moment, a booming voice echoed across the Indigo Plateau. The sound, broadcast through countless cameras, reached the ears of people all over the Pokémon world. Many photographers instinctively turned their cameras toward the source of the voice. It was coming from the western skies, above the Indigo Plateau. A massive airship was flying toward them. On the side of the airship was an enormous logo. It was the symbol of Team Shadow. Chapter 164, Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 164. That's the insignia of Shadow. Standing on the balcony and prepared to stop his cousin and Steven's companion, Lance's face suddenly changed drastically. Because of Joker's influence, he had always prioritized Team Rocket as his primary target. But Shadow, the largest criminal organization in Johto. How could he not know about them? Ash exclaimed loudly, "What is that?" Pikachu, who had not yet fully acknowledged Ash as its trainer and therefore had not activated its 50-50 ability, also sensed the overwhelming intimidation emanating from the massive airship. It lowered its head in fear. Gary, clearly more knowledgeable than his friend beside him, said, "That insignia, I've seen it on the news before, Shadow." Red silently stepped in front of his mother and younger brother, shielding them. It looks like they're broadcasting something." In the Galar region, Leon, who had been watching the match on TV to observe Lance's strength, frowned. He noticed the giant screen mounted on the other side of the airship. Accompanied by static sounds, the screen flickered to life, though it first displayed a snowy, distorted image. Within seconds, an ominous scene appeared on the screen, one that sent chills down the spines of countless people around the world, including the Pokémon League itself. That man, isn't he the richest man in Johto, known as Tycoon Grandpa? And behind him are his 2 sons, Aldous and Altair. Yes, I'm from Olivine City. Back when I was a trainer, I even challenged Altair, who was the gym leader. He was pretty nice, actually. Nice, my foot. Can't you see something's off here? They're sitting on an airship marked with Shadow's insignia. At the center of the screen sat Caitian, Johto's wealthiest man, on a throne. To his left and right were his 2 sons, Aldous, officially a member of the Indigo League's Elite Four, and Altair, the gym leader of Olivine City. They stood like imposing bodyguards flanking their father. Behind them stood a large group of subordinates dressed in white uniforms. Anyone from Johto could immediately recognize this attire, Shadow. Those bastards. Lance, watching from the VIP section of the arena, clenched his teeth so hard it seemed they might shatter. The fact that Caitian and his family were aboard an airship bearing Shadow's insignia spoke volumes. As a special investigator, how could Lance fail to understand the implications? Beside him, Lorelai's face darkened. She had sent countless criminals to prison over the years, but she had never imagined that one of her colleagues might be among them. If we don't deal with them decisively, the reputation of the Pokémon League will be in ruins. Agatha, leaning on her cane, narrowed her eyes and stood up. Greetings to all members of the Pokémon League. No, to everyone across the Pokémon continent. I am the Supreme Commander of Shadow, Caitian. The voice of Caitian, accompanied by the airship speakers and live broadcast cameras, echoed across the world. Viewers in front of their televisions erupted into heated discussions. Shadow, is that the largest criminal organization in Johto? Team Rocket in Kanto and Shadow in Johto are said to be the two strongest criminal organizations on the Pokémon continent. Really? In Unova, we also have this strange group called Team Plasma. They preach about the uselessness of Poké balls or something. What nonsense, never heard of them. Wait, Aldous is one of the Indigo League's Elite Four, right? My god, an Elite Four member is a criminal leader. And Altair is also a gym leader in Johto. Locals even say he's the strongest gym leader in the region. This is terrifying. Thank goodness our Kalos region is peaceful and free of undercover criminals infiltrating the league. The revelation of Caitian's identity, along with his two sons as his protectors, shocked the entire world. President Caitian, what are you trying to do? Chairman Goodshow, who had been sitting at the commentator's booth as a guest judge, suddenly stood up and shouted toward the airship. He had been wondering why he hadn't been able to contact the family for the past few days. Now, their sudden appearance made it clear they were up to something big. As he yelled, Goodshow also secretly signaled the security team at the entrance to evacuate the audience. He had a premonition that something major was about to happen. Everyone, please leave quickly, said Officer Jenny as she approached Ash and his friends, whispering a warning. What's going on? What's happening? Ash asked, still confused about the situation. Leave. Even the usually silent Red spoke up. Those people, they're definitely up to no good. Blue narrowed his eyes, staring at the airship. Blue, let's just leave for now. Without our Pokémon, we're powerless here, Gary advised, pressing his lips together in worry. Blue frowned deeply. Though he didn't want to admit it, his brother was right this time. At that moment, Caitian spoke again on the screen. Ha, there's nothing particularly special I want to say. I just wanted to inform the world that the era of the Pokémon League's rule is over. From now on, it's the era of Shadow. In the past, Caitian had appeared kind and gentle to the citizens of Johto, akin to Hiruzen Sarutobi. But now, all pretense was gone, and he had fully embraced his inner Danzo Shimura. His declaration sent a unified thought through the minds of the elite members of various Pokémon Leagues across the regions. This guy has lost his mind. Sinnoh Cynthia, is he serious, are they? Hone Steven, that airship. It can probably hold, 500 people at most. President Caitian's strength is unknown, but with just this small group and two subordinates who are barely champion level, he thinks he can overthrow the league. Stephen glanced at his companion, Wallace, whose face was ashen and couldn't help but tease, "You still haven't gotten over it. It's just a breakup." Wallace muttered under his breath, "Winona, my Winona, I didn't agree to polygamy. I only love you. How can I live without you?" Galar Olana, Chairman, what's your take on this? Chairman Rose smirked coldly. It seems the leader of Shadow is a complete fool, but if he manages to take out a few of Kanto's elites, I wouldn't mind funding the construction of a luxurious grave for him. In the games, there were countless instances where regional leagues were nearly toppled by criminal organizations, only for the protagonist to swoop in as a hero and save the day. But that was just the games. The reality was a different matter altogether. In reality, when one region's league faced existential threats, even without a protagonist's divine intervention, other regions would step in to provide reinforcements. The XY anime was a perfect example of this. When the Kalos region was thrown into chaos by Lysander and Team Flare, and the Kalos League couldn't handle it alone, wasn't it Steven who stepped in to help? The same logic is applied here. Though Caitian appeared to be declaring war on the Indigo League, in truth, he was challenging the combined might of Hone, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Paldea, and nearly 10 other regions. And with his current forces, it wasn't even certain he could defeat the Indigo League alone. This old fool has lost his mind. Even Blue, who was evacuating with the crowd, couldn't help but sneer contemptuously. On the airship's massive screen, Keishan's smirk deepened. It seems you all think I'm joking. Very well, let me give you a small demonstration of Shadow's true power. With the entire world watching in curiosity, Keishan motioned with his hand. A Shadow team member respectfully presented a box to his side. The box opened automatically, revealing 3 black piquet balls unlike any in circulation, their surfaces adorned with ominous black patterns. Buzz, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The airship's floor opened slightly, allowing wind to rush in. With a cruel smile, Keishan lightly tossed the 3 black piquet balls forward. The next moment, all the Pokémon League elites gathered below in the arena, as well as the civilians evacuating under Officer Jenny's guidance, looked up and saw. Boom, booms, boom. In an instant, the black piquet ball opened itself in midair. Immediately, the howling sound of a hurricane enveloped the entire arena. Most of the audience instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. However, those watching from their televisions in other regions had no such concern. Wedgehurst Town, Professor Magnolia's research lab. Sonia, holding the yellow rodent Pokémon in her arms, sat beside Nessa. Her expression suddenly changed drastically. Black wind. Indeed, a pitch-black hurricane was sweeping across the Indigo Plateau. What is that thing? Even Professor Oak, known as the second most authoritative figure in Pokémon studies after Dr. Steven, had never seen such a phenomenon. He shouted in disbelief. The black hurricane raged on, making it impossible for anyone on site to open their eyes. It also obscured the vision of those watching on television. Then, a commanding voice came from the airship above. Dark freeze. Dark freeze. Hearing that name, both Professor Oak at the scene and prominent researchers like Professor Birch and Professor QQE watching from afar were utterly baffled. Which Pokémon's move is that? At that moment, a silver streak pierced through the black hurricane. Is that Ice Beam? Red and Blue, who could barely open their eyes to catch a glimpse of the silver streak, frowned in thought. No, that's not it. Compared to the usual silvery white Ice Beam, this one had an eerie dark energy swirling around it. Scatter. Lance leaped from the VIP stand. His Aerodactyl soared out of its piquet ball, catching him midair as they dove downward. Claire, everyone move. Lance shouted toward the trainers in the arena. HMPH. Karen let out a cold snort. As the so-called Dark Freeze attack launched, her Galarian Molters had already emerged from its Ultra Ball, carrying Karen into the sky. They passed by Lance as he descended. Lance grabbed his cousin's hand, pulling her onto his Aerodactyl's back. Then, he reached out toward William, who was nearby. Give me your... Before Lance could finish his sentence, the dark energy-infused ice beam struck the ground. The fleeing audience, who had just managed to escape the Indigo Plateau Stadium, felt a chilling cold behind them. They instinctively turned to look. Impossible. Ash's eyes widened in shock. The magnificent Indigo Plateau arena had been transformed into a frozen palace. And those who hadn't made it out in time were encased in ice, frozen in place. Their terrified expressions were still visible on their faces. Don't stop, keep running. Bruno's voice rang out. At this moment, Ash and the other lucky survivors realized that the silver-white frost on the ground was still spreading toward them. It was less than 2 meters away from Pikachu, who was tethered to Ash by a leash. Pika! Pikachu cried out in fear. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of him. Pikachu looked at the figure in disbelief. It was the human kid he had always thought of as naive and foolish, Ash. No, Ash. Delia, watching from a distance, screamed in terror. Hitmonlee Fire Punch. Just as the few remaining survivors thought they would also succumb to the freezing attack, a Hitmonlee descended from the sky. Its fists burned with flames, slamming into the ground. The ground shattered, and the flames rose, temporarily halting the advance of the frost. It was Bruno and his Hitmonlee. Run! Bruno shouted, his back to Ash and the others. Red, snapping out of his daze, grabbed his younger brother and bolted down the Indigo Plateau. Red, look at that. Ash, holding Pikachu in his arms, pointed toward the sky with a blank expression. Stop talking and run. Red's words, spoken today, might have outnumbered all the words he'd said in a month. No, look. Frustrated with his brother's incessant chatter, Red turned to look and froze in place. Hovering above the Indigo League, releasing the dark, icy aura, was none other than Kanto's legendary bird, Articuno. But this was not the Articuno they had seen in books or images. This Articuno's body emanated black flames, and its eyes glowed with an ominous red light. And that wasn't all. To Articuno's left and right were Moltres and Zapdos. Like Articuno, they looked different. Their eyes also shone with a bloody red glow, and their bodies were cloaked in dark flames. The spectators watching from all over the world fell into stunned silence. Back in Professor Magnolia's lab, Sonia and her childhood friend Nessa stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. In Unova, May and Hilda. In Kalos, Serena and Diantha. In Alola, Lusamine and her family. Countless people across the other regions showed expressions of shock and horror. The Shadow Organization had managed to corrupt the legendary Kanto birds. Something's wrong with the 3 legendary birds. Professor Magnolia frowned. Even without being an expert, anyone with eyes could tell that something was off. Is this the best you garbage can do? Lance, standing on Aerodactyl's back, suddenly turned his head, glaring furiously. Below him was William, who had been frozen into an ice statue. Cousin, the 3 legendary birds are being controlled. Claire, now riding her Dragonair, called out to Lance. I know. To be honest, the fact that the birds were being controlled angered Lance even more than failing to save the audience. Dragonair, Dragonite. Lance called out softly. His signature Pokémon team, Dragonite and 2 Dragonair, emerged from their piquet balls. None of you are getting away. Hearing their trainer's command, the 2 Dragonair coiled together, raising their heads and letting out a mysterious, melodious song. The energy from the song gathered and flowed into Dragonite. Dragon Dance. Draco Meteor. Dragonite opened its mouth, releasing a high-density dragon-type energy sphere that ascended into the sky, aiming directly at the ominous trio of legendary birds. The League's strongest is leading the charge, huh? It's said that the Indigo League originally planned to have Lance replace Agatha at this conference. After all, he is the strongest fighter on the scene. But the opponent is the 3 legendary birds. Wouldn't it be too much for him to handle alone? Just watch and you'll see. Lance made the first move, causing the hearts of viewers across the entire continent to leap into their throats. The strongest fighter of the Indigo League was stepping up right from the start. Boom! However, just when everyone thought Lance was attacking the 3 legendary birds, a high-density dragon energy ball glowing with golden light exploded in front of the birds. The energy ball fragmented into countless meteors trailing golden light, bypassing the 3 legendary birds and hurtling toward the large airship further above, where Keishin and his team were stationed. Get down here, now, Lance shouted. Lance might have many flaws, but his love for Pokémon was unquestionable. Since the 3 legendary birds were being controlled, Lance didn't want to harm them. If he could eliminate the ones controlling them, the birds would naturally return to normal, right? The endless golden meteors bypassed the 3 legendary birds and converged toward the airship marked with the Shadow logo. Don't underestimate the power of legendary Pokémon enhanced by the forces of darkness, boy. Keishin, showing no concern, stood with an indifferent expression as the dragon meteor shower approached. The Moltres, cloaked in dark energy and exuding an aura eerily similar to Galarian Moltres, flapped its wings and charged forward. It intercepted the meteors, faster than the dragon meteor shower could reach the airship. Dark Flame. Moltres flapped its wings. Just like earlier with Articuno, the flames it unleashed were entwined with dark energy, the red and black blending together. It was as if a fiery tsunami rained down from the sky. Boom! The sky above the Indigo Plateau echoed with the deafening collision of fire and meteors, like meteors crashing into the ground. The red-black flames clashed fiercely with the dragon meteor shower. For a moment, even Caitian's face showed a flicker of surprise. "Oh, Tilda, so you can block my dark flame. Looks like Goodshow had a reason for wanting to push you into a champion. Then, let's see how you handle this." Suddenly, a black and gold streak of light emerged from the dark flame. Whoosh! The dragon meteor shower, already weakened by the dark flame, couldn't withstand the force of this new attack. Slam! The Dragonite in the center of Lance's team was sent flying backward between the two Dragonair. It was Zapdos. With the dragon meteor shower disrupted, the dark flame continued to descend. Lance! Charizard, Gyarados. Lance called out sharply. A Gyarados and a Charizard emerged from their Piquet balls. Hydro Pump, Air Slash. The fusion of wind and water created a tornado-like waterspout, colliding with the red-black flames. The weakened dark flames were scattered instantly, dissipating into the sky. "Dragonite, are you okay?" Lance called toward the massive crater below, where smoke and dust billowed. A burst of orange light shot out at incredible speed, returning to Lance's side. It had used extreme speed. Rower. Dragonite responded to its trainer, indicating it was fine. However, its large belly bore a bleeding gash that was impossible to ignore. "Come here, I'll heal you," Lance said. Lance, the Elite Four member, actually fell into a disadvantage right away. Dragonite is injured, but it doesn't seem too serious. Lance is healing it now. So that's the rumored Viridian power. That's so convenient. But the question is, how many more times can he use it? Everyone look, the airship is coming down. Lance, the new champion of the Indigo League, falling into a disadvantage in the first round, was a shocking blow to audiences around the world. But there wasn't even time to lament Lance's setback. The shadow airship was descending. Both side doors opened simultaneously, and a large number of shadow team members jumped out. What truly terrified everyone, however, were the two figures who descended slowly from either side of the airship, casually tossing out Piquet balls, the brothers Aldous and Altair. Boom, booms, boom. Aldous threw out 3 Piquet balls. Regirock, the Rock Titan. Regice, the Ice Titan. Registeel, the Steel Titan. Boom, boom. Altair threw out 2 Piquet balls. Latios and Latias, the sibling Ian Pokémon. The entire world was stunned. This lineup was horrifying. "It's basically a nerfed version of Team Rainbow Rocket," Steven remarked, sitting atop Latios. Chapter 165. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 165. Rainbow Rocket Team, without a doubt, even considering all parallel worlds within the Pokémon universe, is the strongest evil organization. It was established by Rainbow Giovanni, who traveled through various parallel worlds, uniting the leaders of evil organizations from each world who had mastered legendary Pokémon, forming the ultimate criminal syndicate. If it has any weaknesses, it would probably be that. Although these evil leaders appear to temporarily align under Rainbow Giovanni and belong to the same organization on the surface, in reality, they each have their own hidden agendas. It could be considered the Rocks Pirates version of Pokémon. And like the Akatsuki, even though they have the power to dominate in team battles, they inexplicably decide to send members one by one to be defeated. Ultimately, they are defeated one by the Sun and Moon protagonists, who also possess top-tier legendary Pokémon like Necrozma. In Steven's opinion, the current Shadow organization is like a weakened version of Team Rainbow Rocket. They have numerous legendary Pokémon at their disposal, and their goal is the same: world domination. Of course, there are differences. After all, whether it's the Infinity Pokémon siblings or the trio under the command of Caitian, they can't compare to the top-tier legendaries wielded by Team Rainbow Rocket. However, Shadow does have one advantage over Team Rainbow Rocket: its leadership structure. The Shadow higher-ups are all members of the same family, the Caitian family, and they are skilled in team battles. They don't line up to be defeated like Team Rainbow Rocket. Additionally, Steven believes there is another important objective factor. The Pokémon League is currently undergoing a period of transition and reform. In other words, the prodigies of the League haven't fully matured yet. Lance, Cynthia, Steven, and even the slightly weaker Lorelei, Drake, and Caitlin. All of these future elite pillars of the League haven't yet reached the fully formed levels they possess in Ash's era. At present, Shadow possesses the legendary birds, the Rigi Trio, and the Infinity Pokémon siblings, all empowered by dark forces. To be honest, they do have the ability to challenge the Pokémon League. And don't forget, the regions of the Pokémon League are scattered across the globe. Shadow could easily take down Kanto and Johto first, then Hoenn and Sinnoh, and eventually Unova and Kalos, one by one. Currently, without any prior preparation, regions like Hoenn and Sinnoh, which are closer to Kanto, might be able to send reinforcements. As for Kalos, Galar, and Paldea, well, by the time their reinforcements arrive, they'll probably only be able to bury the bodies of Lance, Giovanni, and the others. Latios and Laitias. In the Hoenn region. When the Hoenn elite trainers, led by Steven, saw the two dragons that Altair summoned, they immediately recalled the previous siege operation in Slateport City. Whoosh! Blizzard. A silver-white storm mixed with countless snowflakes howled towards the Infinity siblings who had just appeared. A natural-colored protective barrier rapidly expanded from Latios as its center, growing to the size of a basketball court. It not only protected itself and its sister, but also shielded over a dozen shadow grunts and their Pokémon in the area. Thank you so much, Lord Altair. The shadow grunts protected within the barrier cheered, with excitement and adoration. Altair glanced slightly to the side, quietly uttering a name, Lorelei of the Indigo Elite Four. Latios and Laitias, Pokémon of legend known for their kindness and justice, helping people and Pokémon in distress. Lorelei's beautiful face was full of killing intent as she approached with her Lapras and Dugong. You've actually managed to control them. Altair said nothing, silently locking eyes with Lorelei through his sunglasses for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. Although I doubt you'll listen, I'll still advise you not to come any closer. You are not my match. Whoosh! Before Altair even finished his sentence, Lorelei's expression turned cold. She raised her right hand, pointing at the target in front of her. A dual blizzard attack instantly froze everything in its path in silver-white ice, racing towards Altair. The darkened dragon siblings spread their wings, twisting through the air like two fighter jets in a spiral, intercepting the attack. Laitias is red, Latios is blue, and the black of the dark forces. The three auras surged and merged into a roaring dragon, diving down from above and crushing the dual blizzard attack into the ground. Dragon dive. Boom! The dual blizzard shattered like a balloon, sending shards of stone and dust flying into the air. The debris froze upon scattering, only to be crushed into powder by the overwhelming dragon aura in the next moment. Even when faced with the combined assault of Lorelei's starter and ace Pokémon, the Dark Dragon siblings, despite having a type disadvantage, handled the situation effortlessly. Suddenly, Latios broke away from his sister and dove towards Altair's rear right. Buzz! A dazzling blue-green holy light spread across the ground, covering a wide area behind Altair. Boom, booms, boom. The ground shook with successive explosions as the holy light struck. This was Latios' signature move, Luster Purge. Jengar. Amid the explosions, a Jengar was sent flying backward with a pained expression. However, halfway through its flight, it managed to stabilize itself midair using its levitate ability. Oh my Tilda, I've been discovered. Through the dissipating smoke, the current Indigo League champion, Agatha, emerged, leaning on her cane. She had been planning to have Jengar sneak up on Altair from behind. Unlike champions like Alder or Leon, who pride themselves on honorable battles, Agatha's style is quite the opposite. Even if you disappear without a trace, Latios can sense your presence. His mental perception abilities are second to none among all Pokémon. Altair turned around and remarked, "Champion Agatha, huh? This could be troublesome." As he spoke, Altair raised his finger with a flick. Laitias flew over, her eyes glowing a faint red. In an instant, Laitias' body gradually turned transparent, disappearing without a trace in less than 2 seconds. Behind her, Lorelei and the other league trainers who had rushed to the scene looked visibly alarmed. A legendary Pokémon's ability. Agatha squinted her eyes and said, Leisha's can refract light using her glass-like feathers to alter her appearance in others' eyes. Naturally, she can also make herself invisible. One sibling can sense invisible enemies, while the other can make herself invisible to enemies. It must be said, it's quite fascinating. Attack! Altair uttered his simple command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lorelei, Agatha, and the others could only hear the sound of something rapidly cutting through the air. There was no need to guess, Leisha's was attacking. But where was she attacking from, who was her target, and which move was she using? No one could tell. Most people assumed she would target the strongest present, Agatha. However, Lorelei, watch out. It wasn't Pokémon abilities, but instead Agatha's battle-hardened experience that alerted her. In just an instant, Agatha could tell that the sound of the wind being sliced had grown softer. This was enough to show that Leisha's attack wasn't aimed at her. Meanwhile, Lorelei's two veteran Pokémon, Lapras and Dugong, instinctively sensed the incoming danger, almost as if by pure reflex. Even though they couldn't determine the direction of the attack, they subconsciously moved closer together to shield their trainer from harm. Boom, booms, boom. A series of sonic booms and pressurized impacts exploded on Lapras and Dugong. Not only could they not see Leisha's body, but even her moves were invisible. This is exactly like what happened to us in the Hone region, Cynthia muttered as she watched Lorelei, who was now completely on the defensive, on the television screen. Her teeth pressed tightly against her lower lip, her face pale. Lapras, Dugong, you surf. Suppressing her inner worry, Lorelei, who was protected in the middle by her two most trusted partners, barked out her command sharply. She wasn't good at sensing her opponent's presence. In that case, she would rely on a wide-range attack move. The two ice and water-type Pokémon, both enduring their pain, gathered the power of water beneath them and released it all at once in a single burst. Whoosh! A massive tsunami, forming a circular ring, shot skyward, rising tens of meters high and crashing outward indiscriminately in all directions. Jengar and Latios quickly lifted Agatha and Altair, respectively, carrying them to safety. However, many of the nearby trainers from both the Shadows and the League, along with their Pokémon, were swept up in the attack. But neither Altair nor Agatha had time to worry about their allies. In such a brutal battle, even a single second of distraction could result in a fatal counterattack from the opponent. Splash! Suddenly, Lorelei's sharp hearing picked up a sound in the air above and to her right, a faint noise indicating that the dual surf attack had struck something. She turned her head to look and saw faint traces of water floating in midair, defying the laws of physics. So you can't make the water on your body invisible, huh? Lorelei's red lips curved slightly upward. Well done. For a moment, the many League elites watching the battle on their screens couldn't help but cheer and pump their fists. Although water-type moves were not particularly effective against dragon types like Leisha's, it was clear that Lorelei had never intended this move to take down the legendary Pokémon. Her real purpose was to splash water on Leisha's and use it to pinpoint her location. Ice Beam. Following Lorelei's command, both Dugong and Lapras opened their mouths simultaneously. A curved beam of freezing energy shot toward the spot where the water droplets floated in midair. Leisha's was there. Boom! In the next instant, the ice beam hit its target. The entire world saw Leisha's form reappear as her body was struck by the dual ice beam attacks, sending her plummeting downward. Yes. Even the League officers and police battling the Shadow organization in the distance felt an internal surge of joy. No matter how strong a legendary Pokémon was, at the end of the day, it was still a dragon type, right? Under the dual ice type attacks from Lorelei's Lapras and Dugong, this strike alone should at least leave her critically injured, if not outright defeated. But as the person directly involved, Lorelei's initial joy quickly turned to shock. Her expression changed dramatically. Because she realized that the Leisha's struck by the ice beam was gradually fading away, disappearing into thin air. An illusion. No. A substitute. Substitute was a move that most Pokémon could learn, sacrificing part of their own health to create a decoy that looked exactly like themselves. Like Protect, it was considered a god-tier move in battle. However, it wasn't commonly used in real battles. While the decoy had the same appearance as the user, it lacked the ability to move. Opponents weren't fools. It was easy to tell the difference between the real Pokémon and its substitute. This wasn't a game where the player had no choice but to destroy the decoy before attacking the real body. In reality, one could simply bypass the decoy and directly attack the real target. Even Lorelei, a champion-level trainer, hadn't anticipated that Altair would use Substitute in such a situation. Dragon Pulse. From atop Latios's back, Altair suddenly issued a command. Latios reappeared on the opposite side, her small mouth slightly open. A fiery blue-green wave of energy, shaped like a dragon, shot toward Lapras and Dugong. Shadow Ball. From Jengar's back, Agatha attempted to provide support. But the Latios beneath Altair also unleashed a Dragon Pulse, intercepting Jengar. Hearing the whistling sound behind them, Lapras and Dugong instinctively turned to look. Boom! However, before they could fully turn around, an intense burst of pain erupted from their backs. Both were blasted away instantly. If there was any silver lining, it was that their positioning directly behind Lorelei allowed them to shield their trainer from most of the impact. Even so, the powerful force caused Lorelei to stagger and fall to the ground, helplessly watching her two earliest partners get flung into the air and crash heavily into one side of the stands. What just happened? Didn't Lorelei's attack hit? I don't know, I didn't see clearly. Lorelei lost. A traitor managed to defeat the Elite Four's Lorelei? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The rapid changes in the battle left many television viewers stunned and confused. 10 seconds ago, they were celebrating Lorelei's successful strike against a legendary Pokémon. Now, it was her two partners who had fallen. The blow was even heavier for the League trainers and police officers fighting the shadows on site. The Elite Four, the pinnacle of strength in the Indigo League, had already lost one of their key fighters so quickly. The impact on the morale of the League forces was immeasurable. Everyone calmed down. Sensing the wavering morale on his side, Lance, riding his Aerodactyl and hovering high above the battlefield, roared loudly. "We're just unable to see the enemy. I've already prepared a way to deal with them." Altair's attention was drawn to Lance by his shout. This guy, was he serious? From atop Aerodactyl, Lance reached for his belt and pulled out his 7th Pokémon, placing it on Aerodactyl's head. To Alder and the others' surprise, it was an Unova region's pseudo-legendary pre-evolution, Dano. "Dano, listen carefully and locate Latios's position," Lance commanded in a low voice. Dano lowered its head slightly, listening intently. 2 seconds later, it suddenly raised its head and fired a Dragon Pulse toward the lower left. Compared to the Dragon siblings' Dragon Pulse, this one was laughable in both visual effect and actual power. But as long as it could reveal Latios's position, that was enough. "Gyarados, grab her." Lance pointed in the direction of Dano's attack. His massive Gyarados leaped forward, using Bounce. Its long, serpentine body twisted, and its iron-like tail swung powerfully, aiming right for Latios. "Wait!" Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed. Latios appeared, tightly entangled by Gyarados. Dragon Village, Unova region. Iris, who was 1 or 2 years younger than Ash, turned to the Dragon Village leader, an elderly woman who also served as the president of the Unova League, and asked, "Grandma, is this the Dano you gave to Champion Lance last time?" The old woman nodded. Dano is blind and completely relies on its sense of smell and hearing to target its prey. That's how it knows where Latios is. That particular Dano from the Dragon Village had the strongest sense of smell and hearing among its kind. Watching the battle unfold on television, the old woman muttered to herself, "Lance must have trained this Dano to deal with Joker, right? I didn't expect him to reveal it so soon. That traitor is mine. You deal with the other shadow grunts. Don't let a single one escape." Lance roared authoritatively. As expected of our Indigo League's new champion. "Don't be afraid, we still have champion Lance with us. Damn you shadows, prepare to die. Lance's quick and decisive counter to Laisha's abilities instantly boosted the morale of the Indigo League's forces. Some people even started calling him Champion Lance directly. Lance, watch out. In the audience, Lorelei, who had just recalled her Lapras and Dugong and was about to send out a new partner, shouted in alarm. Dark lightning. Suddenly, a massive golden-black lightning beam descended from the sky, striking Gyarados squarely, and of course, also hitting the Laishas trapped in its coils. The quadruple electroquake Gyarados let out a pained and unwilling scream, but its cries were quickly drowned out by the thunderous rumble of the lightning as it struck the ground. Laishas, who was also hit, gritted her teeth in silent suffering, but she was clearly less affected than Gyarados. The attacker was Zapdos. How do you still have the energy to worry about others when facing the shadow trio of legendary birds? The voice of Caitian echoed across the battlefield via the airship's loudspeaker. Gyarados was immediately knocked out. Freed from its restraints, Laishas took to the air again, tilting her head slightly upward and closing her eyes. A light green aura of vitality surrounded her body, and the scorched marks from the electric attack visibly began to heal at an astonishing speed. Recover. You're going to waste that power healing? I don't mind, go ahead, Caitian sneered mockingly. This was his first time seeing the power of the Viridian Forest, and Caitian was briefly surprised. But he quickly realized that the power had limitations. How much stamina do you have, Lance? Can you keep healing your defeated Pokémon endlessly? Do you think you're Xerneas or Ho-Oh? Lance's face darkened as he silently recalled Gyarados. This action also confirmed Caitian's suspicion. Given Gyarados' current state, if Lance were to use the power of the Viridian Forest to heal it, he himself would collapse. Chairman, the situation doesn't look good. The head officer, Jenny protecting Goodshow, exclaimed anxiously. In Lance's team, Gyarados' strength ranked in the upper middle tier, and Lorelei's Lapras and Dugong were her two strongest aces. Now 3 Pokémon had already been taken out. Could they even hold the line? Do your best to hold on. The gym leader's reinforcements will arrive soon. Goodshow gritted his teeth. The 2 gyms closest to Indigo Plateau were Pewter Gym and Viridian Gym. Just as Goodshow finished speaking, he saw Pewter Gym leader Flint arriving with his Onix. Swampert Hydro Pump. In the next moment, Goodshow watched as Flint's Onix was instantly taken down by a Swampert belonging to an unknown shadow grunt. Goodshow. It's fine, it's fine. Pewter Gym leader is here, so Viridian Gym leader should be arriving soon. And that one is the strongest gym leader at champion level. Goodshow comforted himself with this thought. Meanwhile, at the foot of Indigo Plateau, Giovanni stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly dialing a number. Steven, what do you think? Should we destroy the leg or should we destroy the shadows? Chapter 166. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 166. The villainous organization wants to overthrow the League, or rather, create a new world. Stuff like this, back when he played games and watched anime in his previous lives, honestly felt way overdone. But in Steven's eyes, whether it was Team Flare's Lysander or Team Plasma's Getsis, their brains didn't seem as sharp as Shadow's leader, Caitian. Indeed, during their peak, these organizations did outmatch the local leagues in power. If not for the protagonist's divine intervention, Team Flare and Team Plasma really could have toppled the Kalos League and the Unova League. But Steven doubted they ever considered one critical question. Even if you take down the local league, aren't you worried about other leagues coming after you? Shadow, on the other hand, picked a much better moment to make their move. Caitian astutely seized on the fact that the league was currently in a period where the strength of older champions like Alder and Agatha was steadily declining, while newer champions like Lance and Cynthia hadn't yet fully matured. This was the perfect time to launch an attack on the league. His chances of overthrowing the league's rule were far higher than those of Team Plasma or Team Flare. To put it bluntly, if Team Rocket jumped in and added fuel to the fire right now, the Pokémon League could genuinely become history. But in Steven's view, the league's collapse wouldn't do him much good either. Moreover, there was an even more vital question to consider. "Uncle, do you think if the league falls, we could become the new rulers?" Stephen asked in return. Ahem. Giovanni's expression froze. Stephen's voice came again. "If we help Shadow destroy the league, the result would simply be another war between our two organizations afterward. Even if we win against Shadow, would the people of this world accept us? What would we do then? Kill everyone who opposes us?" Giovanni fell silent for a moment. Indeed, that was a problem. The situation Stephen was facing, now, was very similar to the late-stage scenario in his previous life in the world of pirates. In that world, countless factions sought to overthrow the dominant world government. Although Stephen hadn't lived to see the outcome in his previous life, he was certain the world government was doomed. That organization had rotted to the core. It only needed a gentle nudge to collapse. The Pokémon League's position in this world was indeed somewhat similar to the world government's as a symbol of domination. But the difference was like night and day. The reason lay in the people's recognition of the Pokémon League's authority. Sure, the Pokémon League had internal problems. Otherwise, how else could a situation like Kanto's arise, where 5 out of the 8 main gym leaders were part of Team Rocket? But overall, the league was still clean. If you overthrow it, the billions of people at the grassroots level won't accept your rule. So what would you do then? Kill everyone who disagrees with you? That make you worse than the celestial dragons? Then what helped the league? Honestly, I don't want to, Giovanni said, displaying a rare moment of exasperation. He admitted that replacing the league with Team Rocket was impossible. But helping the league, the very thought disgusted him to his core. "Why not just pretend you didn't see anything? Stay out of it," Stephen said with a chuckle. "That's not an option. Viridian City is one of the closest Kanto gym locations to the Indigo Plateau. If I don't show up, they'll suspect me after this war ends." For now, Giovanni still didn't want to give up his disguise as the Viridian gym leader. He needed that identity for certain activities. After a brief moment of contemplation, Giovanni's eyes lit up as he came up with a good idea. "Right, we don't have to side with either the League or Shadow. Why don't we fight both at the same time?" Hearing this, Stephen's brain momentarily froze. "Wait, Uncle, are you serious?" "Haha, of course, I don't mean directly attacking both the League and Shadow. My plan is..." Giovanni then detailed his plan to Stephen. After listening, Stephen couldn't help but give him a mental thumbs up. Through 2 lifetimes, Giovanni was undoubtedly the most cunning conspirator he'd ever met. Giovanni's plan, in summary, was to destroy Shadow while significantly weakening the League's power. This would allow the League to survive the crisis, but leave them too weak to go after Team Rocket for a long time. To put it in perspective, it was a bit like the Blackbeard pirates during the Marineford War in Stephen's past life. Who won the Marineford War? On the surface, it seemed like the Navy, because Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, died and Ace, the would-be successor, also died. The Navy's main forces largely survived. But as anime fans knew all too well, the real winner was Marshal D. Teach and the Blackbeard pirates. And now, Giovanni wanted to play the role of Blackbeard. As Lance's, Gyarados, Loreley's Lapras, and Dugong were successively defeated, the Indigo League side gradually fell into a disadvantage. The defeat of 1 champion-level Pokémon and 2 Elite 4-level Pokémon was one reason. Another critical factor was that the League's trainers had to protect the spectators, who were initially frozen by Articuno, while also fighting Shadow. The Shadow Pokémon, strengthened by Dark Power, were a nightmare. Not only had their strength increased dramatically, but their emotions were sealed and they couldn't feel pain. This alone gave most trainers a massive headache. Graveler rollout. The current Pewter City gym leader, Brock's father, Flint, sent out a Graveler to fight after his Onix was defeated. Though labeled a mediocre trainer during Karen's challenge of the Kanto region, that was only in comparison to someone as gifted as Karen. Being a gym leader in Kanto meant Flint had some merits, at least compared to ordinary trainers. "Don't get in my way." Graveler, rolling at high speed, knocked aside 2 Shadow Pokémon before being intercepted by a Shadow member who looked like an ape. None other than Goric. the mid-tier Shadow Officer Stevens group had encountered 6 months ago in the Ilex forest. Gorik swung his long arms, nearly dragging on the ground, and tossed out a piquet ball. A massive steel beast landed in front of the rolling graveler. It was an agron. The faint dark aura surrounding its body left no doubt. It was also corrupted by Shadow's dark power. The agron swung its tail, glowing with metallic light as if it were a baseball bat. Its iron tail met Graveler's rolling form head-on. A resounding crack echoed through the stadium as Graveler cried out in pain. The spherical Graveler was sent flying like a home-run baseball, hurtling toward the entrance of the arena, directly where the frozen spectators lay trapped. No! In front of their televisions, the families of the spectators screamed, their faces pale with horror. If Graveler crashed into them, they didn't even want to imagine the outcome. Machamp! Bruno's shout rang out. A humanoid Pokémon with 4 muscular arms leaped into the air, spreading its arms wide to catch the falling Graveler. Thud! The moment he landed, cracks spread across the silvery frozen ground. Bruno! He was the only member of the Indigo Plateau Elite Four who hadn't sought out a one-on-one showdown with the Shadow Organization's top officers. Instead, he unleashed his fighting-type Pokémon to cut through the grunts like a whirlwind, ensuring that the attacks of the Shadow Goons wouldn't harm the large number of spectators frozen in the ice. Phew! For a moment, countless spectators collapsed onto the ground in relief. That was too close. I'll hold them off. Hurry and get the frozen civilians out of here. Bruno turned and shouted to the officers and league trainers. He might just be the only member of the Elite Four who still cared about the lives of the victims. The other 3, either due to personal priorities or other circumstances, were too busy battling the Shadow Organization's top forces to worry about anything else. Smack! Just as Bruno finished speaking, the sound of a sharp impact rang out behind him. Bruno turned to look. What he saw was a massive rocky arm casually sweeping through the air without using any special moves. The frozen ice sculptures shattered like brittle cookies, scattering across the ground. Regirock the Rock Titan. Beside it stood a former colleague, ex-member of the Indigo Plateau Elite Four, and now a high-ranking officer of the Shadow Organization, Aldous. Aldous, you. Bruno's face instantly turned red with rage. Do you care about these things? Aldous crossed his hands behind his back, expressionless. Cracked. As he spoke, Regirock swung its massive arm again, shattering 2 more ice sculptures. Stop it! Bruno roared in fury. His Machamp, fists poised like blades, launched a brick break attack aimed directly at Regirock. However, just as Machamp's attack was mere inches from Regirock's face, its body froze in place, unable to move forward. Looking down, Machamp realized its feet were encased in ice. Looking up again, Bruno saw Regice, the ice titan emerging slowly from behind Regirock. How foolish, losing your composure over these ants, Aldous sneered. Although Aldous had rarely worked alongside the other 3 members of the Elite Four, he knew Bruno was the only one among them with any sense of humanity. As long as hostages were involved, Bruno's effectiveness would be greatly diminished. Aldous's eyes shifted subtly behind his dark sunglasses. Regirock raised its massive arm again, this time aiming for the surrounding ice sculptures instead of Machamp. Bruno was furious. Didn't I tell you to stop? He immediately sent out 2 of his main Pokémon, Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, commanding them to attack Regirock with Sky Uppercut and High Jump Kick, respectively. I told you, it's better not to waste time caring about these useless lives, Aldous said coldly. Regice spread its arms wide, its hands glowing silver under the sunlight. From its palms shot 2 beams of icy light, ice beams. Both Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee were hit in the side and staggered in pain, losing their balance. In that split second, Regirock twisted its massive wrist and delivered a crushing blow to the same areas struck by the ice beams. Boom, boom. In an instant, both of Bruno's Pokémon felt as if their internal organs had shifted. Cough. The 2 elite Pokémon were sent flying like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Some of the trainers in the audience, with sharp enough eyesight, could even see the two Pokémon coughing up blood midair. Bruno. Damn it, that traitor Aldous. This is terrible. After Lance's fall, now Bruno's two main Pokémon have also. The defeat of Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee plunged the League supporters worldwide into a wave of despair. Are you guys okay? Bruno turned to shout at his two Pokémon lying far away. To be honest, in moments like these, he should have been focusing all his attention on his opponents. But his concern for his Pokémon outweighed his reason. As expected, Aldous didn't let this opportunity slip by. The first of the Indigo Plateau Elite Four will fall here. Aldous's voice dripped with malice, like that of a reaper. Regirock raised its massive arm again. Its heavy fist, now shrouded in a layer of energy, came crashing down like a meteor. Bruno. From the Hone region, Brawly, a fighting-type gym leader and Bruno's close friend, cried out helplessly. Countless people around the world instinctively shut their eyes, unable to watch. Many had already imagined the gruesome scene of Bruno being crushed into a pulp by the legendary Pokémon. Whoosh. However, a streak of black and red flames descended from the sky, hitting Regirock's fist mere inches from Bruno's head. Regirock tried to push through with its punch, but the black and red flames suddenly intensified, forcing it back. Bruno turned toward the source of the flames, as did the rest of the world. What they saw was a bizarre, malevolent-looking Moltres engulfed in black and red flames, exuding an almost sinister beauty. Standing atop it was a white-haired girl. "Sonya, look, it's Morgan," Nessa exclaimed. "That's great, just in time," Sonya said with relief. But Nessa muttered with a hint of annoyance. If it's her, she might help turn the tide in Kanto's favor. Stephen Stone, observing the battle from afar, added, "Did she know about Aldous being a mole from the start? Is that why she's targeting him now?" He turned to the pilot beside him. "Faster, get us to the Indigo Plateau as quickly as possible." Indeed, just as Stephen had joined the Kalos League to help fight Team Flare in the original story, he was now en route to support Kanto in its desperate hour. Unlike his later mission to Kalos, Stephen had also brought Wallace along this time. Meanwhile, Cynthia was also on the move. Due to the proximity of Hone and Sinnoh to Kanto, there was a slim chance they could still make it in time. As for other regions' champions and elites, although they were rushing to the Indigo Plateau as well, most of them were unlikely to arrive in time. "Step aside, he's mine." Karen cast a cold, murderous glance at Bruno. Bruno suddenly recalled that during the Indigo League tournament, Karen had publicly declared to reporters on more than one occasion that she intended to challenge Aldous. So these two did have some kind of grudge. But regardless of the reasons, her strength was a welcome addition to the battlefield. Bruno quickly stepped back a few paces but couldn't help voicing his concern. "Are you sure about this? He has the 3 Regis." "HMPH." Karen responded with nothing more than a cold snort. The Galarian Moltres beneath her flapped its wings, and black and crimson flames engulfed the sky, descending upon Aldous and the 3 Regis. "Do we have some kind of grudge?" Never mind, it's not important." Noticing the genuine killing intent in the girl's eyes, Aldous instinctively asked a question. But in the next second, he dismissed the thought entirely. Unlike his soft-hearted younger brother, he had no mercy when it came to killing. He couldn't even remember how many lives he had taken. In the words of Jin, "The faces and names of those I've killed, I never bother remembering them." Faced with the Galarian Moltres' signature move, Burning Rage, the Regirock raised its massive arms and slammed them into the ground. Boom, booms, boom. Giant, jagged spires of stone erupted from the ground, converging into a formidable wall of rock spikes. It was a stone edge attack. The black and crimson flames clashed with the stone edge, sending a web of cracks rippling outward. The arena walls began to fracture, yet the collision showed no sign of stopping. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, faint red lights suddenly appeared on the chest of the Galarian Moltres, resembling the laser sights of a sniper rifle. It was lock-on, ensuring the next attack would hit without fail. "Watch out, it's a zap cannon." Bruno, who had released all his remaining Pokémon to carry the ice sculptures, turned his head and shouted, even holding one sculpture in each arm himself. The one preparing the high-density electromagnetic energy ball near Regirock was none other than the last of the three Regis, Registeel. Boom! In the next instant, the zap cannon fired as a streak of golden energy from between Registeel's claws. Seeing this, the Galarian Moltres soared upward with Karen, desperately trying to avoid the attack. However, the zap cannon seemed to have a tracking system. No matter how the Moltres turned, ascended, or dove, the electromagnetic beam relentlessly pursued it. After lock-on, the next attack was guaranteed to hit. Miss Morgan's situation looks extremely dangerous. Daisy, who had fled to the mountainside with her brothers and other civilians, turned to look back at the battlefield. She saw Karen and the Galarian Moltres being chased by the zap cannon and cried out, "Isn't Dr. Stephen here?" Professor Oak suddenly remembered something. Where was Stephen? In this kind of situation, they desperately needed a powerful trainer to lend a hand. If he joined the fight, the situation might change entirely. And what about that chubby kid with the Articuno? If those two joined, the battle might lean in the League's favor, even just a little. Brother Stephen left on a journey yesterday. I heard he went to rescue a trainer he knows who was in danger, Gary replied. Why does it have to be now? Professor Oak gritted his teeth. Karen, kneeling on one knee atop the Galarian Moltres, turned her head to glance at the thunderous energy cannon chasing her. She then lowered her gaze to Aldous on the ground below. Karen patted the back of the Moltres. Understanding her signal, the Galarian Moltres instantly increased its speed, diving directly toward Aldous on the ground like a meteor trailing black and crimson flames. As a seasoned Elite Four member, Aldous instantly saw through Karen's plan. Tilda, you want to dive toward me and then make a last-second turn so that I get hit by the zap cannon instead, don't you? As he spoke, the three Regis stepped forward, mimicking the same gesture of bringing their palms together to form a glowing, thunderous ball of energy. Such a cheap trick, do you think it'll work on me? With Aldous's sharp shout, the size of the electromagnetic balls in the hands of the three Regis swelled by another third. No, even if they're all legendary Pokémon, there's no way to block 4 zap cannons at once, with type matchups being this unfavorable. Chairman Goodshow cried out in alarm. At the moment when the lone zap cannon fired by Registeel and the triple zap cannons concentrated by the three Regis were about to converge, trapping Karen and her Moltres in a deadly pincer attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An invisible wave of energy descended from the heavens, enveloping Aldous and the three Regis. Because the three Regis lacked facial features, it was impossible to discern their emotions. However, their movements suddenly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The electromagnetic cannons in their hands failed to fire immediately. Aldous, a seasoned Elite Four member, suddenly dropped to one knee. Meanwhile, dozens of trainers belonging to both the Shadow faction and the League were struck, as if by an invisible club to the back of their heads. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground in a daze. Chapter 167, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 167. Galarian Moltres, carrying Karen, had already flown to the front of the Regitrio. At an incredibly close distance of less than 10 centimeters in front of them, it suddenly turned sharply upward and soared back into the sky. The Regitrio, struck by the invisible shockwave moments earlier, were temporarily disoriented and had not yet reacted. Meanwhile, the zap cannon fired to pursue the Galarian Moltres, though equipped with tracking capabilities due to its lock-on function, failed to adjust its trajectory in time because of Moltres' abrupt turn. Boom! The zap cannon directly on its initiator, Registeel. Registeel staggered from the blow and fell heavily to the ground. The two adjacent Regis and Regirock, also affected by the shockwave, stumbled back a couple of steps, barely managing to stay upright. Hathy. Riding on the back of the Galarian Moltres, Karen let out a cold smile and threw out a piquet ball with a backward motion. The released Houndoom, drooling and baring its sharp fangs, lunged toward Aldous' neck with a vicious bite. Having just been hit by the zap cannon, the Rigi trio had not yet recovered their posture, and naturally could not protect Aldous. At this critical moment, Aldous had no choice but to rely on his own Pokémon to stay alive. Bang! Just as Houndoom's fangs were about to reach Aldous' neck, one of the piquet balls on Aldous' belt opened on its own. The Pokémon that appeared was still enveloped in a glowing white light, preventing its true form from being seen clearly. However, a powerful hydro pump had already been fired in advance. Houndoom's pupils contracted sharply, and its nose twitched instinctively. This scent, there was no mistaking it, absolutely no mistaking it. Houndoom opened its bloodthirsty jaws even wider, by another threefold, even tearing faint cracks at the corners of its mouth, from which drops of blood dripped down. All these years, it had never forgotten this scent. Jetting out from the Houndoom's mouth came a hellish flame, as if a massive flamethrower was unleashed to counter the descending hydro pump. The clash of fire and water erupted into an exaggerated wave of heat that swept in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 or 3 seconds later, the two Pokémon leaped out of the heat wave, their eyes filled with the resolve to kill the other. Houndoom Kingdra. Dr. Stephen's companion also has a Houndoom. Sitting on a plane heading to the Indigo Plateau for reinforcement alongside Cynthia, Flint, recently appointed as Sinnoh's Fire-type Elite Four, blinked in curiosity. He also had a Houndoom, though it was still in the early stages of training and was far from matching the strength of his signature Infernape or Magmortar. Cynthia furrowed her brows slightly. She recalled her first encounter with Joker's female companion, Masked Girl, a year ago in Mychina. At the time, that girl had used a Houndoom as well. However, such a small coincidence wasn't enough to arouse Cynthia's suspicions. What intrigued her more was what had just happened. Why had the Rigi trio hesitated? And why had Aldous suddenly fallen to his knees? Even more inexplicable was how the surrounding shadow operatives and league trainers had all fainted outright. Galar region, Isle of Armor. Master, was that just now? Leon turned to look at Mustard. Hemtilda. Mustard stroked his beard and squinted as he replied. Little Stephen demonstrated this once before, the Conqueror's Haki. Seated nearby, B, who had returned to the dojo for training, exclaimed in surprise, "But I just contacted the doctor. He said he's still on his way back to Kanto. So how could that be?" As the strongest fighting-type trainer of the current era, Mustard pondered for a moment before analyzing. Perhaps, once you've trained it to a certain level, the Conqueror's Haki can be released over long distances. Hearing this explanation, Leon, B, and Gordy, familiar with Stephen's mastery of the 3 forms of Haki, all exchanged glances. Long-distance release. Was that even possible? Wait a minute, if the long-range version was that powerful, then how terrifying would it be up close? By the way, Leon, Gordy suddenly remembered something and asked him, "Aren't you going to assist with reinforcements?" Given the chaos at the Indigo Plateau, as the Galar champion, Leon should logically step in to lend a hand. A flicker of worry flashed in Leon's eyes as he replied, "I wanted to go, but Chairman Rose told me that Hone and Sinnoh have already sent reinforcements and that my presence wasn't necessary." Rose's reasoning made sense, after all. It would take nearly 10 hours to fly from Galar to Kanto by plane. By the time Leon got there, the battle would likely be over. Still, Leon felt that even if he arrived late, he could at least help clean up the battlefield or capture any remaining criminals. Yet Rose insisted on refusing, citing the concern that if Leon left, other criminal organizations might take the opportunity to cause trouble in Galar. Leon was responsible for protecting the region. Simple-minded as he was, Leon thought about it and concluded that with Hone and Sinnoh reinforcing Kanto, it should be enough to handle the situation. Moreover, Unova's reinforcements were reportedly on their way as well. Kanto, Johto, Hone, Sinnoh, and Unova. With 5 regions joining forces, Shadow would surely be defeated. Since Dr. Stephen is already on his way, there's nothing to worry about, Leon thought. Meanwhile, at Rose Tower in Winden, Rose sat with his fingers intertwined, watching the live broadcast with a smile. "Go ahead, Shadow. turn Kanto, or rather the entire Indigo League, upside down. Yes, this was Rose's true motive. In Rose's eyes, Shadow's lineup was indeed formidable. Even two allied regions might struggle to take them down. However, once Hone, Sinnoh, and Unova's reinforcements arrived, Shadow was doomed to fail. Therefore, Rose hoped that before their defeat, Shadow could kill as many people in Kanto League Trainer as possible. This way, the power gap between Kanto and Galar would shrink. This was why he refused to let Leon assist Kanto. Back on the battlefield, flames and torrents raged uncontrollably, and the Shadow operatives and League trainers who had fainted were caught in the crossfire. Awoken by the attacks, they screamed in pain. But neither Houndoom nor Kingdra, nor their respective trainers, Karen and Aldous, paid any attention to these people's lives. What was that just now? Aldous had already gotten back on his feet, but his gaunt face was still covered in cold sweat. He questioned Karen. The most terrifying things are those that cannot be understood. Ask the King of Hell yourself. Karen coldly raised her hand, extending her index finger. Fire was ineffective against Kingdra. Houndoom and Galarian Molters simultaneously concentrated their dark-type energy. Double Dark Pulse. No matter, I have no interest in wasting words on the dead. Aldous, unable to maintain his usual aloof demeanor, raised his right hand high and swung it forward. Regice charged out first, shielding Kingdra and relying on its incredible special defense to block the Double Dark Pulse. Rub-Ara. Houndoom roared furiously at Regice. Don't stand in the way of my revenge. However, the Regice, whose body burns with a dark aura, clearly couldn't hear Houndoom's accusation. Serve. Under Aldous's command, Kingdra summoned a massive tidal wave, engulfing the battlefield and targeting both Regice and the opposing Houndoom and Molters. The towering tsunami, over 10 meters high, surged toward them. Regice, with its jagged, spike-like legs firmly planted into the ground, along with its nearly 400-pound weight, remained immovable even under the crashing wave. But if Houndoom were to take the hit, things could get troublesome. Houndoom, get up here. Karen commanded Galarian Molters to descend, sharply ordering Houndoom to leap onto its back to avoid the attack using Molters' flight. But doing so would leave Molters and Karen vulnerable to the attack. Earth power. At that moment, a calm and unhurried voice filled the battlefield. Before Karen and the others could turn toward the source of the voice. Boom! A deafening tremor shook the battlefield. Cracks split open beneath the oncoming surf attack. A surge of ground energy erupted from the fissures, flipping the massive wave into the air and scattering it. Splash! The scattered water fell as heavy rain, drenching the battlefield like a torrential downpour. While it was uncomfortable for Houndoom's fire typing, it was nothing compared to the damage surf would have caused. A ground-type move to counter a water-type move that had a type advantage. Who could pull off such a feat? For a moment, trainers worldwide thought of the same name. Hiding behind the protection of legendary Pokémon to fight. As a former Elite Four member of the Indigo League, it seems you're not much after all. A tall, imposing man stepped forward, walking calmly past Karen's shoulder. Beside him was a Nidoking. I'll handle the 3 Regi Pokémon. That third-rate trainer Aldous is all yours. The man threw a sidelong glance at Lihua, giving her a subtle signal. Giovanni of the land. What? That's the rumored strongest gym leader in Kanto. They say his strength rivals that of the Elite Four. Did he just counter Aldous's Kingdra's attack? Damn it, this is trouble. As Giovanni's figure appeared on the battlefield, the Shadows team showed varying degrees of unease and fear. In stark contrast, the League trainers erupted with excitement. Giovanni's here, Giovanni is here. Our strongest gym leader from Kanto. The League trainers cheered and raised their fists in excitement. Miss Erica is here too. And gym leader LT, Surge. Sharp-eyed trainers among the League forces then spotted 2 more familiar figures, further boosting their morale. What about the Cerulean gym leaders? The Cerulean gym, being one of the closest to the Indigo Plateau alongside Pewter and Viridian gyms, naturally drew attention. Seeing that Erica of the Celadon gym and LT. Surge from Vermilion City had arrived. Many league trainers and spectators began to wonder why the Cerulean gym leaders hadn't shown up. Erica addressed their curiosity. "I told them not to come." On her way here, Erica had messaged the 3 Cerulean gym leaders, telling them not to bother. With their skill levels, they'd probably be more of a hindrance than a help. "Chairman, messages from Sinnoh, Hone, and Unova have arrived. Reinforcements are on their way." At that moment, Erica, as the leader of the Kanto gym leaders, shouted at Goodshow. Hearing this announcement, the league's morale soared to its peak. Gym leaders were showing up to help, and reinforcements from 3 other regions were on their way. Even if the Shadows had legendary Pokémon on their side, how could they stand against the combined forces of 5 regions? Shadow Commander Cation, still seated in the airship, scowled at the confident expressions of the league members. Dark lightning. With a single command from Cation, the Zapdos hovering above the battlefield unleashed a burst of crackling electricity. The blackened, corrupted thunderbolts mixed with dark energy descended from the skies, illuminating the entire Indigo Plateau in golden light. This was the same move that had just defeated Lance's Gyarados. Go! Just as the attack descended, LT, Surge threw 3 Pokéballs in quick succession. Bangs, bangs, bang. 3 Pokémon emerged from the blinding light of the Pokéballs and leaped into the air to intercept the dark lightning. Boom! The dark lightning struck LT, Surge's 3 Pokémon head-on. Everyone expected them to be instantly defeated. After all, LT, Surge's power wasn't on par with the Elite Four, so how could his Pokémon withstand the move that had just taken down Lance's Gyarados? But the next second, the battlefield was filled with stunned silence. The dark lightning was gradually being absorbed by the 3 Pokémon in midair. At that moment, everyone finally saw Surge's Pokémon. Raichu, Electivire, Jolteon. The 3 electric-type Pokémon landed, their golden fur standing on end like Super Saiyan hair. Whoa, that Zapdos is no joke. My 3 partners almost couldn't take it. Experienced trainers quickly realized what had happened. LT. Surge had used the abilities of his electric-type Pokémon to absorb the Zapdos' dark lightning. Raichu's Lightning Rod ability turned electric-type attacks into increased attack power. Electivire's Motor Drive ability boosted its speed when hit by electric-type moves. Jolteon's Volt Absorb ability converted electric-type moves into health restoration. Yet, these abilities weren't without limits. LT, Surge, your Pokémon seem to be struggling, Erica observed with a frown. Yeah, they're getting overloaded, Surge admitted, nodding. At that moment, Raichu, Electivire, and Jolteon looked visibly uncomfortable, as if they had overeaten and were about to burst. Zapdos' electric power was simply too overwhelming. Even with abilities to absorb the damage, there was a limit to how much they could take. It was like those famous scenes in Dragon Ball, where villains tried to absorb a Super Saiyan's energy, but ended up exploding from the overload. All right, let's release it all at once. Thunderbolt. LT, Surge knew his 3 Pokémon wouldn't survive another attack from Zapdos. They needed to release the energy they had absorbed immediately. A deafening roar of thunder echoed as 3 enhanced thunderbolts shot forward. Midway through, the beams merged into one, creating an immensely powerful attack. But their target wasn't Zapdos, it was Moltres nearby. Even if it's just an act, if I'm careless, I might die here, Surge muttered under his breath. As an electric-type specialist, Surge had naturally studied Zapdos' basic information. He intended to use the absorbed power to attack the other legendary birds. Unfortunately, while his plan was good, executing it was another matter entirely. Just as the triple thunderbolt was about to strike Moltres, a golden flash darted across the battlefield. Zapdos had rushed in to shield Moltres, acting as its protector. So fast. Yelai. The pained Zapdos let out a sharp screech, diving downward with the force of 3 layers of thunderbolt. Wild charge. LT, Surge's thoughts raced. Acting was one thing, but if he dared let his guard down for even a second, he'd be dead on the spot. The Zapdos, surrounded by endless lightning infused with dark energy, descended like a force of destruction. LT, Surge's expression changed drastically. This move, his partner couldn't possibly withstand it. Life or death in an instant. A massive wall of flames surged upward. Lightning and fire clashed violently. The standoff lasted for about 5 seconds, but in the end, the lightning crushed the wall of fire. In battles between masters, a single second was enough to change everything, let alone 5 seconds. LT, Surge and his 3 electric-type Pokémon only felt themselves being lifted by a pair of strong, solid arms, narrowly avoiding the lightning-speed electric godbird. In a flash, they were carried high into the sky. Your strength is not enough to deal with a legendary. Leave it to me. LT, Surge and his Pokémon looked up. The one who had grabbed them was a Charizard, and riding on its back was an older man with a bald, shiny head and sunglasses. Cinnabar Gym Leader Blaine. Blaine's here too. Everyone hold your ground. The tide is turning in our favor. A smiling officer, Jenny waved her hand to rally the troops. The League, initially terrified by Zapdos, once again showed a resolute determination. Fight to the death. This is dragging on too long. Seated on his throne aboard the airship, Caitian no longer bore the arrogance he had when he first declared the dawn of the Shadow Era. The earlier words of Erica, reinforcements from Sinnoh, Unova, and Hone are on their way, had not only boosted the morale of the League, but also placed immense pressure on him. He wasn't an idiot. He knew very well that while the Shadow faction had multiple legendaries on their side, once reinforcements from 3 regions arrived, they wouldn't stand a chance. Caitian fell into deep thought, his expression hesitant. But when he thought about the other region's reinforcement, the hesitation in his heart immediately turned to resolve. Caitian pressed a button on the armrest of his throne and said, "Elena, release it." Hi. In the research lab aboard the airship, Shadow's chief scientist, Elena, was startled by the command. But Caitian's voice came again. "Are you disobeying my orders? Hurry up." Elena bit her lip hard and pressed a conspicuous red button on the control panel. "Whatever happens, it's not my responsibility." Buzz! In the next second, a loud hum came from the top of the Shadow airship. What are they doing? Lance, who was fighting Altaria and Salamence, turned his blood-streaked face to look. From the top of the Shadow airship, a massive hatch slowly opened at its center. A dark hurricane, brimming with destructive energy, surged out. It was like the earlier moment when Caitian unleashed the Shadow 3 legendary birds at the start of the battle. But no, this was on an entirely different level. Under the influence of the dark hurricane, the sky turned completely black. Caitian's voice once again echoed through the airship speakers, reaching the ears of the entire world. "You should all thank me for this chance to witness the strongest Shadow Pokémon. Come out XD001, no." Just as he was about to announce a mysterious codename, Caitian suddenly changed his tone, smirking coldly as he raised his voice to shout. Shadow Lugia. Chapter 168. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 168. Shadow Lugia. With this thunderous roar from Caitian, the entire world bore witness. From the hatch atop the Shadow airship, a pair of massive, deep purple-black wings slowly unfurled. Gradually, beneath those ominous black wings, the full form of what Caitian called Shadow Lugia began to unveil itself to the world. Lugia, a well-known legendary Pokémon, had always been recognized for its reputation. In earlier years, it was even rumored to have rescued shipwrecked sailors, earning it a place in many tales. While it wasn't as much of a benevolent figure as its neighbor, Ho-Oh, Lugia was still seen as a Pokémon aligned with justice. However, this Lugia before them was completely different from the one most people knew. Gone was the iconic blue and white body that Lugia was known for. This Lugia's entire body was jet black, with only its eyes and abdomen taking on a shadowy gray hue. Its eyes glowed with a sinister blood-red light that exuded malice. This is nothing like the dark Pokémon we've faced before. Karen, who had gained an opportunity to face Aldous one-on-one with Giovanni's assistance, found her attention involuntarily drawn to this Shadow Lugia. Whether it was the Salamence of Altair 2 years ago, which had pushed them into a desperate struggle, or the current battlefield's dark-infused legendary birds and Pokémon under the control of the shadow forces. None of them could compare to this Shadow Lugia. This wasn't even in the same dimension. Show them your power, Shadow Lugia. Caitian's smile returned to his face, more arrogant and maniacal than before. With its vast, pitch-black wings spread to their maximum span. In an instant, the moment Shadow Lugia fully extended its pure black wings, the entire mountain range of the Indigo Plateau began to tremble violently. The ground cracked open, and the world tilted. Kaya. Erica stumbled and fell to the ground. Her Tangrowth quickly used its vines to support its trainer and help her up. Meanwhile, Ash and the others, who had already crossed the midpoint of the Indigo Plateau and escaped to Route 22 at the base of the mountain, stared slack-jawed at the plateau's summit. In their eyes, the Indigo Plateau was no longer connected to the mountains of Victory Road. Instead, it was floating in the air like a city in the sky. Yes, the Indigo Plateau had been severed from Victory Road and was now hovering in the air. Beneath this Indigo Island, a haze of dark, mist-like energy emanated from its base, resembling black clouds. If Luffy and his crew were here, they would undoubtedly recall the Onigashima raid in Wano, where Kaido had lifted the island into the sky using his Flame Cloud's ability. What is happening up there? Even someone as proud as Blue had a slight hoarseness in his voice at this moment. Rumble. However, even escaping to Route 22 didn't mean they were safe. Large rocks continued to tumble down from the cliffs above. Pokémon like Rattata, Oddish, and Caterpie, sensing the impending danger, fled in panic in the opposite direction. Don't stop, keep moving. We'll talk once we're in Viridian City. Professor Oak, who had released his Dragonite to protect the group, shouted urgently. They had yet to reach safety. Bzzz. Just then, the sound of an airplane engine roared through the air. Professor Oak and the others, on their way to Viridian City, looked up to see a small passenger plane speeding toward the now-floating Indigo Plateau. If you looked closely, you'd notice the logo of the Devon Corporation emblazoned on the plane. Why, young Master Stephen, isn't this way too dangerous for us to approach? The pilot was trembling in fright at the sight before him. Is that Lugia. Even Wallace, who had no time to think about how to salvage his relationship with Winona, could only speak with a trembling voice as he stared out the window. Through the darkness, he caught a glimpse of Shadow Lugia, lurking within the shadowy barrier. His voice quivered, and a deep, soul-crushing fear took hold of him. As a water-type expert, Wallace was familiar with Lugia, once referred to as the God of the Sea. However, after the Hone League discovered Kyogre, that title had been reassigned. But this Lugia was nothing like the one described in books. At this moment, Shadow Lugia seemed to sense the commotion outside. Its ominous crimson eyes glanced toward the plane. Both Stephen and Wallace felt their hearts skip a beat, as if they had just experienced the oppressive presence of a top-tier legendary Pokémon. Reinforcements have arrived, huh? Inside the airship, Caitian also noticed the plane outside the barrier. Even if reinforcements come, they can't possibly stop Shadow Lugia, but being cautious is never a bad thing. As he spoke, Shadow Lugia slightly twisted its neck. Aldous, noticing this movement, immediately released his Alakazam. Witnessing this, Karen's expression shifted. Was Aldous releasing a new Pokémon at a time like this? The next moment, Karen understood Aldous's intentions. As expected, Aldous placed his left hand on Alakazam's back, quickly using a dark Piquet ball in his right hand to recall the 3 Pokémon one by one. You're not escaping. Karen's Galarian Moltres narrowed its eyes in fury, unleashing a torrent of blackened red flames from its beak. However, a Kingdra intercepted the attack, releasing a Dragon Pulse to deflect the black-red flames off course. Roar! Houndoom charged in from the side, sinking its fangs into Kingdra's neck. Crunch! But it didn't stop there. Dark energy began to gather in Houndoom's throat, firing a dark pulse that exploded point-blank, striking Kingdra with devastating force. Kingdra was sent flying, its body crashing into the distance. The scene was eerily reminiscent of 3 years ago, when Houndoom's father had been blasted away by Kingdra's hydro pump. High in the air, Shadow Luja took a deep breath. In an instant, the ground of the Indigo Plateau became warped and uneven due to the immense suction force. Fragments of earth, trees, houses, and even unconscious people and Pokémon from the battlefield were all pulled into the air. The scene resembled Pain's Chibaku Tensei technique. At the same time, as Shadow Luja twisted its neck, the Shadow Organization members retreated to the area directly beneath Shadow Luja, boarding the airship. Altair, who had been battling Lance, also withdrew, riding on the back of Latios as he returned to the airship. That spot was the one area unaffected, or minimally affected, by Shadow Luja's attacks. "You're not getting away." Lance's icy gaze locked onto Altair's retreating figure. However, a raging snowstorm descended from the sky, creating a barrier between Lance and Altair. Lance looked up. "Damn it." Aldous raised an eyebrow as he watched Kingdra crash into the distance. He shot a glance at Alakazam, who responded with a faint blue glow in its eyes. The two vanished from the battlefield in an instant. Teleportation. Woof. This guy. Originally, Houndoom and Karen had planned to finish off Kingdra, who was barely clinging to life. But now, both of them were dumbfounded. "No, wait, isn't that your Pokémon? You're not going to do anything." Karen and Houndoom were momentarily stunned. "He's coming," Giovanni reminded them. Karen looked up. She noticed that Shadow Luja's abdomen had visibly swelled, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful move. This scumbag, is he just going to let his Pokémon die? Even though Kingdra was the target of Houndoom's revenge, Karen was still infuriated by the trainer's cold-hearted behavior. Dragonite Dragon Pulse. It was at this the current leader of Blackthorn Gym and the father of the reinforcement Claire, who had just arrived from Johto, shouted loudly. The Dragonite beneath him opened its mouth and unleashed a fiery dragon's breath, which turned into a roaring azure dragon. It rammed into Shadow Luja's bloated abdomen with immense force. A deafening explosion followed as Dragon Pulse struck Shadow Luja's gray-black belly. However, it left no visible marks, nor did it slow Shadow Luja's actions in the slightest. "What are you all standing around for?" At this moment, Claire's father roared furiously, embodying a wrathful emperor. His voice shook the surrounding league trainers. "Are you just going to wait for it to finish charging its attack?" Hearing this, many of the league trainers, who had been paralyzed by fear, finally snapped out of it. Charizard Flare Blitz. Pidgeot Hurricane. Poliwrath Hydro Pump. Whether they were Elite Four members, gym leaders, or ordinary trainers, none of them had the luxury to focus on the enemies before them. All their strength was directed at the Dark God hovering above. Dark Spiral. Caitian spoke each word slowly and deliberately, announcing Shadow Luja's signature move. Shadow Luja paused its inhalation briefly, then opened its mouth even wider. Anyone with keen eyesight could see that within Shadow Luja's throat, an immense concentration of pure, pitch-black energy was forming. It condensed into a black spiral shockwave, tearing through space as it was unleashed. Not only was the Indigo Plateau, which had been lifted into the air by Shadow Luja's power, affected, but even Victory Road and the surrounding towns began to shake violently. Wherever the dark spiral passed, the land shattered, shockwaves surged, and countless shards of rock were sent flying. Deep, bottomless ravines emerged in its wake. Alliance trainers who failed to dodge in time were either pulverized into dust by Shadow Luja's attack or fell into the abyss, letting out desperate screams before meeting their end. Houndoom return. Karen immediately retrieved Houndoom into its Piquet ball. Meanwhile, the Galarian Moltres she was riding flapped its wings furiously, evading the dark spiral with all its might. However, Kingdra, who hadn't even managed to stand up, was completely engulfed by the dark energy. Woof! Through the translucent cover of the Piquet ball, Houndoom's expression became incredibly complex as it witnessed this scene. Perhaps, the one I should have sought revenge against wasn't him, but that human. Abandoned by the trainer it trusted most, what was Kingdra thinking in its final moments? Claire, who was riding on the back of her Dragonair, was swept into the air by the shockwaves from the dark spiral, along with her Dragonair. Claire, Her father, who was initially on the verge of escaping the attack's range, turned around with his Dragonite. He grabbed his daughter's arm while Dragonite caught Dragonair's tail. Then, with a powerful swing, he hurled them away in the opposite direction. In that instant, the shockwave from the dark spiral reached them, engulfing him and his Dragonite. "Dad!" Claire, her emotions in complete disarray, stretched out her hand desperately, trying to reach her father. R.I.P. nameless dad. However, Lance, riding his Dragonite, arrived just in time. He caught his younger cousin and her Dragonair, flying in the opposite direction to escape the attack. Boom! An earth-shattering noise lasted for over 5 seconds. The surviving trainers turned their heads to look. Amidst the dissipating smoke and dust, the once floating indigo plateau now looked as if a crescent moon had been gouged out of it. Below, on the other side of Victory Road, a massive canyon had appeared, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Claire broke down in tears. "Dad's dad." A young male trainer who had lost both of his legs clutched his bleeding knees and wailed. "Help! Somebody help! Is the medical team here? My legs, find my legs, please, it hurts. It hurts so much." Arcanine, where are you?" A female police officer, pale-faced, called out for her missing Arcanine. When she saw a severed paw lying near a crack in the earth, her mind went blank, and she fainted on the spot. "Squirtle, Squirtle." Meanwhile, a Squirtle with blood dripping from its head was crying, tears streaming as it searched for its missing trainer. For a time, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of grief from those who had lost loved ones, the cries of the wounded, and the desperate calls of survivors trying to reunite with their Pokémon or trainers. This is the power of Shadow Lugia. Giovanni stepped out, shielded by a Nidoqueen and Nidoking. "I didn't expect the Shadows to have such a trump card. This changes everything." Giovanni pondered this new development with a troubled expression. His original plan was to play the role of an opportunist, biding his time until the League and Shadows had worn each other down. Then he'd emulate Blackbeard Pecan during the Marineford War, signaling Team Rocket to invade and seize all the legendary Pokémon the Shadows had at their disposal. It would have been perfect if he could humiliate Lance in the process. But now, Giovanni glanced around. Beneath Shadow Lugia, the hatch of the Shadows airship opened once more. The remaining members of the Shadows re-entered the battlefield, including the executives, as well as the legendary Pokémon-wielding brothers, Aldous and Altair. Meanwhile, on the League's side, even with the addition of Hoen's iconic duo, Steven and Wallace, the mere presence of the dark god above had quashed any will to resist among the trainers. At this rate, the League will completely collapse. Should I signal Archer and the others to attack now? But doing so would mean helping the League. How irritating. Giovanni silently considered a new strategy. "You've let your guard down, Giovanni." At that moment, Guri, Elena's brother, accompanied by his shadow Aggron, launched a metal claw aimed directly at Giovanni. Guri grinned like an ape, his exaggerated expression brimming with excitement. "If I take you out, I'll be promoted to an executive." However, just as Aggron's glowing metallic claws were about to strike Giovanni's head, they abruptly froze, as if time itself had stopped. "What's wrong, Aggron?" Guri asked in confusion. In the next second, he noticed a Dugtrio emerging from the ground between Aggron's feet. The Dugtrio had turned the earth beneath Aggron into quicksand, trapping its feet and rendering it immobile. "Earthquake," Giovanni said calmly. Dugtrio manipulated the quicksand, pulling Aggron deeper into the ground until only its head was visible. In the next instant, a devastating seismic force erupted from beneath, crushing Aggron with overwhelming power. "Aggruins!" Aggron let out a pained cry as it lost its voice, its head tilting to the side before it collapsed, completely losing its ability to fight. Giovanni cast a cold glance at the opponent, scaring Guri so much that he staggered backward, falling to the ground with a thud. "Even if you're that strong, there's no way you can defeat Boss Sayashin's Shadow Lugia. Why don't you just join our shadow team instead?" Swish! A blur flashed by. Nidoking, who had made a clawing motion, appeared behind Guri at some unknown moment, cutting him off before he could finish his sentence. Thud! The next second, Guri's head rolled to the ground. The battlefield was in utter chaos, and no one noticed what Giovanni was doing. The cameras originally tasked with filming the scene had also been destroyed by the earlier dark spiral attack. This was why Giovanni acted so recklessly, killing without hesitation. But a figure like Giovanni, who could effortlessly slay enemies as part of the League forces, was an extremely rare exception. After witnessing the horrifying power of the dark spiral, coupled with the shadow Lugia looming ominously above everyone's heads, morale was at an all-time low. It wasn't just the newly crowned champions like Steven and Wallace who were shaken. Even their future, fully matured selves wouldn't stand much of a chance. At the same time, televisions worldwide turned to static. The dark spiral had destroyed all the cameras capturing the battle. For a moment, people everywhere were like ants on a hot pan, running around in panic. This was no trivial matter that could be ignored. If the Indigo League fell, their region could very well be next. Over in the Galar region, Rose was no longer feeling pleased. He had hoped the Shadows would deal a heavy blow to Kanto. Taking out a few Elite Four members would have been ideal. He wanted Kanto to fall, but only after the Shadows were finished off. What if the Shadows turned their attention to Galar afterward? Use a Hiatus. No, it's too late for that. Olana, contact Leon and have him head to Kanto, and call Rayhan and Melanie too, bring them all together, Rose ordered decisively. To be honest, Rose didn't think the people currently gathered at the Indigo Plateau would be able to take down Shadow Lugia. But at the very least, they could wear it down a bit, right? If that happened, this would be the best chance to defeat it. If they waited until the battle was over, and the Shadows had time to retreat and recover with Shadow Lugia, the situation would only grow more dangerous. Rose wasn't the only one with this thought. The chairman of the Paldea League and the chairman of the Kalos League were thinking the same thing. They had originally believed that with the top-tier forces from all 5 major regions gathered, the Shadows would surely be defeated. Who would have thought that Caitian, that scheming bastard, had hidden such a trump card? Without wasting any time, Leon, Rayhan, Drasna, Diantha, Wulfric, and Siebold, top trainers from other regions, rushed to join the battle. Meanwhile, in Galar's Wedgehurst town, a certain yellow mouse was pounding its tiny paws on the television in frustration. Pika. Damn it, it was getting to the good part. Why did the TV have to break now? Sonia walked over to pick up the Pikachu, comforting it. The TV isn't broken, the cameras over there were destroyed. Nessa, on the other hand, looked worried. Maybe I should tell Doctor not to go after all. That Shadow Lugia is terrifying. Mew, now in Sonia's arms, wore the same expression as a reader who had just been left hanging at a story's climax by a cruel author. No way, how could it miss out on such a peak event? Its eyes flashed with an unnatural light blue glow, and in an instant, both Mew and Sonia disappeared from the lab. Nessa. It took Nessa a full 10 seconds to process what had just happened. Wait a second, was that teleport? Pikachu can learn teleport. Let's go too. At the Hone League headquarters, Winona shouted. Calm down, Winona. How can I calm down? Hone is so close to the Indigo Plateau, Winona exclaimed frantically. The region closest to Kanto was indeed Hone. If the Shadows took down the Indigo League, their next target was almost certainly Hone. What's the point of you going there? Juan couldn't help but scold as he saw her panicking. Juan's words were harsh, but they were undeniably true. Against Shadow Lugia, even elite-level trainers were little more than cannon fodder. As for Winona, who was barely at the level of an advanced gym leader, what could she possibly do? Chapter 169. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 169. Serena, don't look. In Vannyville town of the Kalos region, the young mother, Grace, quickly covered her daughter's eyes with her hands. But honestly, it was already unnecessary. The TV screen had turned into static snow, nothing could be seen anymore. However, the final images before the screen went blank. The cries of countless people and Pokémon on the battlefield, the faint glimpses of severed limbs, were enough to become a nightmare that would haunt many for life. On the specialized planes flying toward the plateau, carrying elite representatives of the various regions, the tension was palpable. They had no idea what was happening on the ground. No matter what, we have to end this in one decisive battle. Cynthia, traveling alongside Volkner and Flint as part of Sinnoh's reinforcements, gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "If we let Shadow win this battle and give them time to recover, we won't have another chance." Among the many champion-level trainers later hailed as the Masters 8, Cynthia might not have been the one with the highest raw power, but she was undoubtedly the one with the sharpest judgment in the face of crisis. Given the current fighting capability of the Indigo Plateau, she didn't believe they could defeat the Shadow Luja. But even so, they had to fight. Her team was about to join the battlefield, combining forces with the elite of the Indigo League led by Lance. Even if they couldn't bring down Shadow Luja, they could at least severely deplete its energy. Moreover, reports indicated that reinforcements from other regions were already on their way. If Lance and his team couldn't do it, her group would step up. If they failed, then Diantha, Leon, and others coming later would take over. They would wear Shadow down, no matter the cost. If Shadow managed to retreat with Shadow Luja unscathed, only to return at full strength later, that would spell true disaster. Wait, the broadcast is back on. While Cynthia was analyzing the situation, Flint pointed at the communal TV on the plane. Cynthia and Volkner turned to look. The camera was now focused on the mastermind responsible for this calamity, Shadow's supreme leader, Caitian. "Now, everyone should understand the power I possess, right?" Facing the camera, Caitian flashed a golden-toothed grin, radiating arrogance. But with the ominous Shadow Luja looming above him, the entire world had no choice but to admit he had earned that level of confidence. However, this is still not Shadow Luja's ultimate and invincible power. Moments earlier, under Caitian's orders, Shadow's scientists had retrieved one of the cameras the League had been using to live-stream the Indigo tournament. After repairing it, they pointed the camera at their leader. In an instant, television screens worldwide, previously filled with static, flickered back to life. "Our ultimate creation." Caitian was still seated leisurely on his throne in the airship's hall, with the ghostly, godlike Shadow Luja coiled above him. Behind him, the battlefield raged on, and the League trainers were being utterly crushed. This scene pushed Caitian's oppressive aura to its peak. Shadow Luja, codename XD001, full name Extra Dark, which means ultimate darkness. Unlike the half-finished experiments, this is the strongest and most perfect dark Pokémon. Aerodactyl, Rock Slide. Just as Caitian's grin widened, and he was about to continue, an enraged shout echoed across the battlefield. An Aerodactyl surrounded by countless boulder-sized rocks unleashed a barrage of projectiles toward Shadow Luja, like a machine gun firing. Yet, in the face of Shadow Luja, such an attack was laughably insignificant. The Aerodactyl's trainer was none other than Faulkner, the son of Walkner, who had been both a participant in the Indigo tournament and the current gym leader of Violet City. At this moment, Faulkner knelt on the ground, cradling his father, who was covered in blood and barely clinging to life. Earlier, when Shadow Luja unleashed a dark spiral, it was Walkner who shielded his son. Though he hadn't perished on the spot like Claire's father, he was now on the brink of death. This kind of attack isn't even worth Shadow Luja's time. Caitian's face was filled with disdain. At that moment, the Dark Zapdos, hovering slightly lower than Shadow Luja, darted forward like a bodyguard, unleashing a web of lightning bolts from its body. Each bolt struck the incoming rocks with precision. Not only did they pierce through the stones, but the residual energy continued downward toward Faulkner. Thunderbolt. Ninetales, Charizard, Heat Wave. Two Fire-type Pokémon arrived beside Faulkner, one on each side. In an instant, the sky above Faulkner turned a fiery orange. The enhanced dark lightning clashed with the Elder Trainer's flames, producing a collision of destructive power that even an ordinary elite-level trainer could only dream of witnessing. "Please, I'm counting on you too." Encouraged by Blaine, Ninetales and Charizard intensified their attacks. The flames on the ground began to overwhelm the lightning above. The League trainers, who had been terrified by Shadow Luja moments earlier, finally saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes. As expected from Kanto's second-ranked trainer. Even in the face of legendary Pokémon, he showed no fear. Kanto's second-ranked gym trainer, Blaine, is it? You're worthy of Shadow Luja's attention. Keishin let out a cold laugh. At that moment, sharp-eyed viewers noticed a movement in Shadow Luja's neck above Keishin. Blaine, watch out! Goodshow screamed at the top of his lungs. In the next instant, Shadow Luja opened its mouth again. A pitch-black aura sphere descended, as if aiming to shatter space itself. Dark pulse. The dark Zapdos underneath hurriedly dodged to the side. Yet even so, the edge of the attack grazed its wingtip. A shriek. Even this slight contact caused the enhanced Thunderbird to let out a gut-wrenching scream. Nahi. Blaine's expression changed drastically behind his sunglasses. The two fire Pokémon, Ninetales and Charizard, each grabbed Faulkner and Blaine, respectively, and fled in opposite directions. The dark pulse descended upon them. Blaine and Faulkner didn't hear the deafening explosion. Being so close, the sheer shockwave numbed their hearing before any sound could reach them. Blood trickled from their ears. Ninetales, carrying Faulkner, and Charizard, holding Blaine, were flung in opposite directions. Go! Keishin coldly gave the order. The Dark Molters and Zapdos took flight together, heading toward the two injured trainers. Wallace! Standing on his Metagross, Steven shouted. I'm on it. Wallace sent out his ace, Milotic, to intercept. Milotic unleashed a hydro pump at the Dark Molters, heading for Faulkner and Ninetales. Disliking water, the Dark Molters frowned slightly and dodged to the side. Meanwhile, Steven's Metagross, clearly of a higher level than Wallace's Milotic, had already positioned itself between the Dark Articuno and Blaine. Its right claw glowed brilliantly, striking the bird directly. Meteor Mash. Though the Dark Articuno didn't lose its combat ability from the hit, the blow to the head had it seeing stars for a moment. Finish Blaine off first. The cold, ruthless voice of Keishin echoed once again, like a death knell. Steven, who had just gained the upper hand moments ago, looked up. What he saw was Shadow Luja, engulfed in a terrifying, black aura that radiated an overwhelming chill. Its already enormous body had grown to more than double its previous size, resembling a dark, undead phoenix. Dark Charge, Keishin uttered the name of the move. Shadow Luja, like a shadowy undead phoenix, dived down with incredible momentum. At this moment, Steven's plight resembled that of someone facing an unstoppable force. Son! Far away in Hone, Mr. Stone leaped out of his chair in panic, shouting in despair. Is this the end for me? Steven's pupils contracted violently. In what seemed like the final moments of his life, only this thought crossed his mind. But then, Gamesh! Just as Steven himself thought all was lost, his Metagross suddenly surged upward. It flung its trainer off its back as if to protect him. The steel titan charged head-on toward the descending dark god, directly confronting it with a headbutt, like a warrior trying to stop a meteor. Its courage was commendable, but it was far too small in comparison. Metagross, no, Steven screamed hoarsely. But it was too late. From the skies above, the dark phoenix-like Luja descended, as if it were a hellish judge, crashing down with an apocalyptic force. Below it, the Hone pseudo-legendary Metagross looked pitifully small in comparison. A devastating impact followed, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave. The sheer force sent Steven, Charizard, Blaine, and even other trainers like Faulkner and Ninetales flying backward. Both Shadow trainers and League trainers alike were blasted away indiscriminately. Steven! Wallace commanded his Milotic to catch Steven with its soft, flexible body. But in the next instant, Wallace himself was swept away by the violent storm. The black aura surged again, tearing apart the battlefield. Earlier, the dark spiral had already eroded a quarter of the Indigo Plateau's surface area, but now, this dark charge carved away yet another quarter. Nahi! No one knew how much time had passed, but Steven finally struggled to his feet. Ignoring the blood soaking his crimson hair, he looked around desperately. Metagross, Metagross, where are you? Thud! A heavy crash answered his call. It was his Metagross falling to the ground. Metagross, thank go. Steven's relieved smile froze, almost immediately. Metagross's eyes were lifeless, its head tilted awkwardly as it stared blankly ahead. Its breathing was faint, almost non-existent. It was still alive, but only barely. Metagross quick return. Stephen, now feeling an intense dizziness, stumbled to his knees. Using the last of his strength, he retrieved his partner into its piquet ball. The moment the red light enveloped Metagross, Stephen also collapsed, unconscious. The Hone champion in waiting, Stephen, was out of the battle. "Are you all right, Charizard?" Elsewhere, Blaine pushed himself up with one arm, leaning against a massive boulder. He turned to ask his Charizard, which was shielding him like a barrier. "Urgh." Charizard let out a low cry of pain in response. Then, with a heavy thud, it fell to its knees before collapsing completely. Seeing this, Blaine quickly reached for his piquet ball to recall Charizard. But as he extended his hand, he realized something was wrong. He was grasping at thin air. Blaine turned his head and froze. His right arm was gone. All that remained was a mangled stump of flesh, shattered bone faintly visible amidst the blood that gushed uncontrollably. AARRGHH. The adrenaline that had been suppressing the pain finally wore off. A searing agony engulfed Blaine's entire being. Even as a veteran trainer, his body was still that of a mortal. Losing an arm, how could he not feel pain? The Kanto No. 2 gym leader, Blaine, had lost an arm. He could no longer fight. Stephen lay unconscious, bleeding on the ground. Blaine writhed in agony, clutching his severed limb. With just a single move, the Shadow Lugia had rendered two of the league's top trainers completely incapacitated. The entire battlefield fell silent. This was the power of an apex legendary Pokémon. Giovanni approached Blaine, releasing a Crobat. Without hesitation, he reached into Blaine's pocket, retrieving a piquet ball to recall Charizard. "You need to leave. I'll handle things here," Giovanni said calmly, returning the shrunken piquet ball to Blaine's pocket. Blaine, drenched in sweat and barely holding back screams of pain, weakly asked, "What are you planning?" Despite being a high-ranking criminal in Team Rocket, Blaine still had some conscience. The actions of the Shadow Organization were so heinous that even someone accustomed to Team Rocket's atrocities found them unbearable. "Don't worry, the League won't fall," Giovanni replied in a low voice. "Victory belongs to Team Rocket." With that, Crobat grabbed Blaine by the shoulders and carried him away from the battlefield. "Shame it wasn't Lance who lost an arm," Giovanni muttered to himself. "At the very least, Lorelei or Bruno would have been better." He glanced toward the battlefield. Lance was still locked in combat with Altair, while Lorelei and Bruno faced the Regis and the legendary birds respectively. It was clear that the three Elite Four members had little intention of saving anyone. Unless the person in danger was someone they were particularly close to, like Lance's cousin Claire, they would always prioritize defeating the enemy over rescuing allies. What an irony. A Team Rocket executive saved someone, while the League's Elite Four turned a blind eye. No choice, I'll have to use Steven's method. Boom! In another corner of the battlefield, a cloister was sent flying like a baseball, crashing into a group of trainers from both sides, causing collateral damage. It was Lorelei's cloister. Damn it! Lorelei gritted her teeth as she glared at the registeel that had struck her cloister. Her frustration was clear, but there was nothing she could do. Though she was one of the strongest members of the Elite Four, only her Lapras and Dugong were capable of contending with such a powerful opponent. Her cloister, Jinx, and Slowbro were still a level below. Facing legends like the Regis, her strength was simply not enough. "Get out of my way. If you can't handle it, don't drag me down." Karen, sitting on the back of the Galarian Molters, shouted unceremoniously. A while ago, Giovanni was able to restrain the three Regititans, but Lorelei was not up to the task. Naturally, Karen wouldn't miss the opportunity to mock this cowgirl. "I've had enough of you." Ahem. At this moment, Karen noticed that the Shadow Lugia, which had just taken down two of the League's top-tier trainers, Stephen and Blaine, once again locked its gaze onto the battlefield's strongest combatant from the League, Giovanni. Recalling the miserable state of Stephen and Blaine just moments ago, the entire world held its breath. After the Hone champion in training and Kanto's second gym leader, was the first gym leader now being targeted as well. "Mr. Giovanni, be careful," Erica shouted anxiously. "Don't worry, I'll at least leave some wounds on it to create an advantage for you all." Giovanni turned slightly, smiling faintly. For a moment, a wave of admiration swept through the league trainers, led by Erica. What an outstanding gym leader. Suddenly, Shadow Luja moved. Its gaping mouth once again unleashed a dark shockwave that shattered space. Dark pulse. A terrifying spiral impact blasted the ground apart, surging straight toward Giovanni. From his left and right, Nidoking and Nidoqueen charged out. They unleashed Earth Power and Earthquake, respectively, to counter Shadow Luja. The two sides clashed for several seconds, but in the end, Dark Pulse overpowered them, swallowing Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and their trainer, Giovanni, whole. "Mr. Giovanni." Erica's face turned pale as she screamed. Everyone turned to look, only to see Giovanni, struck by the impact, being blasted into the air. His two ground-type powerhouses were also sent flying uncontrollably toward the ground. Garchomp. A hatch opened on an aircraft bearing the Sinnoh League emblem, and the Valkyrie of Sinnoh threw out a piquet ball against the strong winds. Sinnoh's reinforcements had arrived. Dark Freeze. A darkened Articuno suddenly appeared, releasing a sinister, ice-laden laser from the side. But its target wasn't the 4x Ice-Weak Garchomp. It was the small passenger plane belonging to the Sinnoh League. Boom! The front half of the plane was instantly shattered, its nose and fuselage splitting apart under a layer of ice, plummeting toward the ground. Garchomp, who had just flown out, looked back in horror at the crashing plane. After hesitating for less than half a second, it immediately turned back to rescue its trainer. Meanwhile, Giovanni had already fallen into the abyss, disappearing from view. "Mr. Giovanni." Many league trainers who admired Giovanni turned even paler. Steven and Blaine were already out, and now they had lost another top-tier combatant. However, no one saw what happened at the last moment before Giovanni's body was about to hit the ground and become pulp. A Beedrill suddenly emerged from a piquet ball, calmly catching Giovanni and landing him safely. "How was my acting, Steven?" Giovanni adjusted his suit, which had been ruffled by the high-altitude winds, and chuckled, seemingly talking to himself. "At least better than someone I used to know." At that moment, Steven stepped forward. Behind him, the Charizard, which had previously been injured, had now stopped bleeding, and it gently set down Blaine, who had received his prosthetic limb. "Dr. Steven Yu." Blaine, aware of Steven's true identity, was dumbfounded. Steven patted his right shoulder. "Relax, Mr. Blaine, or your newly attached Pokémon prosthetic might fall off. We need to get back up there and lend a hand, otherwise, the league is finished." Steven looked up at the Indigo Plateau, which had now transformed into a floating sky fortress. "Are you going, Steven, or should Joker handle it?" Giovanni asked with great interest. This was an important decision. After all, it concerned the fate of Shadow Luja. "Ahem." Steven stroked his chin, looking thoughtful like a washing machine, before finally coming to a decision. With Giovanni fallen, the Sinnoh trio joined the battle. The fight continued, the battlefield echoing with the deafening explosions of Pokémon moves clashing. However, the arrival of the Sinnoh trio did not bring much advantage to the league. After all, these three had not evolved into their future complete forms. Even together, they weren't as formidable as Giovanni alone. More importantly, none of them could stop Shadow Luja. "Miss Cynthia, get out of the way." Just as Cynthia defeated 3 Shadow team members in quick succession. A shout came from Wallace in the distance. But even without the warning, Cynthia had already sensed it. The Sinnoh champion in training swiftly turned around, her gem-like eyes reflecting the sight of Shadow Luja spreading its wings. From its mouth, another dark spiral beam was unleashed. Boom! The earth cracked, and a raging dark tide roared forth once again. Wherever it passed, trainers and Pokémon were thrown into chaos. The air was filled with screams. With champion-level strength, Garchomp managed to grab its trainer and evade the attack in time. However, not everyone was so lucky. Boom crash. Lorelei, who had been nearby, also managed to dodge the devastating strike with the help of her Pokémon. But in the next moment, the shockwave from Dark Pulse exploded, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Jinx and Cloyster did their best to shield their trainer. But after already exerting themselves to help Lorelei dodge the main attack, they no longer had the strength to withstand the aftermath. Rip! A sharp rock slashed Lorelei's knee, and blood gushed out from beneath her torn stockings. With Lapras and Dugong, her two strongest Pokémon, already down, she had now lost two more key fighters. As people across the world watched Shadow Lugia, which was toying with the League's top-tier warriors, they were utterly shaken. Had the era of the League truly come to an end? Do you still want to fight League members? Under his subordinates' control, the only active camera on the battlefield focused on Caitian. If anyone wishes to join Team Shadow, I will overlook your past actions. The Shadow Commander wore a confident smirk, as if victory was already his. However, just as Caitian was delivering his triumphant speech, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed something strange. Behind Sayashin, on the battlefield, whether they were Shadow members with the upper hand or League trainers struggling to resist, they were all collapsing. One by one, their eyes rolling back, foam forming at their mouths. An invisible force was gradually enveloping the entire Indigo Plateau. Chapter 170, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 170. For the second time, the people of the world witnessed the terrifying power of Shadow Lugia, and the atmosphere was so suffocating that no one dared to breathe. Caitian's voice echoed once again. Now, I present the people of the Pokémon world with two choices. Leave the League and submit to the rule of our shadows. Otherwise, die. For a moment, the world fell into dead silence. The forces on both sides of the battlefield stopped their actions, quietly waiting for the world's response. No one noticed that, in a corner of the battlefield, a young girl holding a yellow-furred rodent had appeared. This is Ahi. Sonia, who had just been watching television in her grandmother's research lab, suddenly found the scene before her eyes transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield. Corpses of trainers and Pokémon, even severed limbs, were scattered everywhere. The sight made the girl, no older than 15, retch violently. Nearby, Lorelei, who was unable to move due to a leg injury, stared at her in disbelief. Where did this girl come from? Pikachu, you. After retching for a while, Sonia barely regained some strength and looked down at the yellow-furred rodent in her arms. Thud. But before she could ask anything, Sonia suddenly heard the sound of something falling to the ground. She turned toward the direction of the sound. Not far from her, at the entrance to the arena, a member of the Shadows in a white uniform suddenly collapsed. Thud. Immediately after, a police officer from the Indigo League, standing nearby, also fell to the ground. In an instant, Sonia remembered something her friend had once told her, about the power someone had displayed at Master Mustard's dojo. Thud, thud. One by one, whether they were from the League or the Shadows, anyone standing near the main gate of the arena collapsed with their eyes rolling back. Finally, Sonia saw it. Strolling into the center of the battlefield was a figure, accompanied by a beware that followed like a bodyguard. The aura of this individual could only be described as divine descent. So imposing. Sonia muttered these words without even realizing it. Hey, look over there. At the headquarters of the Hone League, Roxanne pointed to the lower right corner of the television screen. Winona, Juan, and the others squinted and looked carefully. In the corner of the live broadcast, they saw one person after another collapsing. What is that? What's happening? Are they reinforcements or is it a new enemy? At the same time, in the headquarters of the Unova, Kalos, and Paldea Leagues, and even across the entire world, many sharp-eyed viewers noticed the anomaly. Above the battlefield, a small plane bearing the Unova League's insignia flew over the Indigo Plateau. Alder, looking out the hatch, swallowed hard. Even at a distance of hundreds of meters, he could feel the soul-piercing intimidation emanating from that presence. And with every step that person and the Beware took, it was as if they were treading on the hearts of everyone in the Pokémon world. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed across the battlefield. Whether it was the Shadow's officers or the League's gym leaders and Elite Four, they all paused their actions and stared blankly at the figure that had now reached the center of the battlefield. This scene filled them with awe, reverence, and even a sense of divinity. At the registration desk for the Indigo tournament, Lorelei, who was now too injured to fight, gazed at the figure in the center of the battlefield. Her pink lips parted into a large O. By this point, apart from the Shadow's core officers and the League's gym leader-level elites, everyone else, trainers and their Pokémon, lay motionless on the ground. Apologies, Stephen lifted his head slightly as if stating something trivial. From the start, I decided to make an impression. The world was in shock. No one had expected events to unfold in this way. The entire battlefield was silent. Under the influence of Shadow Lugia, the once cloudless sky had been shrouded in darkness. Yet somehow, it seemed as though a single ray of sunlight shone upon Stephen and the Beware at the center of the battlefield. It was as if the entire world had hit the pause button. "Brother Stephen, go for it." At this moment, a girl's voice of encouragement came from the base of the Indigo Plateau. Cynthia, standing on the edge of the Sky Island, turned her head to look down. She spotted a bespectacled 10-year-old girl waving enthusiastically from the top of the mountain. Beside her, a more energetic girl with pink and blue hair grabbed the bespectacled girl's hand and pulled her away. "You can do it." At the same time, a young trainer from the League who had survived the battle so far clenched his fists and shouted words of encouragement toward Stephen in the center of the battlefield. Then came a second, a third, a fourth. "You can do it. Please, Doctor. Save this world." The shouts came one after another, as if pressing the play button on time itself. Not only on the battlefield, but also across the world, people separated by thousands of miles began cheering and shouting. "Dr. Stephen! Dr. Stephen! Dr. Stephen!" The world's knowledge of Stephen's strength largely came from a video uploaded 2 months ago by Yano, in which Stephen commanded a Beware to help will capture the Galarian Articuno. However, Stephen's entrance, walking with his Beware from the gate to the center of the battlefield in a manner that resembled an epic film, had stirred emotions around the globe. Combined with the sight of League and Shadow's trainers collapsing left and right, the scene was nothing short of a heroic entrance in the eyes of directors from Unova and Kalos. Sitting on a private jet arranged by the Kalos League en route to the Indigo Plateau, Diantha couldn't help but think, though now wasn't the time, that she wanted to collaborate with Stephen on a film. In the Galar region. At Magnolia's lab, Nessa collapsed onto the couch, clutching tightly to the notebook Stephen had entrusted to her before leaving. In Spikemuth, in the living room of the town's gym, a girl the same age as Ash, with a slightly mischievous air but an undeniably adorable face, stared intently at the screen, her black pearl-like eyes glued to the heroic figure in the center. In the Alola region, Lucamine and Lily covered their mouths, trying hard not to cry. But the tears streaming down their faces betrayed their inner feelings completely. Having fled back to Viridian City, the group from Pallet Town watched the battlefield unfold on public television at the Pokémon Center, gritting their teeth. They, too, had seen the video of Beware fighting Galarian Articuno, and they had even witnessed it single-handedly defeating Professor Oak's Dragonite in an iconic scene. Red and the others knew Stephen's Beware was strong. But the power displayed by Shadow Lugia was on another level entirely. "It's happening." Red, usually silent, suddenly spoke. High in the sky, the Shadow Lugia, once ruling over the entire Indigo Plateau, glared with an intensified ferocity in its eyes. A dark hurricane erupted from it, surging forward with overwhelming force, directly targeting Stephen and the Beware standing opposite it. Dark power. Donna. Behind Stephen, the Beware, who seemed like a guardian spirit, softly muttered with half-closed eyes. In the final moment, just as the dark power was about to descend upon them, the Beware's half-closed eyes suddenly widened, its pupils contracting sharply. Zai boom. An aura no weaker than Shadow Luja's dark power roared out from the Beware's body, forcefully pushing back the dark energy that was about to engulf Stephen and itself. To the left and right, the dark and crimson auras clashed fiercely, pressing against one another, igniting dark flames and crimson lightning in the air. In an instant, the elite gym leaders of both sides, Faulkner, Claire, Erica from the League, and Vasil from the Shadows, collapsed to the ground, their vision blacking out. Even the gym leaders are. Wallace's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he released all his Pokémon and shouted, "Evacuate the injured immediately." The few elite gym leaders who remained conscious, though less than 1 in 10, also released their entire teams to assist in carrying their comrades to safety. However, there was a stark contrast. On the Shadows' side, most were focused on saving themselves, only aiding their close allies if at all. On the League's side, whether it was Wallace, who was struggling under the pressure of the Shadows' legendary Pokémon, or Lucian and Alder, who had just arrived at the scene, they all evacuated people indiscriminately, whether they belonged to the League or the Shadows. This shocking scene was broadcast worldwide through the camera beside Cation. "It's begun." Master Mustard sat cross-legged in front of the television, even forgetting his catchphrase at the end of his sentences. The clash between the Overlord and the Darkness, who will emerge victorious. The collision continued for over 10 seconds. The sheer force of it cleared the battlefield of anyone below the level of an elite gym leader. Unlike other dark Pokémon that merely inject dark power into their bodies, this one has fully fused with the dark power itself. So this is Shadow Luja. Seeing the opposing side retract its dark power, Stephen also instructed Beware to withdraw its conqueror Haki. He raised his gaze, studying the enemy. The most outstanding scientific genius since the League's founding, Dr. Stephen. "I've heard of you." Cation finally emerged from his airship, no longer seated. Rising into the air on a throne with flight capabilities, his short stature floated out of the ship, eerily reminiscent of Lord Frieza. "It seems your brilliance isn't limited to research and invention. Your skill in Pokémon training is equally exceptional." Cation narrowed his eyes, glancing at the Beware. "That power just now, I've never seen it before." "Likewise, when I first encountered dark power, I had the same feeling." Stephen responded coolly. Suddenly, Cation's lips curled into a smirk as he extended an invitation to Stephen. "What do you say? Want to join the Shadows? Whatever you desire, I can give it to you." The moment these words were spoken, Lucian, Alder, and the others, who were busy evacuating the injured, nearly stumbled to the ground. "As a scientist, what do you desire? A massive research budget? Rare Pokémon? I can provide all of that. Look at the strength of the Shadows, you should understand I have the means to deliver." Cation's tone exuded absolute confidence and an undeniable authority. "Anything else is negotiable too. Power, as long as you make enough contributions, I can grant you a position second only to me. As for women, well, that's a given. So, what do you think? The League could never offer you so much. Why risk your life for them?" "Stephen, don't listen to him." Goodshow couldn't hold back his shout. Although he trusted Stephen's character, the temptation Cation was offering was immense. Who could remain rational in the face of such a lure? Even Goodshow himself had a dark side he wasn't proud of. For instance, when Mr. Stone proposed the Rayquaza capture plan, Goodshow approved it. At the time, he had justified it with concerns about Joker's trio defeating the dream team of Lance, Cynthia, and Stephen. He thought that with Rayquaza's power, they wouldn't need to worry. If an elder like Goodshow could succumb to such thoughts, how could a 14-year-old boy like Stephen resist? "Dr. Stephen, even if the Shadows are powerful, their tyrannical rule won't last long. Don't let them deceive you." Cynthia, who had no personal connection to Stephen, couldn't help but shout. Her understanding of him was limited to the video of him defeating Galar's Articuno, but Beware's display of power was enough to prove that Stephen could challenge Cation, or at least affect the balance of the battle. Dr. Stephen, a rule maintained through oppression is destined to fail. Even if successful, it will only earn a place on the pillar of shame in history. Alder added, You've made great contributions to the peaceful coexistence of humans and Pokémon. If you have any needs, just communicate with us. We'll help you. There's no need to side with these villains. Lance interjected coldly. If you choose to side with evil, I will personally arrest you. His words caused Cynthia and Alder to curse him internally for being an idiot. At this moment, they needed to persuade Stephen, not threaten him. Lucien, maintaining a professionally calm expression, was already calculating how to deal with Lance later. Enough. Under the gaze of the entire world, Stephen finally spoke. Do I need you to give me what I want? Sensing the disdain in Stephen's tone, Caitian's eyes behind his glasses turned dangerous. What do you mean? Power, rare Pokémon women. If I want any of those, I can get them myself. Why would I listen to some old man like you? Stephen replied with a calm smile. Smart but lacking situational awareness. Then, die. Caitian raised his small hand and swung it down fiercely. Shadow Luja's body erupted with dark flames, its size doubling as it transformed into a massive dark phoenix, diving from the sky. Dark charge. As long as you're with me, I fear nothing. Go beware. Stephen spoke calmly. Beware leaped into the air, its right arm turning jet black and shimmering with crimson arcs of electricity as it met Shadow Luja's attack head-on. Armament, Megaton Punch. Under the watchful eyes of the world, something incredible happened. Shadow Luja's fierce charge and Beware's Megaton Punch approached each other at incredible speed, but suddenly froze just meters apart as if an invisible barrier stood between them. Boom rumble. In the next instant, a Blackhand Dread dual-colored shockwave erupted from the clash, shooting into the sky and tearing through the dark clouds. The entire scene, Indigo Plateau, nearby Victory Road, and even cities like Viridian City and Pewter City, witnessed the sky above the plateau being torn in half, as if by an invisible hand. A massive chasm of unpredictable length, width, and even depth split the Indigo Plateau in two from the middle. No, it was as if it had directly divided the entire region of Johto and Kanto in half. In New Bark Town, a boy of the same age as Ash, wearing his cap backward and with an apem perched on his head, looked up at the enormous rift in the eastern sky. His pupils trembled violently. That, what is that? Meanwhile, Ash, Gary, and others of this world, who had fled to Viridian City, stepped out of the Pokémon Center one after another to gaze westward at the sky. Clouds, no, the sky has been torn apart. Chapter 171. Pokémon, I transmigrated twice 171. ZZZZ. High above the battlefield of the Indigo Plateau, two figures, one large and one small, clashed in a contest of strength and power. The collision of pitch-black and deep-red energies created an intertwining shockwave of light, engulfing both Shadow Luja and Beware in its radiance. Whoosh! The black and red energy dome expanded outward, sweeping away everything in its path. Dark red lightning bolts clashed and crackled with black flames, flickering in and out of existence like ominous warnings. Had it not been for Cynthia, Lucien, and Alder, who had just arrived and deployed their full teams to protect bystanders, many lives might have been lost to the devastating energy. It's starting. That Pokémon, isn't it Beware from Alola? It's a rare Pokémon, sure, but to think it could fight Shadow Luja head-on like this. And what's with that red glow coming from Beware? It's keeping up with Shadow Luja. The clash of dark power and overwhelming dominance spread across the battlefield. Anyone below the level of an elite gym leader, whether human or Pokémon, fainted on the spot from the sheer force. Yet below the chaos, the Shadow Commander, Caitian, stood completely unmoved, as did the reinforcements led by Stephen. Caitian was shielded by the legendary trio of Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres standing guard before him. Meanwhile, Stephen's side was protected by a peculiar Mega Altaria, its fluffy wings absorbing the violent winds to shield its trainer. Boom! The atmosphere shattered as the red energy wave below was gradually suppressed. Finally, with a sharp sound, a crimson streak shot downward and smashed into the ground with a resounding thud. The already battered terrain now bore a new, colossal crater, over 1 kilometer deep. Whoosh! Before the dust could clear and the scene could become visible, a shadowy figure leaped back to Stephen's side. It was Beware. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Shadow Luja was forced back several meters. Round 1, Shadow Luja held a slight advantage. Even so, the world trembled at the spectacle. After all, until now, every move from Shadow Luja had effortlessly defeated champion-level opponents. Yet here was someone who could stand toe-to-toe with it. WTOM. As Beware returned to Stephen's side, the sky darkened as another devastating attack descended, a top-tier legendary move, Dark Pulse. This was the same attack that had brought down several of the league's strongest fighters in an instant. Faced with the overwhelming power of Dark Pulse, capable of obliterating ordinary champion-level opponents in a single strike, Stephen leaped onto his Mega Altaria's back and soared into the air. Meanwhile, Beware stepped into the void, its feet seemingly treading on air as the Dark Pulse skimmed past its foot and crashed into the earth below. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from where Beware had stood, but instead of being blown away, the force propelled Beware upward, launching it toward Shadow Luja like a rocket. With a clenched right fist crackling with golden electricity, Beware charged forward. It was Thunder Punch. However, in the next moment, both Master Mustard and Volkner widened their eyes in shock. The golden lightning surrounding Beware's right arm suddenly turned into dark red lightning. Take this! Advanced Conqueror Thunder Punch. The dark red Thunder Punch, now in an uppercut motion, struck toward Shadow Luja's silver-gray abdomen. Shadow Luja's scarlet eyes narrowed, and a dark purple energy barrier formed around its massive body. Protect! Taking the hit would be troublesome, Shadow Luja thought to itself. Even Caitian, seated on his throne, frowned slightly. Forcing Shadow Luja to use its defensive ace move, this Beware was no ordinary opponent. BOOM. The advanced Conqueror Thunder Punch collided with the protective barrier. Unlike the absolute defense seen in the games, Protect in this world was one of the most reliable defensive techniques, capable of blocking almost any attack unless the opponent's power far exceeded the user's. Based on overall strength, Beware was no match for Shadow Luja. Boom! Yet an instant later, a muffled sound echoed through the sky. A massive fist-shaped dent appeared on Shadow Luja's gray-black abdomen. For the first time, the God of Darkness, who had reigned supreme over the battlefield, opened its mouth and spat out a spray of white foam, its expression contorted in pain. What? This time, it was the Shadow Army's turn to panic. What just happened? Didn't Protect block Beware's Thunder Punch? Why did Shadow Luja still take damage? Could it be Unseen Fist? No, that's not it. Something else. In Galar, Master Mustard instinctively thought of the exclusive ability of his Urshifu, Unseen Fist, which allowed attacks to bypass defensive moves like Protect and hit the target directly. But he quickly dismissed the idea. As the strongest fighting-type trainer of his era, he knew Beware inside and out, and it didn't have the Unseen Fist ability. Even if it did, Unseen Fist couldn't bypass defenses of this magnitude, such as Max Guard or other high-level barriers. And yet, here was Shadow Luja, showing clear signs of damage after using Protect. Giararruare. For the first time since its release, the God of Darkness let out a pained roar. Its massive body wavered midair, not enough to fall, but enough to momentarily lose balance. The once impenetrable dark barrier around its body began to fade and become transparent. Thud, thud, thud. Beware stomped through the air, closing the distance between itself and Shadow Luja. Shadow Luja, recovering from its pain, opened its massive jaws, and deep within its throat, a concentrated sphere of ultimate darkness began to form. You're finished. Thud. Before Shadow Luja could unleash its attack, Beware suddenly accelerated, its speed surpassing its previous limits. Its head, glinting with a metallic sheen, slammed directly into Shadow Luja's throat. Iron Head. Grella. Shadow Luja choked on its unlaunched attack, the dark energy dissipating within its throat. Dune H. The next moment, Beware let out a triumphant roar and wrapped its arms tightly around Shadow Luja's slender neck. With a twist of its waist, it hoisted the god of darkness into the air. In an over-the-shoulder throw, Beware slammed Shadow Luja down toward the ground. BOOM. Amid the disbelieving gazes of onlookers worldwide, the Indigo Plateau, already half destroyed, trembled violently once more. Smoke and dust rose like a volcanic eruption. Shadow Luja's head crashed into the ground, right in front of Sonia and Lorelei. As the two women stared at the dark deity lying before them, they felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Pika tilde. Only when embraced in someone's arms, a certain yellow-furred mouse, who had forgotten to hide its cries, widened its big eyes and leaped from Sonia's arms to take a closer look at the opponent. Shadow Luja. I've never seen one before. In an instant, the Shadow Luja, who had been slammed over the shoulder to the ground, suddenly opened its eyes. Its crimson eyes, filled with a menacing glow, startled the knockoff yellow-furred mouse, causing it to fall flat on its backside. Pikachu, come back quickly. Sonia was so frightened that she wanted to rush forward to scoop it up. Megaton kick. Steven's voice echoed from above. Sonia and Lorelei looked up toward the sky. Beware, resembling a meteor, descended rapidly with a high leg-splitting posture, arcs of dark electricity flashing around it. At the final moment, with Beware's heel just 3 meters away from Shadow Luja, it slightly opened its mouth. Sonia's face turned pale as she cried out in alarm. Doctor, be careful. Before Sonia could finish her sentence, Shadow Luja suddenly twisted its head and unleashed a dark cyclone from its mouth, the attack it had just been charging. Dark Cyclone. Shadow Luja's signature move. Maintaining its high leg split stance, Beware's expression changed drastically. Boom! The next second, a massive explosion erupted in the skies above the Indigo Plateau, blasting a bottomless hole into the clouds. Boom! Just as the world was once again shocked by Shadow Luja's signature move, a second earth-shaking sonic boom erupted from the ground. To the disbelief of everyone on site and watching worldwide, the dark cyclone suddenly stopped, and the initiator, Shadow Luja, was sent flying with a pained expression. From its massive, unbalanced body and the fist mark on its jaw, it was clear. It hadn't flown by choice, it had been punched into the air. What just happened? In Pewter City, Brock, who was holding a group of younger siblings, opened his perpetually squinted eyes wide in shock. As a trainer, even though Brock eventually mastered the mega evolution of Steelix in the late stages of his journey, his abilities barely made him a contender among top-tier trainers. However, as a breeder and battle observer, Brock's insights were top-notch. Many times, when Ash was stuck in a wall, it was Brock who guided him through it. But even with his experience, Brock couldn't figure out what had just happened. Why had Shadow Luja, in the middle of executing its ultimate move, been sent flying instead? Everything happened so suddenly that even those on the scene, like Cynthia and Lance, standing farther away, couldn't see what had occurred. Only Sonia and Lorelei, who were within 10 meters of Shadow Luja, caught the details. Shadow Luja had feigned being unable to get up, presenting a vulnerable posture. But just as the descending Beware reached the point of no return, Luja suddenly twisted its head and unleashed its signature skill, Dark Cyclone, at point-blank range. Under such circumstances, 99% of Pokémon, no, even top-tier legendaries, wouldn't have been able to dodge. However, Beware seemed to foresee the future. With an incredible stomp, it used the air as a foothold, executing a technique akin to moonwalk just a meter away from Shadow Luja's massive mouth. In a burst of sound, Beware avoided the Dark Cyclone in the nick of time, its fur almost grazing the attack. The cyclone roared past Beware's side and pierced the heavens, creating a gaping hole in the skies above. But no matter how powerful an ultimate move is, if it misses, it misses. Having transformed its megaton kick into a moonwalk to dodge the cyclone, Beware landed gracefully, stomping the ground with one foot. It then shot forward like a shadow, closing the distance to Shadow Luja in an instant as it continued releasing its attack. Thunder Punch. A heavy punch enveloped in crimson lightning struck Shadow Luja's face with an uppercut, sending the legendary Pokémon flying into the air. Did Beware's attack hit? Cynthia blinked her visible right eye, the one not obscured by her bangs. Although she was standing far away and hadn't seen the details, the barren battlefield told the story. Dust had settled. Beware was standing beside Stephen with its right arm raised in an uppercut pose, and Shadow Lugia was in midair, clearly struck. Unless someone was blind, the sequence of events was obvious. Roared. At that moment, the airborne Shadow Lugia flapped its wings, stabilizing itself. Its rage boiled over into a ferocious roar. From the heavens, countless massive brown energy blasts rained down like meteors. Aurasphere barrage. Boom. 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 The ground, already scarred and battered, was riddled with craters as the massive blast struck. From the nearby cities of Viridian and New Barktown, close to the Indigo Plateau, the site resembled a meteor shower crashing to Earth. Shadow Lugia was furious. The entire area is going to collapse. Get the injured onto the plains. Everyone else, escape using flying Pokémon. Wallace pointed to Stephen, who lay unconscious at the rear of the battlefield, and released a Pelipper. This Pokémon, the weakest in his team, was usually only used for rain summoning and as a transport. Take these two away. Stephen gestured toward the yellow-furred mouse, which was still enjoying the spectacle, and took a few steps forward. Boom! The next second, a massive aura sphere landed directly where Stephen had just been standing, obliterating that section of the Indigo Plateau. Beware, however, didn't panic. It neither dodged at high speed nor used a powerful move to counter Lugia's attack. Instead, it sidestepped like in a dance, letting the countless incoming blasts graze past its body. This can't just be explained by reflexes. Riding on her Garchomp, Cynthia stared in disbelief. Could they be seeing the future? Now's not the time to gawk, Cynthia. Diantha, clutching her Holocha, shouted, "We need to leave. The Indigo Plateau is..." Roared. Before Diantha could finish, Shadow Lugia let out another deafening roar. It tilted its head skyward, and destructive energy began gathering above it, spreading black energy across the land. In nearby cities like Viridian and New Barktown, both humans and Pokémon began to feel a suffocating pressure, as if they were drowning. Pika. Even Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder without its leash, began to swoon. Ash caught it just before it fell. If a Pokémon this far away was affected, those on the battlefield would suffer even more. Whether riding on Dragonite, Pelipper, or other Pokémon, champions like Lance and Wallace, who had retreated to Victory Road, were drenched in cold sweat. Shadow Lugia, it's even using dark weather. Alder, who had used his Alakazam's teleport to escape, said grimly. Dark aura. Riding atop the Galarian Moltres, Karen's cold face showed a trace of confusion as she asked. One of Shadow Lugia's exclusive abilities. It transforms the battlefield into a dark aura environment. Any Pokémon that isn't a dark type will gradually lose stamina over time, and the power of dark type ultimate moves will increase drastically. As soon as Aldous finished speaking, the dark flames surrounding Shadow Lugia surged and swirled even more intensely. Its already massive body swelled to 3 times its size. It's coming, Dark Charge. Boom! As if answering the empowered Shadow Lugia, a bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds above. It seemed to affirm Shadow Lugia's strength, almost like a battle cry heralding its enhanced Dark Charge. Incredible! With this, even seeing the future won't help one evade it. Thud! Beware took a heavy step forward. Its entire right arm surged with dark red energy arcs. Advanced Conqueror, million-ton heavy punch. Facing Shadow Lugia's full-force attack, Beware held nothing back, unleashing its strongest move. To be honest, Shadow Lugia, bolstered by the dark aura's weather buff, already far surpassed any powerhouse Stephen had encountered in his previous life in the One Piece world. However, the beauty of Haki lies in its ability to grow stronger alongside its users. As the thunderbolt struck, Shadow Lugia's dark energy erupted fully under the dark aura. The oppressive scene was as if the sky itself was collapsing. And yet, Beware leaped into the air, adopting a superhero-like launch stance. Its seemingly tiny right fist aimed directly at the center of Shadow Luja's forehead, concentrating all of its power into a single point. Boom! The clash of their full-force attacks lasted several seconds. The Indigo Plateau, which had previously turned into a floating fortress in the sky, crumbled completely under the collision of their immense powers. Even the ground on Victory Road, hundreds of meters away, cracked and split, with fissures spreading outward continuously. If observed up close, one could see that the dark flames surrounding Shadow Luja's body had diminished slightly. However, the energy in Beware's right arm was draining even faster. Cracked. Finally, a small crack appeared in the shield of Arminent's Haki, protecting Beware. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, which suddenly brightened for a moment. And in that instant, both sides pushed their power to the absolute maximum. Caitian smirked darkly, as anyone could tell. Shadow Luja had the upper hand. Boom! The deafening roar of the clash echoed through the skies. Two figures, one large and one small, passed each other in midair. The residual shockwaves from their clash rained down like a meteor shower, each impact on Victory Road's ground causing small explosions. It resembled a weakened version of Arceus's judgment. Thud, thud. Beware and Shadow Luja both landed on opposite sides of Victory Road's mountaintop, their backs facing each other. For 5 or 6 seconds, the battlefield was locked in an eerie stalemate. RRRGHHH. Beware staggered, taking a step forward. Caitian's grin widened into a triumphant sneer. Shadow Luja had won. You've done well, Beware. Riding on a Mega Altaria, Steven rushed over and caught Beware in his arms. One hand reached for its piquet ball, ready to recall Beware forcefully. With his other hand, he signaled to someone behind him. Under Steven's meticulous training, Beware's strength had far surpassed its depiction in the original story. But even so, it had not yet reached its limit. Having only recently mastered Future Sight and Advanced Conqueror, it was no surprise that Beware couldn't defeat a top-tier legendary Pokémon like Shadow Luja. But Beware had already done enough. It had whittled Shadow Luja's stamina down to yellow, almost red. Now, all that was left was for Zoroark to step in. Ruler. Shadow Luja also staggered back a couple of steps, but it had not fallen. Unlike Beware, Shadow Luja had one massive advantage: its sheer endurance. Even so, Shadow Luja was badly injured. Its trembling voice made that clear. Shadow Luja turned its blood-red eyes toward Beware, who was cradled in Steven's arms, and opened its maw slightly. Kill them, Shadow Luja. Caitian shouted at the top of his lungs. At that moment, Steven spoke softly. Now Zoro. But just as Shadow Luja prepared to deliver the finishing blow, and Steven was about to reveal his trump card, a crimson meteor streaked across the sky, slamming into Shadow Luja's back with immense force. Steven froze mid-action. That move, Behemoth Bash. Chapter 172, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 172. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, BOOM. A crimson meteor streaked through the stormy night sky, tearing it apart with an overwhelming force. It landed heavily on the back of the Shadow Luja, already in a blood-red state. The battle, which had been relocated from the Indigo Plateau floating in the sky to Victory Road, came to a halt. Both the Shadow forces and the League froze in place. What is that, a meteor? No, it looks like there's something inside it. Is it a Pokémon's move? To think it could hit the Shadow Luja before it even reacted. What kind of Pokémon has that kind of power? As the Shadow forces and the League stood in shock, a majestic wolf howl echoed through the battlefield. He said, "Don't you dare touch my wife, Mutilda." A long-lost telepathic voice rang out in Steven's mind. Steven saw it now, the large dog wearing a shield-shaped helmet. Who else could it be but Zamazenta? Turning his head, Steven looked at the knockoff yellow electric mouse that had somehow climbed onto the back of the Mega Altaria. You called for reinforcements, Steven asked. Mutilda, of course. You still owe me the game you promised to make. 5 minutes earlier, Mew had used teleportation to move Sonia and Lorelei to Victory Road. It was about to teleport back. Such a grand spectacle hadn't been seen since Hoopa was sealed away 100 years ago. There was no way it would miss this. But judging by Beware's state, it didn't seem like it could defeat the big black bird. Normally, Mew would remain neutral in battles like these, quietly enjoying the show no matter who won or lost. But the shadow forces had gone too far this time. It was so excessive that even Mew, the ultimate spectator, found it hard to stay silent. At first, Mew thought about stepping in itself, but that big black bird seemed scary. Maybe it was better to summon someone else. Should it call on Moltres and Articuno? Would they make it in time? Just as Mew was agonizing over who to summon, it suddenly remembered the drama between Beware and Zamazenta. Without hesitation, Mew teleported to the slumbering Weald in Galar and told the big dog what was happening. Zamazenta, who had been cooling off in a cold bath to calm himself after going an entire month without a thrill, was instantly enraged. Who dared lay a hand on his bear girl? Grabbing his rusty shield on the spot, Zamazenta ignored his sister's warnings and teleported to Kanto with Mew. And then, well, everything unfolded as it did. Whatever the case, thanks. Thankfully, this change won't affect the plan. Stephen nodded at the yellow electric mouse. Originally, Stephen planned to have Beware weaken the Shadow Lugia until it was nearly defeated, then use Zoroark disguised as Joker to capture it. But this worked too. Defeating it outright actually made capturing it even more likely. No problem, just get that game done soon. If it's not fun, I'll sue you. The yellow electric mouse crossed its arms and issued its threat. The word sue was something it had learned from watching TV with Sonia. Stephen. On the back of Galarian Articuno, Will arrived, and Karen followed shortly on Galarian Moltres. The trio reunited. Karen handed a Pokeball to Stephen. You'll need this, right? Inside was the Zoroark's Pokeball. Will released Galarian Slowking and a Gardevoir he had recently captured in Hone. The two psychic types used Heal Pulse to treat Beware's injuries. Is Kingdra dealt with? Stephen crouched beside Beware, holding its large paw, and turned to ask Karen. Yeah, but it doesn't feel like I've avenged anything. Karen's expression was conflicted, as was the Houndoom in her Pokeball. Hearing the whole story from Karen, Stephen fell silent for a moment. This is what Pokémon are like, he finally said, looking at the unconscious Beware. They'll give their all for you once they choose to follow you. Maybe Houndoom and I were wrong from the start about who we should have sought revenge against. Karen gave a self-deprecating smile. Then go again, Stephen said with a light laugh. End it all this time. Encouraged by Stephen, Karen nodded firmly. Dr. Stephen. Sonia and Lorelei, with her thigh wrapped in bandages, came running. Are you okay? Sonia asked worriedly. You should be worrying about Beware, not me, Stephen replied, shaking his head. Zamazenta, having returned in a flash of red light after blasting Shadow Lugia with its behemoth bash, lowered its head and gently licked Beware's cheek. Under the dual heal pulses, Beware's eyelids twitched slightly, and it opened its eyes with great effort. A low, regretful whimper came from its throat. You've done well, thank you, said Stephen earnestly. Dawn. Beware weakly nuzzled Stephen's cheek. You have such a good bond with your Pokémon, Lorelei couldn't help but comment. Emma. Stephen smiled, gently patting Beware's back to reassure it that it had done enough. Seeing how Stephen completely ignored Lorelei and focused entirely on comforting Beware, Karen felt an odd sense that Lorelei wasn't much of a threat. Noticing Shadow Lugia's body rolling down the hillside, Karen leaned in and whispered to Stephen, Stephen, it's about time. Stephen nodded slightly at her words. Woof. Zamazenta, eager to impress, pressed its face closer. Look, wife, I was the one who beat that big black thing. Beware gave the dog a disdainful glance, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally, despite her fatigue, lifted her paw to hold Zamazenta's face. She gave his doggy mouth a light kiss. Oitech. Sonia and the yellow electric mouse both gasped, their mouths hanging open. Lorelei's heart also skipped a beat as she froze. Is this love? Zamazenta, for his part, burst into tears on the spot. While Sonia and Lorelei's attention was distracted by the Pokémon lovebirds, Steven discreetly activated his disguise wristband and exchanged a glance with the Zorark inside the piquet ball. "Steven, someone has to stay here as a decoy. It also works as an alibi." Will subtly signaled Sonia and Lorelei, who were busy shipping a pair of Pokémon. Steven nodded silently and quietly tossed the piquet ball containing Zorark. Just as Giovanni had said, having a surface-level identity wasn't a bad idea. It could make certain activities much more convenient. Especially since what he was about to use next would be much better handled under another identity. Roars! The pained roar of Shadow Lugia echoed through the skies of Victory Road. It was hard to say who was stronger between Shadow Lugia and Zamazenta. But with the added boost of the dark aura, Shadow Lugia's destructive power was probably superior. However, let's not forget, although not as strong as his sister, Zamazenta was no pushover. If Zacian's combat strength among legendary Pokémon ranked as S tier, Zamazenta was at least an A+. Not to mention that Shadow Lugia had just fought Beware to the brink of exhaustion. Practically defenseless, it took a direct hit from Zamazenta's signature move. Shadow Lugia's body instantly lost balance, tumbling down the mountainside of Victory Road like a massive boulder. It finally came to a stop halfway down the mountain after a chaotic descent. The impact alone carved out a new walking path along the mountainside. Nice! Even Lance couldn't help but cheer at the sight of Shadow Lugia's fall. The Shadows had managed to maintain the upper hand against so many Elite Four members and champions, all thanks to Shadow Lugia. Now that this monster had fallen, the rest would be much easier. Especially since Steven had Zamazenta on his side. However, after Shadow Lugia fell to the mountainside, Beware also collapsed from the heights. Battling a top-tier legendary had pushed her stamina to its absolute limit. As Shadow Lugia's consciousness faded, the dark aura that continuously drained the stamina of non-dark Pokémon also began to dissipate. Along with it vanished the suffocating pressure that had been unbearable for ordinary Pokémon. Luca. On the other side of the battlefield at Victory Road, Lucario next to Cynthia suddenly pointed in the direction of 3 o'clock. Garchomp Dragon Claw. Gardevoir Moonblast. Cynthia's Garchomp and Diantha's Gardevoir, both at champion or near champion level, launched their respective Dragon-type and Fairy-type moves in the direction Lucario pointed. The sharp, blue-flamed Dragon Claws and the soft pink Fairy Light Ball struck what appeared to be empty air. A distinctly feminine groan of pain followed immediately after. Laisha's was hit and fell from the sky. With Lucario's aura-sensing ability, Laisha's invisibility was rendered useless. After suffering once at Joker's hands, Cynthia had specifically trained her Lucario's aura-sensing ability. She even sought advice from an expert in the field, Riley. Great, now there's only Laicio's left. Diantha smiled brightly. This battle is ours. Even if the Shadows still have several legendary Pokémon, we have Dr. Steven and Zamazenta on our side. Wallace, his once dashing face now covered in dust and his hair in disarray, couldn't help but smile sincerely. Shadow Lugia, the Shadows' greatest asset, had fallen. If they still couldn't defeat the Shadows now, then they, the champions and Elite Four, might as well retire. Let's send Laisha's to the rear for now. I wonder if this dark corruption can even be reversed. Cynthia hurried over, intending to pick up Laisha's. It would have been easier to just recall her into a piquet ball, of course. Cynthia wasn't coveting Laisha's, she simply thought it would be more convenient to carry her this way. Meanwhile, on another front, Lance, Agatha, and Bruno were gaining the upper hand against the dark corrupted Regitrio. Even though Aldous controlled 3 legendary Pokémon, he was struggling to manage all 3 simultaneously against 2 champions and a near-champion level opponent. The only bit of fortune for Aldous was that a girl named Morgan had gone missing after the floating island was destroyed. Otherwise, Aldous would have been defeated long ago. As expected of the future of our league. Keep it up, everyone. Victory is within our grasp. Shadows, you're finished. The defeats of Shadow Lugia and Laisha's injected a surge of morale into the league's forces. Excited cheers erupted from all around. Everyone, great news. Just now, Paldia's forces sent word that reinforcements will arrive soon. Goodshow, under Alder's protection, shouted to rally the troops, his aged face beaming with joy. The wrinkles on his face seemed deep enough to crush a mosquito. Of course, he was mainly saying this to boost morale. Paldia was far from Kanto, and while reinforcements had been dispatched, it would take hours for them to arrive. At most, they'd show up to clean the battlefield. Joining the fight wasn't an option. And why didn't Goodshow mention Galar? Because Rose had just called to say that Kanto was already winning, so there was no need for Galar to send reinforcements. He had already ordered Galar's planes to turn back. Hearing this, Goodshow almost swore out loud. But seeing as victory was imminent, he restrained himself. After all, they had already won. What was the harm in popping some champagne? Morale on the league's side soared yet again. Yes, this is great. The scales of victory are tipping in our favor. No, we've already won. Amid the cheers of her comrades, Cynthia couldn't help but smile brilliantly. She then turned her gaze toward the fallen Laches. It's okay, we're here to save you. Whoosh! Just as Cynthia reached out to touch Laches, a piquet ball flew past Diantha, Wallace, and Cynthia, striking Laches squarely on her back. The piquet ball opened, and Laches was absorbed into it. Everyone froze. This wasn't the dark piquet ball Altair had used to capture Laches. It was an ordinary red and white piquet ball. This isn't right. How could a Laches that had already been captured be taken in by another piquet ball? Meanwhile, on the other side, Shadowluja return. Sitting atop a dark Articuno, Caitian sped toward the half-mountainside where Shadowluja had fallen. Pulling out a dark piquet ball, he prepared to recall his trump card. In Pokémon games, there's also a dark ball, which doubles the catch rate in caves or at night. To distinguish it, let's call the Shadow's version the dark piquet ball. Caitian knew all too well that without Shadowluja, the Shadows couldn't stand against the League. But it didn't matter. As long as Shadowluja could recover, the Shadows could rise again at any time. Don't even think about it. A roar erupted as a flamethrower came blasting toward Caitian. The dark Articuno beneath him swerved sharply, dodging the attack just in time. The crimson beam fired from the dark piquet ball in Caitian's hand missed Shadowluja, failing to recall it into the ball. Don't even think about retrieving Shadowluja. Lance, who had been fighting Aldous alongside Bruno and Agatha, was now riding his Dragonite and had charged straight toward Caitian. Ever since Shadowluja had fallen, Lance's eyes had been locked on Caitian, intent on preventing him from taking the creature away. Get lost. Caitian no longer carried the arrogant demeanor he had displayed earlier when declaring his victory aboard the airship. The shadows beneath his eyes had deepened, and his confidence seemed shaken. The dark Molters and Zapdos had also gathered nearby. Everyone, support Lance. We must not let the shadows reclaim Shadowluja. Goodshow immediately recognized the critical turning point in the battle. If Caitian managed to recapture Shadowluja and escape with it, even if the League won this war temporarily, the consequences would be disastrous. Chairman Diantha, who had witnessed an ordinary red and white piquet ball capturing Laches earlier, turned her head to report to Goodshow. However, just as Lance and Caitian were locked in a tense standoff over the collapsed Shadowluja on the mountainside, an ultra ball suddenly streaked through the air below them, heading straight for Shadowluja. Neither Caitian nor Lance, nor the Shadows nor the League reinforcements, noticed this development. Only the billions of viewers watching the battlefield through cameras on their television screens saw it happen. The black and yellow ultra ball struck Shadowluja, bounced half a meter into the air, and then opened its lid, releasing a crimson light that absorbed the Pokémon inside. Buzz, buzz. The ultra ball landed on the ground and began to shake. At this moment, both Caitian and Lance, who had been staring down at Shadowluja from above, instinctively lowered their heads in unison, their necks moving like rusty machines. The respective reinforcements, including Bruno, Lorelei, and Aldous, who had rushed to the scene, all froze as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were glued to the ultra ball on the ground, which continued to tremble. Buzz, thud. Under the watchful eyes of the entire world, The ball shook for the third time before the button in the center emitted a red glow, signaling the successful capture of Shadow Lugia. For a moment, no one on the battlefield reacted. A second passed, and then everyone saw it. A mechanical left arm reached down and picked up the Ultra Ball containing Shadow Lugia. Lance, Cynthia, Lorelei. Everyone present either clenched their teeth or bit their lips, forcing a single word through gritted teeth. Joker. Chapter 173. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 173. No. Seeing the Ultra Ball containing Shadow Lugia being picked up by the mechanical arm, two opposite figures, Goodshow, the chairman of the Pokémon League, and Keishin, the Shadow Commander, simultaneously shouted the same word. Keishin's reaction was obvious. Shadow Lugia was his trump card, the linchpin of the entire Shadow organization. Now it was snatched away, and by Team Rocket no less. The implications were self-evident. Goodshow's reaction, however, was equally understandable. This was because Joker was part of Team Rocket. Shadow Lugia being taken from Keishin into Joker's hands wasn't just the weakening of one evil. It was the strengthening of another. But that wasn't all. Before the world could recover from the shock of Joker capturing Shadow Lugia, Hiatus flew to his side, handing him a red and white Piquet ball. Joker reached out, took the ball, and gently patted the small dragon's head. Dark Hiatus, the one belonging to Altair, was taken by Joker. The shout came from Diantha, who was utterly stunned. Her exclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone turned their heads in disbelief. Sure enough, the dragon duo, once under Altair's command, was now missing one member. As for the Hiatus now floating beside Joker, it was clear that she wasn't under the influence of the dark forces. The League officials at the scene all recognized her. This was undoubtedly the same Hiatus that Karen had once captured on the southern island of Hone. Sure enough, she had given Hiatus to Joker. And if that was the case, then Hiatus was likely with him too. How can his Piquet ball capture a Pokémon that's already been caught? In front of their televisions, Professor Birch, Professor Oak, Professor Sycamore, and other Pokémon researchers simultaneously let out the same shocked cry. Once a Pokémon is captured by a Piquet ball, it cannot be caught again by another. This was a universal law, as fundamental as the rule that Pokémon battles cannot directly target trainers. Yet now, something that completely overturned their understanding of the world was unfolding before their eyes. Even veterans like Alder and Agatha were left dumbfounded for a long moment. At this point, Joker shifted his gaze, locking onto the other legendary Pokémon by Altair's side, Hiatus. Not good, he's going too. Cynthia, who had been battling Altair, noticed Joker's intent the moment he looked over. She immediately realized what he was planning. Sure enough, in the next second, Joker reached into his pocket and threw out a Piquet ball. Appearing before them was Joker's signature Pokémon, Umbreon. I'll hold him off, Dazzling Gleam. Diantha knew she was no match for Joker, but since his Umbreon was a dark type, her fairy-type Gardevoir might at least stall him. The Psyqueen crossed her arms, unleashing a dazzling wave of silver-white light particles. However, instead of being slowed down by the super-effective Dazzling Gleam, Umbreon sped up and charged forward. At the very last moment, just as Dazzling Gleam was about to hit, a series of flame-like spirals expanded outward from the center of Umbreon's body, forming a vortex of repelling fire. Fire Spin. Seeing the fiery vortex neutralize Dazzling Gleam, Diantha's face was filled with disbelief. Umbreon could use Fire Spin. Joker's Umbreon can transform. Cynthia started to explain Joker's Pokémon to her stunned companion. Roar! Before she could finish, a thunderous roar erupted from the fiery vortex. Charging out was a Pokémon with thick, majestic brown fur, resembling a mighty lion, exuding an unstoppable aura. Entei. Diantha was dumbfounded. Cynthia wasn't much better off. She knew Joker's Umbreon could shift between different evolution forms, but this was completely beyond her expectations. How could it transform into one of the legendary beasts? Milotic use Muddy Water. Faced with the raging flames, Wallace had his Milotic unleash a wide-range counterattack with Muddy Water. The murky waves surged forth, temporarily holding back the flames and producing a torrent of steam. But after just 2 seconds, it was clear muddy water was being overpowered by the fiery vortex. Pelipper! Wallace called out, summoning Pelipper to create a blue wave beneath it, combining its attack with Milotic's muddy water to finally withstand the flames. Zap! Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a crackling arc of electricity emerged from the steam. Milotic, Pelipper, watch out! Wallace didn't know what it was, but he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Boom! Before his warning even finished, a flash of lightning tore through the waves, slamming into Milotic and Pelipper. Thunderbolt! Both Pokémon were sent flying, smashing into the mountainside over 100 meters away. It was only then that everyone saw the source of the lightning, a majestic figure materializing in the mist. Raikou! Joker's Raikou, the same one he had used in the battle at Slateport City. The thought had barely entered Wallace's mind when Cynthia's ace Pokémon sprang into action. Garchomp Dragon Claw. As she issued the command, Cynthia turned and shouted at Altair. What are you standing there for? Get out of here. She wasn't trying to help Altair. It was just that Joker now had Shadow Lugia and Dark Latias in his possession. If he continued capturing legendary Pokémon, the consequences would be catastrophic. By now, the steam had cleared entirely. The world watched as Joker calmly walked forward. When Garchomp's flaming blade clashed with Raikou's claws, Joker spoke in a calm voice. Dragon Claw. Hearing this, Cynthia whipped her head back so fast, she nearly sprained her neck. She had a rough idea of Joker's Umbreon's abilities, but still, neither the evolutions nor the legendary beasts should be able to learn Dragon Claw. In the next instant, a swirling current enveloped Raikou's body. A claw, shimmering with draconic energy, tore through the whirlpool and clashed fiercely with Garchomp's Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw. The next moment, Raikou transformed yet again, revealing a completely new form to the world. It resembled Suicune but stood upright, with prominent horns and denser fur, bearing many traits of dragon-type Pokémon. It was a form no one had ever seen before. Is that Suicune? In the Johto region, a trainer who was a diehard Suicune fan cried out in disbelief. It looked like Suicune, but it was entirely different from the one he knew, or the one from the news about the Viridian incident. Garchomp and the mutated Suicune clashed like two master swordsmen, their dragon claws colliding in a flurry of sparks. But the stalemate lasted less than a second. The mutated Suicune easily overpowered Garchomp, forcing it to its knees as though bowing in submission. Halacha quick jump kick. Dianthia desperately sent out another Pokémon to intervene. Swampert Ice Punch. Wallace hurriedly followed suit, releasing another Pokémon to aid in the attack. Steam Eruption. The mutated Suicune opened its mouth and unleashed an intense, scalding jet of water, so hot that it surpassed the temperature of flames. The surging hydroblast swept across the battlefield, striking both Swampert and Halacha in quick succession. The two future champion Pokémon widened their eyes in shock, but the next moment, they were blasted away. Before they even hit the ground, they had already lost the ability to fight. Roar! Garchomp roared, pushing off the ground with its knees in an attempt to counterattack. However, Wave Surge's gaze turned fierce, and it suddenly exerted more force. Thud, thud. This time, Garchomp was slammed to the ground, its knees hitting the dirt with a heavy impact. It knelt, unable to move. Joker walked past the kneeling Garchomp and mutated Suicune at a slow pace. Alongside him was Cynthia. However, this time, Joker did not tease Cynthia as he usually did. His gaze was fixed firmly on Altair. Ha! Altair let out a long breath as if releasing some unseen pressure. Slowly, he pulled out a dark piquet ball and tossed it toward Joker. The act shocked everyone present. Altair, what are you doing? Aldous, standing in the distance, shouted in rage. Brother, we've lost, Altair replied in a tone of resignation, leaning against a nearby rock as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. From behind his sunglasses, his eyes swept across the battlefield. He spoke slowly. Enough, it's enough. Redemption is the only future we have left. So many people, so many Pokémon had died. Years of Shadow's planning and scheming had been reduced to nothing. Perhaps this was destiny. Maybe. The only path left for Shadow was to atone for their sins in prison. Shut up. Aldous' fury erupted. You worthless fool. I don't need it, Joker said coolly. He tossed the dark piquet ball that Altair had handed him directly into the valley below. Then, with the mechanical arm installed on his left hand, he pulled out an Ultra Ball. Everyone could see it. The moment Joker's mechanical arm grabbed the Ultra Ball, a strange rainbow-colored light flowed from the hand into the ball, fusing with it. The next second, Joker casually tossed the Ultra Ball toward the critically injured Latios. Dragonite Flamethrower. A column of flames pierced through the clouds, heading straight for the Ultra Ball that was just a step away from capturing Latios. Suicune, still holding down Garchomp like it was merely a struggling chick, immediately swung its tail to send Garchomp flying. In the blink of an eye, Suicune placed itself in front of the incoming flames. Using nothing but its body, it blocked the flamethrower. Did people not understand the value of water plus dragon typing? Boom! In that fleeting moment, the Ultra Ball had already landed on Latios' head. It was as if the scene from earlier was repeating itself. Just as Joker had captured Shadow Lugia and Latios was now sealed within the Ultra Ball. Buzz, 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 click. Damn it, damn it. Lance pounded his chest in anger. He was too late again. Joker didn't even glance at Lance. Instead, he picked up the Ultra Ball containing Latios and turned his gaze toward Aldous, who stood guard by the Regitrio. No, to be precise, Joker's eyes were locked onto the Regitrio themselves. Is it because of that device? Is that why Joker's Piquet Balls can capture Pokémon that have already been caught? Wallace, who had just reached his fainted Swampert and returned it to its ball, stared intently at Joker's mechanical left arm. When Joker had used that arm to take out the Ultra Ball earlier, a strange light had flowed from the device into the ball. Anyone with functioning eyes could guess the reason. Another terrifying invention. Professor Oak muttered at the Pokémon Center in Viridian City, swallowing hard. This was yet another invention capable of causing chaos and destruction. Pokémon that were already caught could not be captured again. It was a universal rule, just like how Pokémon were forbidden from directly attacking humans. This was a principle that trainers, and indeed all people around the world, understood and accepted. But Joker had created a device that broke this rule. A tool capable of capturing Pokémon that already belonged to someone else. Professor Oak shuddered at the thought of what might happen if such a device were to spread. Target Joker. Lance, who had been focused on taking down the incapacitated Shadow Lugia and finishing off the Shadow Organization's leader, Caitian, immediately shifted his attention to Joker. If Professor Oak could see the danger of that mechanical arm, there was no way Lance wouldn't. Even if forcibly capturing someone else's Pokémon didn't guarantee that the Pokémon would obey its new trainer, the mere existence of such a device was terrifying. For example, if Team Rocket got their hands on this, their efficiency in stealing others' Pokémon would skyrocket. That alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of trainers everywhere. Lance didn't know whether Joker had mass-produced the device or not, but at the very least, he had to destroy the one Joker was currently using. Otherwise, Lance's gaze shifted to the 6 legendary Pokémon still on the battlefield, Aldous' Regitrio and Caitian's legendary birds. To be honest, Lance thought it wouldn't even matter if Shadow's remnants managed to escape with these legendary Pokémon. Without Shadow Lugia, Shadow would never again pose a threat to the League on the scale they have today. But if those legendaries ended up in Joker's hands, or worse, in Team Rocket's hands, that would be a completely different story. Lance couldn't help but pity Shadow. All their years of planning, all their efforts, and now it seemed they were only paving the way for Team Rocket. Joker had only been on the battlefield for a short time, yet he had already captured both Shadow Lugia and the Dragon siblings. The threat was simply too great. And with the old grudge of having lost to Joker multiple times before, Lance naturally turned his full attention on him. Thunderbolt. despite its unfamiliarity with Joker's mysterious Suicune-like Pokémon, unleashed a powerful thunderbolt. If it resembled Suicune, it was likely a water type, right? In that case, electricity should work. Dragonite ascended into the sky, its body radiating golden light before it unleashed arcs of lightning that shot toward the mutated Suicune. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A shadow appeared in front of Joker and Suicune. The shadow was surrounded by an aura that burned like black flames. It absorbed the full impact of the thunderbolt head-on. The League trainers, who were familiar with Lance's strength, paled when they saw this. Although Thunderbolt wasn't one of Dragonite's primary moves, Lance had trained it extensively to counter ice and water Pokémon. This wasn't just a move learned from a TM, it had been trained to near perfection, carrying the destructive power of an elite 4-level Pokémon. Yet the shadow blocked it with its body alone. Could it be a ground type? As everyone strained their eyes to see what kind of being dared to take such an attack head-on, something shocking happened. From the bodies of Shadow's unconscious grunts, who had been moved to the back of the battlefield, or left lying on the field itself, pale green energy, representing their life force, began flowing into the shadow. In an instant, the black flames surrounding the shadow burned even brighter. That is... Goodsho's eyes widened in shock, as if they were about to split apart. How could he not recognize that Pokémon? That was the very partner he had given to his grandson as his starter. Darkrai, how could you come onto the battlefield and target our big boss right away? As Darkrai began absorbing the strength of the unconscious fighters on the battlefield through Dream Eater, a peculiar, high-pitched voice echoed across the shattered Indigo Plateau. Team Roker Surd. The wounds on Darkrai's body, inflicted by Dragonite's Thunderbolt, healed almost instantly as it continuously drained the life force of others. The moment Surd's voice fell, Darkrai waved a hand, dispersing the weakened Thunderbolt, and flung a dark void with a single motion. Extreme speed. Lance quickly snapped out of his shock and regained his composure. Under extreme speed, Dragonite unleashed a burst of speed surpassing that of the dark void, shooting straight into the sky before diving down and crashing into Darkrai from above. The Nightmare God was slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater over 5 meters wide. Terrifying Tilda, but it's not enough to defeat my Darkrai. Surd let out a sinister laugh. The life force from the unconscious fighters, whether they were from the Shadows or the League, poured endlessly into Darkrai's body. Although Surd had only had this Darkrai for a month, and even as a champion-level trainer, there wasn't much she could achieve in such a short time through training. On this battlefield filled with wounded fighters, as long as Darkrai wasn't taken out in a single blow, the Nightmare God was like Moria from a battlefield of infinite zombies, unstoppable. Oh, of course, Moria was just trash and wasn't even qualified to compare himself to Darkrai. Big boss. Joker raised an eyebrow slightly. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH tilde well said, Surd. At that moment, a low, chilling laugh echoed across the battlefield. Both the League and the Shadows turned to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in a black cloak, his collar pulled up high to cover the lower half of his face, while a fedora pressed low over his head obscured the upper half, leaving only a faint glimpse of his eyes. Behind him stood a group of people with menacing expressions, all dressed in black uniforms emblazoned with a large R on their chests. Team Rocket. Chapter 174. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 174. Giovanni. Far away in Alola, Lucamine and her 2 children clenched their fists tightly. This man, it was him back then. Lily and Gladion's gazes were fixed unwaveringly on Giovanni. Meanwhile, Lucamine glared more intensely at Faba, who was positioned slightly behind Giovanni to the right. Giovanni was certainly hateful, but the betrayal by Faba was even more unforgivable. Well said, Surd. Under the watchful eyes of the entire world, Giovanni took a step forward. The leader of Team Rocket. Agatha frowned deeply, muttering doubtfully. Wrapped up like a cocoon, Giovanni was only faintly visible through the high collar of his black cloak and the brim of his lowered fedora. The most that could be seen was one of his eyes. Yet the terrifying aura he exuded, and the respectful demeanor of the Team Rocket members behind him made his identity clear. Although Agatha wasn't as passionate about fighting criminals as Lance or Lorelei, she remembered every wanted criminal from Team Rocket who had been listed. In Team Rocket, there was only one figure whose wanted poster had no face, but was classified alongside the Shadow Leader as an SS-level criminal, the leader of Team Rocket. The elite trainers from Kanto, who frequently dealt with Team Rocket, quickly deduced his identity. "Heth, indeed it is I," Giovanni said with a calm smile. "However, that is only true until today." With that, Giovanni withdrew his right hand from his cloak pocket and pointed toward Joker. "From today onward, Joker will be the boss of Team Rocket. I am merely a steward of royal power." "Steven." "Wait, the boss of a criminal organization." This title sounds oddly familiar. At this moment, far away in a secret base in Unova, Getsis's eyes lit up as he watched Giovanni's declaration on television. His inspiration was sparked. "First, let us gather the remaining legends as a tribute to the birth of the new boss." Giovanni's gaze shifted slightly to the trio of legendary birds protecting Cation and the trio of Regis surrounding Aldous. "Stop them." Chairman Goodshow and Lance reached the same conclusion. "We must not let the legendary birds or the Regis fall into Team Rocket's hands. Even if Cation and Aldous managed to escape, taking the legendary birds and Regis along with them, it wouldn't matter. Without the Shadow Luja, they were at most somewhat troublesome fugitives. But if these legendary Pokémon fell into Team Rocket's grasp? To draw a parallel, if the Pokémon League were the world government of the Pokémon world, then Team Rocket with such legends would ascend from being a Yonko-level pirate crew to the equivalent of the Rock's pirates. The threat would be immeasurable. Even if the League had to let the Shadow escape, they absolutely could not allow the legendary to fall into Team Rocket's hands. "Stop us? Do you even have the strength to do so?" Giovanni reached into his cloak pocket with his left hand and took out a piquet ball. "Volkner, let's block him together." Flint turned and shouted to Volkner. As the words left his mouth, Flint's Infernape stepped forward, ready for battle, while Volkner's Bronzong constructed a dual barrier of reflect and light screen. The moment Giovanni's piquet ball opened automatically, a flash of light shot toward Flint's Infernape, who had taken just 2 steps forward. "What?" Flint's eyes widened, and his Infernape's pupils contracted. In that brief moment, the Infernape could only catch a flicker of motion out of the corner of its eye. A figure grazed past its shoulder. Then, a long, spear-like weapon swept down with unparalleled speed toward its nape. Thud! In an instant, the blow to its neck sent the Infernape flying like a ball, smashing into a boulder over 100 meters away, shattering it into pieces. Flint's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react further, the flash of light zipped past his side, striking the dual barriers created by Bronzong. Zzz, pop. A piercing noise filled the air as cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact point. The barriers shattered with a crisp crack. Only then did everyone see what the yellow flash truly was. A Beedrill. Trainers around the world, especially those who prided themselves on their starter Pokémon or pseudo-legendary teams, felt their worldview crumbling. Could a Beedrill achieve such speed and strength? Far away in Sinnoh, Tobias, who was fantasizing about assembling a team of legendary Pokémon while still fuming over Surd's remarks, swallowed hard and muttered to himself, trying to comfort himself. "And no, it must only be fast. Beedrill is just a common trash Pokémon. How strong could it possibly?" Before Tobias could finish his sentence, Giovanni's voice rang out. "One down." At that moment, the Beedrill pierced through the shattered barrier and closed the distance to Cation, who was being protected by the legendary birds, to within 10 meters. A deep purple venom surged at the tip of the Beedrill's right stinger, poison jab. Squirt thud. The venom seeped into flesh, but it wasn't Cation that was struck. Instead, it was the dark Articuno acting as Cation's mount. Kia. The Articuno screeched in pain, losing balance midair and beginning to plummet. Cation was thrown off its back. The dark molters quickly flew over to catch Cation, taking over Articuno's role as a mount. Meanwhile, the injured Articuno crashed into the mountainside like a broken kite, sliding down diagonally before landing right in front of Joker. Everyone was stunned. Not only had Giovanni's Beedrill taken down a legendary Pokémon, but it had also precisely chosen to drop it at Joker's feet. This man, the leader of Team Rocket, was not to be underestimated. "Come, Joker, know our king of Team Rocket." Although Giovanni's face was obscured by his high collar and fedora, his tone was unmistakably filled with amusement. Joker felt speechless. Back in his previous life, he had already thought N's title as the king of Team Plasma was overly dramatic, even a bit comical. Not to mention that N's title was nothing more than Ghetsis' ploy to manipulate him. And seriously, what was the point of a criminal organization having a king? It felt as ridiculous as the students at Blueberry Academy declaring themselves the Elite Four. It all seemed like a game. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Joker, with his mechanical arm, retrieved another piquet ball. Just like before, the moment his arm grasped the ball, a mysterious rainbow light flickered, merging into the ball. This was a capture device, Steven's latest invention. Piquet balls enhanced by this device could bypass the capture restrictions of already owned Pokémon. Because of its overwhelming, rule-breaking nature, Steven had decided it would be best for Joker to use it under his current identity. Stop! Just as Joker's Piquet ball was about to land on Articuno, Cynthia, who had just shackled Altair, waved her hand. Her Garchomp, which had been sent flying by a Hydro-tail earlier, burst forward again, its body igniting in draconic flames mid-charge. Did the last 2 rounds of combat fail to make you realize the gap between us, Shirna? Joker glanced slightly sideways. Suicune took 2 steps forward, its robust tail igniting the same azure flames, eyes filled with disdain. "Come on, Tilda, I'll soon send you flying like trash with my dragon tail." At this moment, everyone noticed that behind the massive body of Garchomp crouched Gardevoir, the Psychic Queen. Thanks to its fairy-type immunity to dragon-type moves, Gardevoir, though engulfed by the aura of Dragon Rush, suffered no damage. Garchomp, with the momentum of Dragon Rush, charged at Suicune, while Suicune twisted its waist, preparing to strike with its powerful dragon tail. However, just as the 2 sides were about to collide at the last critical moment, Garchomp suddenly vanished. Suicune's dragon tail missed its target, but the dragon flames it unleashed slashed out like a sword aura, cutting through the space between Cynthia and Diantha. With a deafening explosion, the dragon flames struck the cliff behind the 2 women. But no matter how impressive the momentum, missing its target rendered it meaningless. Bang! Almost at the exact moment, the cliff behind the 2 women was split open. The Garchomp carrying Gardevoir appeared behind Suicune and struck its spine with Dragon Rush. Hit by a super effective move, Suicune staggered but did not fall. Its gaze hardened as it opened its mouth and unleashed a scalding hydro pump filled with intense heat. Steam! Whoosh! The duo vanished again. The scalding steam grazed Joker's hairline as it passed, splitting the cliff behind him in half. Moonblast! Meteor shower! Diantha and Cynthia shouted simultaneously. This time, their ace Pokémon appeared at Suicune's rear left. What a perfect combination! Now, the spectators began to understand the strategy. The reason Gardevoir had been riding on Garchomp's back was to use teleport, allowing it to bring Garchomp along. This combination was akin to a scene from Naruto, where Anoki rode on the 4th Raikid's back. Flame barrier! Joker spoke calmly. Whoosh whoosh! Flames erupted from Suicune's body, forming a massive semicircular barrier of fire that encased it. Boom, booms, boom. The combined attacks of Meteor Shower and Moonblast landed, creating an indescribable storm that pulverized everything in its path. What kind of defensive move is that? Diantha raised her hand to shield herself from the embers, exclaiming in shock. Buzz, 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 ding. But the only response to Diantha's question was the familiar sound of a Piquet ball successfully capturing a Pokémon. The expressions of the 2 women changed drastically again. Though the flames obscured their vision, they could both guess what that sound meant. Joker had captured Articuno. At this moment, the semicircular flames gradually dissipated. What came into view was a Pokémon resembling Entei, but with spikes growing from its head and back, a mutated Entei similar to the mutated Suicune known. The flames from Flame Barrier fell onto Garchomp and Gardevoir, causing both to show expressions of intense pain. They had been burned. That combination attack just now was pretty good, Joker said, turning the piquet ball containing Articuno in his hand. Facing the two women, he spoke in a ghostly tone. But after using teleport, your target should have been me. That way, you could have used me to threaten Team Rocket, right? We're not as despicable as you, Team Rocket, creating such monstrosities and stealing others' Pokémon. Facing Joker for the first time, Diantha shouted indignantly. As expected, using this kind of thing meant facing moral condemnation from people like her. How naive, future Kalos League champion, Joker chuckled lightly. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to protect your homeland, you'd better temporarily put aside your acting career and focus entirely on training your Pokémon and learn how to judge people's character. Thinking back carefully, when all regions were invaded by criminal organizations, Kalos performed the worst. Although part of the reason was due to undercover agents within the League, the primary issue was the League's overall incompetence. While other regions also faced catastrophic threats, they at least solved their problems on their own. But Kalos, in the manga, Green had to come to the rescue. In the anime, it was Steven. We don't need you to lecture us, Diantha retorted, waving her hand. Gardevoir, enduring the pain of its burn, raised its hand high, releasing a moonblast concentrated with even more power, falling like a miniature Gaia energy cannon. Burns affect a Pokémon's physical attacks, significantly reducing their power. However, Gardevoir is a special attacker, so the impact was minimal. Go! At Joker's command, the mutated Entei leaped into the air, radiating an intimidating aura. Boom! Entei's body ignited with flames, easily countering Gardevoir's full-power Moonblast. Blazing charge. Seeing Entei crash down like a burning meteor, Diantha's Gardevoir, still far from champion-level strength compared to other future champions' main Pokémon, panicked and fell off Garchomp's back. Entei planted its two front paws firmly on the ground, its lion-like head wreathed in flames, stopping just 5 centimeters from the Psychic Queen's face. I'll let it slide this time, since you didn't launch a direct attack on me earlier. Don't be so naive next time. Joker waved casually, leading Entei toward the other side of the battlefield. As he left, he muttered to himself, I was planning to release it earlier anyway. Gardevoir, don't move, I'll heal you. Diantha hurried forward, taking out a full restore to spray on Gardevoir's burn wounds. Cynthia crouched down as well, administering emergency treatment to Garchomp. Cynthia, what should we do? With our strength, we can't possibly. Diantha bit her lip and looked at her more powerful best friend. While tending to Garchomp, Cynthia turned her gaze to the edge of the battlefield, to the man standing beside a bear-like Pokémon and a large dog. Although it's embarrassing, we have no choice but to rely on him for now. I've disliked you for a long time. As much as I'd like to take this chance to kill you, I'm busy right now. Can you get lost, Lance? Giovanni, hands once again in his pockets, looked impatiently at the flying-type champion standing protectively in front of the golden-armored Registeel. Forget about the shadows. All units, focus your efforts on Team Rocket. Lance didn't respond to Giovanni directly, but instead issued an order he found humiliating to say. Shadows, get out of here. We'll hold off Team Rocket. What he meant by this was, Shadows, you'd better run while we buy you time. As he had thought earlier, even if Shadows escaped with the remaining legendaries, it was better than letting Team Rocket seize them. How embarrassing. Oh, I just remembered. Didn't Goodshow plan to push you to become the new champion of the Indigo League at this year's Indigo Conference? With your performance in this war, do you think you're worthy of that position? Under circumstances where he could only use a single Beedrill, Giovanni would still need some time to bring down Lance. He hoped his trash-talking might bait his opponent into making a mistake. Of course, it was also possible he just wanted to insult his opponent. As the leader of Team Rocket, you voluntarily stepped aside to let a subordinate take over. Looks like I overestimated you in the past. Lance raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. Both of his Dragonair released tornado attacks simultaneously, disrupting the high-altitude wind currents and hindering Beedrill's movements. Meanwhile, Lance wasted no time in retaliating with his trash talk. Having excellent successors around, it's not so bad for an old guy like me to retire early. What I'm more worried about is the future of the league. Letting trash like you become its face? What a joke. Giovanni thought Lance's trash talk was utterly weak. It didn't hit any of his sore spots at all. The future of the league is none of your concern. Anyway, you don't have a future to worry about. Taking advantage of the moment, when the two Dragonair disrupted Beedrill's movements, Dragonite launched a surprise attack with extreme speed. Even though this Beedrill had been trained by Giovanni to break through its species limitations, at the end of the day, it was still just a lightweight Pokémon, barely weighing 60 pounds. Under the chaotic swirling winds created by the two Dragonair, it seemed to wobble in midair like a drunken person. I'll finish you off with this move, you Team Rocket scum. Whoosh! As Dragonite closed in on Beedrill at full speed with extreme speed, it also unleashed Flamethrower from its mouth. Before the flames could even reach Beedrill, Dragonite itself was already engulfed in them during its charge. Dragonite didn't know Flare Blitz, but by combining extreme speed and Flamethrower, it had created a move similar to Flare Blitz. This will end it. Boom! Engulfed in flames, the Dragonite, massively built from Lance's meticulous training, was nearly 1.5 times the size of an average Dragonite and weighed almost twice as much, rounding out to nearly a ton. It crashed into Beedrill, and from a distance, it looked like a dump truck had collided with a person. Seeing this, the league trainers and viewers watching on their televisions burst into cheers. It hit. Lance's Dragonite landed a hit on that Beedrill. Idiot, call him Champion Lance. Exactly. Although his performance earlier wasn't perfect, given that his opponent is a legend, if he defeats the leader of Team Rocket, then Mr. Lance fully deserves the position of champion. Well done, that must have hurt. Lance smiled at the praise. Now, he could move on to focus on his next target, Joe. But just as he was thinking this, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Because from between Giovanni's high collar and fedora, Lance caught a glimpse of something. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk curling at the corner of Giovanni's lips. Mr. Lance, have you ever heard of the name Aptex 4869? Giovanni asked with a sly smile. Chapter 175. Pokémon. I transmigrated twice 175. More than an hour ago. After Steven led Beware to the battlefield. On the mountain path of Victory Road. Team Rocket members and executives, summoned by Giovanni, gathered one after another. Sitting beside a rock, covering his newly attached prosthetic right arm, Blaine thought to himself. So, this is going to turn into a chaotic three-way brawl. Once everyone had gathered, Dr. Namba, wearing a lab coat, stepped forward and handed Giovanni a test tube filled with some liquid. Master Giovanni, this is what you requested. Me good work, Dr. Lumbar. Giovanni nodded. Dr. Namba's mouth twitched uncontrollably, suppressing the urge to curse, while screaming internally. It's not Lumbar, it's Namba. Giovanni held the test tube with his left hand and released Beedrill from its piquet ball with a flick of his right hand. This Beedrill, Giovanni's longtime companion since he became a trainer, immediately understood Giovanni's intentions with a single gesture. Beedrill voluntarily extended its left arm stinger. Giovanni said, "The Joker's invention, Aptex 4869, has the power to regress Pokémon. This power also works on humans." As he spoke, Giovanni poured the liquid from the test tube onto Beedrill's left stinger. Wait for the perfect opportunity to stab that Dragon Master Lance with it. Turn him into a kid. Until then, do not attack with your left hand, understood? Beedrill nodded in response. Haha, this is going to be so interesting. Giovanni's smile grew more twisted. Hearing Giovanni's plan, Blaine's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, they're planning to mess Lance up completely. Boss, I don't think this is enough to harm Dragon Master Lance, Serd suddenly spoke up. Oh, do you have any suggestions, Serd? Giovanni raised an eyebrow and asked. Serd smiled slyly and pointed at the liquid dripping from Beedrill's left stinger. Joker-sama's invention can only regress the target's body to a younger state, right? It doesn't affect their mind. For someone like Dragon Master Lance, this won't make much of a difference. He'll still know what to do and can continue as he is. Plus, Lance doesn't have a lover or anything like that. He could easily carry on his work with the body of a 10-year-old. Serd made a valid point. Aptex 4869 works so effectively on that child detective because of his Achilles heel, Ran Murray. Because of this, he's desperate to find an antidote to return to his original body. Otherwise, his childhood sweetheart might get stolen by another guy. If Conan didn't have romantic concerns, he could have taken his time dealing with the Black Organization. But using Aptex 4869 on Dragon Master Lance, that's a different story. Whether he's in his 20-year-old body or a 10-year-old body, it doesn't stop him from continuing as a trainer or investigator. Although Lance does have Lorelei as a childhood friend, there's nothing romantic between them. And unlike Bee, who fights with her fists, Lance relies on Pokémon battles. Shrinking his body doesn't matter. So, what are you suggesting? Giovanni narrowed his eyes. Haven't you already thought of the answer, boss? Serd squinted back at him in response. For a moment, the two of them exchanged sly smiles. Boom! On the battlefield, Dragonite executed a combo of extreme speed and flamethrower, simulating a custom move resembling a blazing flaming charge, which slammed heavily into Beedrill. However, in the split-second Beedrill was struck, its left stinger extended suddenly. Lance's expression changed slightly. He realized something, throughout the battle, that Beedrill hadn't used its left hand even once. Despite Dragonite's massive weight, more than 10 times that of Beedrill, and the sheer force of the collision, Giovanni's Beedrill was sent flying. But in the instant it was knocked back, Beedrill's left stinger shot out sharply, precise, and deadly, like administering a vaccine, stabbing into Dragonite's left arm. In the next moment, the impact sent Beedrill flying hundreds of meters away, tumbling to the edge before it managed to stabilize itself. It quickly flew back to Giovanni's side. Good work fighting with only one hand, Beedrill, Giovanni nodded encouragingly. I don't know what kind of trickery you're pulling, but you're dead. Lance's furious shout echoed from above. Dragonite's entire body surged with blue flames, transforming into a ferocious azure dragon. Dragon Rush. However, in the face of this championship-level strike, Giovanni simply stood still with his hands in his pockets, quietly watching. He neither dodged nor commanded Beedrill to counterattack. Is he crazy? Wallace, who was assisting the shadows in their escape, muttered under his breath. It wasn't just Wallace. This was the thought shared by the entire world. No, something's wrong. Cynthia, who was running towards Dr. Stephen with Diantha, suddenly realized what was happening. Up in the sky, the Dragonite's size was visibly shrinking. Is it burned? Seeing the dramatic weakening of the Dragon Rush's momentum, Diantha instinctively guessed. After all, it's common knowledge that a Pokémon's attack power decreases when it's burned. No, that's not it. Cynthia's expression changed drastically. The shrinking wasn't limited to the Dragon Rush. It was affecting Dragonite itself. The 4-meter-tall Dragonite that Lance had raised was rapidly shrinking in size. In the blink of an eye, it reverted to a height of just over 2 meters, the size of a regular Dragonite. And that wasn't the end of it. The force of the Dragon Rush continued to weaken. The once burly and powerful Dragonite was shrinking further, its orange scales turning sky blue. It was no longer a Dragonite, it had devolved into a Dragonair. What the heck is going on? In the Viridian City Pokémon Center, even the usually prideful Blue was shouting in disbelief, his face a perfect picture of shock. Around him, Gary, Ash, and Red all widened their eyes in astonishment. On the television, the Dragonair continued its Dragon Rush, charging toward Beedrill. But the power had been reduced from championship level to elite level, and it was still weakening. Finally, when it was just 2 meters away from Beedrill, Dragonair's long, slender body kept shrinking further. From the elite level, the power had dropped to the rookie level. The Dragon Rush, at this point, resembled nothing more than a baby dragon throwing a tantrum, so ridiculous it was almost adorable. V tilde. It's hard to gauge a Beedrill's emotions from its facial expressions. But from the tone of its buzzing, it was clear there was a mocking and disdainful edge to its voice. Beedrill didn't even bother using a move. With a simple backhanded sweep of its needle-like arm, as if swatting a tennis ball, it sent the tiny Dratini flying. Dragonite. Even Lance was utterly shocked, commanding his Aerodactyl to land quickly. He rushed over and caught the Dratini in his arms. "You've got the name wrong, Champion Lance. That's a Dratini tilde," Giovanni said with a cheerful smile. The sudden turn of events left the entire world stunned. Even the shadow operatives, who were in the middle of a hasty retreat, froze in their tracks, turning to look in disbelief at what had just happened. The battlefield fell into dead silence. No one had anticipated such a bizarre turn of events. Chapter 176, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 176. Joker, who witnessed the scene, was equally stunned. Using Aptex 4869 on Lance was something Giovanni had mentioned before. Although many years had passed, he still remembered it. After all, playing out a Detective Conan-style plot on the biggest show-off in the Pokémon world seemed pretty interesting. But what shocked Joker was, Giovanni used that thing on Lance's Dragonite. However, upon further thought, it didn't seem unreasonable. After all, the reason Aptex 4869 had such a significant impact on Conan/Shinichi was mainly because of Ran Murray's presence. So the theory proposed by many readers in past lives, that Ran Murray, as someone who couldn't enter the main storyline, was unnecessary, was a bit flawed. Because if it weren't for the concern of Ran being taken away, Conan probably wouldn't have been so desperate to search for the Black Organization's information and obtain the antidote. But Lance didn't have those concerns. Even if his body changed from 20 years old to 10 years old, he would still continue being a trainer and investigator as usual. Although he had a childhood friend, Lorelei, he wasn't interested in her in that way. Or rather, for Lance, this Dragonite, who had grown up with him throughout his entire childhood, was his Ran Murray. And now, the situation wasn't as simple as Dragonite just getting smaller. It was as if Dragonite's 10 years of effort, or rather, 10 years of intense training and accomplishments, were all destroyed in an instant. Lance, holding the unconscious Dratini in his arms, stared blankly and fell into silence. The memories of the past 10 years spent with Dragonite flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. No one knew how long it lasted, but suddenly Lance looked up. His red hair flared, veins bulged on his forehead, and all his emotions condensed into one sentence. "I'll kill you." It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if Lance had Saiyan blood, he could transform right now. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of flames igniting and burning echoed from high above. The two Dragonairs in Lance's team simultaneously used Dragon Rush and descended with an imposing momentum. However, under the brim of his fedora, Giovanni's gaze looked as if he was watching children play house. Is this supposed to be funny? In an instant, Beedrill, like a master swordsman wielding twin blades, raised its sharp stingers. The stingers thrust forward in a piercing motion, one to the left and one to the right. Immediately, an astonishing scene unfolded. Despite it being a 2-on-1 situation, and Beedrill being in the unfavorable lower position, it forcefully pushed back the two Dragonairs' Dragon Rush and sent them flying backward. In truth, it wasn't surprising. The two Dragonairs in Lance's team were positioned as support Pokémon. Although they had the battle strength of elite 4-level Pokémon, which for most trainers could only be admired from afar, their opponent was Giovanni's Beedrill. "Support Lance," Goodcho shouted. Without Dragonite, Lance couldn't possibly stand a chance against his opponent, let alone the fact that Lance had lost his composure. After all, the idea that anger makes you stronger only applies to Saiyans. For ordinary people, especially trainers, Losing your cool only makes you weaker. Machamp. With a shout from Bruno, a Machamp charged forward. Its right fist burned with flames as it swung toward Beedrill. Fire Punch. Feeling the searing heat it despised, Beedrill exerted force, knocking back the two Dragonairs. Its right arm stinger gleamed with poison as it fiercely met the Fire Punch. Poison Jab. In the brief moment of their clash, a Haunter flew in from the other side. Its hands passed under Lance's arms from behind and lifted him, clearly trying to remove him from the battlefield. "Let me go, I'm going to kill him." Lance struggled furiously, shouting. Giovanni, as if watching a clown perform, laughed and said, "Look, he doesn't even appreciate the gesture tilde." Although Lance had a hot temper, he wasn't someone easily provoked. But today, Giovanni's move was truly despicable. It was like dancing on Lance's landmine. The effect was no less than telling Uchihara Baido, "Rin never loved you." He. At that moment, Machamp let out a painful cry as it was forced back by Beedrill. Beedrill's compound eyes turned, locking onto Lance once again. "Let's cut off an arm first," Giovanni thought to himself. At this moment, Giovanni wasn't in a hurry to kill Lance. Turning Lance's Ace Dragonite into a Dratini was already interesting enough. Giovanni wanted to see what kind of impact this would have on Lance. But taking one of his arms shouldn't be a problem, right? "Hey, old man, watch your back," Joker suddenly called out. Giovanni's expression under his collar shifted slightly. Looking down, he saw a semi-transparent, ghostly hand emerging from the shadow between his feet. Beedrill swiftly twisted its stance, sweeping its sharp stinger toward the ghostly hand. The ghostly hand quickly retracted into the shadow. "That moves." Giovanni narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance at Agatha. Sure enough, a Jengar floated out from behind her. Meanwhile, Haunter took the opportunity to strike Lance's neck, rendering him unconscious, and quickly floated past Agatha with him. "Damn old hag," Giovanni muttered in annoyance. As the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni could only use Beedrill in this situation. Even though using ground-type Pokémon wouldn't necessarily make the League suspect him, the problem was that his battle style with ground types had already been thoroughly studied by countless people. If he used them, it would be too easy to expose his identity. Lance's Dragonite was, damn Team Rocket, how many ridiculous, nation-wrecking things have they invented? Goodshow, usually known for his kindly demeanor, couldn't help but curse. From the weird mechanical arm that could forcefully capture Pokémon with trainers, to this device that could forcibly reverse a Pokémon's evolution, it was maddening. What made it worse was that Goodshow noticed how even future stars like Wallace and Diantha, or veterans like Agatha and Alder, were now hesitant. After all, what happened to Lance's Dragonite was too terrifying. No one wanted their own Pokémon to be set back 10 years overnight. "Everyone, don't be afraid, just charge forward," Giovanni said with a smile. Aptex 4869 has already been used on Lance's Pokémon. My Beedrill no longer has the power to make Pokémon revert to their earlier forms. Yet, even though Giovanni said this himself, it still did little to bolster the confidence of the League's trainers. After all, who knows if the enemy's words are true or not? "What are you trying to do?" At this moment, Surd had already stepped forward with Darkrai, standing firmly in front of Cynthia to prevent her from approaching the rear, where Dr. Steven was located. "Darkrai, even though Tobias couldn't fully utilize your potential, that doesn't mean you should serve the Team Rockets, these criminals who threaten peace." Cynthia bit her pink lips tightly, her gaze complicated as she looked at the Darkrai before her, a Pokémon that had defeated her and her team numerous times when she was young. Trying to talk your way out of a fight because you can't win. Surd licked her lips with her tongue, eerily resembling Orochimaru when he tempted Sasuke. "Stop dreaming. Darkrai has already lost all hope in that pathetic childhood friend of yours. Not to mention, it was that same person who willingly handed Darkrai over to me back in Hone. All right, now disappear." As soon as Surd finished speaking, Darkrai placed its palms together, and in the blink of an eye, a deep, dark sphere began to form. Having faced this Darkrai countless times, how could Cynthia not recognize what this move was? Darkrai's signature move, Dark Void. Dr. Steven. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the dark sphere, Diantha frowned deeply. Boom! At that moment, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the left side of the battlefield. Diantha turned her head to look. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the shadow-corrupted molters that had been assisting the enemy's escape. Even amidst the cacophony of moves exploding across the battlefield, this particular thunderclap stood out. Looking down, the source of the lightning was revealed to be a mutated Reiku. Its neck resembled the tall, elongated shape of an Alalan executor, while its thick, storm cloud-like mane obscured the lower half of its face. The next moment, an ultra ball was thrown, striking the falling molters. Buzz tilde buzz tilde buzz tilde. The Piquet ball containing molters shook violently for 2 seconds, before falling into the mechanical palm of a robotic hand below. Click! At the same moment it landed, the button at the center of the ultra ball emitted a sound, signaling a successful capture. Molters captured by Joker. As expected of our king, capturing a legendary Pokémon is second nature to him. Surd's lips curled into a grin, her voice once again taking on that peculiar eunuch-like tone. How interesting, how truly interesting. Working with these people is so much fun. In an instant, the situation had turned utterly dire. Looking at Dr. Steven, who was guarded by Beware and being healed by 2 psychic-type Pokémon, Diantha cried out as if she were a child calling for a hero to appear. Help us, Dr. Steven. Diantha's desperate plea seemed to awaken the memories of everyone on the League's side. One by one, they turned to look at the man at the edge of the battlefield. After landing the final blow on Shadow Lugia, everyone saw that Beware's condition was utterly depleted. As such, they all subconsciously assumed that Dr. Steven was no longer capable of participating in the battle. But now, they realized that the plump boy named Will had arrived at the battlefield, summoning 2 psychic-type Pokémon to provide emergency treatment for the impossibly strong Beware. More importantly, there was another Pokémon, Zamazenta. Brother Steven is going in again. Gary shouted in excitement. Are Gardevoir and Slowbro using Heal Pulse on Beware? That's just emergency treatment. After such a high-intensity battle, it would take days of rest to recover. Blue frowned. In the Pokémon world, healing moves were somewhat similar to medical ninjutsu in the Naruto world. They were effective for emergency treatment on the battlefield, but insufficient for full recovery after such heavy damage. More importantly, time was of the essence. It's fine, Dr. Steven has Zamazenta now. Daisy declared confidently. Delia sighed deeply. That boy, Dr. Steven, just fought such an intense battle for us, and now he's going in again. Sigh, we adults should be ashamed. Don't worry, Mom. I'll become a Pokémon master, and then I'll protect everyone too. Ash clenched his fists and shouted. Pika Pika. The Pikachu on his shoulder raised its tiny arms in agreement. It was clear that the bond between the two had fully transformed at this point. Dr. Steven Zorork stood frozen, staring at Joker with an expression that clearly said, Master, this isn't how the script was supposed to go. However, to the rest of the world, this look represented something else entirely. The moment a trainer locks eyes with another, it signals the start of a battle. Was it about to begin? Dr. Steven versus Joker. This wasn't just the strongest battle in the Pokémon continent, it was the strongest battle in all of history. Joker felt his head spinning. In his original plan, Dr. Steven and Beware would weaken Shadow Lugia until it was nearly defeated. Joker would then step in and use the capture device to claim it. There were 2 reasons for this. First, only Beware had the strength to face a full-health Shadow Lugia head-on. Even Umbreon would struggle. Second, the capture device was inherently sinister. Using it with his public identity would inevitably invite unnecessary criticism. Although Steven didn't care much about others' opinions, certainly not to the extent of someone like Konoha's White Fang, it was always better to avoid trouble if possible. Initially, everything went smoothly. Beware successfully dealt 80% of Shadow Lugia's health, and Beware itself was no longer able to fight. This meant Steven and Beware could exit the stage gracefully, leaving Joker and his team, including Umbreon, to clean up the remaining 20% and secure the capture. But then, Mew brought Zamazenta into the mix. With one behemoth bash, Zamazenta took out the last bit of Shadow Lugia's health that Joker was supposed to claim. While this made it easier for Joker to capture Shadow Lugia, it also created an unexpected problem. Now that Zamazenta was here, Dr. Steven still had a powerhouse on his side. How could he not go in again? Looking at the battle-hungry gaze Dr. Steven was giving him, Joker couldn't help but massage his temples. Plans never survive contact with reality. This is an unexpected turn of events. As one of the few people in Team Rocket who knew the secret, that Dr. Steven and Joker were the same person, Surd couldn't decide whether to feel conflicted or excited. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. So, how will you handle this, my king? Hey, this isn't fair. The doctor just fought such an intense battle, and now you want him to help again. Sonya couldn't hold back her frustration. He had just helped them defeat Shadow Lugia, and now they wanted him to step in again. Wasn't that too greedy? Lorelei also showed a trace of reluctance on her face. Indeed, it felt like the League had gone too far this time. Although it wasn't the trainers themselves fighting directly, the intense life-or-death battles would still have a significant impact on their mental state. I'm sorry, Stephen Kun. Goodshow stepped forward and bowed deeply toward the distant Dr. Steven. At this moment, we can only rely on you. At this moment, Dr. Steven carried the hope of the entire world. But Dr. Steven's feelings at this moment were extremely complicated. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go in the first place. At this time, Dr. Steven noticed Joker nodding almost imperceptibly. In an instant, Dr. Steven felt his suspended heart finally settle. Under the worried gazes of Sonya and Lorelei, he slowly stood up. Beside him, Zamazenta blinked twice, and noticing the look in Beware's eyes as it lay on the ground, quickly followed suit. For a moment, the regions across the Pokémon continent erupted into thunderous cheers. At this moment, the dark aura stirred up by Shadow Lugia had completely dissipated, and the increasingly radiant sunlight poured down, casting a layer of golden light across Dr. Steven's entire back. In an instant, countless young girls and media outlets began taking screenshots. Editors of major news outlets started writing the headline for tomorrow's front page. The Savior of the Pokémon League. Chapter 177, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice, 177. This is the largest-scale battle since the establishment of the Pokémon League. The League, which has gathered elite trainers from all regions, holds nearly 10 legendary Shadow Pokémon. Alongside them, Team Rocket, hoping to swoop in and reap the benefits like Blackbeard, entered the fray during the war's conclusion. Now, the Shadows are nothing more than a name. The League's morale is at an all-time low. Meanwhile, Team Rocket, although enjoying near-total victory, has a limited number of members in its hastily assembled rapid response unit led by Giovanni. As this war reaches its final moments, the outcome will rest on the shoulders of two boys who appear to be no older than 15. On the live broadcast from Galar Palace News, the passionate anchor exclaimed, Dr. Steven has joined the battle for the second time, bringing with him Galar's guardian, the Shield King, Zamazenta. This represents the deep bond between Dr. Steven and our Galar region, and the relationship between Beware and Zamazenta also symbolizes the union of these two powerful Pokémon. As their trainer, Dr. Steven will announce this bond with a great victory. Indigo Victory Road Battlefield. Joker and Dr. Steven locked eyes once more, embodying the saying. When trainers meet each other's gaze, the battle begins. In the next moment, Dr. Steven raised his hand and pointed forward as if summoning his alter ego. With a roar, Zamazenta rushed forward, leaping high into the air and opening its jaws to form an enormous pink energy sphere. Moonblast. The Moonblast, as massive as a Gaia energy cannon, descended from the sky. Joker raised his palm defensively. Boom! The flames on Entei's body erupted as the Pokémon transformed into its fiery form before the world's astonished eyes. Yet, as soon as Entei's transformation was complete, the colossal moonblast descended. In an instant, Entei's legs sank into the ground up to its knees, an outcome despite its transformation to the fire type to resist fairy moves. Without this resistance, it might have been entirely flattened. Flare Blitz, Joker commanded coolly. The flames on Entei's body burned even more fiercely as endless fire surged upward from beneath the pink sphere, igniting with greater intensity. At that moment, the battlefield seemed to host two suns, one above and one below, one pink and one red, locked in an intense struggle. Dr. Stephen rotated his raised arm slightly and waved it to the side. Zamazenta's shield-like faceplate immediately radiated a brilliant metallic sheen. The next second, the Shield King leaped high and charged downward. Iron Head. Boom! Zamazenta's own moonblast shattered into countless pale pink light particles the moment Iron Head struck it. The particles scattered in the wind around the Shield King's body before disappearing. But it wasn't over yet. Boom! In the next moment, Zamazenta smashed through Entei's fiery shield, shattering the flames completely. Earth-shattering impact. Entei, which had previously only sunk up to its knees, was now fully buried in the ground, leaving a massive, shocking crater around it. Yes. Wallace, who had long abandoned his usual elegance, clenched his fists and cheered excitedly. As expected of the hero, who saved Galar 3,000 years ago. In just the first exchange of blows, the Shield King completely suppressed the strange Umbreon evolutions that had just defeated multiple champion Pokémons. Don't underestimate that man. Cynthia, her pink lips tightly pressed together, maintained a serious expression. Though her youthful face still carried a hint of immaturity, it already showed signs of the stunning beauty she would become in the future. As someone who, apart from Lance, had lost to Joker the most, Cynthia knew all too well that this man wouldn't be defeated so easily. Suddenly, two intertwined blue and white tails, both thick and long, burst from the ground on either side of Zamazenta's limbs. They coiled tightly around the Shield King's left foreleg and hind leg. The faces of Cynthia, Diantha, and the others who had already battled Joker changed dramatically. They recognized it instantly. This was the tail of the mutant Suicune. At that moment, the Entei, whose head was the only part visible above the ground, began to shimmer like a mirage, gradually fading away. A substitute. Cynthia's right pupil contracted sharply. She immediately realized what had happened. Entei's flare blitz wasn't meant to block the moonblast. It was a diversion to cover for the substitute. Splash! Suicune burst out of the ground beside Zamazenta, opening its jaws at close range, less than 10 centimeters away. Scald! The superheated, high-pressure jet of water struck Zamazenta's cheek almost instantly upon release. The scalding, near-flame-like heat would normally have sent even Zamazenta reeling. However, its legs were bound tightly by the snake-like tails of Suicune, preventing it from escaping. Furthermore, using a defensive move like Protect at such close range would also shield Suicune. Under these circumstances, the Shield King had no choice but to take the hit directly. The unprotected skin near Zamazenta's nose began to bleed as water mixed with blood dripped down its face. Zamazenta's expression darkened. Weren't we supposed to be acting? Why are you going all out? Outraged, Zamazenta let out a deafening roar. Boom burst. The already ruined Victory Road shook violently under the shockwaves, sending rocks tumbling from the cliffs and raising a cloud of dust. The close-range soundwave attack caused Suicune to wince in pain, loosening its grip on Zamazenta's legs slightly. The Shield King's metallic faceplate shone brightly once more. Though Zamazenta hadn't had time to gather more energy, as a top-tier legendary Pokémon, even an incomplete attack was beyond the reach of most Pokémon. Iron Head. At such close range, Suicune had no time to employ its usual long-range tactics. Its body flared with blood-red energy as it charged directly at Zamazenta. Outrage. Boom! Silver and crimson energy surged outward, forming two shields of power around Zamazenta and Suicune. The battlefield quaked violently as the two forces clashed. The destructive dragon energy of outrage attempted to pierce Zamazenta's iron armor, threatening to engulf it entirely. Yet just as the crimson dragon energy gained the upper hand, the silver glow of Zamazenta's iron head intensified. In an instant, it overwhelmed the Suicune's energy. Boom! The clash ended with Iron Head decisively overpowering outrage. Though Suicune had gained the upper hand earlier due to its trainer's tactics, its overall strength was still inferior to Zamazenta's. As a result, Suicune was sent flying backward by the impact. Whoosh! As the waves rippled and water splashed into the air, a sound resembling the roaring jet engine of a fighter plane tore through the skies. A red blur swooped in along the trajectory of Suicune and caught it. Laches. The next moment, another streak of red light shot out, recalling Suicune. Everyone turned to look in the direction where the red light had emerged, only to see Joker, holding up his Piquet ball, retrieving it back into his possession. That mutated Umbreon isn't a match for Zamazenta. Joker is sure to lose. At this moment, Erica, who had just recovered from the effects of the Conqueror's haki, clapped her hands excitedly and said this. Gucho, however, remained silent. He had popped champagne too many times during this battle and didn't dare to celebrate prematurely anymore. But Joker's expression showed not even a hint of panic. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone at the scene drastically changed. They saw Joker retrieve the Piquet ball containing the Umbreon with his right hand, and in less than a second, he brought out a new Ultra Ball with his left hand. The place where his palm touched the Ultra Ball emitted a faint green light, symbolizing healing energy. The power of Viridian. Gucho, Agatha, Lorelei, Bruno, and others all said these words simultaneously. After all, they had seen this technique used countless times by Lance. Joker was using the power of Viridian to restore the energy of the Pokémon within the Ultra Ball. But as for which Pokémon was inside that ball? Thinking carefully, the only Pokémon Joker would need to restore in this battle would likely be one of the few he had just captured. And the most likely candidate was, of course. Although my strength can only restore about 20% of his stamina, it's enough to make him battle-ready. Joker suddenly spoke. An almost suffocating sense of foreboding surged through everyone's hearts. The Ultra Ball was thrown into the air. As it opened, an ominous and familiar dark hurricane swept across the heavens and earth. The brief brightness that had returned to the Victory Road battlefield was once again shrouded by darkness. Not long after, amidst the dark clouds, the god of darkness slowly descended. Its crimson eyes seemed to rewind time to the beginning of the war hours ago, overlooking the battlefield. It is the Shadow Lugia. In the Pokémon Center, in Viridian City. Just moments ago, Ash, who had been cheering enthusiastically, certain of Steven's victory, collapsed onto the ground, retreating as he stammered. I knew it, it's back again. Idiot, don't panic. Gary scolded Ash, but his trembling voice betrayed his unease. Even if Shadow Lugia's stamina is restored, how much could it possibly recover? Besides, don't forget, Brother Steven has Zamazenta. Hearing Gary's words, the people gathered at the Viridian Pokémon Center calmed down slightly. Professor Oak also nodded, reassuring everyone. Moreover, while Joker may have used that special device to steal Shadow Lugia from Cation, all he did was change the Piquet ball it's in without controlling its mind. Whether Shadow Lugia will obey Joker's commands, that remains uncertain. Professor Oak wasn't the only one to think of this. Pokémon scholars worldwide and elite trainers on the battlefield have also considered this point. Even Team Rocket's members paused their actions, holding their breaths. Boom! Suddenly, a spectacular scene unfolded. Zamazenta's body ignited with an intense crimson light, like a blazing red comet, illuminating the darkness. Even the dark aura created by Shadow Lugia couldn't conceal this brilliance. That move, it was the signature attack, Behemoth Bash, the same attack that had previously defeated Shadow Lugia. Don't face it head-on, create some distance and use. Before Joker could finish his sentence, Shadow Lugia opened its mouth and unleashed an overwhelming dark cyclone. It went straight for an ultimate attack right from the start. Just as Professor Oak had predicted, Shadow Luja had no intention of listening to Joker's commands. As soon as the Dark Cyclone was unleashed, Zamazenta sprang into action. The exclusive moves of the King of Darkness and the King of Shields collided in an instant. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the force rippled outwards, shaking the earth and causing it to crack even further. For a moment, the two Pokémon were evenly matched. Then, Behemoth Bash broke through the Dark Cyclone and struck Shadow Luja square in the chest. An extremely noticeable dent appeared in the center of Shadow Luja's chest, and its crimson eyes widened comically in shock. Joker's voice rang out again from below. "I only gave you emergency treatment. With just 20% of your stamina restored, you're no match for Zamazenta. If you want to win, you'll have to listen to me." However, it was obvious that Shadow Luja wasn't listening. Its body radiated a dark energy far surpassing that of Darkrai. This time, it planned to use Dark Charge. Thud! But before Shadow Luja could fully charge its energy, Zamazenta, who had been knocked back, suddenly kicked midair. A powerful repulsive force erupted from beneath Zamazenta's feet, propelling the Shield King forward like a rocket. "Moonwalk, it can use that move too." The students in Mustard's dojo exclaimed in shock. B recalled Steven's connection to Zamazenta through Beware and thought it wasn't surprising for Zamazenta to know about this move. As Steven had mentioned before, while the 6 styles weren't particularly powerful for high-level Pokémon, Moonwalk was undeniably useful, especially for fighting-type Pokémon. The ability to move more flexibly in the air was as valuable as feeding them 10 rare candies. Thud! Before Shadow Luja could complete its charge, its chest was struck again. This time, it was a fierce pounce attack. "Stubborn fool." Joker rubbed his temples in frustration. It seemed that unless he gave this creature a taste of fear, it would never understand the importance of a trainer. Zamazenta was simply too kind-hearted, unable to push the blackbird into a life-or-death situation. With that thought, Joker glanced in Sonya's direction, or rather, at the yellow Pikachu standing beside her, watching the battle. Shadow Luja, despite being pushed back repeatedly by Zamazenta's relentless attacks, relied on its legendary toughness to endure and remain standing. At this moment, Joker spoke again. "Shadow Luja, under Caitian's command, you were pitifully weak, pushed to the brink by nothing more than an ordinary Beware." Hearing this, Shadow Luja's eyes burned even brighter with fury. It was clear the Pokémon was extremely displeased with Joker's remarks. But Joker wasn't done yet. "You're nothing more than an unstable collection of strength with no intelligence. Only I can guide you." Finally, Joker raised his head, locking eyes with Shadow Luja. In a calm voice, he uttered 2 words. "Obey me." SCREE. Infuriated beyond words, Shadow Luja, already frustrated from being overwhelmed by that stupid dog, roared furiously. Its pent-up rage was like boiling oil hit by a torpedo. In its extreme anger, it opened its mouth wide and launched a true energy blast straight at Joker. "Silence, human." Whoosh, boom. At that moment, the sound of massive impacts echoed. A colossal wave of energy burst from Shadow Luja's neck, spreading outward and making it hard for the League, Team Rocket, and the remaining Shadow members below to keep their eyes open. What's going on? What happened again? With her hands tightly shielding her face, Sonya struggled to open her eyes and peek through her fingers at the center of the battlefield. What she saw made her gasp in shock. Raising her head, she noticed a Pokémon similar in shape to Zamazenta, but more slender and feminine in appearance. Without her realizing when this figure had already appeared beside the Shadow Luja. Clenched between its fangs was a blade of energy, which it swung with devastating force at the neck of the Shadow Luja. Zacian. The Shadow Luja, who was just about to launch an attack on Joker, froze in utter disbelief. It stared at another dog who had nearly severed its neck with a single strike. Who the hell are you now? For the first time, a flicker of fear appeared in the eyes of the Shadow Luja. That female dog, she meant to take my head off. Such malevolence. The same innate evil as that poisonous dragon, Zacian's regal voice echoed in the mind of the Shadow Luja through telepathy. It's Zacian. Zacian has arrived too. We've won, this time we've won. Even if Joker uses every single legendary he's stolen, there's no way he can take on Zacian and Zamazenta together. The sudden arrival of Zacian sent the world into an uproar of celebration, with cheers echoing across the globe. You too are vessels of pure evil, Zacian's telepathic voice rang out once more. As she spoke, Zacian moved like a master swordsman drawing their blade. From the fur on her side, she pulled out a sword so battered and broken that no one would bother to pick it up if it were thrown into the trash. In an instant, her wounds glimmered with golden light as armor of radiant brilliance covered her body. The broken blade in her mouth transformed into the legendary king's sword, shining with divine splendor. The Sword King leaped into the air. Here it comes. Sacred sword. Earlier, Zacian had only used a blade of energy to form her sacred sword, and even that had nearly decapitated the Shadow Luja. Now, with the king's sword in her grasp, the power of her strike was unimaginable. The Shadow Luja's body was enveloped in black flames, as dark as Amaterasu itself, transforming it into a shadowy phoenix that charged forward. Dark charge. In an instant, a deep chasm split the stormy clouds above, cutting the sky like a rift between worlds. But the stalemate lasted less than 3 seconds. The Shadow Luja's once overwhelming dark power was being suppressed by Zacian. Boom! The Shadow Luja crashed heavily to the ground, landing in front of Joker. With Zamazenta, that clingy younger brother, Zacian, the elder sister, fully embodies absolute justice. Joker remarked with a grin, looking down at the battered Luja sprawled on its back. Wanna try taking her on yourself? She'll kill you. Before Joker could finish his sentence, the Sword King was already charging forward. Zacian's expression wasn't joking in the slightest. Her face practically screamed the words, "I'm going to kill you. I'm dead. If this keeps going, I'm going to die." At that moment, only a single thought filled the Shadow Luja's mind. "Follow my command, use Aura Sphere on the ground," Joker's voice suddenly rang out. The Shadow Luja hesitated for a brief moment. Then, caught between slamming headfirst into the ground or abandoning its dignity, the Shadow Luja decisively chose the latter. Still lying on its back, it twisted its neck and fired an Aura Sphere toward the earth beneath its head. Boom! The terrifying power shook the victory road violently. The battlefield at the summit was thrown into chaos. Zacian's rapid advance was momentarily disrupted, her pace slowing ever so slightly. That split second was all the Shadow Luja needed. Seizing the opportunity, it shot into the sky. But on its forehead sat none other than Joker himself. Heat wave. Joker pointed downward. The Shadow Luja hesitated for half a second, but ultimately flapped its wings. A ferocious wave of heat, like a crimson tsunami, swept across every corner of the battlefield. Zacian's eyes turned cold, and the king's sword in her jaws slashed upward in a vertical arc, cleaving the searing heat wave in two. Leaping through the gap, the Sword King's blade flared with golden light once more, transforming into a 40-meter-long blade that radiated like Excalibur itself. "I'll cut you down." The Shadow Luja's expression twisted in horror. "Crazy woman." Whirlwind. Joker gave another command, silently marveling at how even Hawkeye's swordsmanship paled in comparison to Zacian's sheer ferocity. This time, the Shadow Luja didn't hesitate. It summoned a massive tornado with its wings. But just like before, the Sword King cut through the incoming storm with ease. Fire, wind, it didn't matter. One slash for each and everything was cleaved apart. Yet the next instant, the shattered wind and fire merged, triggering a series of catastrophic explosions. "Hold firm," Joker commanded. The Shadow Luja focused its power into a single point, weathering Zacian's sacred sword as though its body had turned to steel. Then, body slam. With a deafening roar, the Shadow Luja used its massive body, more than 10 times the size of Zacian's, to pin her down, slamming her into the fiery vortex below. Everything happened in less than 10 seconds. The Sword King, who had been in complete control moments earlier, was now at a disadvantage. all because a top-tier trainer stood behind the Shadow Lugia, orchestrating its every move. Ow! But just 2 seconds after falling into the flames, the howl of a blue wolf pierced the air. The sound waves created a gust of wind that blew the fiery vortex apart. Amid the scorched battlefield, a patch of land about 100 square meters wide remained intact. It was a protective barrier. The one who cast it was the Shield King, Zamazenta. And standing beside Zamazenta was Dr. Steven. At that moment, Joker stood atop the Shadow Lugia. Dr. Steven stood between the Sword and Shield Kings. The whole world held its breath at this iconic, breathtaking scene. No one noticed the little yellow mouse beside Sonya, silently raising 2 fingers toward Joker in a playful peace sign. Chapter 178, Pokémon, I Transmigrated Twice 178. Big Brother Steven will win. Big Brother Steven will definitely win. In an ordinary home in Aspertia City, Unova, Rosa, with twin ponytails and holding the first-generation Pokédex, muttered to herself. Shadow Lugia's stamina is already at its limit. It barely managed to block Zacian's sacred sword just now by hanging on. It can't have any strength left to fight. Big Brother Steven will win. Rosa's thoughts mirrored those of countless trainers around the world. Shadow Lugia had already been relying on Joker's mysterious powers to temporarily recover some strength, but it was far from its peak condition when it was first released by Caitian at the start of the war. From the very beginning, it had been suppressed by Zamazenta. And yet, it had just taken 2 consecutive sacred swords from Zacian, one of which was in its crowned sword form. The fact that it was still standing was entirely due to Joker's top-tier training and commanding skills. Sure enough, in the next second, the entire world saw Shadow Lugia hovering above the Indigo Plateau take a shallow breath. Though it tried hard to conceal it, its massive, ominous body, seemingly a manifestation of pure evil, was visibly trembling in the close-up shot. At this moment, a singular thought emerged in the minds of people across the globe. It's reaching its limit. Now, Shadow Lugia was likely struggling just to stay airborne. Dr. Steven, Shadow Lugia is about to collapse. Seize this chance to take it and Joker down together. At the scene, Diantha couldn't help but shout. That's right, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lorelei, the staunchest hawk in the league after Lance, immediately echoed. Surround Team Rocket. Ignore the shadows for now. We absolutely cannot let Team Rocket escape. Goodshow decisively commanded, abandoning the pursuit of the Shadow faction and focusing all forces on Team Rocket. However, under the expectant gaze of everyone, Dr. Steven hesitated, his expression uncertain, and did not launch an attack. What's wrong with Brother Steven? Gary frowned in confusion. This is the perfect opportunity. Beside him, Red, Blue, and even the always reckless Ash were furrowing their brows. Why wasn't he making a move? This was the perfect moment. A bead of sweat slid down Dr. Steven's face. I can't push my own master into a corner, right? Joker's eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts turning inward. This was a risky gamble after all. Calling Zacian here had been a strategic move to awaken a sense of crisis in Shadow Lugia. To make it realize that unleashing its full potential required a top-tier trainer to partner with it. And now, the fact that Joker was standing on Shadow Lugia's back meant the plan had worked. Initially, the plan didn't include Zamazenta. This way, once Joker obtained control of Shadow Lugia, he could leave with Giovanni and Team Rocket openly and proudly. As for Shadow Lugia, it could be put to sleep and tamed later. But Zamazenta's unexpected intervention forced Joker to revise the plan on the fly. He had to release Shadow Lugia early and execute an improvised taming strategy. This impromptu plan had also succeeded, using the simplest and most effective method to tame Shadow Lugia. But now there was another problem: how to escape. At that moment, Joker noticed the conflicted look in Dr. Steven's eyes, followed by a familiar telepathic voice in his mind. Master, how about I go easy on you? Go easy, you could flood the ocean and it still wouldn't be enough. Joker glanced at the sword and shield duo standing beside Dr. Steven. Then he looked down at the wheezing Shadow Lugia beneath him, which, if it were in a game, would have only 1 HP left. If you still couldn't win in this situation, damn it, even Admiral Kizaru would have to kneel and shout, "When it comes to going easy, you're my idol. Why aren't you moving? Then let me end this embodiment of evil." At that moment, Zacian's commanding, feminine voice rang in Dr. Stephen's mind. With a leap, the blue glow of the Sword of Kings surged through her fangs, the blade's aura tearing through the air with an unstoppable force. Behemoth blade. Dr. Stephen's face turned pale. Joker raised an eyebrow slightly. The risky gamble Joker had mentioned earlier actually referred to Zacian. During the earlier treatment of Beware, Joker's Zorork, disguised as him, had used telepathy to explain the plan to Zamazenta. That was why Zamazenta knew the script. Otherwise, how do you think Shadow Luja managed to hold out for so long while ignoring Joker's direct commands? That was entirely because the Shield King had been pulling its punches. But Zacian was a different story. From the moment she joined the battle, she had no time to listen to Zorork explain the plan. And even if she had, there was no guarantee Zacian would cooperate. After all, Zacian's personality was like a gentler version of Akinu's. She wouldn't attack civilians, but asking her to help tame Shadow Luja, this embodiment of evil, and even act in a staged performance. "Dream on. Protect," Joker shouted. A massive, pitch-black, semi-transparent barrier formed around Shadow Luja's body. But Zacian was relentless, her sword's glow dazzling as it descended. The light of heaven seemed to dim for a moment. A sword strike so powerful it could make even Dracul Mihawk envious, so awe-inspiring it would leave Shanks speechless, so devastating it could make Kazuki Odin question his life choices. The sword aura slammed into the dark shield. Skriet, skriet, skriet. The terrifying sound of blades cutting through barriers echoed endlessly. The mountains surrounding the Indigo Plateau were sliced apart like meat on a chopping board. And this was with the Dark Shield absorbing most of the attack. So this is the power of a top-tier legendary Pokémon. Karen exclaimed, her voice trembling with awe. Stephen had once mentioned in casual conversation that even among legendary Pokémon, there were differences in strength. Ho-Oh, for example, was more of a support-type Pokémon and ranked mid to low in combat power. But at the pinnacle of power stood a select few, most of them dragon types. Among them was an exception, Zacian the Sword King. At the time, Stephen had said that even among the strongest legendary Pokémon, fewer than 3 could definitively defeat the Sword King in a one-on-one battle. Seeing it firsthand today, his words rang true. Cracked. A sharp sound echoed. Amid the storm of energy, a crack appeared on one side of the dark shield. In the next moment, the shield on the right side shattered completely. Crack, crack, crack. The left side soon followed, breaking apart entirely. Even though the Sword of King's glow had dimmed, shrinking from the size of a massive blade to its normal state, it still retained considerable destructive power. In the next instant, the blade struck Shadow Luja's throat. Shadow Luja, already extremely weakened, widened its eyes in shock. And then, like a crashing helicopter, it plummeted straight to the ground. Shadow Luja can no longer fight. Alder excitedly waved his arms and shouted. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight of Shadow Luja, losing its ability to battle for the second time. But many people couldn't help but notice the strange expression on Dr. Stephen's face as he watched Joker and Shadow Luja fall together. He looked panicked, even deeply worried. Why is Brother Dr. Stephen making that face? At the scene, Diantha and Cynthia, as well as Nessa, Serena, and the others watching on TV, all had the same thoughts. Thud. Shadow Luja landed first. The ground briefly shook, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. At the last moment, a Laches leaped out of its piquet ball and caught Joker in the nick of time. Tap. Even so, some sharp-eyed trainers noticed something. Something had fallen from Joker's body. Squinting to take a closer look, the world collectively gasped in shock. That was Joker's broken half-mask. The next second, all eyes turned incredulously to the figure standing with his back to the crowd. The atmosphere was eerily reminiscent of the moment during the Fourth Shinobi World War, when Obito's mask was shattered by Naruto. Finally, the figure standing with his back to everyone slowly turned around. The right half of his mask had been shattered, revealing the entirety of his right side. However, crimson blood trailed from the corner of his eye, likely a fresh wound from Zacian's sword slash. But that didn't stop his true face from being exposed to the entire world. Fen. In faraway Magnolia Research Lab, Nessa stared wide-eyed, muttering the two syllables with a voice trembling from inner turmoil. Her emotions reflected that of the entire world. At the scene, everyone's gaze switched back and forth between Joker, who wore a broken half-mask, and Dr. Steven, who wore black-framed glasses. Wallace, what's going on? They look identical. Cynthia, what in the world? Chairman Goodshow, you too, who exactly are you? Even Zacian, who had just landed, looked utterly baffled. It glanced at Joker, then back at Dr. Steven. No, wait, what is this? What's going on here? Sigh. Joker let out a deep sigh. Exposed, huh? There was no helping it now. His eyes swept toward himself on the other side. Realizing this, Zorok prepared to drop his disguise. There was no need to keep pretending anymore. Meanwhile, Karen and will discreetly place their hands on the remaining piquet balls strapped to their belts. Since everything had been revealed, there was no longer any need to continue the charade. Just as Joker and his group were about to drop the act. Clap, clap, clap. A slow clap echoed through the air. Everyone turned their heads toward the sound. It was the Rocket Team leader. Giovanni, his face obscured by a low-brimmed fedora and a high-collared coat, casually strolled between Joker and Dr. Steven, smirking as he spoke. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Two brothers, bound by the same blood, now standing at the brink of battle. I always knew this day would come, but I never imagined it would be in such a grand setting. Brothers. Hearing that word, the world erupted into chaos. Wallace, brothers, no wonder they look identical. Diantha, Dr. Steven has a brother, that's unexpected. Lorelei, I've never heard Steven mention this before. Chairman Goodshow, no wait, if Steven Kun has a brother then why? Why did he join Team Rocket, is that what you're asking? Giovanni interrupted Chairman Goodshow with a sly grin. Good question, if you want to talk about that, you'd have to thank your precious league. Giovanni's words made Goodshow's face turn pale. What do you mean by that? Steven and Joker, two young men with justice in their hearts. One, a doctor by day, healing Pokémon for trainers with limited resources. The other, a vigilante by night, striking down criminals. Both pursued their ideals of justice in their ways. Originally, things were like that. At this point, Giovanni's tone shifted, his smile growing sinister. But because of one event, Joker's perspective changed entirely. Hearing this, many elite trainers of the league fell into deep thought. Claire, who had crossed paths with Joker a few times, ventured a guess. Could it be the Olivine Gym incident? Congratulations, correct. Giovanni, like a game show host, gave Claire a big thumbs up before continuing with an even broader grin. At the time, Joker noticed something suspicious about Altair, the Olivine Gym leader. He and his two companions, Mask Girl and Psychic Fatty, decided to investigate. And as it turns out, they were right, weren't they? As he spoke, Giovanni gestured toward Altair, now handcuffed by Cynthia. But delayed justice isn't justice. After that incident, how did the League treat Joker? Surely none of you have forgotten unless your memory is failing you. At this, not just the trainers on Victory Road, but the whole world fell into a heavy silence. During that time, Joker was practically the Pokémon world's version of Konoha's White Fang, vilified and scorned like a rat in the street. So that's why Joker joined Team Rocket. Goodshow asked in a trembling voice. And that's why I must thank your league. Giovanni laughed heartily. Who would have thought that the king of Team Rocket would be a gift from the league itself? After finishing, Giovanni turned to Dr. Steven and asked with a smile. Well then, Dr. Steven, what will you do? Will you throw your brother into prison, or perhaps, will you kill him? Hearing this, Diantha suddenly realized. So that's why Dr. Steven hesitated earlier when deciding whether to attack Joker. Millions of viewers watching on television also had expressions of sudden comprehension. Gary, I see now. If I had to fight my brother Blue, I'd hesitate too. Blue, oh please, stop flattering yourself. If you fought me, I'd just knock you out instantly. Even so, Blue sighed. He understood. Standing against your brother, how painful that must be. Red, as always, said nothing, but he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes betraying a flicker of anguish. At this moment, Zoruk finally recovered from the shock. Holy crap, this old human outdid himself. To think he came up with such a dramatic move in such a short amount of time. Even the Pikachu at Sonya's feet was wide-eyed with amazement. This twist was truly something else. Finally, Dr. Stephen gestured for Zacian and Zamazenta to back down. His gesture carried the unmistakable air of someone saying, "If anyone still wants to cause trouble, you'll have to face us." But Zacian's gaze turned inexplicably cold. She had already sniffed out the truth with her canine nose. The doctor, Stephen before her, wasn't the same person she had encountered before. Though she didn't know what kind of trick they were pulling, Zacian was certain they were playing her for a fool. "Sister, let's deal with this later, all right." Zamazenta leaned close to Zacian, trying to play mediator. Joker took out an Ultra Ball, recalled the unconscious Shadow Luja lying on the ground, and before walking over to Giovanni, exchanged a glance with Dr. Stephen. Under the watchful eyes of the entire world, this look was interpreted as a sign of a brotherly rift. Serena, Rosa, Tauco, and the other future protagonists, who had received Pokédexes from Stephen, looked at the forced smile on Dr. Stephen's face. All they wanted was to rush to his side and tell him, it's okay to cry. Even at a time like this, the doctor was still pretending to be strong. The burden he carried was truly too heavy. Spikemuth Galler. A 5-year-old punk girl pursed her pink lips tightly, imagining a scenario where she and her brother had a falling out. The thought scared her so much that she immediately dismissed it. But compared to the rest of the world, who sympathized more with Dr. Stephen, she had a better impression of Joker. On one hand, thanks to her rock and roll brother's influence, she was drawn to a bad boy style. You could tell just from her preference for using dark-type Pokémon. And Joker's journey of becoming the Phantom Thief, who eventually turned into a criminal boss perfectly aligned with her fantasies. Marnie, I will be heading to Kanto. Stay home and behave, okay? At that moment, Piers's phone call came through. Originally, Chairman Rose had told them they could go back. But upon seeing Team Rocket entering the fray, Leon declared that they couldn't just leave like this. So, they decided to turn around and head to Kanto to provide reinforcements. Big bro, can I join Team Rocket someday? Marnie held the phone and asked. What? Piers aboard the plane jumped 3 feet in shock. Meanwhile, Lorelei, whose efforts to combat criminals were second only to Lance, remained silent. She knew this was the best opportunity to take down Joker and Shadow Luja, this dangerous duo. If they missed this chance, it was highly likely, no, certain, that they'd never get another. But seeing the forced smile on Dr. Stephen's face, Lorelei couldn't help but feel pity. Because your brother was saved, you're so happy, aren't you? You are such a kind person. Wait a moment. At this moment, Giovanni spoke again. Everyone turned their attention back to the leader of Team Rocket. He pointed at Dr. Stephen and continued. I would like Dr. Stephen to come with me to escort us safely down the mountain. Giovanni spoke with a smile in his tone. Of course, you'll have to leave all your Pokémon on the mountain, including that bear and those 2 dogs. Impossible. Even Stephen, who wasn't particularly close to Dr. Stephen, couldn't help but shout. Let Dr. Stephen go down the mountain alone with you. Do you think we, the League, are idiots? No way. Shadow Luja is already out of commission. We need to hold on to some leverage. Goodshow turned to Dr. Stephen and said, Stephen Kun, don't listen to them, don't go. Without Dr. Stephen, if the League faced another crisis like this in the future, who would stop it? What worried Goodshow even more was the possibility that Team Rocket's leader, playing the emotional card, might try to recruit Dr. Stephen. If that happened, the League would be doomed. Don't you want to take this chance to say a few words to your brother? Giovanni added. At these words, Dr. Stephen's expression changed slightly before he began walking forward. Will, no, Stephen. Morgan, are you crazy? Stephen. Their acting is getting better and better, huh?